Good evening, creeps. Your Mystery Playhouse invites you now to listen to the Whistler story of Murder in Haste. Now, here is the Whistler.
Albert Taylor was two people. To the Cafe Society crowd in Miami, he was the charming young husband of a silver fortune from Denver, aged 45, amply mature, and a little crotchety. To his wife, Helen, the silver fortune, he was something else again, an unpleasant little boy whose unpleasantness had to be bought off with $100 bills instead of chewing gum. This made for friction, of course. After 3 years of marriage, Helen was heartily sick of both Alberts, and more careful with the $100 bills. And Albert, too, had reached the saturation point. As a matter of fact, the unpleasant little boy was on the verge of a tantrum.
Albert, is that you?
Yeah?
Albert, I'm awfully upset.
Oh, what now?
My bracelet, the diamond and emerald one. I put it in the drawer of my vanity last night, after the party.
Well, what about it?
It's gone. I've questioned the servants and they don't...
Did you, call the police?
No.
Good.
What do you mean?
I told you I'd get money somewhere, Helen.
You took it.
Of course I took it.
I see. And what did you do with it?
I sold it, of course.
Oh!
What did you expect? Think I'm going to sit up and beg you for every time I need $5?
Oh!
Sure, that's what you want, isn't it? Come on, come all. Watch Albert, the trained terrier. Eats, sleeps, walks, talks, thinks like a human being.
That's enough, Albert.
You bet it's enough. I'm sick of it. I'm through being your favorite charity.
You don't know how right you are.
Well, what does that mean?
It's very simple. I'm going to call the police and tell them you've stolen my bracelet.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't be ridiculous.
Get away from
Come on,
me.
give me that phone.
Let go of my hand.
Why, you nagging,
Oh!
Mr. Disagreeable.
Albert! Albert! I'm sorry.
You want to watch me jump, don't you? You want to crack the whip and watch me jump.
Albert! You're hurting me.
Yes.
Let go, please.
I'll hurt you all right.
Oh, Albert!
I'd like to shake you until...
Oh,
I'd like to shake until your teeth fall out. You... There!
Well, Albert, why don't you do something? Why don't you go over there to the hearth and help her up? Or perhaps you're not as dazed as you look, standing there in the middle of the room. Maybe even now you realize Helen isn't going to get up, because she struck her temple on the andiron when you hurled her across the room. Yes, Albert. She's lying there so very still, because she's dead. There'll be no more ugly squabbles over money. No more jumping through hoops for Helen. Because the last argument was final, wasn't it? So final that Helen lies dead in front of the hearth. A minute later, you've decided on the only course of action possible. You leave her in her bedroom and lock the door. The servants in their separate quarters are used to your arguments and probably have paid no attention. 2 hours and 20 minutes later, you're standing on the observation platform of the Limited Express bound for Jacksonville and points north.
Nice night.
Oh. I didn't hear you come up.
Sorry. I said it was a nice night.
Yeah.
I saw you running for the train when we were pulling out. Just made it, didn't you?
Yeah, it's kind of close, all right.
Yeah. You been in Miami long?
No, been fishing off the Keys just a week or so.
I see. My name's Ricketts.
Glad to know you. I'm, Brown, Richard Brown.
Uh-huh. You going up to New York, Brown?
That's right. Well, I guess I'll be getting inside, Ricketts.
Good idea. I'll go with you.
You knew it the minute he opened his mouth, didn't you, Albert? Ricketts is a plainclothes cop. And there can be only one reason why he's so interested in you. He's right behind you as you walk back through the train to your seat. And you're wondering if he'll sit beside you when you stop there. Then when you're 10 feet from it hits you. You realize why he's following you. Your luggage with your initials E.T. on it is in the baggage rack over the seat. And Ricketts is just waiting for you to stop there. You hold your breath and keep on going.
Brown?
Yeah?
Isn't this your seat?
Why, no. I have a compartment up ahead.
Oh, I see. Well, good night, Brown.
Good night.
There's only one place to go, the club car and the bar, where you can sit for a minute and think.
Yes, sir.
Make it a Manhattan, dry.
Dry Manhattan. Right, sir.
Thank you. Oh, is this your magazine here, sir?
What? Oh, no.
May I look at it?
Sure.
Thank
Are you going to New York?
Yes.
Well, it'll be cold up there this time of year. A lot of snow and all that.
Yes, I suppose so.
You know, I'm as excited as a kid. I haven't seen snow for an age. Matter of fact, I haven't set foot in America for, 5 years. Oh, it's great to be back. I get a kick out of just talking to Americans again.
Yeah.
I was sitting in my compartment a few minutes ago and
You
thinking that
have
I-
a compartment?
Oh, yeah, a couple of cars ahead.
My name's Brown, Mr.
Jameson. Leslie Jameson.
Jameson? Wait a minute, you're not the mystery writer.
I'm afraid I am, yes.
Here you are, sir. Dry Manhattan.
Oh, thank you. Well, here's to you, Mr.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Say, Jameson.
Hmm?
Why don't we go to your compartment? Be quieter there. We could have the drinks sent in.
Why, of course, if you'd like.
Yes, Albert, the compartment would be quieter. And you'd feel a little more comfortable, particularly since you noticed your friend Mr. Ricketts stroll into the bar and sit down, still hunting for the occupant of your seat, no doubt. Mr. Jameson finds the compartment pleasanter, too.
Well, a man can't stay forever in Buenos Aires and continue to write for the American public. Has to keep in touch, you know. Don't you think so?
Hmm? Oh, yes. Yes, of course. So you say you left Buenos Aires, huh?
Yes, planned to anyway, but made it a little earlier on account of that nasty business with my assistant.
Ah, yes, I see.
Oh, I'll probably go back in a year or so. Did you ever read anything of mine, Brown?
I can't say I've done much reading in the detective storyline. You have a serial running in one of the magazines right now, haven't you?
Yes. Murder in Haste. I don't suppose you're reading it.
No, I'm sorry. If I'd known I was going to meet the author, I'd have boned up on it.
Oh, don't apologize, Brown. Well, how about a nightcap before we turn in, eh?
Oh, it's early yet, Jameson. Surely you're not going to give up the ship so soon.
Well, I've got to confess I'm a little bushed. I've been rattling on like a magpie all evening. Yeah, there you are.
Oh, thanks. That's beautiful brandy.
None better. Well, Brown, what'll we drink to?
Oh,
I have it to crime, Brown. Mighty profitable business, for me at least. Yeah, here's to crime. You know, that's odd. Murder is my business, and yet I've never in my life seen a murdered man.
fact?
No, never been in a police court. Hardly ever known a policeman.
What?
I'm really sort of a phony when you get right down to it. Well, Brown, it's been great talking to you, but
Tell me more about your agent. You were saying you've never met him personally?
Oh, Farrell. Well, he's a great agent. I've often wondered what he looks like. Sometimes I think he must be a magician with a long beard, the way he pulls royalties out of a hat. Sold my leading character to a radio series.
Well, you've never even been to New York?
Never. Probably the only man in the business who can say that. Well, Brown, it's close to midnight,
Look,
and
Jameson, what about this serial you're running? Maybe you could bring me up to date on it. And
I'll tell you about it tomorrow, Brown. Right now, I'm awfully tired.
Oh, it's early yet.
Now, see here, I don't want to be rude, but I'll have to ask you to... Good Lord, what's that? They're trying to stop the train. Back up!
An open switch, a signal down, and the southbound local is suddenly there on the same track without warning. It's over in a split second. And then you open your eyes, Albert. You're all right, miraculously safe, in the tangled network of steel and splintered wood that used to be a Pullman car. And there's Leslie Jameson. He wasn't so lucky, Albert. There's nothing you can do for him now. The other end of the coach is in flames, and they're moving towards you. Finally, you manage to get out.
Gotta get out. Through this window. What's this glass?
Here, let me help you.
Oh.
Give me a hand. That's it.
Oh, thanks.
You all right?
I think so. I'm a little dizzy.
Oh, sure. Oh, it's you, Mr. Brown.
Oh, rickets.
Yeah, you're lucky. This coach got it worst of all. Look at that fire.
Yeah, got out just in time.
Hey, that fellow you were drinking with at the bar went to your compartment with you. He's still in there?
My compartment?
Pretty sure he's Albert E. Taylor, murdered his wife in Miami. Is he still there?
No, he left a few minutes before the crash.
Well, you better get on ahead, Mr. Brown. I
Yeah.
gotta give him a hand here. Can you make it up to the crossing?
Yeah.
There's a highway restaurant up there.
Sure, I'm okay. Thanks.
Okay, Brown. Take it easy.
Oh, well.
Well, Albert, you stand there dazed for a minute, watching the fire move closer. Then you decide to take a chance. Crawl back to Leslie Jameson's body, take his wallet, his ring and watch, exchange them for your ring and watch. Engraved, to Albert with all my love, Helen. Then as the flames move close, you find his briefcase and bag and crawl out with him. 10 minutes later, you stagger into the highway restaurant at the grade crossing.
Say, wonder if you fellas can help me.
Hurt, mister? We got the doc in the back room. Come on.
No, I'm all right. I just want to get out of here. I thought I could hire a car or get a bus to New York.
You were in the wreck?
Yeah.
Say, I'm the AP correspondent here. Could you give me your name?
I'm Leslie Jameson.
Leslie G. Say, aren't you the fellow who writes those murder mysteries?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, if that ain't a coincidence, Frank. Only last night you and me made that bet.
Yeah, now we can settle it once and for all.
Yeah, we was betting which one would turn out to be the murder in that serial you're running in a post.
Oh, well, that's very flattering. Now, I wonder if you could help me about the bus.
Say, Mr. Jameson, could you give us an advance tip on the murderer?
Yeah, then we won't have to wait for the magazine to come out tomorrow.
Who was it, Mr. Jameson?
Who? Well, I don't think that
Give me
would
a fast cup of coffee, will you?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, rickets.
Oh, pretty rough out there. 3 cars gone. What are you guys standing around here for? You been out there and looked at it?
Well, I gotta stand by the
I'm
counter.
a reporter, pal, and I'm getting a story. Or I was until
Skip
you...
it. How do you feel, Brown?
Brown? That's Leslie Jameson, the writer.
Huh? I thought your name was Brown.
Well, of course well, you know how it is.
Here's your coffee.
Thanks. No, Mr. Brown, I don't know how it is. How is it?
Leslie Jameson, famous mystery story writer.
Well?
Traveling incognito.
Well,
narrowly escaped death.
You see, Ricketts, I didn't want to...
Oh, I get it.
We've been reading Mr. Jameson's serial in the Post, Murder in Haste. Had a little bet with Frank here on who the murderer was.
Oh, I can tell you that. I read the last installment last night. Hey, yeah? Sure. Got it at a newsstand in Miami.
Well, we ain't got it here yet. Well, Mr. Jameson, who done it?
Well, I don't want to spoil the story for you. You ought to finish.
Afraid we won't buy another copy of the magazine?
Yeah, come on, Jameson.
Well, it's a matter of ethics. A writer...
What do you mean, ethics? I know how it ends.
Sure, Jameson. I can tell the boys I got it straight from the author's mouth. Come on, now, what goes?
Well, I don't want...
I got your car, Lieutenant.
Oh, good. I'll be right with you. Hey, you guys know anyone who wants to go to New York? I got a car and I want someone to share the driving.
Well, Jameson here
Sure,
wants
you
to
said
go.
you were going to New York, didn't you, Jameson?
Well, as a matter of fact...
Well, you can come with me, huh? Give me a hand with the driving. Come on.
All right.
Oh, but first, give him a break. Tell him who the murderer was.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's against my principles.
Well, it's your business. Come on. Hey, it was the old lady did it. You got hotel space in New York, Jameson?
No, not yet. I thought I'd arrange that when I arrived.
You haven't been around much lately, I see. Probably isn't a room to be had.
That bad?
Worse. But I think I might be able to fix you up at the Midtown. I know the manager there.
No, I couldn't possibly.
Oh, forget it, Jameson. Glad to help you out. Can you fix him up, Walter?
Well, I think so. Just sign the register, Mr.
Jameson.
Leslie Jameson, the writer.
Well, why didn't you say so?
Look, I don't want to put you out.
Oh, nonsense. We're honored, Mr. Jameson. I'm a mystery fan myself. I want to tell you that Murder in Haste has me fooled right up to the last page. Oh, Peters.
Yes, sir?
This is Mr. Leslie Jameson. Get the boys over. I want to take a few pictures.
Pictures? No, wait a minute. I don't want any pictures.
Oh, nothing to it, Mr. Jameson. Just a couple of the boys from the Star Express. I know you're tired, but it won't take long. And, Peters,
Yes?
have some flowers sent up to Mr. Jameson's room. We'll have the pictures taken there. Peters is our press agent, Mr. Jameson. He'll take care of you.
Oh, certainly will, Mr. Jameson. Right this way.
Say, look here, Peters. You look like a reasonable man. I never have my picture taken, and I don't intend to stand for it now.
You just don't know New York newspaper photographers, Mr. Jameson. It's much easier if you give in.
What'll happen if I refuse?
You'll find out. And you did find out, didn't you, Albert? You were helpless. There was nothing you could do. They came, they saw, they took pictures, and all you could do was rage and try to keep your face covered. And that only made a better story for them. They were delighted, Albert. The next day, there are pictures of you in the tabloids, hiding your face under the caption, Leslie Jameson, mystery author, stages publicity scene in room at Midtown Hotel. And to complete the success of your change of identity, the second page of the same paper carries the news that you, Albert Taylor, wanted for the murder of his wife in Miami, perished in the train wreck. You're all mixed up now, aren't you, Albert? But you almost wish Helen was with you again, to make the decisions for you like she used to. And then suddenly there's nothing for you to do. The decision is all made.
Yes?
Mr. Jameson?
Yes?
Mrs. Jameson is on her way up.
What?
Your wife. I assumed it would be all right to tell her that,
Never mind.
Hello, Leslie.
Oh, what are you,
Maybe I'd better come in. Well,
Well, what? All right, what you gonna do about it?
you're an awfully simple sort, aren't you, Mr., whatever your name is?
All right, I suppose I am.
How did you expect to get away with it after all the publicity? All right, where is he? What have you done to him?
Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Jameson. I can explain.
Maybe you'd better.
Your husband was killed in that train wreck in Florida. I had reasons for wanting to disappear, so I took his identity. I never meant to keep it up. Now, if you'll just...
Just what?
Now, look, there's nothing we can do for your husband. Now he was killed. You believe that, don't you?
I don't know.
Well, I'm going to leave town. Now, all I ask is that you forget you ever saw me.
I see.
What are you going to do?
I could go to the police,
No,
of course.
Wait a minute. Wait. I can make it worth your while to...
Oh, stop simpering. Does anyone know you here in New York?
No.
Well, that's very fortunate. You see, well, Leslie and I, we didn't get along. As a matter of fact, we'd been separated for some time. He said he was cutting me out of his will. So, with Leslie dead, I don't get anything at all. But with Leslie alive...
Wait a minute. You wouldn't...
Why not? He could retire right now and live off his royalties without doing another lick.
You want me to keep this up?
Of course.
Don't be ridiculous. There are a dozen reasons why I can't. They'll discover it in a week.
You have his baggage.
Yes.
And I know his signature. I can imitate it perfectly. I know his background like a book. You may as well get used to it, Mr. Jameson.
I tell you, I won't do it. It's the most fantastic thing I ever heard
There's
of.
a Lieutenant Ricketts down in the lobby. You know, he seemed quite interested in our relationship. Of course, if you like, I'll bring him up to date.
All right, Mrs. Jameson.
Oh, darling. Just call me Ruth. Mm-hmm. Ah, there's a dear.
Ruth.
Yes, what is it?
I tell you, this can't go on. You're spending money like a child. $28,000 in 3 months besides the deposits I made to your account. Why, we're behind in the rent. The maid hasn't been paid. Just look at these bills. Look at them. I haven't got a penny.
Are you all through? You know, there's your quarterly royalty check due tomorrow.
That'll only pay part of the bills.
It's not paying any of them, darling. It's going into my account.
Oh, I see. Maybe you've got a fast way of getting out from under these bills?
That's your worry, dear, not mine.
32.
Having trouble?
Oh, nothing at all, sweetheart. It's just that my account's overdrawn by $500.
Of course, you could finish your book, dear.
Sure. Finish the book. Write a Leslie Jameson mystery novel.
Well, then I suppose you'll just have to think of something else.
Ruth, be honest with me. Actually, how long do you intend to carry on with this?
Indefinitely, dear. You know, I know when I have a good thing.
You mean then there's no end?
Oh, there is if you want one. There are always the police, of course.
Will you quit throwing that up to me? You could be decent about it, you know. There could have been plenty without you bleeding me to death.
I think I've been pretty fair
6
with
months
you.
now. No sleep. Hounded day and night. I can't eat.
This isn't getting us anywhere.
Trying to dodge my shadow. I'm getting nowhere. Afraid all the time. This dagger hanging over my head.
Albert, what's happened to you? Albert, get a hold of yourself.
No way out, is there? I'm trapped. Yeah, run into a corner. There's no way to turn.
Albert, stay
There's no
away
way to
from me.
turn, is there?
What are you doing?
No way to turn.
Yes, sir.
You're the desk sergeant?
That's right. What can I do for you?
Well, you can take this down.
What's the matter, pal?
I've just killed my wife.
Well, Albert, for the first time since that awful night in Miami, you feel relaxed. It's over now, isn't it? The hounding, the fear, the dagger hanging over your head. They're gone now. You sit down in a chair by the sergeant's desk and start to tell him the whole thing.
And then I wandered around the streets all night. I thought about running away again. And then it all seemed so useless.
So you came into the station and spilled it, huh?
Weren't you going over there?
We've been there. Found her an hour after you did it.
I see. You may as well know that she's not my wife.
Yeah, we know that, Mr. Jameson. She was your assistant in Buenos Aires.
What?
You say she was shaking you down, huh? What'd she have on you?
My assistant?
Oh, that's right, your assistant. Have you, had a lapse of memory or something, Jameson?
The assistant? Yes, I
Now
remember.
tell me, Jameson, what was she threatening to take to the police? Okay, but a 3-year-old would have known it was a bluff. That's the last thing in the world she would have done.
No, you don't know her. She would have done anything.
Not if it meant her neck, pal.
Huh?
You have got a bum memory, Jameson. It was all over Buenos Aires 6 months ago. She's wanted down there for murder.
That brings down the curtain of the Mystery Playhouse for tonight, creeps. So, good night. Sleep tight. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now, The Whistler's strange story, Decision.
Months later, when he finally got a chance to think about it clearly, he decided that if it hadn't happened so suddenly, it might not have happened at all. It was April, of course. That might have had something to do with it. The rhododendrons were blooming in Golden Gate Park, the kids playing ball on the green lawns, and spring sifting in the open window of his office on the 20th floor of the Hamilton Building, as Dr. Paul Evans sat looking at an uninspiring assortment of X-rays of Mrs. Harrison's chest cavity.
Excuse me, Dr. Evans.
Oh, what is it, nurse?
There's a phone call from Mrs. John Cameron. Can you see her today?
Is it important?
She says so.
Well, they all do. When am I free?
Well, there's 12:30.
All right, I'll see her then.
But what about lunch?
I'll have to skip it. Mrs. Cameron's heart is undoubtedly more important than my lunch.
Yes, it could have been the way that it happened. Its startling suddenness throwing you off balance. Or maybe it was just spring in San Francisco. But most of all, it was a black-haired girl with blue eyes, standing by the window when you looked up from your X-rays a half hour later. You remember exactly how she looked. The jersey dress with a gold belt and clip. The smart little felt hat, accenting her dark hair, making you realize in a split second what was wrong with all the girls you ever knew. She must have come in while you sat at the film illuminator, looking at negatives,
Evident mitral
making notes.
insufficiency, minor valvular lesions, plus slight enlargement.
You're Dr. Evans.
Right, I'll be with you in just a moment. Request detailed cardiograph immediately. There we are. Please sit down. I'll get rid of this stuff. Now, you must be...
Hello.
How do you do?
I'm Carol Cameron.
Yes, The nurse said you were rather concerned about yourself.
Oh, it's not about myself. It's about my husband.
I see.
John Cameron. Perhaps you've heard of him?
Stocks and bonds, isn't it?
Yes. Few too many, I'm afraid.
Oh?
He's been under a terrible strain recently. The night before last, he had a rather severe attack.
His heart?
Yes. Dr. Miles, our family physician, suggested I see you about it.
Where's your husband now?
Oh, at home. In bed.
Didn't Dr. Miles recommend the hospital?
Oh, well, John's awfully unreasonable. He wouldn't hear of it. Insisted he'd be up and around in a day or two.
That is unreasonable.
You'll see him, Dr. Evans.
Of course. I'll be glad to do what I can.
Just like that, Paul. A minute or so, and she's gone. You look up, you see her. And 30 seconds later, she could ask if you'd mind going to the North Pole for her. And You'd tell her you'd be glad to. All afternoon, you try to shrug it off. Tell yourself it's fantastic, that this is the sort of thing that keeps you away from second-rate movies. But that evening, when you call on John Cameron, it's still there. Lucinda Withers, the housekeeper, is waiting outside the door after you finish your examination.
Where's Mrs. Cameron, Lucinda?
She went out for a moment, sir. Tell me, is it serious?
I'm afraid it is.
I knew it. I could see it coming on. He's like a son to me, Doctor. I've been with the family for 20 years now, since way before she came.
I see.
He was never like this before.
What do you mean by that?
She's not good for him. Worries him. Makes him nervous. Keeps him thinking about the 15 years between them.
I'll have a prescription sent over in the morning. I better be going now. My taxi's waiting outside. Just keep him as quiet as you can, and I'll check him again tomorrow.
Very well, Doctor.
Oh, Dr. Evans, just a minute.
I wondered what happened to you. I was just about to go. I left instructions with the maid.
How is he?
Angina It's rather serious, I'm afraid.
Oh, he hasn't been taking very good care of himself.
He's got to now.
I see. Must you go right away?
I'm afraid I'd better. My taxi's waiting. Oh, I thought it was waiting. It doesn't seem to be there now. It's odd. I told him to wait. I didn't even pay him.
Oh, I'd be glad to take you.
I can't understand how.
Oh, the car's down at the curb.
Oh, no, I couldn't. It'll only take a minute to call.
Oh, please let me. It's really no trouble.
All right.
I'll get my coat. There you are, Doctor. Right to the door.
It was awfully nice of you, Mrs. Cameron. Well, I guess the next thing to do is get out.
Oh, just a minute. I want to tell you I lied about the taxi. I told him to go.
Why?
Because I wanted to take you home.
I'm very flattered.
That's all. I just wanted to tell you.
It happened to you, too, didn't it?
Yes.
There's a friend of mine, Dr. Andrews, awfully good heart man. I'm sure he'll take the case.
Oh, please. Please don't do that.
What else can I do? It's only going to make it worse.
I know, but you just can't throw away what's happened to us, can you? It'd be wrong
It'd be wrong to do anything else, Carol.
Is that what we're here for? Spend our lives looking for something that isn't there, and to suddenly find it, throw it away?
Please, Carol.
Well, shall we forget it?
I'll be around tomorrow with the prescription.
So that's the way it started, Paul. Yes, it was easy to analyze it, to list a million reasons why it was wrong. But the trouble was that when you were all through analyzing, it was still there, stronger than ever. You visit John Cameron the next day, and the day after that. And before you know it, the days have grown into weeks. And the night you arrange to meet her secretly at that little French cafe on Washington Street leads to a lot more of them. The two of you at the little corner table Pierre reserves especially, not saying much, just watching the flickering candles all around the room, listening to the music.
Well, it's been over a month now, Carol.
Yes. Hard to realize it.
Are you happy?
Happy and miserable.
Did you expect anything else?
No. I knew it was going to be this way. Oh, it's just that I feel so helpless.
I'm glad you could come tonight, Carol, because
Because what?
Because I think this is going to be the last time.
I was afraid you were going to say that.
Oh, don't you see how impossible it all is? We're both beating our heads against a stone wall. You're right, Carol. We are helpless. The only thing we can do is try and be square with ourselves. It just won't work any other way.
I suppose not. He'll probably go on like this for years.
He might if he's careful.
Oh, it's terrible to feel this way.
What way?
I can't help it, Paul. I almost wish he'd... Oh, it's true. I never loved him, Paul. My family thought he'd be good for me. I didn't want any part of it.
I know. You don't have to tell me.
He's unhappy. He's sick and miserable. It'll always be that way. Why should
Please,
he...
Carol. This is going to be the last time. I mean it. I think I can get Andrews on the case next week. Look at me, Carol. It's going to work out somehow. In the right way. Will you believe that?
All right, Paul. If you say so.
Yes, Paul. It was the only thing to do. The honorable thing. Approved 100% by the Medical Association. But it doesn't help you sleep that night. And it doesn't help the next day when you make your regular call on John Cameron. Examine him. Find him the same. Leave his prescription bottle with Carol and go. Yes, it had to end, Paul. Because you were both beginning to think the thing that Carol almost said at the restaurant. That you both wished John would die. Then at 10 o'clock that night.
Hello?
Dr. Evans?
Yes?
You must come at once, Doctor. Mr. Cameron's had an attack.
I'll be right over, Lucinda. Now listen carefully. There's a bottle of amyl nitrite in the medicine cabinet in the bathroom. Break up a tablet in a handkerchief and make him inhale it. Is that clear?
It's too late for that, Doctor. I'm afraid he's dead.
With the prologue of tonight's story, Decision, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. But first, a word of thanks to you for a very special honor you have bestowed on The Whistler. In the most recent radio survey, The Whistler received the highest popularity rating in all radio history for a West Coast program. Not just top popularity, mind you, but by far the highest popularity rating in the entire history of West Coast shows. That's an honor never before received by any other program. An honor for which we of the cast and all signal dealers who bring you The Whistler want to thank you. For after all, we realize it's your loyalty to The Whistler that has made this honor possible. And believe me, with such an incentive, you can count on all of us to keep every performance our very best performance. So you'll continue to tune in the Signal Oil program, The Whistler, each Monday night. And incidentally, next time you're out driving, we also hope you'll stop at one of the friendly service stations displaying Signal's familiar yellow and black circle sign. And try that other current Signal success, the new Signal gasoline. There's no better way to tune in top performance for your car than with that power-packed new super fuel that now helps you go farther than ever. New Signal gasoline. And now, back to The Whistler.
So it finally happened, Paul. John Cameron is dead. But it hasn't affected you as you thought it would. There was something so sudden about it. It happened so soon after you and Carol had decided to call it off. After she'd almost said what you'd both been thinking. Yes, there's something wrong with it. It just feels wrong. That's why, after you've examined him, you turn to Lucinda.
Lucinda?
Yes, Doctor.
You were here when it happened?
Yes. Mrs. Cameron had given him his medicine and gone to bed. I heard him call.
What happened then?
He'd been violently sick. Said his throat was burning.
What do you mean?
That's right, sir. And he was all doubled up with cramps.
Oh, you're wrong. You must be.
It's the truth, sir.
Did you give him anything?
No. It was my night out. And I'd only just come in when all of a sudden...
Excuse me a minute.
Well, Paul,
Don't go in there. There's nothing you can do now.
I know. Well, it's over.
Carol.
Oh, don't say anything, Paul. I don't want to talk about it or think about it anymore. Ever.
We've got to think about it.
I know. You don't have to tell me. Oh, he was all right this morning. Just as well as could be expected.
All right, Carol.
What happens now?
I won't say any more. You know what's ahead, I guess.
Of course. I'll be all right. Oh, it's just...
You better get to bed. You need some rest. I'll take care of everything.
It's almost midnight when you get back to the office and take the prescription bottle out of your pocket, the one you took from Carol's medicine cabinet. You forget to take off your hat and overcoat as you throw a few pieces of laboratory equipment together, dissolve the powder in water, and make a test. A very simple test.
Thiocyanin. I knew it.
Poison. Well, Paul, it's quite a decision, isn't it? You look down at the blank death certificate on your desk until the letters burn into your brain and you can see them when you close your eyes. It's the most important decision you'll ever have to make, Paul.
Is that what we're here for? To spend our lives looking for something that isn't there, then to suddenly find it and throw it away?
2 o'clock. 3, 4. All you can do is sit and stare at the desk, trying to think it through. Your medical certificate's on one wall, the Hippocratic Oath in a neat black frame on the other. 6 o'clock, 7, 8. Then your nurse arrives.
Why, Doctor, you've been here all night?
Yes, had an important case. Cameron. He's dead.
Well, it was only a matter of time.
Yes, I guess it was.
You were filling out the certificate?
You can fill it out for me. Death from natural causes. Angina pectoris acute.
Hello?
Carol,
Yes, Paul.
I've just filled out the death certificate.
Heart disease?
Yes.
Do you think they'll investigate?
You've got to be careful, awfully careful.
Oh, I will.
Poison isn't easy to cover up, Carol. They'd find it in a second if they ever got suspicious. So listen. I'll send the certificate over this morning. Take it to a mortuary right away and ask for cremation. If nobody gets curious during the next week, I think we'll be safe.
All right, Paul.
We mustn't be seen together under any circumstances. I don't want you to even telephone me if you can possibly help it. Okay?
Okay.
That's all then. Good luck, darling.
Hello, Evans.
Oh, hello, Miles. How are you?
A little puzzled at the moment. Thought I'd drop in for a minute.
Sure, have a chair.
Thanks. It's about Cameron. I've had a rather distressing experience.
Oh?
You know, I've been their family doctor for some time. I didn't know Mrs. Cameron before she married John some years ago, but I've always thought her a rather charming person.
She seems to be.
You know her pretty well, Paul?
Well, naturally, in attending her husband,
Of course. You think she's a woman of character?
I'd say so.
So would I. Miss Lucinda Withers, however, seems to think she's a murderess.
What does that mean?
I don't know. The woman was completely confusing, a lot of rambling, disconnected remarks that seemed to imply that you and Mrs. Cameron were in love. But there was a practical reason for her requesting cremation, when Cameron had always been against it.
Oh, what's wrong with that, supposing she didn't know?
I just think, Paul, that you ought to do something about Miss Withers. You know as well as I that this sort of thing can ruin you.
Hello. Hello, Carol. Listen, darling. You've got to get Withers out of town. Yes, I know it'll make it look worse, but it's the only thing we can do. Where's her family? Idaho. Good. Tell her she needs a rest. Anything. I know it sounds crazy, but it's better than sitting around waiting for the axe to fall. That's it. Good luck, darling.
You're walking on thin ice, Paul. You can almost hear it cracking under your feet. And it seems to be getting thinner. The funeral on Thursday, then Friday, Saturday, and Lucinda's still in town. Carol was right. It only made it worse to try and get her to leave. You're just waiting now. It's only a matter of time. And then bright and early Monday morning...
Hello, Doctor. I'm Willard Stevens.
How do you do? I'm afraid I don't...
I'm John Cameron's cousin. Flew out from New York.
I see.
I have a rather delicate problem on my hands, Doctor. I hope you'll understand.
I'll try to.
About John's death, I had a letter from him indicating he planned to make certain changes in his will. It arrived just a day or two before he died. Does that suggest anything to you?
No, I'm afraid it doesn't.
You naturally ascribed his death to his heart condition.
Yes, naturally.
Well, I realize it would be embarrassing for me to contest your diagnosis. I'm hoping you'll work with me in...
In what?
Well, I had a talk with Miss Withers the night I arrived.
She's a meddlesome old fool.
No? How did you know?
Dr. Miles told me. Does that answer your question?
It answers that question.
I assume you have others, then.
Indeed, I have. And I'm afraid, Doctor, there's only one way to answer them.
What's that?
An exhumation and an autopsy.
So that's it, Paul. It's all over now but the trial. The next decision is easy, isn't it? It would be useless to try and run away. It would never lead to anything. You and Carol could never find happiness with an axe hanging over your heads. So the next day, during the autopsy, you sit at home quietly in the chair by the phone, waiting for it to ring.
Hello?
Hello, darling.
Is it over?
Yes. They're waiting downstairs to take me to the coroner's office. Paul, would you do me a favor?
Anything, Carol.
Will you leave now?
What do you mean?
Oh, look. If it's going to happen, there's no reason for it happening to both of
Oh, that's about the most ridiculous thing you ever
Paul,
said.
please,
Go with them,
listen to
Carol.
me.
I'll be down there in an
But
hour. Carol, there's only one thing in the world right now. When that's gone, I don't want to be here anymore.
I hoped you'd say that.
Keep your chin up, darling. I'll see you in an hour.
Yes?
I'm Paul Evans.
Oh, this way.
All right, Lieutenant. There he is.
Just a minute, Miss Withers.
Make him admit it. He's in love with her. It's been going on
I
for...
said just a minute. What about it, Dr. Evans?
It's written all over his face.
All right, all right. I'm in love with Mrs. Cameron. So what?
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. But first, a question. Why do you suppose it is that almost 5,000 of today's overaged cars are dying, going out of service each day? Are they completely worn out? Definitely not. But certain vital parts are worn out which can't be replaced today. That's why signal dealers take no chance of overlooking even one part when they lubricate your car. Instead, they use Signal's famous lubrication chart, on which the maker of your car shows every lubrication point and specifies which of Signal's 9 specialized oils and greases each part should have for long, trouble-free service. And to make doubly sure not a single part is missed, your Signal dealer checks each part against this chart not just once, but twice, which is why it's called Signal Double-Check Lubrication. This is just another example of the more thorough, more conscientious service your car gets from an independently operated signal station. Another reason your signal man is a mighty good man for you to know now, when you really want your car to go farther. And now, back to the Whistler.
So you stand there, Paul, shouting to the high heavens that you're in love with Carol, with all of them clustered around you like vultures. It doesn't seem to matter anymore, does it? There's a long silence, and then the police lieutenant slowly walks over to Lucinda Winters.
All right, Miss Withers. Now that we're all here, maybe you'll tell us why you tried to frame Mrs. Cameron.
I don't know what you're talking about.
On April 5th, you bought 100 grains of thiocyanin at the Black and White Pharmacy on O'Farrell Street, right?
I did no such thing.
You signed Evelyn Jones on the register.
That's a lie.
Is this the woman, Mr. Thurston?
That's the woman. I make a practice of remembering the faces of people who buy poison. Oh, excuse me, Lieutenant. I'd like to sit down.
Oh, sure, Doctor. Take a chair over there. Now, Miss Withers, why did you try to frame Mrs. Cameron? Why did you put poison in the medicine you knew she had to give him?
I didn't do
Don't
it.
lie to me. What did you do with the bottle?
I didn't do anything with it. I left it in the...
Oh. You did have the bottle, huh? Now, why did you try to frame Mrs. Cameron? Why did you try to frame her?
She killed him. She killed him just as surely as if...
As if she put the poison in the bottle instead of you. That's it, isn't it?
She didn't love him. She never did. He was as good as dead.
So you thought you'd finish the job and hang it around her neck?
I got to see Mrs. Cameron, Lieutenant. Where is she?
In the next room, lying down. Oh, go ahead, Dr. Evans. Now, Miss Withers, we're going to take this all down right from the first.
Carol.
Paul.
Darling, I'm a fool. I thought all the time that you'd killed him after what you said.
Oh, I know you had every reason. When I think how I acted after it happened, but well, I thought it was you. You gave me his prescription that morning, and an hour after I gave it to him, he was dead.
So Lucinda killed him.
She thinks she did. They say they'll have a better case against her if they let her confess it first, before they tell her.
Tell her what?
Well, when you brought the new prescription that morning, the old bottle was still half full, and that's the one she put the poison in.
What?
That's the way it happened, Paul. You see, I used the new one the night he died. That's why I was so sure you did it.
But the prescription was perfectly all right. There was
Oh,
nothing...
of course it was.
I was so sure he was poisoned. Those
Oh,
symptoms...
Lucinda was lying, Paul, about the burning in his throat and the cramps. Don't you see?
Then the autopsy was okay. There was no murder?
They're going to charge her with attempted murder, Paul. You see, your diagnosis was correct. John died of natural causes. Angina pectoris. Acute.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Harold Swanton, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler, rated by independent research the most popular West Coast radio program. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now, The Whistler's strange story, Boomerang.
It's been 3 months now since the career of the doorbell killer ended in a blaze of newspaper headlines announcing the execution. The case was a strange one. Some thought his motive was robbery, some thought otherwise, but no one ever knew for sure. But the most important feature of the case wasn't mentioned in the headlines. It doesn't even appear in the police records or in the accounts of the trial. It will never appear anywhere, because the only 2 people who know of it aren't in a position to testify. It's the story of Amy Clark and a husband named Ralph who grated on her nerves. At first, he merely bored her, but after a while, her boredom subtly changed into something more dangerous. She found herself trying to find a way to leave Ralph without leaving the comfortable home, the healthy bank account, and the insurance policy. And oddly enough, the rise to prominence of an unfortunate individual labeled the doorbell killer by the tabloids had a direct effect on Amy and her problem. It started one morning as Ralph sat at breakfast going through his usual routine with a newspaper.
Give me a little more coffee, will you, honey bun? Look at those headlines. Wonder if they got that guy yet. That's enough. Holy smoke, he's done it again. Second time. Listen. Fleeing from the scene of his second murder, a man alleged to be the so-called doorbell killer fired 2 shots at a patrolman in the Twin Oaks district last night at 11 o'clock, then eluded the police dragnet around the area. Well, good Lord, Amy. Twin Oaks. Well, that's just over the hill. Patrolman Joseph Grimes had seen the man acting suspiciously on the porch of a house at 320 Green Street. He was unaware that within the doorway lay the body of Mrs. Mildred Norris, the slayer's second victim. Evidence indicates Mrs. Norris, like her predecessor, answered the door only to meet a similar fate. Amy, you've got to be careful. Who knows what this guy's going to do next?
So you tell him you'll be careful, Amy. And he gives you the usual dutiful peck on the cheek, turns in the hallway at the exact spot he always turns, and you wait for it.
Well, so long, honey bun. Don't take any wooden nickels. See you in the funny papers.
How many times have you heard that one, Amy? And how many times must you hear it again? You think about it all day as you go through your routine. And finally, in the afternoon, you get a chance to relax by the radio.
Patrolman Grimes reported that all he could see of the killer was a dim shape, a heavy-set man about 6 feet tall vaulting over a low stone wall in the distance. A small metal tie clasp bearing the initial R found near the scene is a possible clue to the criminal's identity. Chief of Police Henderson suspects the killer is a familiar figure, possibly a resident of the Twin Oaks neighborhood, since in both cases he was apparently recognized and accepted by the victim who opened the door.
It's more than just an unpleasant news item with Twin Oaks just over the hill, isn't it, Amy? That night, Ralph comes home a little early before dark, and you notice he's carrying his .38 pistol. There's an unhealthy suspicion through the neighborhood, a feeling that perhaps your next-door neighbor might be the guilty man. Ralph is tense and worried through dinner, and afterwards, during the usual routine with the evening paper, he skips his customary comments on the stock market.
Well, according to this, they couldn't find the bullet. But from the size of the nick in the patrolman's leg, they figure it was a 38. I don't care what you say, Amy. I'm still going to pack this little pistol of mine. And if that bird ever shows up around here, I'll have the welcome all ready for... Stay where you are, Amy. I'll go to the door. I'll give this guy the surprise of his life. What do you want?
Well, I'm Haley, Evening Bulletin. Working with Chief Police Henderson on the doorbell case. Just checking the neighborhood.
Oh, well, it's good to know the police are on the job.
You seem to be on the job, too.
Hmm?
That 38.
Yeah. Well, I'm not taking chances.
Yes, I understand. Got a permit, I suppose?
Sure.
What's your name?
Ralph Clark.
Oh, Clark. How long have you been in this neighborhood?
3 years.
Wife?
Yeah, Amy. She's back in the kitchen.
Okay. Look, have you seen anyone acting suspicious around here last night or tonight?
No.
Where were you at 9 o'clock last night?
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Haley. Did you say you were a reporter or a police investigator?
I told you I'm working with Henderson. Isn't that good enough?
No. You better run along, Haley. I've answered enough questions. If the chief of police has any more in mind, tell him to send one of his men in uniform.
Any particular reason, Mr. Clark?
Yeah. One reason, and a good one. I have no intention of standing at the front door telling my life history to any reporter who happens to come along.
Okay, Mr. Clark. Keep your door locked and be careful when you open it. That's all.
That's when you began to think about it, Amy, as you stood back at the kitchen door and watched Ralph talking to Haley, the man from the Evening Bulletin. Ralph was jittery, almost suspiciously jittery, wasn't he? Standing there answering questions, the gun in his hand. And later that evening, when the doorbell rings again...
Stay here. I'll go. Mrs. Gibson.
That gun. What are you...
Well, anything wrong with the gun?
No, but I...
All right. Maybe if more people had guns, these things wouldn't happen. What are you doing out this time of the night?
Well, I just came to borrow a cup of sugar from Amy.
Come on in.
Well, just a minute. George! It's all right, George. I had Mr. Gibson watch from the window.
Funny time to be borrowing sugar, if you ask me.
Is Amy...
She's in the kitchen.
Oh.
Well? Aren't you going to get your sugar?
Oh. Of course, Mr. Clark. I'll only be a minute. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Get your sugar.
It struck you again as he stood talking to Mrs. Gibson, didn't it, Amy? Nervous, jumpy, rude to her. Of course, it's fantastic. You admit that. But it's something to think about anyway. And perhaps a remark or two to Mrs. Gibson the next day as both of you go outside to hang up the washing. Just a suggestion, a remark that slips out accidentally. Mrs. Gibson, after all, is always interested in her neighbors. She might see fit to pass it on.
Here's your mail, Mrs. Gibson. A couple of magazines, too.
Thank you, Postman. Sorry I jumped when you rang the doorbell.
Oh, I'm getting it from everyone these days.
I swear my husband George is going to break down if this business keeps up much longer. That awful man still at large.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Mr. Clark.
How are you, Mrs. Gibson?
Very well, thank you.
Say, I wanted to apologize for the way I acted last night. I was sort of on edge and...
I see.
Worried about Amy and all. You know how it is with this doorbell man running around the neighborhood. Well, I better be getting home to Amy. See you later.
Home early, ain't he?
Yes. Yesterday, too.
Pretty jumpy.
Do you think so?
You seem to be.
You know, I think the worst part of the whole affair is what the paper said about the man being a resident around here. About him being recognized by the victims just before
Yeah.
Can't trust anybody.
You're right at that.
For example, that tie clip with the R on it.
Huh?
Might even be him. R for Ralph.
Oh, well, now, I don't know.
Could be, couldn't it? 6 feet tall, heavy set.
Lots of people are 6 feet tall and heavy set.
And carry guns? Same kind of gun the killer carries?
Huh?
He has one. He was carrying it right now. I could see the bulge in his pocket.
Oh, now, Mrs. Gibson, it might have been something else.
It's a gun.
Amy told me this morning.
You don't say. A 38?
Yes. Says he's carrying it on account of the knifer. You won't mention this to anyone.
Oh, no, you can trust me.
Amy said he began acting queer just before the first one happened.
Yeah?
Says that lately it's gotten so he scares her. Told me so just this morning.
You couldn't miss it, could you, Amy? A heavy-set man, 6 feet tall. The initial R, the .38 pistol. The announcement by the police that they would shoot on sight. But even so, it's still an experiment. There's nothing solid enough to count on yet. But 3 nights later, after the gossip has had a chance to circulate around the neighborhood, something happens that is solid. That's the night you and Ralph go over the hill to Twin Oaks, to the Walkers for bridge. At 10 o'clock, Harry Walker comes in from the kitchen.
Sorry, folks, the bartender's up a stump. Yeah, out of ice. The old refrigerator ain't what she used to be, and guess we'll have to take 'em warm.
Oh, gosh, that's a darn shame, Harry. Supposing I go home and get some, huh?
You mean they got refrigerators in your neck of the woods?
Why not?
No, forget it, Ralph, old boy. In another hour, you won't care whether they're hot or cold. Right, Amy?
Hey, now, wait a minute, Harry. Isn't there an ice machine down the street a couple of blocks?
Say, there is at that. Forget all about it. I'll go down there.
No, let me, Harry. I've been wanting to get some air.
So Ralph leaves for the ice machine. And because it's warm in the house, you walk out on the porch and stand in the shadows. Yes, it's still an experiment. You'd noticed a kind of forced cordiality toward Ralph at the party, a subtle undercurrent that would never penetrate that thick skin of his. Nothing subtle ever did. Then, as you stand there thinking, you notice a man walk up the stairs to the porch of a house a few doors up the street. There's a pause. The door opens. There's a sudden movement, the flash of a knife.
Wait a minute, everybody. Wait. You may as well sit down.
Did you see it, Harry?
I was just over there.
Yeah, but did you...
Yes, I saw her. She's right where he left her. The police are in there now.
I don't think get him. I can't stand this any longer.
They're doing all they can.
May I come in? Well, it looks like a party. Who's the host?
I am.
Oh, I'm Haley, Evening Bulletin. What's your name?
Harry Walker.
Well, is it a party?
Yeah, I had a few in for bridge.
Well, friend, I'd send them home if I were you and tell them to stay there the rest of the night. Lock their doors. They all here?
Yeah, I think so.
Hello, Harry, old boy. Well, here's your ice, man. 25 pounds. The darn machine's haywire. Slammed the ice on my finger. I got a little blood on it. Hey, what's the matter with everybody?
With the prologue of Boomerang, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. But first, I want to thank all you friends who helped make January the biggest month in all of Signal's 14 years of growth. Bigger even than pre-war midsummer months when travel sent gasoline sales soaring. Yes, the recent swing to Signal has been terrific. And I think I can tell you 2 reasons why. The first is that great new Signal gasoline, in which chemists actually rearrange the atoms in gasoline molecules to create amazing new power. Power that makes today's vintage model cars feel young again, with quicker starting, faster pickup, and smooth anti-knock performance, even when you're taking the steepest hills and high. Power that gets so much extra efficiency from your motor, you actually go farther than ever with each gallon of new Signal gasoline. That'd be reason enough, wouldn't you say, for today's swing to Signal? But there's another equally important reason. If you're already trading with a Signal dealer, you know it. If not, I'll be back later to tell you about it. But for now, back to the Whistler.
Amy. That did the trick, didn't it? Changed it from a vague idea in the back of your head, from an experiment in creating suspicion, to a solid plan to end your marriage in such a way that you'll manage to hold on to Ralph's house, his bank account, and the insurance policy. Somehow, Ralph manages to explain it to the police, shows them the defective ice machine, convinces them he actually did cut his finger when the ice dropped down. But the suspicion remains, much stronger than before, and the town is aroused to such a pitch by the third killing in Twin Oaks that the police and the people are ready for anything. The next day, after Ralph has left, you visit Chief of Police Henderson, and a few minutes later...
You see her, Chief?
Yeah, Haley, I saw her. She's out there now.
What about it?
I don't know. Sometimes I think she knows what she's talking about. Sometimes I think she's just a dizzy dame who's got the jitters like everybody else.
What are you going to do?
I don't know.
I checked the neighbors. They seem to think she's on the beam.
The papers are screaming for an arrest. Mayor called me this morning.
I think you've got a case.
I don't. You know, it's funny. I had a feeling Mrs. Clark was holding something out on me.
Yeah?
Something she was afraid to spill.
Like what?
Well, that's just it. I don't know. She told me after they got home last night she saw her husband go into the kitchen and boil a knife in caustic soda after he thought she'd gone to bed.
What? What do you mean?
That's it, so help me. You think the guy could be that stupid? He leaves a party in a house full of witnesses, kills a lady 3 doors away, comes back with blood in his hands and a nutty story about an ice machine, takes his wife home and goes into the kitchen to boil out the knife.
What's wrong with that?
Well, would you do it that way, Haley?
Well, no.
Neither would the killer.
I still think Clark is your man.
Well, you've been right before.
The guy's jumpy as a cat. I thought he was going to pull the trigger the other night, so help me.
Well, you're going to get a chance to find out tonight.
You going to run him in?
Yeah, just for questioning. But if his wife is right, he'll come out fighting. He's still carrying that gun, you know.
Yes, I checked the license.
For some reason, she's afraid he'll try to kill her tonight.
Oh?
Yeah, now here's the plot. Sergeant Ransom's taking her home, letting her out a block away from the house. Now, she'll go in and try to get his gun. If she gets it, she'll raise the front window shade. But if she doesn't, she'll open the front door.
That's pretty game of her.
Well, she says it'll be easier that way. I think she's right.
What if she can't get the gun?
Then Ransom goes in shooting.
Well, there's a story in that for me. I think I better be out there, Chief.
That's fine with me. We need all the help we can get on this case.
All right, Amy. I'll sharpen the carving knife. Anything to get dinner on the table. I'm just saying there's no excuse for you staying at a hen party till after dark, especially now. Check that front door, Amy. Be sure it's locked and then come back here. I don't want you fooling around the front end of the house. Darn fool women. No wonder they get into it. What's that? Amy? Amy, are you all right? Amy, I'm coming. I'm coming. What did I do with that gun? The drawer. Here it is. I'm coming, Amy. Okay, brother,
Well, you were right, Mrs. Clark.
Did I get him, Haley?
You sure did, Sergeant. I'd better call the coroner.
So, you think we can close this case, Haley?
I don't know why not, Chief. The guy came out shooting just like she said he would.
Yeah, with a knife and a sharpening stone on the floor of the kitchen.
Yes, he was sharpening it when she got there.
Heavy-set man, dark suit, initial R. The gun, the knife, and sharpening stone.
It all adds up.
Yeah, that's the trouble.
Huh?
It adds up too well. Comes out even. I've never been on a case in my life that came out exactly even.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Chief.
She was holding something out of me, Haley.
What makes you so sure?
Are you sure she isn't?
I think so.
I hope you're right.
This is your evening reporter, ladies and gentlemen, with another last-minute news roundup. According to the latest statement from the Office of Chief of Police Henderson, the case of the doorbell killer is not quite ready for the closed file. According to Henderson, the case against the late Ralph Clark was entirely circumstantial, and had the man gone to trial, the state case against him would have been very rickety. The fact that there is no living witness to any of the killings is the biggest point in favor of Clark. Henderson's statement naturally raised a furor amongst the City Hall boys to keep their...
Well, Amy, it came off almost perfectly. The house is yours now, and the bank account and the insurance policy. You're proud of yourself, aren't you? You chuckle at Mrs. Gibson's sympathetic understanding, and chuckle harder at Mrs. Gray down the street, who snubs you as the wife of a murderer. It won't make any difference in a week or two, will it, Amy? You'll be relaxing in Miami, forgetting all about the dull little city and the dull little people in it. Meanwhile, the case is still a little unsettled, and you decide to settle it once and for all. So you make another visit to Chief of Police Henderson's office. Now that Ralph is gone, it won't make any difference.
I saw her again today, Haley.
Who?
Mrs. Clark.
Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, we can send the case to closed file.
Well, how come, Chief?
Oh, I'll give you a statement for your paper in 10 minutes. I'm satisfied now that we got the right man. You see, the case against Clark is no longer circumstantial.
What do you mean?
There was an eyewitness to the third killing.
Wait a minute. An eyewitness?
Yeah, I knew she was holding out on me. She was standing on the porch of the Walker house during the bridge party. She saw the killer walk up to the front door 3 houses away.
Hey, that is something. Do you think she could identify him at night at that distance?
She says so, and I believe her. She says it was her husband.
Why did she hold out?
Afraid.
Oh?
Satisfied?
I don't know. Maybe.
I think you're making a wise decision, Mrs. Clark. The real estate market is tops right now, and $15,000 cash is a good price for your house. We'll follow your instructions and have the draft sent to the Florida State Bank.
Hello? Hello, Mrs. Clark? Yes, we've done just as you requested. Converting the endowment insurance to cash will bring you slightly less than $20,000. Right. We'll have the check forwarded to the Florida State Bank.
That's $185.60, one-way mainliner to Miami, including excess baggage. Your plane leaves tonight at 11 o'clock, Mrs. Clark.
So you're all ready to go, aren't you, Amy? Your bags are packed in the living room. The house is sold. The airline tickets are in your purse. And there's over $35,000 in cash waiting for you in the Florida State Bank. It was a neat job, wasn't it? There wasn't a hole in it, not a loose end. You're waiting now for the taxi that will take you to the airport. And then promptly, at 10:30...
Hello, Mrs. Clark. Haley, Evening Bulletin. Remember me?
There was a loose end, wasn't there, Amy? And a million questions hit you at once as Haley comes in and closes the door, smiling confidently. Haley, ace crime reporter, the man who cracked the Jenkins case almost single-handed. And he knows. You can tell it by the look on his face.
You made a mistake, Mrs. Clark, a big mistake. You never should have said you were on that porch watching the guy that night at Walker's. It was a dumb trick, Mrs. Clark. You should have been sitting pretty if you hadn't opened your mouth once too often. Just try to wrangle out of this one.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, here's that second reason for today's amazing swing to Signal. The first, you'll recall, is that great new Signal gasoline. But equally important is the more thorough, more conscientious service your car gets at independently operated Signal stations. Typical of this is Signal's double-check lubrication service. And why is it called double-check? Because each part is checked not just once, but twice against Signal's lubrication chart, which shows every lubrication point and specifies which of Signal's 9 specialized oils and greases each part should have. That's Signal's way of making doubly sure that not a single lubrication point on your car is ever overlooked. No wonder Signal serviced cars stay so happy and last so long. Now, wouldn't you say these are two mighty good reasons for today's swing to signal? More conscientious signal service geared to keep today's aging cars in the running. And that great new Signal gasoline that helps you enjoy peak performance from your car while you go farther than ever per gallon. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Amy, the walls are tumbling down all around you. You forget about the money in the Florida bank. Forget about the 11 o'clock plane. All you can think of is the slip you must have made somewhere. The statement to Chief Henderson that you were a witness to the third killing, even though the man was nothing but a shadowy form to you 3 houses away. Somehow it caught you up, Amy. Somehow it brought Haley to you, just as you were about to leave. You stand there petrified, wondering, then suddenly you see something in Haley's eyes you never noticed before as he slowly walks toward you.
You were going to leave town. You were going to take a powder, weren't you? Well, that'd never do, Mrs. Clark. Wouldn't do to have a loose witness floating around the country ready to spill the beans whenever she felt like it. No, I wouldn't like that at all, Mrs. Clark. There are just 2 people who know who the doorbell killer is. You and me. That's one too many. I gotta fix that, don't I? Chief Henderson and my newspaper wouldn't like it if they knew the guy with the knife was me.
Yes. It's been 3 months now since Richard Haley, the doorbell killer, was executed for the murder of Amy Clark. But the most important feature of the case wasn't even mentioned in the headlines. It's the story of a vicious, conniving woman and a husband named Ralph who grated on her nerves.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen, based on a story by Nancy and Alfred Seal, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, The Master Touch.
It had been 20 years since Charles Carter polished a pair of shoes. He thought about those 20 years as he sat alone in his bedroom, working on them, sponging them off carefully with saddle soap, making sure that not a speck of the gummy red clay that covered them remained. Red clay, sticky, stubborn stuff that clung to them like glue. They were beautiful shoes, handmade, custom built, the kind of shoes you'd expect a successful businessman like Charles to wear. He was proud of what he'd accomplished in those 20 years. As he worked on the shoes, he thought of the brutal poverty he grew up in, the resolution he made as a kid that someday he'd have more money than he could spend in a lifetime. The way money became a god to him, pushed him up the ladder from factory worker to top executive, and left him still dissatisfied, wanting more. It never mattered how he got it, so long as the money was there. And now the biggest opportunity of his life had arrived. He cleaned the last bit of red clay from his shoes and waited.
Yes?
Charles?
Yes, Amelia, what is it?
Charles, I didn't want to bother you, but...
Oh, it's nothing, Amelia. What is it?
Could you come over, Charles? I'm terribly upset. The police are here.
Police? Good Lord, Amelia, tell me what's the matter.
I don't know. I'm afraid you are right about...
Henry, that's it, isn't it?
They think so.
Amelia, it doesn't matter a hoot whether or not that caretaker was a favorite of your father's. I tell you, the man's dangerous, and you've got to get rid of him.
Oh, please don't discuss it now, Charles. Can you come here?
Of course.
Henry, the caretaker at Greenacres, Amelia Rankin's beautiful estate. You've told her he's vicious and irresponsible, haven't you, Charles? That perhaps it isn't safe for her to be living alone there with him. And she appreciates your interest. You are interested in Amelia, aren't you? Yes, in Amelia. And, incidentally, in the fact that she's chairman of the board and holder of the controlling interest in the company you work for, now that her father is dead. So you're concerned about Henry the caretaker when you arrive a half hour late.
Amelia, what's happened?
Oh, Charles, I'm so glad you could come.
And who is this, Miss Rankin?
Oh, my name is Carter, officer. I'm general manager of Miss Rankin's firm. Now, what's happened?
Charles, somebody tried to kill me tonight.
What?
Just a minute, Mr. Carter. If you don't mind, I'd like to continue with the caretaker here.
Oh, of course.
Now, Henry, 2 hours ago, someone stood outside on the grounds and put a bullet through Miss Rankin's bedroom window.
But don't look at me. I've been with the family ever since this place was built. He trusted me, he did. He trusted me even more than he did her.
Henry.
It's true, ain't it? That's why he said I was to stay here. Called me alone into his room just before he died.
Who?
Mr. Terrence, her father.
I see. Now, Miss Rankin, you say you'd been reading until about 9 o'clock?
Yes. I got up when I'd finished and walked past the window. There was a crash of glass, that's all.
Henry, what were you doing with this gun?
I've always had it. Mr. Terrence told me to always keep it handy.
Any idea why one of the shells is discharged?
Someone must have took it while I was asleep.
And then walked out on the ground, shot at Miss Rankin, returned it to your house, and left. Huh?
Why not?
Miss Rankin, do you know of any reason why Henry would do a thing like this?
No, I don't.
We checked it, Ed.
Find the place?
Yeah, found the spot where he stood and fired the shot. Checked the footprints against Henry's shoes.
Match?
Nope.
What'd I tell you, officer? It was someone else.
He didn't say that. He said the prints didn't match. Maybe it was someone else, and maybe you're just smarter than I think you are. Stan, what about the prints? Are they clear?
Couldn't be better. Soft spot there that's made to order. Kind of gummy red clay.
They've gone at last.
Will you believe me now, Amelia? I tell you that man, Henry, isn't safe.
Oh, we don't know, Charles.
You must think this over carefully, Amelia. It could happen again.
But I can't let him go. He was right about Father.
Well, you don't have to let him go.
What am I going to do, Charles?
Amelia, perhaps what you need is someone here to protect you.
Maybe you're right.
With the prologue of The Master Touch, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. You know, friends, we of the Whistler cast think you're just about the swellest listening audience that ever turned a radio dial. And tonight we've got more reason than ever for thinking that. Remember, last month I told you that in January's radio survey, the Whistler received the highest popularity rating in all radio history for a West Coast program. Well, tonight I have in my hand the results of February's survey, and you've done it again. Yes, for the second consecutive month, the Whistler is way out in front of any popularity rating ever given a West Coast program. Naturally, this makes all those friendly signal dealers who bring you the Whistler mighty happy. In fact, there's only one thing I can think of that could make them any happier. That's if, next time your car needs gas, you try just one tankful of new Signal gasoline. My bet is that once you try Signal's power-packed new super fuel that now helps you go farther than ever, you too will join the ever-increasing swing to Signal. A swing that has made the Signal organization grow in just 14 years, from a mere handful of stations in Southern California to a network of dealer-owned stations serving 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now, back to the Whistler.
That was the master touch, wasn't it, Charles? You were sharp enough to see the opportunity the minute old Terence Rankin, president of Rankin Industries, died and left the controlling interest to his lonely, frustrated daughter, Amelia. In the weeks that followed, you worked slowly and carefully to gain her confidence. And when that sharp, analytical mind of yours sensed the friction between Amelia and Henry, the caretaker, you knew what your next move would be. The red clay is dried now on the path where you stood and fired the shot through the window, purposely missing her. And the weather has changed, suggesting an afternoon walk. Just the two of you, Charles. You and Amelia.
Isn't it lovely out today? It was so nice of you to ask me to come.
Yes, it is lovely. All this and you, Amelia?
Please, Charles.
Why not? If I think you're lovely, why shouldn't I say so?
Because I know it isn't true. I wish it were.
The world is full of beautiful things when one's in love.
You don't mean that.
Why must you always say the same thing? You know, sometimes I feel as if you don't trust me.
Oh, I do. Really, I do.
Maybe I'm being presumptuous, huh?
Not you, Charles, ever.
I'm glad of that. I want you to have faith in me.
I know. It's just that since Mother and Dad died, it hasn't been easy. I've been on my own, and, I've had everything, but I haven't really. I've had to be so cautious.
You mean Henry, huh?
No, not exactly. It's just that when you have money, too much of it, you're always meeting people who pretend to be friendly when all they want is to get their hands on the money. What makes people like that, Charles? Is money that important?
It has a terrible fascination for some people.
If I thought a lot of someone, and I found his motive was that, it would hurt me terribly.
Of course it would, Amelia. But you don't think that I would...
Oh, you know I'm not thinking of you. You've been so sweet and kind to me. I've never been so happy, even though I am so alone.
You don't like being alone, do you?
It's frightening sometimes.
You do need someone, Amelia. With Henry there and the things the way they are, you ought to have someone to take care of you, to look out for everything.
What are you trying to say, Charles?
I'm asking you to marry me.
Do you really mean it?
Of course I do.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Yes, Charles, that was the master touch. It's the biggest deal you ever swung, isn't it? And it is a business deal. Dollars and cents, cash on the line. The only difference is that it's accomplished in a church, that the dotted line is on a marriage license, that the witnesses are wedding guests instead of company executives. But the plan has only begun, hasn't it, Charles? And like everything else you do, it has to be perfect. You have to take your time, move cautiously. So it's 3 months after you and Amelia are married before you decide to move again.
Charles,
Yes, Amelia?
come over here and sit beside me.
I was going into the library, Amelia. I have a reference to look up.
I'll only be a moment.
All right. What's on your mind?
These few months we've been married, have they been happy for you?
Why, darling, what a question. They've been the happiest months of my life.
You've been more than kind to me.
You're keeping something from me. What is it?
When you go to the factory in the morning, I like to watch you leave.
Mm-hmm.
I can see you from the bedroom window. Oh, I hope you don't mind, Charles.
Of course I don't.
It's a little like saying goodbye a second time if I can see you drive away.
Why, that's charming, Amelia.
After Henry took the car out of the garage for you this morning, he went back to his cottage.
Well?
Henry's little dog usually goes back to the cottage with him. But he didn't go back this morning.
Henry's dog. But...
When you drove away, you ran over him. It looked almost deliberate.
Why, Amelia, I had no idea.
Henry was
I'll have to speak
broken-hearted.
to Henry about it. I didn't see him. Amelia, Why, I swear I didn't. Good heavens, I know what that dog means to him.
I thought perhaps you were worried about something and didn't realize what was happening.
Worried?
You've been acting so strangely the past few days, as if you had something terribly important on your mind.
Why, I don't understand, Amelia.
I know what it must be like. Married to my money.
What do you mean?
It puts you, outside in a way, doesn't it?
Amelia, you mustn't feel that way.
Just the same. From now on, everything I have is yours and everything you have is mine. That's the way marriage should be, don't you think?
Please, darling,
Money isn't so important, Charles. Happiness means much more. I found that out. I called the lawyer this afternoon. There'll be some papers to sign, and then I'll feel better. Oh, I wanted so much to marry someone who wanted me and not my money.
You do believe in me, don't you, Amelia?
You needn't ask me that. I always will.
You hate her for that, don't you, Charles? As usual, she's done the honorable thing. Signed over all she has to you, making you wonder whether the rest of the plan is worthwhile. You were stunned by it, weren't you, Charles? The money is yours now, and you can stand pat. That is, if you're willing to spend the rest of your life with her. When you face that question, you realize you're going ahead with a plan. It's been boiling around in your brain too long, hasn't it, Charles? So now you're going to kill her. That's why you walk up to the desk of the Roosevelt Hotel in North City the next afternoon. North City, 100 miles away from Green Acres and Amelia.
Yes, sir. May I help you?
My name is Charles Carter. I have a reservation.
Just a moment. I'll check.
All right.
Yes, sir. Room 241.
Oh, I asked the clerk for something at the back of the building. I have some reports to write. I'll need quiet.
Well, you'll find this satisfactory, I'm sure. Soundproof and in the rear.
I'll be typing all afternoon, possibly late into the night. I don't want to be disturbed under any circumstances.
Yes, sir. I'll tell the operator.
Oh, and would you tell the maids, too, please? If they hear me typing inside, then not to come in.
If you say so, sir. I'll have a boy take your bag. It looks heavy.
Excuse me, clerk. Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking the other way. Clerk, I've decided to take that room you were holding for me. Lane is the name, 385.
All right, Mr. Lane. Just a minute, please. Oh, here's the boy, Mr. Carter. You can go on up.
Thanks.
Well, Charles, it's underway, and you're a little jittery. Was it unusual that Mr. Lane, the man who bumped into you at the desk, was the same man who looked at you peculiarly when you almost ran into him at the entrance of the hotel? You finally decide that it's natural, that you're on edge, imagining things. 5 minutes later, alone in room 241 at the back of the hotel, you open your bag and take out a small portable phonograph with a repeating attachment. Connect it, put on a special record, and listen. Yes, Charles, you're busy typing on a phonograph record. You watch it repeat a couple of times, satisfy yourself it's working perfectly, then sneak out of the room, down the back stairs, and out the trade entrance at the rear of the hotel. In a bar around the corner, you find a telephone and put in a long-distance call to Johnson, your personnel manager at the factory.
You surprised us, Mr. Carter. We didn't know you were going to North City. How long will you be there?
I came down to look over the new assembly line. Got in about 2 hours ago. Had the car checked over. I'm going to the plant in the morning. Everything all right?
Well, there are those reports that you took with you. The auditors are coming tomorrow.
Well, I didn't have a chance to check them over last night, Johnson. I'll have them ready by morning.
Yes, but if you're in North City,
I'll be coming back as soon as I check the plant. I ought to arrive at the house around 11. Why don't you and I meet there? And then I'll give you the reports.
Oh, all right, Mr. Carter. 11 o'clock.
Good afternoon, Roosevelt Hotel.
Will you ring Mr. Charles Carter's room, please?
Just a moment. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Carter isn't receiving any calls.
But this is important. I'm the superintendent of one of his plants.
I'm sorry, sir. If you'd care to leave a message.
He is there, isn't he?
Yes, sir. He's quite busy, though, and requested not to be disturbed. If you leave a message.
No. I'll call back later.
The clerk is a first-class man, isn't he, Charles? Follows instructions to the letter. You're positive now that no one can get through to you, that no one will go into the room as long as the typewriter is working. You're on the last lap, Charles. On your way to the back alley where you left your car, you stop at a drugstore and pick up a small bottle of liquid. That's for Henry, to help him sleep better. Henry is a rather important part of it, isn't he? 2 hours later, you're driving up the road to Greenacres. But before you get to the house, you turn off the road and leave the car in a wooded section, hiding it from the highway. Then you walk up to the house and find Amelia in the living room.
Oh, Charles, it's you. I didn't hear you come in.
I didn't mean to startle you, Amelia.
Where's the car, Charles?
Why do you ask that?
I didn't hear you drive up.
I had a little trouble with it. Left it down the road.
I'll have Henry look at it.
And not tonight, Amelia. It's late.
Yes, I thought for a while you might not be coming home. I'm having a glass of wine. Won't you have one with me?
Thanks, I will.
You look hot and tired. Did you walk far?
Oh, a couple of miles, I guess.
Here. This will make you feel better.
Thanks. That is good. I am tired for some reason.
Johnson called about noon. He was looking for some reports.
Yes, he called me. I made a trip to North City. He wanted to look over the new assembly line. Having some trouble with the hoists.
But I thought they straightened that out last week.
Oh, it's a technicality. Let's not talk business tonight, dear. I'm not up to it.
Oh, forgive me, dear. More wine?
Please. Well, that's fine. Why don't you run up to bed, Amelia? I want to take a bottle of bourbon over to Henry.
Tonight?
Well, I'm going to try to make it up to him about the dog. He'll feel better over a drink.
Well, don't sit up till all hours, will you?
No, Amelia. I'll be right back. Let me pour you another drink, Henry.
Aren't you drinking none, Mr. Carter?
Oh, we've been drinking wine, Mrs. Carter and I. They don't mix so well for me.
How come you're over here pouring me drinks this time of night?
Well, Henry, I feel so rotten about that dog. You know, I want you to know if there's anything I can do to make it up to you.
You never offered me a drink before. Funny you do it now. It ain't like you.
Oh?
Leopard changing his spots that way. You never think about nobody but yourself. Anybody else would have stopped. You run right over Stubby and I'd seen it.
I'm trying to tell you you're wrong, Henry.
And that ain't all.
Here. Have another drink. Let me fill your glass.
Don't want another one. Don't want nothing from you.
Oh. Drink that and go to bed. You'll feel better in the morning.
Taking the bottle with you?
Well, it's empty.
Could have brung a full one.
You've had enough, Henry. More than enough.
Yes, Charles, that's more than enough, isn't it? The dope liquor will keep him asleep and harmless until the hue and cry is raised in the morning. You pick up Henry's hatchet and gloves from the wood pile at the back of his cottage and hurry back to the house.
No! That lamp. Yes?
What happened?
Nothing. Nothing, dear. I bumped into the lamp.
Turn off the lights before you come out.
All right.
You stand there for a moment, Charles. At the last minute, with a hatchet in your hand, you begin to waver. What are you waiting for, Charles?
What's the matter, Charles?
What?
Why don't you come up?
I think I'll read a little while, dear. Go to sleep. I'll be up pretty soon.
Yes, get yourself together, Charles. You want to give her a chance to fall asleep, don't you? You're safe now. Henry's in a drunken stupor. He can't wake up. And after it's over, you'll plant the hatchet in Henry's cottage along with the gloves, just as you did with the gun 4 months ago. There'll be no question this time. No footprints in the red clay path. And who'll believe poor, confused Henry and his story about the drinks you gave him, with you busily typing on a report in a hotel room 100 miles away? A few minutes later, you see the light go out at the top of the stairs, and you sit there in the living room until you're sure Amelia's asleep. And then, holding the hatchet tight in your right hand, you start up the stairs. There's Amelia on the bed. You do hate her, don't you, Charles? You try to steady yourself, forget the pounding in your head, and walk over to the bed.
Well, Charles?
Amelia!
You can stop striking the bed, Charles. I'm not in it. I'm over here by the window.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, a question. Which of these parts could your car get along best without? The water pump, a universal joint, or a steering knuckle? Well, the answer's obvious. Without even one of its vital parts, your car couldn't run. That's why when your signal dealer lubricates your car, he takes no chance of overlooking even one part. It's for that very reason that he uses Signal's famous lubrication chart, which shows every lubrication point on your car and specifies which of Signal's 9 specialized oils and greases each part should have for long, trouble-free service. And he checks each part against this chart not just once, but twice, which is why it's called Signal Double-Check Lubrication. This is typical of the more thorough, more conscientious service your car gets from dealer-owned Signal stations. Nowadays, when cars that are already old must keep on serving you until there are enough new ones to go around, I'd say this is another mighty good reason for today's swing to Signal. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Charles, the master touch wasn't quite enough. You stand there bewildered as Amelia switches on the light. The shot through her window 4 months ago, the careful, gradual cultivation process, the marriage, the alibi in North City. It all seems ridiculous, doesn't it, Charles? And you're too dumbfounded to say anything.
You can put the hatchet down, Charles. You won't need it.
What are you doing?
Nothing. I was looking out of the window. The moonlight's beautiful. You can see for miles. Isn't that your car down by Miller's Pond? It's hidden from the road, but I can see it clearly from here.
Fool.
No, Charles. I said you wouldn't need the hatchet.
What's going to stop me, Amelia?
What I have to say.
Won't do you any good to stall. I've come too far for that.
Yes, much too far. You see, Charles, I know everything you did today. I hired a detective to follow you several days ago. He was waiting for you at the Roosevelt Hotel when you arrived. I talked to him on the telephone just before you came in tonight.
His name is Lane, isn't it?
Yes, that's the name he used.
Well?
He told me you were rather a good typist. And I told him that you couldn't type at all.
So he went into the room.
It was a clever way to establish an alibi, Charles. But I wasn't sure until he told me about the bottle of sleeping drug you bought in North City.
Get to the point.
It's pretty ridiculous, isn't it? My believing that out of all people there was one whom I could believe in.
Where's your detective now? Outside?
No. He did his work. I dismissed him.
You mean we're alone?
Yes.
You expect me to believe that?
It doesn't matter whether you do or not. Remember our agreement, Charles? Everything I had was yours. Everything you had was mine. So when you decided to take my life...
Quit simpering. If you think you can talk me out of it,
I said it doesn't matter anymore, Charles. Nothing matters now. You see, the wine we drank together tonight was poison.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen with tonight's story by Robert Foster, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, The Trigger Man.
He was young, brilliant, confident. He had everything it takes to make a successful lawyer. But no matter how you looked at it, law school graduates were a dime a dozen, regardless of how brilliant and confident they were. And Stella and the baby had to eat. So that's why Martin Lane took his first case from Branch Malone, the gambler, and got an acquittal for him, the first of a long line of acquittals. Yes, his old classmates threw up their hands, said he was selling his soul to the devil, but there was good money in it. And he kept telling himself he had to get a start somewhere, so he kept right on getting acquittals for Branch, and the money kept rolling in. But it had to end sometime, Martin. There had to be a payoff eventually.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
How do you find?
We find the defendant not guilty.
Very well. The clerk will record the verdict of the jury. The defendant is discharged from custody. Jury dismissed for the day. Court stands adjourned till tomorrow. Oh, Mr. Lane.
You wanted me, Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Lane. I wanted to compliment you on the way you handled the case.
Well, I did my best, Your Honor.
It was more than enough.
Is that all, sir?
Mr. Lane, I know it isn't any business of mine.
What's that?
There's something I'd like to caution you about.
Oh?
I don't like to see a clean-cut young fellow like you getting mixed up regularly with an out-and-out criminal like Branch Malone.
I appreciate your interest in me, Your Honor, but I'm afraid
You're not impressed. Is that it? You've got what it takes, Mr. Lane, but I've seen it happen time and again. A boy gets a start, wants to go places, gets mixed up with a criminal crowd, and it's all over.
Is that all, Your Honor?
Yes, Lane, that's all.
Very well. Good day.
Good day.
Hello, Lane.
Oh, hello, Lieutenant.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
You know, sometimes I'm sorry I'm on the force.
Yeah?
Yeah, fussing around with the small stuff like homicides when I could be doing some great work like you are. Upholding the right, rushing to defend poor innocent little guys like Branch Malone.
Well, there seems to be lecture day at the Hall of Justice.
Justice? You can buy and sell it like a sack of potatoes.
You better run along, Radigan. I've got an appointment.
Yeah, I saw him. Malone the Mighty. He's waiting outside for your payoff.
Okay, Radigan.
Just a minute, Martin. I got a tip for you about cops. Don't give us the brush off because one of these days you're going to need us. Guys who play bang-bang with the big boys usually do.
Suppose we make that our little thought for the day.
All right, Martin. It's all right.
Yes, Martin, you're on your way, aren't you? Another acquittal. Another $500 in your pocket. It doesn't matter much where it comes from, does it? His money's as good as anybody's. And that night, as you sit in the living room reading the paper, you try and reason it through and file it away. But it keeps coming back.
Stella,
Yes, Martin?
is anything wrong?
No.
I thought something might be bothering you.
No, there's nothing, Martin.
I thought you'd be happy about the case and everything. We can buy that dining room set now.
Yes, we can.
It was an easy case. $500 for an afternoon's work. It's not bad.
No, not bad.
There's nothing to it. State's evidence was insufficient. One of their witnesses didn't show up.
Same as the time before.
Yeah.
And they found the witness at the bottom of the river 3 days later.
Well, I can't help that.
No, I suppose you can't.
Well, Stella, you're not suggesting I drop him, are you? For years I've sweated and struggled trying to make enough for you and Susan. It's my business to defend him. A lawyer isn't a criminal just because he defends a criminal. That's right, isn't it?
You're defending yourself now, aren't you?
Oh, now, wait a minute. I'm not going through that again. I've told you 100 times. I'll get it. Hello? Oh, yes, Branch. What's up? Oh, gee, that's tough. Sure, I'll be glad to. Uh-huh. Yeah, sure, I'll do it right away.
What does he want now?
He wants me to meet a friend of his and rush him home. His boy was just run over.
Oh, how terrible.
Branch isn't so good at this sort of thing. He wants me to tell the fella and take him home.
That's funny.
Don't worry, darling. You've just got the jitters. I'll be right back.
Just a little favor for Branch, Martin. It's the least you can do, isn't it? The tavern's only a few blocks away, and you arrive a few minutes later to find Mr. Williams in a booth at the rear.
Are you Mr. Williams?
What do you want?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I have some bad news. You are Mr. Williams, aren't you?
What's on your mind?
Your son.
Lenny?
Yeah.
What's happened? Quick, tell me.
Now, try to be calm, Mr. Williams. He's had an accident.
What? What are you... Lenny?
He was run over.
My Lenny? How? How did it happen?
That's all I know about it. I'm terribly sorry.
Where is he? Where is he? I've got to go to him.
He's home.
Oh, Lord. My poor Lenny.
If I can help you, my car's right outside.
Thanks. Come on.
Branch, what are you doing here?
Little business deal, Martin. All right, Williams, get in.
No. No, Branch. I'll give you every cent I've got. Please, Branch.
I heard that before. Get in.
I'll do anything you want, honest. But put that away. Don't make me. I won't, Branch. I won't get in.
Suit yourself, Williams.
Oh!
Get in, Martin. Hear what I said? Get in.
You shot him.
I said get in. I'll take the wheel. You're sitting kind of quiet for a lawyer.
I can't understand it, Branch.
It ain't that complicated for a man with your talent.
I put the finger on him. Who was he?
Oh, I thought I told you, Martin. He's the witness who didn't show up this afternoon.
With the prologue of The Trigger Man, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. You hear people say there's a reason for everything. Well, there's certainly a reason why in just 14 years the Signal Oil Organization has grown from a mere handful of stations in Southern California to almost 2,000 dealers serving 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. Briefly, that reason is quality of product. 14 years ago, it was Signal Oil Company that introduced the first guaranteed anti-knock gasoline at no extra price. And since then, Signal gasoline has been constantly improved to give you the benefit of every latest development in the automotive and petroleum industry. In today's new Signal gasoline, for instance, the atoms in gasoline molecules have actually been rearranged to create amazing new power. Power that not only helps you enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, and quieter anti-knock performance from your car, but also helps you go farther than ever on each gallon of Signal. So you see, there's good reason for the swing to Signal. Good reason for you to get acquainted soon with the friendly station in your neighborhood displaying Signal's familiar yellow and black circle sign. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Martin, you've discovered something, haven't you? The judge and Radigan. Even Stella tried to tell you, but you couldn't understand until now. It happened so suddenly that it stuns you. Williams is dead, and you put the finger on him, didn't you? Acted as messenger boy for Branch Malone. Stood by him like one of his gunmen while he pulled the trigger. And there's nothing you can do to make it right again. Nothing you can say to the murdered man's wife or her son or Stella.
Martin, where have you been? It's past midnight. I've been worried sick.
It's just a little business, Stella. You'd better go back to bed.
What's the matter, Martin? You're white as a sheet.
Nothing.
What was it? Tell me.
Nothing, I said. I just had a talk with Branch, that's all. Now, go to bed.
All right, Martin. I'm sorry.
There's only one thing to do now, isn't there, Martin? You're walking down a one-way street, and there's no way to turn back. You're part of the organization now. One of Branch's boys, his counselor, and the only witness living who could put a rope around his neck. And you know exactly how Branch feels about that kind of a witness. So there's nothing to do but keep your mouth shut and hope for the best. You can't face Stella the next morning at the breakfast table. So you leave the house before she wakes and go down to the office. No one's there. You try and concentrate on your work, but it's no use. Go down to the coffee shop and try to eat, but you're not hungry. Walk in the park for a while, over to the library. You can't get your mind off of it, can you? Finally, at 11 o'clock, you returned and find your secretary waiting.
I've been trying to get you all morning, Mr. Lane. There was a call from Mr. Malone.
What? When?
About an hour ago. He wants you to see him.
All right. Where, at his club?
At the Hall of Justice. He was booked this morning on suspicion of murder.
What happened, Branch?
I thought you might know, Counselor.
What do you mean?
There was a tip-off last night.
What?
Yeah. Know anything about it?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Branch. Don't look at me. Well, you don't think
I didn't say nothing.
Well, listen, I'd be crazy to do anything like that, Branch.
Sure you would. That's what I told Spike.
Spike?
My trigger man, Martin. Don't believe you ever met Spike, did you?
No.
Nice guy to have on your side when you're in a spot. We were trying to figure out if any witnesses might have been around last night. Any besides you, I mean. What's the matter, Counselor?
Nothing. It's just been a little tough on me, Branch.
Sure. You know how I feel about witnesses, Martin.
Listen, believe me, I'm not going to talk. I won't say anything.
That's what I told Spike.
What do you mean?
And Spike, he said to me, don't worry if they pick you up, boss. Where there's no witnesses, there's no case. You can figure that one out for yourself, Counselor.
But, Branch...
There won't be any prosecution witnesses, Martin, because you're the only one. And you ain't going to be on the witness stand. You're going to defend me just like before. Only this time, Spike's going to be real interested in how you're doing. Get it?
Lane.
Oh, it's you, Redigan.
Didn't mean to scare you like that, Martin. A little jumpy, aren't you?
What do you want?
Get it all settled with a big boy? Heard you just had a chat with him down in his cell. Did he put the heat on?
I'm sorry, Redigan. I haven't got time to stand
Yeah,
around.
I know. You're a busy man. You haven't got time to think about little things. Like a guy suddenly not showing up at home and his wife trying to explain it to his kid. What does your wife think of that, Martin? What does she think when she looks at your kid?
Cut it, will you?
Okay. Just had to speak my little piece. But I just want to tell you, you're playing with dynamite this time, Sonny. Your friend knows all his blue chips are on the table, and whoever put the finger on Williams in that bar is the guy who's going to hang him. And this time, so help me, the witness won't disappear.
What are you getting at, Redigan?
I think you know enough about this case to hang Malone, and I think you'll come through for us. And when you do, it's going to be dangerous.
Why are you telling me all this?
I want you to know why I'm putting a tail on you.
What?
One of my men's going to watch you day and night, and if you know what's good for you, you won't try and give him the slip.
Is this for my protection?
Right. Like I said, Martin, this time the witness isn't going to disappear.
That puts it up to you, doesn't it, Martin? You can take your choice. Go along with Branch and toss the rest of your life into the ash can. Or tell what you know and face Spike later in a dark alley somewhere. Spike will be there, too, won't he, Martin? And you won't have a chance, because you don't know him from Adam. All you know is that he's never missed yet. that when Branch gives him the order, the witness disappears. You can't eat, you can't sleep, and worst of all, you can't explain to Stella.
Martin,
Yes?
what are you going to do?
Oh, will you forget it, Stella? He's my client. I've got to defend him.
Do you?
Of course I do.
Why, Martin, you know he's guilty. Why must you involve yourself in it further? You've got a right to turn him down. He doesn't own you.
Stella, please, will you let me alone?
You're an accomplice. If you defend him, you're as guilty as he is. Where are you going?
Out. Come on, Joe. We may as well be sociable.
I'm sorry, mister. I don't
Radigan
think you-
told me.
Wonder why he doesn't tell me these things. By the way, my name isn't Joe.
What is it?
Ed Morris.
Okay, Ed. I saw you following me all afternoon.
Well, I thought you did.
I thought I'd walk around the block. That is, if you don't mind.
Why not?
Your boss would get a bang out of this, I suppose. Walking around together this way.
He just said to keep an eye on you. He didn't care how.
Is that all he said?
That's all. Radigan thinks you're a pretty good kid.
So what? Am I supposed to toss away the biggest case of my life just because he thinks I'm a good kid?
The guy's guilty and you know it.
What do you mean I know it?
If you didn't know it, I wouldn't be here.
You better stick to your gumshoeing, Ed.
Okay. Hey, there's a bar down the street.
I don't want to go on any bars.
Maybe it's just this bar, huh? Maybe because it's the one where William...
Did you hear what I said? I don't want to go on any bars.
All right, Martin.
I've changed my mind about taking a walk. I think I'll go home.
Yes, Martin, you're on a one-way street, a blind alley. There's no way to turn now, and there's a blank wall at the end. You've got to take the case. It's more than a matter of right and wrong. Yes, Martin. At this point, it's life or death. So you go to work on it. Visit Branch every day in his cell. Spend nights at the office preparing the case, plugging loopholes, anticipating points the prosecution is sure to bring out, making it another sure thing for Branch. You have 2 weeks until the arraignment, and Branch wants bail. 2 weeks without sleep, forgetting to eat, until you're almost ready to crack. And worst of all, you can't tell Stella. There's no way to make her understand. And then suddenly, on the night before the arraignment, you can't hold out on her any longer.
Martin, darling, you've got to tell me. You can't go on this way.
Please, Stella. There's nothing.
Are you afraid to tell me?
No,
Why did you lie to me, Martin? Why did you tell me you had nothing to do with the murder? Williams was the man you met that night, wasn't he?
Listen, Stella, you've got to forget it. Please, don't even
What
think...
are you afraid of?
All right, I'll tell you. I'm the witness. I'm the only one who can hang Branch. Radigan knows it. They all do, but they have no proof. That's why that guy's always waiting for me across the street. He's a guard. All I have to do is open my mouth and I'm dead. But if that's all there was to it, I wouldn't worry, see? It's you, too, and Susan. Don't you see? He won't stop at anything. Spike Robertson's waiting for me somewhere, waiting for me to open my mouth. And if I do, the guard won't make any difference. Spike won't stop until he gets us all.
Martin,
Well, now you know it. You were right, all of you. But it's too late now.
So you're going to defend him and let it happen again and again?
Yes.
Martin, I want you to stand up at the arraignment tomorrow and tell them everything.
Don't be ridiculous.
We'll take our chances, Martin. Susan and you and I. It has to be that way, dear. If we don't, there's nothing left, don't you see?
No, I'm afraid I don't. No. You'd better go on to bed, dear.
Yeah, you and me are going to do big things together, Martin. You're a smart boy.
Branch.
Yeah?
Branch, what if I told you that when I get you out of this arraignment and this jam, it was going to be the last time?
Huh?
That if I get you out of this one, we're all washed up.
What do you mean, if, Martin?
All right, when I get you out of this one.
How long you been thinking this over?
Oh, I don't know.
'Cause I don't like it, Martin. You just don't run out on this kind of a partnership. Not when a guy knows as much as you do.
Well, I'm not gonna talk if that's what's worrying you.
Oh, you're wrong, Martin. I ain't worried. And okay, it's the last time if you want it that way. Of course, you won't be taking cases from anyone else either, but if you say it's the last time, there's nothing I can do but...
What do you mean, Branch?
I ain't in charge of ending partnerships, Martin. I leave that up to Spike.
So you go into the courtroom, Martin, in half-lit prosecution, as you think about the one-way street with Spike waiting at the end. Stella is there watching you, her face white and tense. Branch, confident, half-smiling. The rest of them, Radigan, the judge, the jury, all looking at you, waiting, wondering what you'll say when the time comes. Then finally it comes, and you find yourself on your feet, going into your
May I
act.
remind the court that the so-called evidence presented by the prosecution is neither circumstantial evidence, nor is it direct evidence. It's nothing, gentlemen, but suspicion, based simply on the fact that it is alleged that my client had ample and sufficient motive to...
She's not looking at you now, Martin. She's bent over, her face in her hands. Radigan is turning away. The judge is looking down at the bench.
William's connection has yet to be demonstrated to the satisfaction of either the state or... I can't go on, Your Honor. I ask that the court disqualify me as counsel for the defense and offer myself as principal witness for the prosecution.
Martin! Oh, Martin, darling.
I knew you'd do it, kid. I knew it.
Thanks, Radigan. Thanks.
It's a new world, isn't it, Martin? There's a different feel to the sidewalk under your feet as you start home late that night after filing your statement with the district attorney's office. The streets are bare and deserted. Just you and Ed Morris, Radigan's guard.
Well, I missed you when I left the courthouse, Ed.
I was there, don't worry.
Well, looks like you've got a job on your hands now.
I'm ready. That was quite a thing you pulled. I thought Malone was going to pass out in his chair.
You know, it's funny, Ed. But now that it's over, I'm not scared at all.
They sent 2 men along with your wife. Stake out at your house, you know.
Yeah. Is this the car?
Yeah. Hop in.
Spike.
Yeah, that's right. Spike.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, a question. How much longer will your car last? Well, the answer to that question depends pretty much on the care your car gets. That's why the extra care of Signal double-check lubrication is really more important to you now than ever before. You see, when your Signal dealer lubricates your car, in order to make doubly sure that not a single part can be missed, he uses the famous Signal check chart, on which the maker of your car shows every lubrication point. And your Signal dealer checks each point against this chart not just once, but twice to make double sure. What's more, he uses 9 special types of Signal lubricants, so each part on your car gets the exact type of protection it needs. Yes, there is a difference in a Signal double-check lubrication, a difference that can spell longer, trouble-free miles for your car. If it's been 1,000 miles or 2 months since last lubrication, there's no better life assurance you can give your car than to drive into one of the friendly stations displaying Signal's yellow and black circle sign for a Signal double-check lubrication. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Martin, Branch didn't waste any time, did he? 2 shots, and your guard lies dead at your feet. You look at the killer standing in front of you, the gun still smoking in his hand. There's nothing you can do, no way to turn. 10, maybe 15 minutes left to live. Long enough for him to take you to a lonely spot on the highway and make another witness disappear. Then, strangely, you find yourself thinking of the deposition, safe in the district attorney's office. And, stranger still, you discover you still aren't afraid.
No use checking him. He's dead.
Yeah. I don't miss very often.
Oh, what do we do now?
Well, maybe we better get in the car and hustle him over to the morgue.
What are you talking about?
That's what we usually do with the stiffs.
I don't get it, Spike.
Spike?
Yeah?
You know Radigan was putting a tail on you, didn't you?
Well, sure I did, but...
That's me, Stanley, DA's office. The guy in the gutter you've been palling around with for 2 weeks is Spike.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen, written by Harold Swanton from an idea by Robert and Beatrice Gruskin, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler, rated by independent research the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now, The Whistler's strange story, 3 Times a Sinner.
Lydia Hunter stood alone in the kitchen, watching the coffee bubble in the electric percolator. She knew Gerald would want his coffee when it was over. He always did when anything excited him. And she reasoned quite correctly that nothing excites a man more than being told by his doctor that he's going to die. The attack had come in the early evening, while Gerald was seated at the organ playing a Bach fugue. The music had suddenly stopped. She'd run from the library into the study to find him unconscious on the floor. She'd called Dr. Farmer, and then had made Gerald as comfortable as possible until the doctor arrived. Everything Gerald could expect from his dutiful wife. She stared down at the coffee bubbling in the glass top of the percolator, waiting. Then... That was just like him. The examination was over, and he was back at the organ again. She filled his coffee cup and hurried to the study.
Ah! There you are, Lydia. Just in time to celebrate Dr. Farmer's prophecy of my death. Oh, and coffee. My obedient wife is bringing me my coffee.
No coffee for me, thanks, Lydia. I must be going now.
But it's raining, Doctor.
You see, Richard, I've implied to my wife that I'm dying, and she immediately goes into a report of prevailing weather conditions.
Tell me, Doctor, is Gerald just being dramatic, or is there something seriously wrong?
Gerald is a sick man, Lydia. And I don't recommend too much of that coffee.
Oh, nonsense. Coffee's my mainstay.
Then it's true. Oh, Gerald.
Oh, Gerald. Oh, come, Lydia. Dry those crocodile tears. They stain your makeup. Furthermore, you know you're deliriously happy. Why, just think. I can slip off at any moment now.
Don't talk like that, Gerald.
It may take years, old man, if you take things easy. Cut out drinking and smoking entirely, of course. Well, I've got to be running along now.
I'll see you to the door, Doctor.
Oh, really, Lydia? Don't you think you can find it after all these months? We don't keep changing around, you know.
Good night, Gerald. Remember, you have as many years as you want. It's up to you.
Of course, Doctor.
It really is serious, Richard.
Nothing to be alarmed about. No vigorous schedule or anything like that, though.
He can't bear a quiet routine.
You'll have to, poor beggar.
You sound sorry for him.
I am. And I wish you could make your pity sound more convincing, Lydia.
Oh, he never believes me anyway. He's always been like that. Look at the rain.
Yes.
When am I going to see you again?
Soon.
That's all? Just soon?
He's suspicious enough as it is. He's bitter and hurt. You've disappointed him as a wife, perhaps through no fault of your own, but he is disappointed and bitter.
Oh,
That can make a man unscrupulous, so be careful.
I don't understand.
I won't say any more, Lydia. Just be careful and be honest with him. Take good care of him. He needs you, and you owe it to him. Good night.
Good night, Richard. Richard,
Yes?
I love you. Oh,
Yes, Mrs. Hunter?
I didn't know you were here, Martha. Were you going?
Mr. Hunter told me I might go, ma'am.
Well, I'd rather you stayed a while. Made him say that.
I don't know, ma'am.
I'd better see him.
Well, Lydia, that was a long farewell.
Why did you tell Martha to leave for the night?
Is it difficult for you to understand that I might like to be alone with you?
But surely
Martha has a perceptive eye and a very sharp ear, Lydia. You'll be shocked at the things she knows. Interesting creature, Martha. She has a sort of feudal loyalty to the master of the house.
You haven't drunk your coffee, Gerald.
Lydia, since you and I are not even friends any longer, would you consent to a divorce?
Leave you now. After Richard's diagnosis tonight?
It was important to you, wasn't it?
Why, of course.
It was important because now you know that soon, perhaps even tonight, you'll be a wealthy widow, free to marry again.
Gerald, must we go on talking like this?
No, not at all, my dear. But I know that you're awaiting my death.
Oh.
That makes me feel as though I were loitering. I don't want to borrow time, a few weeks, a few months. I don't want to borrow your affection, kisses you don't mean, a few soft words of phony solicitude.
Oh, really, Gerald? I don't see why I have to
I don't
stand
want
here
to
and listen.
borrow anything, my dear. And I have a way.
Gerald, where did you get that bottle? It's marked poison.
Yes, quite a coincidence. It is poison.
What are you going to do?
You mean, what have I already done? As you see, there's precisely half a bottle. While you're gone, I poured the other half of my coffee. I'll never taste it. It's supposed to be like adding sugar. All I have to do is lift it to my lips like this, and... I was hoping you'd stop me. You realize what will happen if I drink this, yet you stand there watching, letting your little dreams multiply. Well, I won't disappoint you, my dear. I shall drink it. Like that. And sail off happily on a requiem of Bach. Yes, a requiem, Lydia. Appropriate for the occasion. Tested in the crucible of time.
You can hardly believe it, can you, Lydia? Here it is, happening before your very eyes. You hardly know what to think. All you can do is stand there, speechless, staring at him as he plays on and on. Then... it's happened. At long last. All those wretched years are over, and he lies there slumped across the keys. You stifle an impulse to laugh. You've got to be shocked, Lydia. You've got to call Martha and go through with it.
Martha! Martha, come quickly!
What's the matter?
Something has happened to Mr. Hunter.
Is he ill?
Oh, I'm afraid it's more than that.
He's dead. I know it.
Please, Martha, you've got to get hold of yourself.
So soon. The doctor no sooner told him.
Please, Martha, please, come on.
Gerald! Mr. Hunter! Oh, Mr. Hunter!
Oh, here they are. My servant and my bride. My servant weeps bitter tears over my corpse, but my wife, oh, hers have been lost. The woman who does not blush also does not cry. My dear, you have disgraced your sex.
With the prologue of 3 Times a Sinner, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. Today being April 1st, I'd like to bring you this timely warning. April showers bring May flowers, but they also bring accidents. Here's what I mean. Of the deaths caused by autos, 1 out of 5 occur when roads are wet or slippery. 1 out of 5 when drivers' vision is obscured. Fortunately, precautions can be taken to help prevent these 2 types of accidents. For instance, tires that are worn smooth tend to skid more readily. But a deep, heavy retread job, the kind Signal gasoline dealers are prepared to give your tires, will restore their grip on the road, help you stop more quickly. And if a worn windshield wiper is leaving streaks across your vision, Signal gasoline dealers will install a fine new Rainmaster blade while you wait. So next time you're at your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealers, have your tire tread and your windshield wiper checked. You'll feel a lot better knowing your car is prepared for any kind of weather. And it may help save a life. Possibly your own. And now back to The Whistler.
So Gerald had his little joke, didn't he, Lydia? Watching you out of the corner of his eye as he slowly raised the cup of coffee to his lips, putting it down for a moment to tantalize you a little more, raising it again, chuckling to himself when you couldn't keep the eagerness from showing in your face. Yes, Lydia, it was Gerald's little joke. He's made a fool of you, hasn't he? Forced you to show your hand, to come right out and tell him you want him to die. The next morning at breakfast, you're tense and silent, watching Gerald munch happily on his buttered toast as he reads the morning paper.
Have some more coffee, Lydia, darling? No? Oh, come now, dear. It's perfectly all right. Made it myself. Not a drop of poison in it.
Will you be quiet?
Oh, Lydia, Lydia. You're such a comfort to me in my last hours. The beautiful, dutiful wife offering peace and consolation to her lord and master in his declining days, giving freely of her strength.
I've had all I can stand, Gerald. Now, that's enough.
Very well, my dear. As There's a half bottle of poison on the shelf in the medicine cabinet. Oh, here. Let me butter you a piece of toast.
I'm not hungry.
When are you going to kill me, my dear? Oh, pass me the marmalade, will you? Thank you.
Gerald, why did you do it?
You, didn't answer my question. When are you going to kill me?
I can't stand this any longer.
Sit down, Lydia. There. That's better. I'm very happy about last night, you know. Yes, it brings things right out into the open. I've known for years that the only thing you wanted was my money. Awfully good marmalade. Won't you have some?
What did you do with a half bottle of poison that's missing, Gerald?
I poured it into the fireplace. Still half left, though. Ought to do the job quite nicely. I signed for it at the pharmacy myself, if you're wondering. Told them it was for the moths. So, you see, it's all ready for you, Lydia. Any time you feel in the mood.
What do you want me to say, Gerald?
Well, nothing, Lydia.
Very well. I'll go.
Where?
I have an appointment at the hairdresser's.
Oh, Lydia.
Yes?
Give Dr. Farmer my regards, will you?
Gerald was tempting you, Lydia.
But why, Richard? I don't see...
By pretending to be dead, he gave you 5 minutes of being a widow. He wanted you to enjoy that feeling. At the same time, he's shown you how simple it would be to kill him. Practically put poison in your hands. Now he wants you to kill him with it. He wants to die, don't you see?
No, I don't.
It's very simple. He wants that death on your hands, so you'll die with him.
Oh, I can't believe that. Not even of him.
You'll hang on until you're desperate. But be careful. Don't let him trick you into it.
Into what, Richard?
Murder, darling. Murder.
So you go home, Lydia, and determined to wait him out. He can't last long. There's no point in thinking about it anymore. Time will take care of everything. Get your mind off it, Lydia. Don't think about it anymore.
Murder, darling.
The words keep coming back like the thought of a new toy to a child. And you can't surrender like a child and turn to thoughts of other new toys. Murder is the only toy you want, isn't it, Lydia? As the days pass, it keeps returning unconsciously. The bottle on the shelf in the medicine cabinet, half full, bought in Gerald's name, flaunting its power at you every day.
Murder, darling. Murder.
And finally, the night comes when you can't resist it any longer. You go into the medicine cabinet and take the bottle, hold it tightly in the palm of your hand, and walk back into the kitchen. When the coffee's done, you pour a cup and add the contents of the dark little bottle. No sugar, Lydia. Gerald has told you the poison is sweet. Now, a little cream. That's it. You're ready now. The bottle is in your pocket, empty. You're ready for Gerald playing on the organ in the library.
Well, Lydia, is that really my coffee or some silly substitute?
It's coffee, dear. You haven't had any in such a long time now. I'm sure Richard couldn't object.
Oh, thank you, darling. By George, I wonder if I'll recognize the taste.
Of course you will.
You know...
What?
I don't think I have a taste for it anymore.
Oh, nonsense. The moment after your first sip, you'll be clamoring for more.
Habit's funny, though. Once you've broken it, it's lost. Friendship, marriage, coffee, all the same. Oh, aren't you joining me?
No, Gerald, I've been too nervous lately.
Mind if I go ahead?
Please do.
What's making you so nervous?
Well, I don't know, Gerald. Past few weeks have been rather strained.
Mm-hmm. Maybe the awful weather, eh? Well, cheer up, my dear. Spring's on the way. Your spirits can improve overnight, eh?
I suppose so.
Well, here goes. Good Lord, woman, what are you trying to do? Kill me?
Kill you? What are
you talking about?
This is hot, Lydia. It's hot.
Oh. Shall I cool it down for you?
No, no. Oh, no.
What's the trouble?
Oh, it's my heart again. It's acting up tonight. Coffee might be bad for it anyway.
Shall I call Dr. Farmer?
Oh, don't be so anxious. I just better let this cool for a while.
Gerald.
Huh?
Your coffee's getting cold.
Oh, yes. I forgot all about it. I say.
Now, what is it?
This is sweet. You sure you haven't put too much sugar in it?
It's just your imagination.
I suppose. That does taste good. Now, my dear.
Yes?
You may put the empty bottle on the organ.
What?
That will make it look like suicide. If they don't find the bottle by my side, you'll be suspected of murder. Go on, put the bottle on the organ. I'm going to play for a while as I wait for it.
So you know.
And you're not at all embarrassed. Not the faintest sign of a womanly blush. You're the worst kind of sinner there is, a deliberate one. You sinned when you married me for my money. You sinned when I tried to commit suicide and you didn't attempt to stop me. And now you've sinned again because you've tried to kill me. Do you honestly think, my dear, that anyone 3 times a sinner can escape punishment?
In a few moments, you'll be dead, Gerald.
Perhaps.
What do you mean?
The sweetness of the coffee betrayed you, my dear. I knew when I first tasted it was poison.
But you drank it anyway. It is suicide, Gerald. You knew all the time.
Oh, you foolish woman. Did you think that was poison I'd left so conveniently in the medicine chest?
Well, of course I did.
Martha emptied the bottle weeks ago. I told her to replace the contents with syrup to see if you'd chance another attempt on my life. Well, you came through very nicely, my dear.
Well, Lydia, he's trapped you again. But why? Why, Lydia? He wants you to die for his murder. You're sure of that. He wants to let you go through all the motions, time and again, only to be frustrated at the last moment. He wants to build you slowly into a rage that will lead you to a crime of violence and a sure conviction. It's clear now, isn't it? Somehow you manage to keep calm, to appear unconcerned as he sits there, playing on that infernal organ.
You don't look disappointed, Lydia. Why? Why aren't you disappointed? A minute ago, you thought I was going to die. Now I tell you that I'm not. You aren't disappointed. Why? Why aren't you disappointed? That smile, Lydia, why are you smiling? Wait a minute, you found out about the syrup, didn't you? You discovered it wasn't poison, didn't you? Lydia, answer me. Answer me.
Your coffee was too sweet, wasn't it, Gerald?
Was it sugar? Or did you put real poison in it? Come, tell me, Lydia.
There's a strange look in your eyes, Gerald, darling. It seems to be getting stranger by the minute. Sugar doesn't do that, does it?
Lydia!
You're taking a new tack, aren't you, Lydia? There's no poison in the cup, but there's a new, deadlier one that you hadn't counted on until now. The poisonous power of suggestion. He actually believes he's dying, and you're making the best of it.
The real poison is sweet, Gerald. Remember?
You're lying, Lydia. You didn't do it.
But I did. Did you actually believe I'd let you make a fool of me again?
When did you buy it?
Yesterday.
Should have known.
Getting hold of you, Gerald, inch by inch.
No.
Here's the bottle. Here, I'll put it beside you on the organ, just as you said.
Give me that bottle. Give to me. There. Yes, it's empty. Good. Good.
What?
I told them you were trying to poison me.
Gerald, what do you mean?
The police, dear. The
police.
Well, Lydia, for once you're a step ahead of him. So he told them you were trying to poison him. You can't resist now. You've got to laugh about it. Relieved, free at last. Gerald slumped over the organ keyboard, dead. It's so much simpler now. Death of a stroke. No poison, no suicide. No prying medical examiners. Just one thing, Lydia. The bottle. That would cause suspicion, wouldn't it? When there's nothing to be suspicious about. So you take the bottle from Gerald's hand, go down into the basement and crush it to tiny bits with an axe. There's nothing left now but a few fragments of glass. Then at long last...
Yes?
Richard. Richard, darling.
Lydia, what's up?
You must come at once, dear. Gerald is dead.
When?
10 minutes ago.
Lydia, you didn't.
Of course I didn't. He died of a stroke, Richard. Oh, you must come at once.
I'll be right over.
Good. And Richard,
Yes?
I love you.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, a word about those big red and yellow signal billboards you've been seeing that tell you now go farther than ever with new signal gasoline. Unfortunately, there isn't room on those billboards to tell the rest of the story, the finer performance in new signal gasoline that makes this good mileage possible. Here's what I mean. New Signal's quicker starting naturally saves gas. Signal's smooth, fast pickup saves gas. And Signal's effortless anti-knock power that sends your motor purring up the steepest hills saves gas. So you see, the features in gasoline that make driving a pleasure are the very same ones that add up to more mileage. That's why we say your speedometer is the best proof of gasoline quality. If you want the tops in performance from your car, the logical place to find it is the new Super Fuel that now helps you go farther than ever. New Signal gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Lydia, it's over, and you're free at last. For the first time since you and Gerald were married, you're genuinely happy. You want to shout it from the housetops. Tell the world that Gerald is dead and you're free. That all his cruel cunning and practical jokes got him nowhere. That the trap didn't work. You almost wished Gerald were alive for a moment, just so you could tell him. But instead, you must sit quietly in the living room in your black dress and wait for Richard Farmer to finish the examination.
What a day.
I can imagine. We'll have a drink in a moment.
So I could use one.
Are you finished?
Yes. Simple deaths can be just as troublesome as suicides and murders, you know.
I can imagine.
Lydia.
Yes?
Lydia, has it occurred to you that Gerald might not have died from a stroke?
Of course not. Why?
He might have committed suicide.
Why, that's impossible. I was with him all last night.
You didn't leave him?
No, not for a moment. We talked quite a bit.
But he might have slipped something in his coffee while you weren't looking.
Oh, don't be absurd, darling. Please don't try to make a suicide out of this. I remember everything clearly. He clamored for coffee. I made it for him. He drank it, and soon after he had the stroke. Why don't you want to let it go, then?
The medical examiner from the police department.
What?
He was the man in the gray suit.
Police? What are they to do with
Lydia, he's analyzed the coffee cup and found it contained poison.
But Richard... Martha! Martha!
Yes, ma'am?
Martha, tell me. About that bottle of poison in the medicine chest. You emptied that bottle, didn't you? You replaced the poison with syrup.
I don't know what you mean, ma'am. I never touched the bottle.
Martha, you...
What's the matter, Lydia?
He did it. It was a trick.
Lydia, dear, don't worry about it. Everyone knows it's suicide. You just didn't see him pour the poison into the cup, that's all. And if he didn't leave the room, as you say, then the empty bottle must be somewhere in the room with his fingerprints on it.
The bottle?
That's all the evidence the examiner says they need. Just the bottle, don't you see, dear? Lydia. Lydia, what's the matter? You look white as a sheet.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by Gordon Hughes with tonight's story by Robert S. Brody, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, Terror Stricken.
Fear can become a terrible thing. Gangrenous, disintegrating, warping, twisting, gnawing at a man's mind until he's conscious of nothing else but its presence. That was the kind of fear that took hold of Benjamin Reynolds. And oddly enough, it was the natural outgrowth of the very thing that started him on the road to success. There was a trial, an important trial. There were big names involved, particularly the name of Andrew Miller, the accused. And at that trial, 10 years ago, young Benny Reynolds, investment clerk, just out of college, became Benjamin Reynolds, star witness for the prosecution. And he was a good witness. Investment bankers in San Francisco and Wall Street in London glanced at the headlines and commented that this time, because of Benjamin Reynolds, Andrew Miller and his crowd were washed up for good. They were right.
Order, please. Order in the court. Will the prisoner face the bench? Andrew Miller, you have been found guilty of the charge of grand larceny. I therefore sentence you to be confined within the state prison for a term of 10 years. Bailiff, remove the prisoner.
You dirty rat, Reynolds! I'll get you for this!
Yes, Benjamin, that was the big break. Overnight, you became the banker's champion, the man who almost single-handedly broke up the Miller crowd. Today, just 10 years later, you're head of the Reynolds Investment Company, a pillar of the community. It's a nice morning as you sit at the desk in your private office, looking at reports.
Yes, Mr. Reynolds.
Joan, will you send Mr. Barton in, please?
Yes, sir.
46,000 Allen account. Well, that can't be right. Gross commissions chargeable. Oh, wait a minute now. I know that's wrong.
You wanted to see me, Ben?
Yes, Ralph. These figures, are you sure they're correct?
Of course. I prepared the statement myself.
Oh, well, things like this don't do my heart any good, Ralph. Sit down, will you?
Oh, sure.
I'm sure there must be a mistake somewhere.
I don't think so. But of course it's possible.
Well, suppose you recheck them, just to be sure?
Well, that's a big job. I'd have to go through all the records for the whole year again.
I wouldn't ask you if I didn't think it was important. Well, perhaps I ought to call in the Monroe Auditing Company.
No, I'll do it, Ben. No use taking on that expense.
Well, all right, if you can have it by next Monday. Otherwise, I'll have to call Monroe. I've got to have those figures for the directors' meeting.
I'll have them for you. By the way, Ben, have you seen the papers?
Yes, I glanced through them at breakfast.
Did you by any chance see this?
Oh, guess I missed that. Among those released from state prison today is Andrew Miller, convicted 10 years ago of grand larceny in a trial that caused worldwide comment in financial circles.
Remember him?
What do you think?
I remember what he said when the judge sentenced him.
Yeah.
Does it make you a little nervous, Ben? I mean, just knowing the man is on the loose again?
I doubt very much if Andy Miller will do anything that'll send him up again. Still, you never know, do you?
No, Benjamin, you never know, do you? Andy Miller wouldn't think of making good on his promise. Or would he? Somehow you can't concentrate. Find yourself thinking about it, wondering, walking to the water cooler in the corner of your office every 5 minutes, wiping perspiration from your forehead until your handkerchief is soggy. And the next morning, it's worse as you answer your morning mail.
Your order for 100 shares of Consolidated Power and Light at the market, thereby acknowledged, and... Say, that was Consolidated, wasn't it?
I think it was Southern California Edison.
Oh, yes. Make it Edison, then. And will be executed immediately. Very truly yours. Now, let's see. We took care of McDonald. And, what's this? You rat. I'll get you, and don't forget it. Why, he had the nerve to sign it.
What's the matter?
Where's the envelope to this thing?
Why, Vera takes them off and...
Get Vera in here right away.
Well, she's out on an errand for Mr. Barton.
All right, then get Barton.
Yes, sir.
And don't forget it. Andrew Miller. Of all the crust,
Is that for me, Ben?
Yes. Take a look at this.
Same words he used at the trial. That guy must be crazy. He signed it himself.
What do you make of it?
I don't know.
Didn't lose any time, did he?
I think he's trying to bluff you. Or maybe he didn't write it.
Oh, he wrote it all right.
I don't know. It's pretty fantastic after 10 years. But in view of the threatening tone, I'd certainly check to see if it's genuine.
Yes. Yes?
Vera's here, Mr. Reynolds.
Send her in, please. Well, we'll see what she knows about it.
You want to see me, Mr. Reynolds?
Yes. Vera, did you notice this letter in the morning mail?
Oh, I don't read the mail, Mr. Reynolds. I just open it and put it on your desk.
I've instructed them not to read company mail, Ben.
Oh, of course.
Well, I might remember it if I saw the envelope. Yes, Mr. Reynolds.
Have the wastebasket containing the envelopes from today's mail brought into my office, will you?
I'm sorry, Mr. Reynolds. The janitor emptied all the wastebaskets an hour ago.
Oh, very well.
What are you going to do now?
Well, I guess there's nothing I can do but call the police.
With the prologue of Terror Stricken, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. If you've been reading the new car ads, and who hasn't, you've no doubt noticed the emphasis that's being put on increased mileage. 25 to 30 miles per gallon from some of the new models. Now, why do you suppose this is? Is it because folks today are interested in making dollars go farther? Well, partly. But even more so, they're interested in the increased engineering efficiency which makes that greater mileage possible. Yes, and right there you have the reason why Signal Oil Company is so proud of the fact that you now go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline. You see, Signal's improved mileage is the result of increased power, amazing new power. The same power that gives new Signal gasoline quicker starting, faster pickup, and quieter, higher anti-knock. That's why we say, look to your speedometer for the final measure of gasoline quality. You'll find that the super-powered new gasoline that gives you peak performance is also the gasoline that now helps you go farther than ever. New Signal gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Benjamin, there was a price tag on that testimony you delivered so efficiently at the trial of Andrew Miller 10 years ago, and you're beginning to pay for it now. The police don't help much. All you can do is swear out a warrant for Miller's arrest and leave the rest up to them. They can't do a thing about that weak heart of yours, stop it from pounding every time someone comes to the door, and they can't bring your appetite back or help you to sleep at night. It's later than usual when you arrive at the office next day. Ralph Barton's busy on the books as you go into your office. Hang up your hat and go over to the water cooler for a drink.
I guess I...
Help! Help! Yes, Mr. Reynolds.
Help!
Mr. Reynolds.
Vera, Dr. Crane's in the next office. Get him, hurry.
Oh, yes, sure, right away.
What's going on here? Mr. Reynolds, what's happened?
We came in when he called for help.
Get a doctor.
Vera's already gone for one.
What's keeping her? There's a doctor right down the hall.
She should be back in a minute.
That isn't soon enough.
Oh, but it takes some time.
Don't you realize every second counts?
Oh, here she comes now.
Right in here, Dr. Crane.
Stand back. Stand back, please. Yes, give him room. Doctor, is it serious?
Can't tell yet. Looks very much like some form of poisoning.
Well, that was a close call, wasn't it, Benjamin? When you leave the hospital that night, you're still weak, positive now that Miller means business. The police report that afternoon. Poison in the water cooler, just enough to knock a man out. No fingerprints. No way of knowing how Miller could have entered the office without being seen. Nothing they can tell you except to carry on as usual. For the next 2 days, you find yourself waiting for it, tense, expectant, but nothing happens. And you begin to relax a little, to believe what the police lieutenant said about Miller being too smart to try it again. Perhaps they're right, Benjamin. Perhaps what you need is a change, a dinner out with your wife, Sally, at a restaurant on 6th Street.
Ben, dear. Ben.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sally. I was thinking.
Oh, please try and forget it, darling. Oh, the whole thing's ridiculous. The man wouldn't have to take a chance like that. Oh, there must have been a mistake at the bottling company or something.
Of course, dear. Now let's forget it, huh?
But you're as fidgety as a cat.
No, I'm not. But I am hungry.
Ben, do you mean it?
Of course I do. Why?
Oh, because you've hardly touched your meals the last few days.
Oh, well, let's order, huh? I'm starved. Well, what'll we start with?
Well, what about a shrimp cocktail? Hmm?
Wonderful. Then mixed green salad?
And a sirloin for two.
Medium rare.
Ben, darling. Oh, darling, are you all right?
I'm the manager. You hurt?
No, I'm all right. It missed me. See there in the
Good
wall?
Lord. Well, I don't know how
Who did it?
Oh, I don't know, sir. It came from over there somewhere.
Well, don't stand there with your mouth open. Call the police.
Well, of course, right away.
Come on, Sally. Let's get out of here.
Of course, darling.
Well, whoever fired that shot meant business, didn't he, Benjamin? Your heart's pounding like a trip hammer again as you walk out of the nightclub. The hole in the wall was 6 inches from your head, and that's awfully close. Your heart almost stopped, didn't it? You're terror-stricken. You jump at every sound. And then you wonder why Miller doesn't come right out and kill you. But you remember he's had 10 long years to plan his revenge. No, sudden death would be too easy. He wants to make you suffer. Of course, sleep is out of the question. Even the powders the doctor gave you have little effect on your frenzied nerves. You imagine all kinds of things as you lie there in bed.
Ben.
Yes?
Ben, why is he trying to kill you?
Please, Sally, let's not
Well,
talk about
first
it.
the poisoned water and the trip to the hospital, then that shot tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, but Ben, the police will catch him soon. He can't.
I just hope it's soon enough.
Oh, sure. Oh, that's the door. I wonder who in the world. Oh, no, lie still, darling. I'll get it.
No,
Well,
I'll get it. Yeah. Hold your horses. I'm coming. Oh. What do you want?
What do I want?
Yes, that's what I said. What do you want?
I'm calling for the remains of the dear departed.
Are you drunk?
No, I don't think so.
Now, look, it's cold here at the door. Hurry and state your business, please.
I did. I was sent to call for the mortal remains of...
Man alive, will you talk sense? I haven't time for foolishness.
This is 1620 Runyon Avenue, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Then it's the right place.
Who sent you, anyway?
The Gold Hills Mortuary. Now, do you understand?
No, I don't. There must be some mistake.
The party on the phone was very explicit. He said 1620 Runyon Avenue. The remains of the late Benjamin Reynolds.
That's not funny, mister. I'm Benjamin Reynolds.
Oh.
Now, get out. Get out of the body of Benjamin Reynolds. We'll give you a very black eye. Oh. What's going to happen next?
How much more can you stand, Benjamin, before your heart gives out completely? You can't eat. You can't sleep. You almost jump out of your skin at the slightest sound. Miller is getting his revenge. He must be enjoying it immensely. Sally makes you rest all day Sunday, but you're still befuddled. You can't even talk straight anymore. You stutter. Monday morning, you decide to walk to the office. You want to try to think. Yes, that's it. Walk and try to think.
Look out! Officer! That blue sedan tried to run this man down!
Hey, what's going on?
The guy in the blue sedan tried to run over this man!
Are you hurt, mister?
No. I'm all right.
The devil you say. You're shaking like a leaf.
Soon as my nerves quiet down,
Them that saw it seemed to think it was a deliberate attempt to kill you.
Yes, I think so, too.
Any idea who might be trying to kill you?
Sure. Andy Miller.
Okay. Now I got to make a report of this. What's your name?
Benjamin Reynolds.
Benjamin Reynolds. You better see a doctor, Mr. Reynolds. You're in bad shape.
I'll be all right.
I better send you home in a cab. You're in no condition to walk.
Another close call, and you're scared almost to death, aren't you? You wonder how much longer your heart will be able to stand it. Not much longer now. You tremble so violently you can't even light a cigarette. Even at home, you can't sit still. You pace the floor back and forth all day long until finally night comes. You can't sleep. You toss and turn. Yes, the days are bad, but the nights are filled with terror.
Who's there?
Ben, dear.
I said, who's there?
Oh, it was nothing, honey.
What's that? What's that?
Oh, stop it.
Who are you? Why don't you answer?
Oh, it's only the shutter. Oh, Ben, don't be so jumpy.
Yes, of course. Oh, only the shutter.
It was only the shutter, wasn't it, Ben? But all the noises in the night have a sinister meaning, haven't they? After what seems like hours, exhaustion finally takes over, and you've just fallen asleep when...
Who's at the door at this hour?
Ben, dear, don't be frightened, darling. It's not the door, it's the phone.
Oh, the phone.
Yes.
Who the devil can that be? I'll give them a piece of my mind. Hello.
Is this Benjamin Reynolds?
Yes, it is. What's the big idea of calling me at this hour of the night?
Don't you know?
No, and I don't care.
Oh, yes, you do. You got a letter the other day, remember?
Andrew Miller.
Why, how'd you guess? I'm going to get you, remember?
Say, wait a minute.
You haven't much time left to live,
Wait.
Reynolds. It's coming tomorrow.
But... Hello? Hello? Oh, hung up. Oh.
Operator.
Trace that call quick, please.
What is your number?
Morningside 1024. On hurry, please.
One moment, please.
Oh, hurry.
What number did you call?
I didn't call any number. They called me.
Do you know the other party's number?
No, I don't. That's why I asked you to trace the call. Please hurry.
There is no one connected with your number now.
I know. They hung up. Can't you hurry? I want to trace the call that was connected with his phone, please.
I'm sorry, but after the other party has hung up, it is impossible to trace the call.
Oh, very well. Say, I wonder if my hunch... Let's see.
Hello?
Hello, Barton. This is Reynolds.
What the deuce makes you call me at this time of the night?
Barton. Andrew Miller called. He said I haven't much time to live.
Is that so?
Yes, and I'm at my wit's end. What can I do? He's coming here, Ralph. Lord knows what he'll do to me.
What do you mean he's coming there?
Well, he just told me.
You can't take this much longer, Ben. Why don't you call the police?
Well, I've called the police a dozen times. I tell you, Miller's too clever for them, Ralph.
Then there's only one thing to do. Get out.
Well, yes, but he'd follow me. He knows where
He hasn't checked me. Now, look, it's out of the question for you to stay there under the circumstances. I'll be over in the morning, and we'll go up to my cabin for a few days. You've got to get a complete rest.
Yes, you're absolutely right, Ralph. I've simply got to.
And listen, there's someone tipping that guy off on your movements. This time, make sure. Don't tell anyone where you're going.
Well, yes, but what about Sally?
Tell her you're off on a business trip or something. Yeah, that's it. The convention starts tomorrow in Cedar City. If necessary, you can call her later from the cabin.
Yeah. All right, Ralph.
I'll pick you up in front of the signal station at Runyon and Broadmoor tomorrow morning at 8, right?
Right. How much farther, Ralph?
About 14 miles.
Hey, the old heart's banging away again. Doctor said 6,000 feet was my limit, you know.
Well, we'll stay pretty well under that, boy.
Oh, good.
Boy, look at that view. You can see all the way back to...
What's the matter?
So that's strange. There's that car again. You don't suppose he's following us, do you?
Oh, probably one of the natives.
I don't know.
Wait a minute. You don't think Miller...
You're sure you didn't tell anyone where you were going?
Well, positive. I will have to call Sally later, though.
Yeah, sure. Hey, here's the spot where I always stop. You can get a good view clear back to the valley. How about it?
Oh, great.
Up this way.
Yes, kind of steep. I better take it easy.
Now, there's a level spot up here at the top.
Well, you go ahead, Ralph. I gotta watch myself at this altitude. Get that air. You know, this is what I needed. Mountain air, sunshine, quiet. Hey, where are you?
Up here. Come on.
This is a real inspiration, Ralph. How'd you think of it?
You mean this?
Whew. I mean getting away from everything like this. One sniff of that air and a fella forgets he ever had any worries.
And look over here.
Hey, now, take it easy. Kind of close to that edge, you know.
Look, Ben. 1,500 feet, straight down.
Yeah, I'd just as soon stay back here if you don't mind.
What's the matter, Ben? Afraid?
No, just sensible, that's all. You know, funny thing about me in high places, it seems
You ought to be afraid, Ben. That's where you're going. 1,500 feet straight down.
What? Well, that's good. 50. You're serious, aren't you?
I'd hate to have you call in the auditors, Ben.
I was afraid that was it. There was something wrong with those figures.
Yes, there was. But I learned something from Andy Miller. You're not going to be around to testify. You're going to have a dizzy spell. And they're going to find you 1,500 feet down there on those rocks.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, here's news about one of the first of the new post-war developments to make driving safer and more restful. You know how our bright western sunshine glares off pavements and off the windshields and polished chromium of other cars, causing eye strain that makes you squint and get headaches? Well, during the war, the Army and Navy used a new principle of glare control. It's called Polaroid. And unlike old-fashioned colored filters that darkened everything and changed the colors of flowers and scenery, Polaroid is as clear and colorless as your own windshield. But look through the Polaroid, and presto, all glare is gone. Now, here's the good news. This same Polaroid principle has been made into a visor for your car, and they're for sale for the first time on the Pacific Coast at your signal dealers. The Polaroid visor snaps onto your present visor in a jiffy. It's smart-looking, and it flips out of the way when you're not using it. If it's sunny tomorrow, drive into your signal dealers for a demonstration. When you see the wear and tear it saves on your eyes, my bet is you'll want to buy one of these Polaroid visors now to make your summer driving more pleasant. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Benjamin, you seem to be in a tight spot. Just the two of you there, alone at the top of the cliff. Barton, staring at you, white-faced and tense, his fists clenched at his sides. And oddly, you find yourself struggling to keep the smile inside you from showing on your face. It's probably only a few seconds, but it seems like an hour that the two of you stand there silent. Then...
Listen, Ralph. You hear that?
The car?
Yes.
They won't stop.
Sure he will. That's what they came for.
What do you mean?
There's a detective and two patrolmen in the car, Ralph. They followed us all the way from town.
You're lying.
You'd better restrain yourself for a minute and see. Of course, you could pull it off now if you wanted to, Ralph. But it'd be kind of foolish, wouldn't it? The embezzlement charge will put you away for only 4 or 5 years, with perhaps a few more for attempted murder, but if you go ahead and...
How did you know?
You did it again.
What?
That. It's a habit of yours, Ralph. Every time you're about to say something important, you clear your throat. Like that. That's why it hit me between the eyes last night when you called me and said... I'm going to get you. Remember? Come on, Ralph. Let's walk down to the road. We'll save the policeman a few steps.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal, gasoline, and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Walter Jensen, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler, rated by independent research the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now, The Whistler's strange story. Smart Boy.
"15 minutes after Verna had called him on the phone, Steve Carson was walking into the entrance of her apartment. Inside, he was raging at her. Outside, he looked cool as a piece of ice. 10 years as a private detective have given him that. The nonchalance outside, in spite of the burn-up underneath. Yes, Steve was a top-notch detective. A smart boy. Smart enough to see, when Verna came along 5 years ago, that investigation fees were chicken feed. What with Verna's beauty and his ability, there was real money on the other side of the line, in blackmail. It had turned out to be a great thing, an unbeatable combination. And as he left the automatic elevator at the end of the corridor and walked down to her apartment, he thought what a shame it was that Verna could be so naive as to think she could change it with a simple phone call.
Oh, it's you, Stevie.
Hello, darling.
Come in. We've been expecting you.
Oh?
I could tell by your attitude on the telephone that you were unhappy, dear. You know Randy Summers, of course.
Well, Mr. Carson, nice of you to drop in.
Verna, I want to talk to you alone.
Sit down, won't you? Randy, darling, fix him a drink.
Of course. Looks like he could use one.
You are irritated, aren't you, Stevie? I can always tell. The corners of your mouth sort of twitch and your jaw muscles bulge.
Are you going to get that guy out of here?
No. I like having him around.
You think I'm going to hold still for this?
I think so.
Well, that's a bad guess. If he stays, I go.
Are we going through all that again?
I'm not playing second horn, baby. If you want a new stooge, that's your business. If I want to quit, that's mine.
Oh, darling, you sound positively jealous.
Oh, you couldn't have picked a better partner. He even looks like a heel. I should have known better than to get mixed up in the rotten mess anyway.
Oh, Stevie, dear, I'm surprised at you. You didn't think it was so rotten when you were getting your share of the profit.
I'm washed up, Verna. I'm a private eye, not an errand boy. Get that through your head. Or would you rather I put it down in writing?
In writing? My dear fella. Surely you should know by now never to put anything in writing that concerns Verna.
Stay out of this, Summers.
Sit down, Stevie.
Oh, I'm afraid our Mr. Carson isn't going to be the least bit cooperative tonight. Is he, darling? Here's your drink, old man. Now, see here, Carson, I can take just so much of you.
Okay, in that case...
Stop it,
what are
both
you
of
gonna
you.
do if I
You're acting like...
stay
Let
away?
go of him, Steve.
All right.
Now, look here. This sort of thing isn't going to get you anywhere. I told you once before how things stand. Randy and I are running the show from now on, and we'll let you know when we need you. Is that clear?
Yeah, it's all right. If it works.
Randy and I are satisfied with it, aren't we, dear?
Of course.
Summers, old man, did it ever occur to you that one of these days Verna would slip you the same fast shuffle she gave me?
I have a feeling she won't.
You see, Stevie? We trust each other.
Okay, Verna. This is your round.
Meaning there might be others?
Could be. What about our dear friend Charles W. Ralston?
Charles W. Ralston.
Suppose I were to tell him about the letters.
Why, you wouldn't stoop to that, would you, Stevie?
What do you suppose Ralston would do if he found out he'd been paying for letters that were burned up 3 months ago?
What? Is that true, Verna?
Well, what if it is?
What happened?
A little fire, Summers. An accident at Verna's cabin. She kept the letters there.
Oh, the cabin, eh? Wasn't that the one he built for you as a contribution to the cause?
Yes. It was nice of him, wasn't it, Stevie? Oh, you'll love it, Randy. Way off in the mountains overlooking Lake Tahoe. Quiet and peaceful. Miles from anyone.
Wonderful.
It was lucky we were there at the time, so it wasn't a total loss. You know, Steve, I think I'll have to have that old-fashioned ceiling lamp removed. It's too dangerous. The same thing could happen again.
Get back to the point, Verna. What about the letters?
Well, since you brought it up, Stevie, with some nasty little insinuations that you might possibly tell Mr. Ross.
What makes you think I won't?
Well, let's see. There's the McCrae case, and that swindle on the Falstrom woman, and a few other enterprises you wouldn't want the DA to know about.
Oh, a skeleton in the private investigator's closet, eh?
They could put you away for years and years, Stevie, and I know how you feel about short haircuts. No, darling, I don't think you're going to tell Mr. Ralston anything. You're going to go right on doing little favors for me, without the usual percentage. You'll do it just for, shall we say, old time's sake? In memory of, well, let's let it go at that. In memory.
Very touching, darling. I had no idea Mr. Carson was so sentimental.
What do you say, Steve?
Okay, Verna.
Really, it's the only sensible way to look at it. Come on, let's have a drink on it.
Oh, by all means. And this time, old man, shall we try not to spill it? It's awfully good scotch.
Randy, please.
Oh, certainly.
Steve, there are a few little things I'd like to discuss with you.
Yeah?
Randy's flying down to Los Angeles tonight, and when he gets back, he'll join me at the cabin.
The cabin?
I'm going up alone tomorrow afternoon. Why don't you come up for the weekend, and we'll talk things over?
I don't know, Verna.
It'll do you a lot of good. Mountain air, you know.
Well, I could let you know in the morning.
Good.
Well, I guess I'd better be sliding along.
Stevie.
Yeah?
You do understand, don't you? About Randy and me? Everything's going to work out all right. Hmm?
Sure, Verna. Sure.
With the prologue of Smart Boy, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler.
Pardon me, Mr. Miller.
isn't it time for tonight's big news?
Oh, you mean about Signal Premium, the amazing new motor oil that actually keeps motors 6 times cleaner, reduces cylinder wear 1/3?
You can say that again.
It's a fact. New Signal Premium motor oil actually keeps motors 6 times cleaner, reduces cylinder wear 1/3. And you want to know the reason? Compounding does it. You see, into today's finest 100% pure paraffin base oil, Signal now blends 5 scientific new compounds that make Signal Premium motor oil far outperform today's finest uncompounded oils.
You mean compounds are added to new Signal Premium motor oil like vitamins and minerals are added to foods to make them more beneficial?
Right. Compound number 1 actually cleanses the motor of old carbon. Compound 2 prevents harmful varnish, gum, and sludge. Compound 3 improves oil circulation to vital engine parts. Compound 4 keeps oil from thinning out when your motor's hot. And Compound 5 protects costly bearings from corrosion.
No wonder new Signal Premium motor oil outperforms all uncompounded oils.
Check. And no wonder drivers who want their motors to run smoother, last longer, are switching fast. Switching to the new Signal motor oil. The oil that
keeps motors 6 times cleaner, reduces cylinder wear 1/3.
New Signal Premium motor oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Steve. You're a smart boy. Smart enough to know there's only one way to handle Verna now. 5 prosperous years as her partner in the rather hazardous enterprise of blackmail have given you a healthy respect for her intelligence. And you're too smart to force a showdown yet. The corners of your mouth are twitching again as you think about her. It's too bad, in a way, that she thought she could force you to stooge for Randy Summers, the new boy. She was a nice kid. That's funny, isn't it, Steve? You're thinking about her in the past tense already, only 10 minutes after you left her at the apartment. Your mouth is still twitching as you stop in front of another apartment and walk up to a door with a brass plate on it and the name of Charles W. Ralston.
I don't think you know me, Mr. Ralston.
I'm afraid I don't.
Steve Carson, private investigator.
Oh?
I came to see you about a Miss Verna Sheldon.
I'm sorry I don't.
I have a proposition, Mr. Ralston.
Very well.
You know all about the letters, of course. Mr. Ralston, you're a pretty influential businessman in the city, and also a man, shall we say, not without enemies.
A man in my position is bound to have a few.
Exactly. Now, let's suppose Miss Sheldon's letters were to fall into the hands of the wrong people.
She's assured me they won't.
Ah, you don't know her. Suppose you were to sell those letters to a group of individuals for a sum much greater than you could afford to pay.
She wouldn't.
Oh, but she would, and is. I've been able to find out that much and a little more. Shall I go on?
Of course.
She's going up to her cabin tomorrow. Over the weekend, someone will contact her there to make the transaction. You'll have to work fast if you want the letters.
What's your proposition?
I think I can break up that little meeting before it ever takes place.
You can get the letters for me?
Yes.
How much?
My fees run a little high for this sort of thing.
How much, Carson?
$25,000.
I can't possibly get it.
You don't think it's worth it, considering your position?
I couldn't, Carson. $25,000.
Well, think it over. And do make up your mind soon, Ralston. I'll call you sometime tomorrow morning. Oh, by the way, do you still own that cabin?
I sold it.
I thought it was a gift.
It's on the records as a sale to Miss Sheldon.
Okay. I guess I'll run along.
Just a moment. You're quite certain she's planning to sell those letters?
Quite certain.
How do I know this isn't another one of her tricks? And how do I know you're not in league with her?
That's just a chance you'll have to take, Mr. Ralston. Good night.
The next move is the big one, isn't it, Steve? There's the matter of the defective kerosene lamp in Verna's cabin at Lake Tahoe. The same lamp that exploded once before and caused the fire that burned Mr. Ralston's letters. A thing like that is liable to happen again, isn't it, Steve? Particularly since you arrive at the cabin 5 hours later, equipped with 5 gallons of high-test gasoline, and proceed to change the possibility into a certainty. It takes you a half hour to set it up in a way you can't possibly miss. And when you're through, you carefully raise the huge lamp again on its creaking chains, lock the cabin door, and leave. You can see Vernon now arriving at the cabin, pulling the lamp down as the flick of a match, an explosion, and a fire to remove any trace of your visit. By 8 o'clock, you're back in town to call on Verna as you promised, to regret that you can't accompany her, and to make sure her visit is coming off on schedule.
Well, if it isn't Smart Boy.
O'Hara.
Right.
I don't get it.
You will. Come in. I'm standing by. Lieutenant just left on an errand.
Yeah? What errand?
You.
Come on, O'Hara. What's the pitch? What are the police doing here?
I was just going to ask you what you're doing here.
Yeah?
Suppose you tell me first, huh?
I was calling on Verna.
Any particular reason?
Business.
I see. She's over there if you want her.
Where?
Under the blanket.
What are you talking about?
Slight case of homicide, Steve. A blunt instrument, to coin a phrase.
Oh.
Surprised, Steve?
Yeah,
I wonder.
Wait a minute. You don't think I...
You and she were in business together, huh? What kind of business?
Investigations.
Uh-huh. And she had something you wanted pretty bad and she wouldn't give. That's right, isn't it?
Suppose I don't answer that one.
Okay. We'll have plenty of time to go into that later.
Tell the lieutenant he can reach me at my office.
Oh? Going so soon?
Yeah.
Okay. Just one thing, Steve. I'd stick around pretty close if I were you because, well, I've got a hunch the DA would like a little chat. When you get the time.
That stopped you cold, didn't it, Steve? Alibi, alibi, alibi. Flashing on and off in your brain like a neon sign. Everything you figured on, planned for, set up, just like a spring trap, and everything gone. Verna's dead. You're the #1 suspect. And you were driving on a lonely mountain road on an errand you can't explain at the moment she was killed. That'll sound great in court, won't it? But there's one thing you're sure of. Ralston killed her. There's no question about it. The talk last night. The deadline you tossed up to him. Yes, it was Ralston, all right. It takes you 5 minutes to get to a phone booth in a corner drugstore.
Mr. Ralston's residence?
Steve Carson calling. I'd like to speak to Mr. Ralston, please.
He hasn't come down yet this morning. May I...
I've got to talk to him. This is important.
Oh, but, sir, I...
Listen, whoever you are, you run up to Ralston and tell him Steve Carson's on the phone. He'll talk.
Very well, Mr. Carson. Here's Mr. Ralston now.
Good. Come on, Ralston. What's holding you?
Hello, Carson?
Listen, Ralston, I've got to see you right away.
Something wrong?
You know what I'm talking about. Just stay put. I'm on my way over.
I'm expected at the office in 20 minutes. I'm afraid
You're going to stay right where you are. You want me to talk to you, or would you rather I did my talking to the police?
I'll be here, Mr. Carson.
Mind if I sit down, Ralston?
Go ahead. I'll sit over here.
No, you better close the door first.
Oh?
Your man Schermerhorn's got big ears.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Carson.
I guess you know why I'm here, or are you going to give me that I don't know what you're talking about routine?
Well, really, Mr. Carson...
I'll get right to the point. I'm here for 2 reasons. The first is that I'm sure you knocked off Verna Sheldon as if I'd been there watching you. Oh, don't look so surprised, Ralston.
I had nothing to do with it.
Don't give me that. I didn't get any farther into the joint than the entrance hall, and I could see it had been gone over with a fine-tooth comb. Maybe someone looking for those letters, huh? Someone who figured tomorrow night might be too late?
Why are you so interested?
I've been put in a rather awkward position, Ralston.
You,
have the letters? One thing at a time. My good friend Sergeant O'Hara seems to think I killed her. Unfortunately, it looks like my only defense is to prove you did it. That is, unless...
Unless what?
Unless I come through with an alibi. I know you killed her, Alston, and I've been in the business long enough to know that all I've got to do to hang you is to flash those letters in the DA's office.
You have them?
I know where to get them.
I've got to have them, Carson. I'll do anything.
Now you're talking. First, there are a few things I'd like to know. Did anyone see you at Verna's apartment last night?
I didn't go to her apartment last night.
Okay. I'm going to dig up those letters. So long, Ralston.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
I did it. I killed her. I had to. I would have been ruined
that's
if...
better. Now, you wouldn't have just hopped a cab and gone over there to knock her off, Ralston. You've got a better head than that. You must have been somewhere else at the time, huh?
No one saw me. First, I went down to the yacht harbor. I have a boat there.
What time?
10:15.
Okay, 45 minutes to go.
No one saw me at first, but a short time after I went aboard the boat, the night watchman came by and called out to me from the dock. He'd seen the light on the boat.
What time?
10:30.
He talked to you?
Yes.
So as far as he was concerned, you were on the boat between 10:15 and when?
He didn't see me again until I'd come back the second time after.
After you knocked off Verna. What time?
11:30.
Perfect. I couldn't have done much better myself, Ralston.
I was lucky. I spoke to the watchman at 11:30 when I was leaving for the night.
Anyone else around?
Yes. There were several men a few yards ahead of me. I think they came from the club.
Then the watchman will recall there were others when you spoke to him.
I suppose so. It was rather dark, but I think he must have noticed them.
Oh, that's good enough for me. Now, listen, Ralston, no one has any idea you were connected with Verna except me. I think they'll take you at your word. Probably won't even consider you a suspect.
What are you getting at?
You're my alibi, Ralston. I was with you on the boat all the time, remember?
Well,
You, aren't holding out on me, are you?
No, it's not that.
That alibi is worth a lot of money to me, Ralston. I might even be willing to forget about the $25,000. The watchman didn't see you go on the boat alone. He didn't see you leave when you went to Verna's apartment, and no one saw you come back. And when you finally checked with them just before going home, there were others around. Now, that makes an alibi for both of us.
What about the letters?
Forget it.
Where are they?
You won't find them, Ralston. You almost tore the joint to pieces and you couldn't find them. I could have told you they weren't there.
You're going to go on bleeding me, aren't you? Just the way she did.
Still don't trust me, do you?
Listen, Carson. Bring the letters here and I'll give you the cash tonight.
No, let's wait until the investigation's over, huh? It's safer that way. For Stevie.
Well, Steve, it's like sitting in on a poker game, isn't it? You're leaning back now, watching each of them play their high cards, knowing all the time you have the topper up your sleeve. Randy Summers, the new boy, is on his way back from Los Angeles. And you know that 30 seconds after he finishes his story of what happened between you and Verna on the evening of the murder, the DA will be on the phone asking for the answers. There's nothing to do now but wait. Thursday, Friday, and then, Saturday morning, you open the door of your office.
Hello, smart boy. I've been waiting for you.
What's on your mind, O'Hara?
Oh, just like to have a little talk with you, that's all. About this Sheldon dame.
What else?
You were good friends, weren't you?
Sure.
I mean, particularly good friends.
So what?
So, I understand things suddenly went sour.
A little pigeon flew in from L.A. and slipped you that, huh?
You denying threatening her because she shook you for this Summers guy?
We had a slight disagreement, that's all.
You had 3 beefs with her. The first was a week ago at her apartment. The second was the next day in a downtown bar. Mm-hmm. And don't say you didn't, because Summers says so, and so does the bartender. The third one was on the night she was killed, just after she called you on the phone and told you it was all off. Now, what was the beef?
I disliked the hat she was wearing.
Sure. So much you told her you were going to wring her neck.
Did I say that?
Never mind the stall. I haven't even started yet, chum. dame had something on you, didn't she?
Did she?
Why didn't you tell me you were up at her apartment on the night of the murder?
You didn't ask me, O'Hara. Summers was there, too, incidentally. He was still there when I left.
He caught the 9:45 plane at the airport. We checked it. Now, you were there at 7:30.
Right.
The first time.
What do you mean, the first time?
You didn't go back around 10:30?
What are you talking about, O'Hara?
It seems the Sheldon dame got a phone call at 9:15 just before Summers left. And, it was from you.
Wait a minute. You're all wrong. I didn't make
You made an appointment to see her at 10:30.
That's a lie.
Did you keep it, Carson?
Someone's been giving you a line.
Summers was there when the call came in. She told him it was you. Said you were coming back. He wanted to stick around in case you got rough, but she told him she could handle it. So he took his plane.
The guy's lying, O'Hara.
Wait a minute. You can work out an answer on the way down to the Hall of Justice. At the moment, you're under arrest. Suspicion of murder.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, I wish we had television so you could see the photographs I have here of two pistons taken from two identical motors. The only difference was that one motor used new signal premium motor oil, while the other used uncompounded oil. But what a difference in those pistons. After 79,000 miles of driving, the one using new signal premium is relatively clean, unworn, while the other piston using uncompounded motor oil shows 6 times as much carbon deposit, 50% more cylinder wear. Yes, those 5 compounds in new Signal Premium Oil really make a difference. Ask your Signal dealer to show you his unretouched photos, proving how Signal Premium Oil
Keeps motors 6 times cleaner. Reduces cylinder wear 1/3.
My bet is when you see these photos, you'll want to make your next oil change a change for the better. A change to the new Signal oil with 5 compounds added. 5 compounds that make it outperform all uncompounded oils, barring none. New Signal Premium Motor Oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Steve, it's quite a poker hand, isn't it? O'Hara and Summers have played their cards, but you still have the topper up your sleeve. That phone call was a shock. Summers is too stupid to have dreamed that one up all by himself. You try and figure it out as you sit in the anteroom, waiting to see District Attorney Skelly. He must have been telling the truth. For some reason or other, Verna didn't want him to know who called and told him it was you. It was Ralston, of course, pleading for his letters again. And when she turned him down, he decided to kill her. Good old Ralston. You knew you'd need that top card, didn't you, Steve? But you had no idea you'd need it this badly.
Hello, Carson.
Hello, D.A.
Doesn't look so good, does it?
I hate to see you guys make monkeys out of yourselves, Skelly, but if you...
Just a minute, Steve. I have a few questions to ask you, although I don't think it'll make much difference.
Got it all figured out, huh?
Just about.
Good. Now, if you'll stop figuring long enough to ask me where I was at the time of the murder, maybe we'll all have a great big laugh.
Okay. The floor is yours.
I was on a boat at the yacht harbor talking over some confidential business with a client of mine.
Yeah? Who?
He's a pretty important guy, Skelly.
I suppose his name's confidential, too.
No, not at all. Charles W. Ralston, Vice President of State Savings and Loan. Is that good enough?
Ralston?
But if you don't believe me, get on the phone and call him.
You're serious about this?
Sure. Go ahead, call him up.
You better brace yourself, Carson.
Hmm?
Ralston was burned to death in a cabin at Lake Tahoe early this morning. Seems a coal oil lamp exploded or something. A couple of rangers saw the flames and... Something wrong, Carson?
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Adrian Jondeau, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story, the Waterford Case.
Like all murders, it had a vague, intangible beginning. As Elaine walked home from the trial that afternoon, she tried to put her finger on it, ran back in her mind over the months that saw it develop from a stray thought into the headlines and the afternoon editions just hitting the stands. Son guilty of father's murder. Richard Waterford, Jr. to die in chair. Waterford heir guilty. And for the life of her, she couldn't remember exactly when the idea was actually born. Certainly that day at the beach club with Dick and Margaret had little to do with it. Although it was in her mind even then, as she walked toward them, wondering what they were saying.
Oh, that water's cold.
Dick, you're all wet. Stop it. People are looking.
Let him. Oh, I love you, Margaret Winters. Well, is that bad?
No. No, it's too good to be true.
I mustn't worry about Waterford Sr. Dad's not as tough as his growl.
He'd do more than growl if he could see you now.
You know, I used to be the fair-haired boy. Only child, son and heir, etc., etc. Little Richard could do no wrong.
Then I came along.
Oh, no, nothing as uncomplicated as that. Whatever's happened between Dad and me began long before I met you.
What did happen, Dick?
She did, mostly.
Who? Elaine?
Yeah. Cousin Elaine. She's around here today. You'll probably...
Hello, Richard.
Elaine. Why, hello. Nice of you to drop in. We were just talking about you. Say, that's a funny thing, Elaine. You always manage to show up when
Don't forget your manners, Richard.
What? Oh, sorry. Meg, this is my cousin, Elaine.
Hello, Elaine.
I was most anxious to meet you, Miss Winters. Richard has spoken of you so often at home.
How did you know you'd find us here, Elaine? I thought I'd camouflaged our trail pretty well.
Really, Richard, I hope you don't think I've been following you.
The fact is, I was on the boat this morning, and I decided to take a stroll along the beach before going home. I saw you from the boardwalk. You should have Richard take you out to the boat sometime, Miss Winters. Very pleasant and much more secluded.
Well, I'd love it, but I'm allergic to deep water. Can't swim a stroke.
Oh? Well, I've enjoyed meeting you, Miss Winters.
Likewise.
Oh, what a beautiful ring.
Oh, thank you.
Family heirloom, I suppose.
Well, it may be someday, I hope. At the moment, it's just an engagement ring.
Oh.
Wish us luck, Elaine.
I'll see you at home, Richard.
So long, Elaine.
Wow.
Well, that did it.
What do you mean?
Oh, she'll go straight to Dad.
I know it.
Oh, it doesn't matter, darling. The sooner there's an understanding, the sooner you and I can set up housekeeping. And this is as good a time as any.
No, Elaine. That wasn't the beginning, was it? The feeling has always been there through all the years you've spent with Dick and his father in that great gloomy tomb of a house. Years spent in a careful campaign of subtleties, half-truths, outright lies. So that now the affection between father and son has cooled into a kind of forced cordiality. There are lots of possibilities in the situation, aren't there, Elaine? Now that you have the kind of ammunition you've been looking for.
Stop prowling around the room and sit down, Elaine. Dick will be here directly.
Uncle Richard, how can you let that Winters girl and her father get away with everything you've worked for all your life?
Why are you so worried? You'd lose nothing either way.
I'm a Waterford. Your brother was my father. He worked himself to death making your millions for you. Do you think I want them to go to her?
Your father was stupid, but he was talented. And I was sorry to lose him.
If it hadn't been for his brains, you'd be penniless, and you know it.
Yes, and I suppose my gratitude should take the form of a handsome bequest to his daughter. Or perhaps you feel that the entire Waterford estate should rightfully belong to you. Avarice is a good thing, Elaine, but only when you know how to hide it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You rang, sir?
Tell Mr. Richard I want to see him at once.
At once, sir.
What are you going to do?
Bought her an engagement ring, has he?
They wanted me to be the first to know. Wanted my blessing.
I hope you wish them every happiness.
What are you going to do?
Disown him.
What?
You'd like that, wouldn't you, Elaine? My only other living relative. If I disowned my own son...
You'll probably will the money to a cat hospital.
Good idea, girl. I'd never have thought of it. Come in.
Evening, Dad. I'm glad you... Oh. Hello, Elaine. You're looking nice and sleek this evening. How does it taste?
How does what taste?
The canary you've just swallowed.
Sit down, Richard.
I'll be in my room if you want me.
Stick around, Elaine. You'll hear better on this side of the door.
Keep a civil tongue in your head, Richard. All right, Elaine. I'll call you if I want you.
You leave the library door ajar, walk up the stairway to the landing and stand there, listening to the voices of Dick and his father growing louder and angrier. Watching Simpson, the butler, walk across the hall and stop to listen too. A vague, shadowy picture is beginning to form in your mind. A picture clouded over with hatred for the old man. Something about a court of law, with Simpson telling the jury what he heard tonight.
Deliberately disregarding my wishes, knowing how I felt about this affair of yours.
It isn't an affair, Dad.
You irresponsible young fool. I spent twice the years of your lifetime building the organization that you're heir to. And the man you want to make your father-in-law is still trying to tear it down. He could never take over from me, so he thinks he'll do it through my son.
Don't say that.
Richard, this is my final word. You're not to see this woman again. You understand?
Dad,
Be quiet. You disobey me and continue your relations with her, and I tell you this. I'm in a position now to ruin that larcenous father of hers and his whole miserable brood. I can buy him out lock, stock, and barrel. Send him back to writing market figures on a blackboard. It's where he belongs anyway. And I'll do it, Richard, if you persist in this foolishness. I didn't bring up my son to see him throw my life's work away on a cheap...
Shut up!
All right, Richard. You may go now. When you're quite ready to talk sense, you can come back. And remember what I said.
All right, Dad. I'm moving out tonight to the club. But there's one thing I want you to remember. I love Meg, and we're going to be married. And if you do anything to bring a single moment's unhappiness to that girl, I swear I'll kill you.
With the prologue of the Waterford Case, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler.
Keeps motor 6 times cleaner.
Reduces cylinder wear 1/3.
Keeps motor 6 times cleaner. Reduces cylinder wear 1/3.
Keeps motor 6 times cleaner.
Reduces cylinder wear 1/3.
Yes, everybody's talking about the amazing new Signal motor oil that keeps motor 6 times cleaner, reduces cylinder wear 1/3.
Signal Premium Motor Oil.
So different, it can't even be compared with old-fashioned straight motor oils. Contains 5 scientific new compounds developed to meet a demand of the Army and Navy for finer lubrication than a straight motor oil alone can provide.
Signal Premium Motor Oil.
Yes, just as today's finest foods are fortified with vitamins and minerals, Signal now fortifies today's finest 100% pure paraffin base oil with these 5 scientific new compounds to give you
Signal Premium Motor Oil,
the improved post-war lubricant that outperforms even the finest of uncompounded oils, barring none. Want proof? Just stop by your Signal dealers. Look at his unretouched photos of laboratory and road tests covering hundreds of thousands of miles. See with your own eyes why, whether you're breaking in a new car or just want to pep up your old car, today's finest oil for you is new
Signal Premium Motor Oil.
And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Elaine. It had come about gradually. The jealousy was always there, of course, and the awful nagging desire for the money that was Richard's. The money you felt was rightfully yours. But if there was any point at which the thing changed from a vague feeling into a concrete plan of action, it was at this exact moment, as you stood on the landing, your knuckles white on the banister, listening to Dick
If you do
shouting.
anything to bring a single moment's unhappiness to that girl, I swear I'll kill you.
Simpson hurries away, and Dick comes out of the library like a dark cloud, grabs his hat, stomps out of the house.
Elaine? Elaine!
Yes?
Come in here.
Yes.
Get the pad on the desk. I want you to take a wire to McCormick in the San Francisco office. Ready?
Yes.
Reopen investigation. Possibly obtain controlling interest. John Winters Corporation. Do not use Waterford name. Advise soonest.
Is that all?
Yes, send it.
You think that'll stop the marriage?
Winters is in Europe. They won't marry until he returns, and by that time I'll have him over a barrel. I can see old John Winters letting his daughter marry the son of the man who ruined him.
Well, Elaine, your mind is made up now, isn't it? There's no hope that the old man will disinherit his son for defying him. He was one jump ahead of you, wasn't he? The inheritance is slipping out of reach, Elaine, unless you do something about it, and quickly. Perhaps a visit with Dick at his club.
It's open.
Good morning, Richard.
Well, I didn't expect to see you so soon after last night.
I brought you your shaving things.
Thanks. What do you want, Elaine? You didn't come here just to make sure I wouldn't grow a beard.
You are a bore, Richard. He wants to see you.
Dad?
Yes.
Wants to see me?
Yes, Dad. He wants you to come to the house tonight at around 9 o'clock.
Oh, what is this, Elaine? You know the old man would never break down and make the first move this way. It isn't like him. Is this some private scheme of yours?
Please, Richard.
You mean to tell me he sent you to tell me
Well,
this?
of course.
Oh. Well, I suppose I better humor him, huh? What time did you say?
9 o'clock.
Okay. 9 o'clock.
You're amazed at yourself, Elaine. You seem to know exactly what you're doing, as if you've been planning it for weeks. At home in Dick's room, you find what you're looking for. The German Luger pistol he'd brought home from Europe and a clip of cartridges. You load it, leave it in the drawer, ready for 9 o'clock.
You rang, miss?
Yes, Simpson. Has Mr. Waterford finished his dinner?
I believe he has, miss. And I'm to bring him his coffee in the library now. If you should want anything later on, miss, just ring. I'll not be going out this evening.
Wait, what did you say?
I said I wasn't going out this evening, miss.
But this is your usual night off, isn't it?
Yes, miss, but Cook had to leave early. And I promised I'd clear up for her. I hope it's all right,
Look
miss.
here, Simpson. Don't you attend some sort of meetings on your evenings off? Seems to me you had mentioned once or twice you had a...
Yes, Miss Elaine.
Well, should you be there tonight?
Oh, I should really, miss, but...
Well, you go on, then.
Oh, I couldn't do that, miss. If Mr. Waterford should find that the dinner things hadn't been cleared away...
Oh, you can do all that when you get back, Simpson. I'll see that it's all right with Mr. Waterford.
Very well. Thank you, miss.
You listen in the hallway until Simpson leaves. The old man is sitting in the library now, stuffed and dozing, with the radio going full blast like it always does. 20 minutes to 9. Dick would have left the club by now, but must make sure. A phone call.
Hello? Is Mr. Waterford Jr. there, please? How long ago? I see. Did he take a taxi, do you know, or did he drive his own car? Well, never mind. It doesn't matter. What? Oh, his own car. Thank you. Thank you very much.
His own car. Good. No taxi driver to serve as a possible alibi. No time to be lost now. You put on a pair of gloves and get the Luger from Dick's room. Carefully, you wipe off all traces of fingerprints. Downstairs, you open the library door quietly. The old man is slumped in his chair, snoring softly. Silently, you edge over toward him. The radio blaring away in the corner, loud enough to cover even the sound of a gunshot. You raise the gun. Take careful aim. You can't miss. It's point blank. You lay the gun on the floor where it can be easily seen. Leave the radio blaring away and slip out of the room, closing the door after you. Upstairs now. Quickly. You glance at your watch.
3 minutes to 9. I'm ready.
Dad? You in there? Dad? He must be asleep. Dad? Good Lord. Simpson! Simpson! Elaine! Isn't anybody here? Elaine!
Richard!
Elaine!
Richard, what is it? What's the matter? What
are you doing with that gun?
Dad. He's been shot. I found him. He's...
What?
Don't go in there. I'm going to call the police.
The police? Oh, no, wait. Richard, your gun. You've got to get rid of it.
My gun? Elaine, you don't think that I came in. I found him. The gun was on the floor. I must have picked it up. I don't remember. Wait a minute. My gun. What was it doing down here? Who could have... Elaine.
I was in my room. Richard, what are you trying to say?
I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm going to call the police.
The Honorable Mr. Richard Waterford, Jr., a murder charge staring him in the face, insisting on calling the police. He's playing right into your hands, isn't he, Elaine? The rest of the pieces fall into place like a jigsaw puzzle.
Go on, Miss Waterford.
I was in my room. I heard the radio playing and Richard shouting. He was downstairs in the hallway with the gun in his hand.
Elaine, you're making it seem as though
Quiet, please. You'll have your chance to talk at the trial.
Now, Miss Winters, you were aware that Mr. Waterford objected to your marrying his son?
Yes, I was.
You
but
were
I...
also aware that Mr. Waterford intended to do everything in his very considerable power to prevent it?
Well, I knew that he was.
And were you aware, too, that on the day before the crime, the accused was heard having a violent argument with his father in which he threatened to kill him?
No, I wasn't.
I heard him say something like, I love Megan, we're going to be married. If you do anything to bring unhappiness to that girl, I swear I'll kill you.
Gentlemen, the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor. We, the jury, find the defendant guilty as charged.
Well, that's that, Elaine. For a day or two, the headlines howl like banshees. Waterford murderer to die in chair. Richard Waterford guilty. Inherits father's fortune, but won't live to spend it. Then things begin to quiet down, and you wait for the law to take its course and leave you sole heir to the Waterford millions. Then, Elaine, out of a clear sky, a new headline. Waterford heir to marry on eve of execution.
I suppose you know what's happened, Mr. District Attorney.
That depends, Miss Waterford.
You know what I mean. You can't let them go through with this marriage. It's illegal.
Sit down, Miss Waterford.
I'm sorry. It was such a shock seeing it in the papers. It's true, then.
Is what true?
Richard and Margaret, they're going to be married.
Oh, yes, I believe they are.
But how can you let a man marry on the day of his execution? It's torture.
It was his last request. And since Miss Winters agreed, there was no reason to refuse it.
Well, I've never heard of anything so fantastic. Isn't it enough that you got him convicted? Isn't it enough that he's going to the chair? How can you stand by and see him married when you know he's going to die a few hours later? Please, oh, please, you must stop it. You must. Don't you see? Richard mustn't marry Margaret.
Why, Miss Waterford?
Why? Well, because it's inhuman.
Is that the only reason?
Yes. That's the only reason.
I suppose you've read the papers, Elaine.
Then it is true.
Yes. Well, aren't you going to congratulate us? Wish us lifelong happiness?
Margaret, I've just come from the district attorney's office.
District attorney, has Dick been...
No, my dear. I went there to get him to stop the marriage.
Oh.
Margaret, how can you do this to Richard?
He wants it this way. I have no right to refuse.
No right to refuse? You have no right to do anything but refuse. Richard is sitting in the death cell this very minute. Don't any of you see what a marriage ceremony would do to him? How can you be so inhuman? The least you can do...
Please. What do you think it's doing to me? Do you think I want it this way? Do you think I want to become Dick's widow 3 hours after I become his wife? Oh, Elaine.
Oh, how cruel of me, my dear. Of course, I'm sorry. I was thinking only of Richard. But don't you see that's just why you mustn't go through with it? For him, it'll all be over a few hours after you're married. But you, Margaret, you'll have to live through it all the rest of your life. You could never marry again. You could never face another minister as long as you live. Oh, Margaret, dear, you mustn't do this thing. For your own sake, because Richard is beyond your help now. He'll understand. I'll gladly go.
No, Elaine. Dick's asked me to marry him, and I've accepted. I don't care about anything else. I don't care what happens afterward. I'm going to marry him.
All right, Margaret. I suppose there's nothing more to be said.
Excuse me. Yes?
Miss Winters, there's some reporters downstairs who want to see you.
Oh, please send them away. I can't see anybody now.
Yes, Miss Winters.
Why don't they leave me alone? I don't know what I'll do if they don't stop coming here. They haven't given me any peace since the trial.
Why don't you go away, Margaret?
I can't. Not now, anyway.
Oh, I don't mean far away. Just for a few days until it's time to go to Richard. You could stay on the launch. It has living quarters. It's anchored just a little way out in the bay. There'd be no one to disturb you there. You could tell him to come for you when it was time.
I could do that, couldn't I?
Well, I'll come with you if you like.
Well, they'll find out. They'll know where
you won't tell a soul, dear. There, now. I'll go home and pack a few things. I'll meet you here in an hour.
Well, Elaine, she jumped at the notion of staying on the launch. If you fail now, the entire Waterford estate will go to Margaret as Dick's widow. But you won't fail. It'll be easy. No moon tonight. No one will doubt you when you tell them she's committed suicide. Everybody knows the state she's in. Who wouldn't commit suicide under such circumstances?
I'm glad you thought of coming here, Elaine.
I knew it would help.
So quiet. Darkness is like an ointment. Water looks so clean and cool. No boats around, no people.
Yes, dear. Just you and I. No one to disturb. You didn't think I was going to let you marry Richard, did you?
What? What did you say?
Why do you want to cheat me out of what belongs to me?
Elaine, what are you talking about?
It's mine now. The marriage isn't going to take place, dear. Not now.
You did it, Elaine.
Yes, dear, I did. I killed Richard's father. And isn't it unfortunate, Margaret, that you can't swim?
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. But now, here's a little lady who seems to have a perplexed look on her face. What's the question, Miss Margate?
Well, Mr. Miller, I'd like to know just what those 5 compounds are in Signal Premium Motor Oil that keeps motors 6 times cleaner, reduce cylinder wear 1/3.
Answer.
Compound number 1 actually cleanses the motor of old carbon. Compound 2 prevents harmful varnish, gum, and sludge. Compound 3 improves oil circulation to vital engine parts. Compound 4 keeps oil from thinning out when your motor's hot. And Compound 5 protects costly bearings from corrosion.
Well, no wonder Signal Premium is so much better than old-fashioned oil.
And no wonder drivers who want sweeter performance and longer motor life are saying...
I'm making my next oil change a change for the better. A change to...
Signal Premium Motor Oil.
And now, back to the Whistler.
So this is the last move, Elaine. Just this one more and it's all over. There's nothing left between you now. Nothing to keep you from your inheritance. Yes, there's every reason to believe Margaret, frantic, despondent Margaret, had committed suicide. A better reason, in fact, than the one the prosecution advanced to convict Dick of his father's murder.
Get away from me, Elaine, I tell you.
No, you don't. No.
Quick, Chief. I got her.
Let me go. Take your hands off me.
You all right, Miss Winters?
Yes, thank you.
She was going to kill herself. I was trying to stop her.
I wouldn't do any more talking if I were you, Miss Waterford.
How did you get here?
Miss Winters suggested it.
Margaret.
You had every motive for killing your uncle. We knew it from the first. But everything else pointed to Dick. Quite unofficially, we decided to give you the opportunity of either clearing yourself completely or convicting yourself.
You mean Richard and Margaret? The marriage?
There wasn't going to be any marriage. We wanted to see if Margaret was right. If the loss of the Waterford millions would force you to try a second killing.
You're wrong.
I wouldn't talk anymore if I were you. You're under arrest for murder.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. This program, produced by George W. Allen with tonight's story by Ken Harvey, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the signal oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular signal oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening, Priest. This is Hunter Galloway inviting you to listen to another Mystery Playhouse drama. Tonight, The Whistler and his strange story, Bright Horizon.
Charlotte was terrified. She hadn't planned on this. Her heart pounding this way, her hands shaking, the weak feeling in her knees. She told herself again that if the plan were to succeed, she must be bold. Everything must go off as usual. This Friday night must be exactly like everyone before it. During the 8 years, she'd acted as secretary once a week for Harvey Cole. She held onto the edge of the piano for support and tried to appear calm as she watched him stumbling through a Chopin etude, smiling happily when it went smoothly, frowning when it went wrong. Yes, Harvey Cole, her best customer, was having his hour at the piano after dinner. Soon there'd be the usual remark about how he'd had the good sense to retire while he could enjoy it. Then he'd go on to the letters and sign them, as usual, without bothering to read them. Yes, that was the heart of the plan. He trusted her. He always signed the letters laid out neatly in sequence without reading them. Still, Charlotte was terrified, and with good reason.
No, that can't be it.
Mr. Cole.
Yes, of course, Charlotte. The correspondence. Let me see. That's more like it. Now.
Mr. Cole, we really must get this correspondence off.
Not bad, old boy. Not bad. The right hand's all there.
Please, Mr. Cole.
Charlotte, darling.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Cole. It's just that...
Must those letters be signed now? Must I keep the ghost of Chopin tapping his foot while I meddle with a stack of routine correspondence? You could just as well sign yourself.
But we discussed that, Mr. Cole. We agreed...
I know. I should sign them myself. The personal touch. Very well, my dear. Bring them here.
I have your pen here, Mr. Cole.
Hand them to me, please. One at a time.
One at a time? But, Mr. Cole, I just remembered I made a mistake. I forgot to correct
What?
it.
You? Oh, come now, Charlotte. You haven't made a mistake in 8 years. Give them to me, please.
No, I did make a mistake. Here. I'll bring them back in just a minute.
No, let me...
What in heaven's name is the matter, Charlotte?
I couldn't, Stephen. He wanted to take the letters one by one. He would have read them.
Oh, don't be idiotic. He hasn't read them for 8 years.
He knew something was wrong. I could feel it.
You're imagining things. The letter's in the middle of the pile. He won't read it.
I can't, Stephen. I can't.
All right, Charlotte. We can't talk it over here. Let's go out into the garden.
Well, Charlotte, it was too much for you, wasn't it? At the last minute, you failed. And you're still weak in the knees as Stephen leads you into the garden. And still in the back of your brain, you can see the cold, unemotional type of the letter you'd prepared for Harvey Cole to sign. The letter in the middle of the pile which began, I, Harvey Cole, hereby state that I have taken my life by my own hand and of my own free will. The letter Stephen had agreed to buy from you.
I'm surprised at you, my dear. Those ice-cold nerves are as tight as violin strings. Yeah, listen to him. Dear Uncle Harvey. All $8 million of them. Banging away on the piano. You know, $1 million of it's yours, if you have the nerve.
I
I don't know what happened to me, Stephen.
Funny, isn't it? Considering you started the whole thing. Every Friday night for 8 years, you've come here to do his correspondence. Watched him sign it without reading it.
Stephen, why do you have
And
to
every Friday night for 8 years, you've wished there were a way to get out of your grubby little rut. Get your hands on a piece of that $8 million. Grab yourself a ticket over that bright horizon you've been longing for. Huh? Even a public stenographer can dream. Can't she, Charlotte?
I don't know, Stephen. I looked at your uncle playing there at the piano.
Don't tell me it was conscience, Charlotte. You haven't got a conscience. It took a pretty cold fish to come to me and make a deal to trade Uncle Harvey's signature for $1 million in hard cash.
I can't do it tonight, Stephen. We've got to wait.
Why?
He looked at me so queerly when I said I'd made a mistake. He knows something.
He knows nothing.
Next Friday, Stephen, I'll do it then. I promise, Stephen.
Very well, Charlotte. Next Friday.
So you return to your drab little office in town, Charlotte, to wait for next Friday, to grind out business letters for traveling salesmen and department store buyers. Back to Dear Sir and very truly yours. While the words of Uncle Harvey's suicide letter flash on and off in your brain like a neon sign. Then it's Friday again, and you're off on the usual trip to the estate with Stephen in the family car.
I have the letter, Stephen. I'm all ready. I'm sorry about last Friday.
I'm not.
What do you mean?
Oh, it's just as well, Charlotte. It won't work.
It will work, Stephen. Listen, I was nervous last Friday, that's all. I'll get hold of myself. I'm sure
It's not that. As I told you, my dear, I'm not concerned a whit about your conscience because you have none. Now, I'm afraid it's a far more practical reason.
I don't understand.
Of course you don't, because I haven't told you. And Uncle Harvey's not contemplating suicide, my dear. He's in robust health, on the best of terms with Chopin.
What are you talking about?
Well, simply this. If there is anything even slightly irregular about the suicide, Dr. Maxwell and that whole pack will be howling for my scalp.
But the letter on his typewriter with his signature.
His revolver, Charlotte, the little pearl-handled gem he reserved for his exclusive use, is securely locked in the cabinet in the library. The key is gone. I've hunted high and low and can't find it.
Stephen, your uncle carries that key on his watch chain. I'll get it for you.
Well, good girl, Charlotte. Good girl.
So the performance goes on, Charlotte. First, the usual digestible dinner. Then the customary trip to the music room. And once again, you sit there by the piano, waiting for an opportune moment. The letters in your hand, the suicide note again in the middle of the pile.
Oh, the same place. Always gets stuck on that blasted cadenza. That's it. It's all in the right hand.
Finally, you stand next to him, your heart beating like a trip hammer, struggling to be your usual businesslike self.
I'm ready, Mr. Cole.
Of course, Charlotte. Once again, the correspondence. Let's go over here to the desk.
I have your pen here, Mr. Cole. All you have to do is...
Oh, thank you. You know, my dear, it just occurred to me you've been writing confidential letters for me all these years. The only person in the world I'd trust this way.
Why, thank you, Mr. Cole.
You know, Charlotte, a man with money finds it easy to become disillusioned with his fellow humans, and I'm afraid I've become rather cynical. You seem to be the one completely honorable individual it's been my good fortune to encounter during the past 50 years. And I want you to know I appreciate it deeply.
Here's the pen, Mr. Cole. It's very kind of you to take that.
There's a special reason for my speaking of it tonight, Charlotte. Well, let's see. Better get these letters out of the way first. You know, Charlotte, I think I'll read them over tonight just for fun.
It's a terrible moment, Charlotte. And there's nothing you can do but stand there and watch Harvey Cole as he reads the first letter, grunts approvingly, and signs it. Everything stops. Your heart stops. Your breathing stops. Your mind is tied up in a knot and you can't even think. The suicide note he was supposed to sign without reading is in the middle of the pile. 7 from the top. He reads and signs the second one. Then the third. You want to run out of the room, but your legs have gone weak, and all you can do is hold onto the edge of the desk and stand there. Then...
You, Charlotte. I can hardly believe it.
What is it, Mr. Cole?
I'm surprised at you, my dear. Look here how you spelled sincerely. Really, Charlotte, after all these years...
I'm sorry, Mr. Cole. I'll make the correction.
It's all right. I'll fix it. There.
I don't believe I made any other errors, Mr. Cole.
Say something, my dear?
Well, it's just as
I'm sure the rest of these letters are quite satisfactory. I guess I won't be signing my life away. There. One more. There. I guess that does it. You'll mail these in the morning as usual.
Yes, Mr. Cole.
And now, how about some sherry, my dear?
That's an excellent suggestion.
You sound exhausted, Charlotte. Don't tell me having to watch me sign letters is that much of an ordeal.
I've been rather nervous this week.
I thought I noticed as much at dinner, and I happen to know why you're so nervous.
You do?
Be careful, Charlotte.
Careful. What?
Of Stephen. He's tricky. And right now, he's up to something. I can always tell. He has all the finesse of a bad poker player. His actions always campaign for his thought. I can't say exactly what he's up to, but I do know this. You are his next step.
Me? How am I involved with Stephen?
Charlotte, in a week or so, my lawyer's returning. I'm going to change my will. I'm disinheriting Stephen completely. And I'm leaving my entire estate and fortune to you.
It's too much, Charlotte. The room starts to spin and you have to sit down. It's yours, Charlotte. All of it, legally. No strings attached, no letter, no murder. That's why Stephen was so irritated with you last Friday, Charlotte. It's all yours, and he was trying to buy you off. To get the thing over with in time to save his inheritance. And to keep you silent forever by making you his accomplice.
Charlotte, what's troubling you? You look frightened, my dear.
I am frightened, Mr. Cole. I think I understand now what Stephen's up to.
Oh?
He said you were growing despondent, moody.
Me? Despondent?
He said he was afraid of what you might do.
Why, that's positively preposterous.
He was afraid of the revolver you keep in the cabinet over there. He was afraid you might use it on yourself any day now.
Good Lord, Charlotte, you didn't believe that. Why...
It was so convincing, Mr. Cole. It never occurred to me that he would have any motive in making it all up. So I told him I'd get the revolver and give it to him. So he could put it out of your reach.
Put it out of my reach? Now, why in the world should Stephen make up a story like that?
Don't you see, Mr. Cole? He wants to use that revolver tonight to prevent you from changing your will.
You mean that... Why, Charlotte, I couldn't believe that even of Stephen. He's desperate and cunning and unpredictable, but he couldn't turn to murder.
There's only one way to find out, Mr. Cole. We must give him that revolver. Stephen.
Where is he?
In the music room, asleep.
Good. Did you get the revolver?
Here's the revolver. I have a note in my pocket.
He signed it?
Of course.
Good girl.
Stephen, you can't put it off another minute. He called the lawyer while I was there. Something about changing his will. I couldn't get it all.
Wait a minute. Changing his will? How much did you hear, Charlotte?
Just what I told you, Stephen. I didn't want to appear too interested.
All right.
Will it be some time tonight?
Better than that, right now. Now, you better get out of here.
All right. Stephen.
Yeah?
Good luck.
But you aren't going to leave, Charlotte. You've earned your ticket to this little show, and you're going to watch. So you stand on the terrace outside, watching through the window, hardly daring to breathe. 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Then a sliver of light at the door of the music room. Stephen's silhouette as he comes in the door, inching closer to the old man, snoring in his easy chair. He raises the gun. Then, just as you and Harvey had planned, Harvey jumps up and grabs Stephen's wrist.
So, you were going to kill me, huh? We'll see about that. Let go of me. Let go of me, I tell you. Out.
You can't see in the shadows, Charlotte. Which one is on the floor? You run around to the library door, push it open, walk toward the chair in the corner. You still can't see, and then...
It's all right, my dear.
Oh, Mr. Cole, you're safe.
Yes, my dear.
Oh, why, you're bleeding.
It's nothing. He just nicked me in the arm. Now, excuse me, please. Police? This is Harvey Cole speaking. I've just killed my nephew in self-defense.
Well, Charlotte, it was neatly done. There wasn't a hitch. The police make a formal report. The coroner is satisfied completely. And as Dr. Maxwell drives you home and sees you to the door, he says...
For the next week or so, Charlotte, you'd better be careful. You've suffered quite a shock.
Well, Mr. Cole, be all right, Dr. Maxwell.
Now, don't go worrying about Harvey. He's fine.
I'd feel so terribly responsible if anything happened to him. I'd feel as if it were my fault.
Rubbish. You get that idea right out of your head. I won't have you developing one of those nasty little guilt complexes now.
No, Charlotte, there's no feeling of guilt, is there? Stephen was right. You haven't got a conscience. There's only the hope, stronger now, that the bright horizon is near, almost within reach. Harvey is 65. Perhaps his injury is more serious than they're willing to admit. Perhaps when you drop in at the hospital the next day, Dr. Maxwell will tell you...
Nonsense, Charlotte. He's coming along great guns. Be home by Friday, good as ever. Just a little shock, that's all. If you ask me, he's good for another 20 years at least.
I had to know how he's doing.
Believe me when I say he's grown closer to you because of all this. You know about the will, of course.
I must see him.
Don't go in now. I've just given him a sleeping tablet. He can't have another for at least 8 hours. They're rather powerful, you know. And at his age...
Very well.
But he did say that if you should drop by, there are some letters he wants you to answer for him. I'll let you get them if you do it quietly.
I promise I won't disturb him, Doctor. I'll get the letter.
So you walk into Harvey's hospital room, realizing now that it started all over again, with the accent on the future, 20 years away. Back to the rut, picking up the same old habits in the same old office. Only it's worse now, with the money there waiting for you. All yours. Someday. Yes, it might have been better to let Stephen go through with his plan, but it's too late to do anything now. You pick up Harvey's letters on the nightstand by the bed, and as you do, your eyes settle on the little round cardboard box next to them. Xylol acetate. Caution. Take only as directed. Harvey's sleeping tablet. Rather strong, the doctor said, particularly at Harvey's age. You stand there fascinated, thinking how easy it would be with a suicide note signed in the drawer of your dresser. He'd never taste them in a glass of sherry. So easy, Charlotte. He'll be home in a week. Just a week, Charlotte. Not 20 years.
I'm so glad you're home, Mr. Cole.
So am I. That's why hospitals were invented, my dear, to make a man appreciate his home.
I couldn't help feeling you might have left a little soon, though.
Well, I'm bound to feel a little weak at first, but don't worry, my dear. I have a good many years ahead of me yet.
So Dr. Maxwell said.
Now, don't you become impatient and try to dispense with me to gain the inheritance.
Mr. Cole.
Oh, no, I've upset you. Do forgive my clumsy humor. Dr. Maxwell told me about this unfortunate little guilt complex you've developed. Now, I'm sorry, my dear.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Cole. Is there anything I can get you? A cigar? Or perhaps some wine?
Not for me, thanks. What about yourself? Hungry?
I just thought perhaps a little cherry. Do have some with me, please.
Shouldn't have taken that blasted sleeping pill a few hours ago. Can hardly keep my eyes open.
You must sleep, Mr. Cole.
The doctor said.
I know. Not very polite of me, though, dropping off.
Mustn't fight it, Mr. Cole. Let it come.
Dear, faithful Charlotte.
Just relax. It's so good for you.
You're a good girl, Charlotte. Good girl. There.
It's over, Charlotte. No more 20 years. The future. The bright horizon is here now. You're careful to remove any trace of your presence. The wine glass, the letters, all of them except, of course, the suicide note, signed and dated today. And then you leave, walk back to town, and arrive at Dr. Maxwell's home at exactly the right moment.
Why, Charlotte, how nice to see you. I'm afraid I'm just leaving, though, for Harvey Cole's. Care to come along?
What perfect timing, Doctor. I was hoping you'd drive me there. I'm so anxious to see him again.
You're almost there, Charlotte. Just one more hurdle, and you can say goodbye to the drab past. The house is quiet when you and Dr. Maxwell arrive and walk down the dark hall to the music room. Harvey is lying on the couch where you left him, as if he were asleep. Dr. Maxwell bends over him for a moment.
He's dead, Charlotte.
No, Tootsie. Oh, no.
Easy.
Oh, you told me yourself he was doing so well.
I don't understand it.
He was so disillusioned and Stephen. He must have been despondent. He was so alone, Doctor.
He still had you, Charlotte.
Me?
He wanted you to have part of his money now, while he could watch you enjoy it. See it do something for someone who still had a future.
He was going to do that?
Yes, he was. Odd, isn't it? How a man with so many plans could do this.
You do think he killed himself?
He had a reason, of course. His music was gone forever. You see, Charlotte, you were so anxious to blame yourself if Harvey had been hurt last week. We didn't want to arouse that guilt complex any further. And we... Wait a minute.
What's the matter, Doctor?
This note. I, Harvey Cole, hereby state that I have taken my life by my own hand and of my own free will. It's signed. Dated today.
He left it, I guess.
It's not suicide, Charlotte. He didn't kill himself. This is a forgery.
Why? What do you mean?
I was telling you, Charlotte, he did have a reason. His music was gone. He couldn't play the piano anymore. The wound he got when Stephen tried to kill him wasn't a scratch, Charlotte. That shot partially paralyzed his right arm. He couldn't write. Why, someone killed him, Charlotte. Someone murdered him in... Charlotte. Charlotte, you!
Thank you, Mr. Whistler, for Bright Horizon, tonight's performance in the Mystery Playhouse. Until next time, Priest, this is Hunter Galloway saying good night. Sleep time. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, it's time for another strange tale by The Whistler. Each Wednesday evening at this same time, The Whistler brings you an unusual story of conflict and emotion. Tonight, The Broken Chain.
The thought had first occurred to him 6 months ago. And of course, he'd shuddered a little and cast it out. Of course. Arnold Stanton, respectable businessman, citizen taxpayer, would be horrified at such an idea. So he went back to his routine and resolved never to let himself think about it again. But in spite of him, the thought did come back 2 weeks later. Then only a week after that. Then at more frequent intervals until he found it popped into his head at least once every day. It was worse on weekends, when he had to be with Evelyn all the time, when her helplessness, her utter dependence on him for everything rose up and almost smothered him. By now, the thought didn't seem so horrible anymore. It had attained a kind of normal, logical quality, and he found he liked to dwell on it, like a problem in mathematics. In short, Arnold Stanton was ready to murder his wife.
Yes, Evelyn.
You're a little late tonight, dear. Did you miss the bus?
Sam Moore drove me home.
Oh, of course. It is Monday.
Yes, Evelyn, it's Monday.
Oh, you look so tired, darling. I think you've been working too hard. Kiss?
Of course.
That's better. You know, we ought to take a little vacation, a day or two. A week, perhaps. We could get a cabin
At Wilder's Cove, right?
Oh, what's the matter with Wilder's Cove?
Nothing. It's been good enough for the past 10 years. I suppose it'll do for the next 10.
Oh, you're a darling, Arnold. You always manage to see things my way. And Miss Roberts could look after things at the office while we're gone. Dinner'll be ready in just a minute. Oh, how is she these days?
How is who?
Oh, Miss Roberts, silly.
Same as ever.
You know, darling, we ought to have her out to dinner some evening. Not that I want to share you with another woman, but I think about Miss Roberts, and I feel sort of superior. She must lead an awfully dull life.
I don't know. She seems to have her interests.
Oh, such as they are. Poor dear, working so hard in your office all day, going home to that dreadful lonely apartment. Oh, darling, I'm so lucky to have you. I don't know what I'd do if anything should happen, but we won't ever talk about that, will we, dear? We're so happy, Arnold. Now, you sit right down with your paper, and I'll have dinner on the table in just a second.
Very well, dear.
There's nothing wrong, is there, Arnold?
No. Why?
Well, you hardly said a word. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Ah, there's it, dear. Now, I'll call you in a shake. I have a special surprise. Baked beans, just the way you like them, and apple turnovers. Is that
Yes, Arnold, this Monday night is different from all the rest. 6 months ago, it was just a vagrant, horrifying idea. Now it's an obsession, isn't it? It's a terrible decision, Arnold. And there's no one to talk it out with. No one in whom you can confide. You sit there staring at the newspaper without seeing it. Thinking how you hate her and the senseless prattle you've had to listen to for 10 years across the dinner table. But you can't walk out, Arnold. That's the strange part of it. You've decided it would be too cruel to walk out. She leans on you. She's dependent on you for everything. No, Arnold, you can't walk out.
Arnold, come on, darling. The beans are on the table.
Yes, dear. Coming.
It's odd, isn't it, Arnold? How a random thought like the one that struck you 6 months ago can take hold and grow and finally solidify into something very real. As evening after evening of Evelyn's nonsensical prattle drives you closer and closer to it. Yes, you've decided it has to be tonight, haven't you, Arnold? And you're smart enough to realize that Most murderers are tripped up by their own cleverness. But the plan surest of success is the simple one. As usual, you help Evelyn with the dinner dishes. But tonight,
Careful,
your mind
darling.
isn't on your work.
That's my best Haviland china. I don't know why, but it struck me tonight that there's no use letting it gather dust in the closet. We almost never use it, and I said to myself, there's no use having nice things if you can't enjoy them. I think that's right, don't you, Arnold? Don't you think that's right? Arnold, aren't you listening to me?
Oh, sorry, dear. Yes, of course.
Oh. Well, here's the casserole. Be careful, dear. I was saying about using the Haviland for every day.
Yes, there's no use having nice things if you can't enjoy them.
Well, I hope you don't think it's wrong, Arnold. It is lovely china, but after all, what's the use
Of course,
in having
dear,
nice...
of course.
Oh, do be careful with that casserole, dear. Aunt Leona gave it to us for a wedding present, remember? Poor darling. She'd be alive today if it weren't for that terrible accident.
What? Accident? I don't remember.
Oh, of course you do, dear. The bathtub.
Bathtub?
Arnold! Our best casserole!
You try and comfort Evelyn, but she's heartbroken. Her best casserole, Arnold. You do feel sorry for her, don't you? It's clear now that you could never leave her. Why, that would be more cruel than the other way. So there's going to be an accident, isn't there, Arnold? A simple, ordinary accident. Like Aunt Leona's in the bathtub tomorrow morning. Everyone knows she sleeps late. That you always have breakfast in town. That you're at the office working before she gets up.
It's 10 o'clock, dear. Time we were in bed.
I suppose so.
I'm awfully sorry about the casserole, dear.
Oh, you probably think I'm being silly about it, Arnold. But after all, it's Haviland, and you just can't buy it these days. It simply isn't to be had, and it's the only thing Aunt Leona gave us. You do understand, don't you,
I'll try
Arnold?
and find another one tomorrow.
Oh, it's no use, Arnold. Haviland just
Let me try, dear. About tomorrow, I forgot to tell you that the coffee shop where I usually have my breakfast is closed for redecoration. I was wondering if you'd mind getting up early tomorrow and fixing me a little breakfast.
Why, I'd love to, dear. You know I love waiting on you.
Yes, I know.
Oh, it'll be fun, Arnold. We'll have hot cakes and sausages and eggs. Oh, my. I am sleepy. Well, I better run up to bed if I'm to get up with the birds. Oh, it'll be fun, Arnold. I think it'd be nice if we did it more often.
Perhaps it would.
Good night, darling. And you do understand
yes,
about
Evelyn, I do understand about the casserole.
It's a long night, isn't it, Arnold? The longest night you ever spent in your life. You lie there wide awake, looking up at the ceiling, at the shadow of the chandelier in the moonlight, the black silhouette of its chain against the pale gray of the ceiling. Yes, Arnold, a chain. That's what you're going to do tomorrow morning, isn't it? Break the chain. Smash it into 1,000 pieces.
Huh? Oh, Evelyn. Are you awake, Evelyn? She's gone. She's downstairs. Too late. I should have known she... Oh. Evelyn?
Is that you, darling? You see, I didn't forget. I'm just getting into the tub, and I'll have breakfast ready before you get dressed.
Don't hurry. There's plenty of time. Excuse me, dear. There's just one thing before I go downstairs.
With the prologue of The Broken Chain, CBS brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. You know, when you mix nitric acid and glycerin together, you get a pretty explosive combination. And when you add an unlimited supply of gasoline to that tired pre-war car of yours, the result can be just as dangerous. 15,750 people died on the country's highways during the first 6 months of this year, 40% more than the same period last year, and the toll is rising daily. Remember, the next time you get into your car, that it can't always happen to the other fellow, and don't take a chance. Have your lights and brakes checked regularly, and then keep a cautious foot on that accelerator, just to make sure. Now, back to The Whistler.
So the chain is broken, Arnold, after 12 years. And Evelyn lies dead where you left her, of an accidental fall in the bathtub. There won't be many questions. There can't be. There were no questions about Aunt Leona, were there? Lots of people fall in bathtubs, hit their heads, and drown. And it's so simple, Arnold. You take the 7:13 bus as usual, drop into the coffee shop for breakfast as usual, report to the office at exactly the usual time. The neighbors all know she sleeps until well after you've left, that she must have been alone at the time of the fall. All you have to do now is to carry on exactly as you always do, to be careful that nothing happens on this day that will distinguish it from all the other drab, monotonous days before the chain was broken.
Mr. Stanton?
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Roberts. Where was I?
Let's see. We will appreciate anything you can do to expedite shipment, since we are committed on delivery by February 1st.
Oh, yes, Merton Amalgamated Foods. Please add this, Miss Roberts. Paragraph. Incidentally, Mrs. Stanton wants particularly to be remembered to your wife and suggests if Mrs. Merton is accompanying you east, that you make it a point to stay with us. Regards, and I think that ought to do it.
I'll get it out right away.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, how is Mrs. Stanton lately?
Well, same as ever. She was sleeping like a baby when I left this morning. You know how she is about getting up early.
Yes, I know. Oh, it's 11:45, Mr. Stanton. Remember, you have a luncheon appointment at 12:30.
Oh, thank you, Miss Roberts. I'll remember.
11:45, Arnold. Business as usual. They haven't found her yet. They'll call you as soon as they do, and it can't be much longer. 11:45. Who'll find her, Arnold? The grocery boy or the mailman, perhaps? No, they wouldn't go upstairs. It'll probably be Mrs. Bronson down on the street. Nosy old Mrs. Bronson coming around just about now, pounding on the back door.
Oh, it's you, Richard.
What's the matter, Mr. Stanton? You nearly jumped out of your chair. Tuesday, you know, our day to go over the accounts.
Oh, yes, the accounts.
Business as usual, Arnold. Everything you do this day is going under a microscope. Richards will remember how you jumped just then. Concentrate on the figures, Arnold.
1944-45, our account with Great Western Stores amounted to $72,800.
But you can't concentrate, no matter how hard you try. Mrs. Bronson will knock on the back door and no one will answer. But how will she get in to discover Evelyn? Did you leave the door unlocked, Arnold? You were so excited that you might have forgotten. That would mean you'd have to find her yourself tonight when you come home.
No, I can't do that.
What was that, Mr. Stanton?
Oh, I'm sorry, Richard.
You said you couldn't do something.
Yes. I mean, I can't spend any more time on the reports right now. Would you mind leaving them here so I can check them this afternoon?
Is anything wrong?
No, nothing's wrong, Richard. Please go now.
There was a Mr. Weston Haverhill to see you while you were out to lunch, Mr. Stanton.
Haverhill? I don't know any Haverhill.
Well, rather nice-looking young man.
Was he here on business?
Well, he said it was personal and quite important.
I see. Anything else?
No. Were you expecting anything?
No, Miss Roberts. Nothing.
Oh, well, here's your letter to Mrs. Merton. I included that additional paragraph about your wife, and... Oh, that reminds me.
Huh? Reminds you of what?
Oh, I'm sorry. There was another message while you were out to lunch, and I don't know how I could have overlooked it. It was right on my pad.
What was it, Miss Roberts?
Well, it was nothing urgent or anything like that.
What was the message?
It was from your wife. She said she's playing bridge at Mrs. Bronson's and may be late getting home this evening. She didn't want you to worry about her. That's all.
Don't faint now, Arnold. You don't want Miss Roberts to see you faint. What she said wasn't so remarkable, just an ordinary telephone call. Business as usual, Arnold. Wait until she gets out of the room. You better say something, anything.
Thank you, Miss Roberts.
Oh, not at all. If you'll sign the letter.
Yes, of course. There you are.
Thank you.
All right, Arnold, she's gone. You can let go now. She won't be back. That's it. Put your head down on the desk and let everything go black.
It can't be true. She's not alive. I saw her die. She's not alive. I'll go home and... Oh, I can't go home. I can't take the chance. Business as usual.
Miss Roberts might have made a mistake, Arnold. Perhaps the message came in yesterday, a week ago. Perhaps she looked at the wrong page of her book by mistake.
Yes, Mr. Stanton?
Miss Roberts,
Yes, sir?
I was just thinking... I was wondering...
Yes. Yes, sir?
No, never mind. I found what I was looking for. Never mind.
Well, if there's anything...
What's the matter with me? I can't make an issue with a phone call, stand out like a sore thumb afterwards. She... I know she's wrong. I know it. But I gotta rest. I gotta get myself together. Yeah, rest. Try to forget about it.
Why, Mr. Stanton.
Huh?
Are you still here? Well, it's after 5.
Oh, I must have dozed off. I've been working a little too hard lately.
Mr. Stanton, is something wrong?
No, why?
Well, you acted so strangely all
What's
day.
so strange about a man getting tired and falling asleep?
I don't know, Mr. Stanton. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too, Miss Roberts. It's late now. It's after 5. You better run along. I'm going, too. I don't want to be late. Evelyn will be waiting dinner, and
I thought I told you, Mr. Stanton, she's playing bridge.
Oh, yes, that's right. I forgot. By the way, Miss Roberts.
Yes?
Were there any other calls this afternoon?
Oh, I'm glad you reminded me. Mr. Averill called again and said not to disturb you, that he'd see you tonight at home.
Mr. Haverhill. Mr. Haverhill. You don't know who he is or what he is, Arnold, and you haven't got time to think about it now. Perhaps he's a plainclothesman, a detective. Anything is possible, isn't it? You've been such an awful failure. Business as usual, Arnold. Nothing you've done today was usual. Barking at your secretary, jumping at open doors, falling asleep exhausted for 4 hours this afternoon. And they'll remember everything when the time comes, Arnold. But still, you can't run out now. You've got to go through with it. You've got to go home and find out once and for all.
I did leave it unlocked. Evelyn? Are you there, Evelyn? 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 Evelyn, dear?
You stop with your hand on the bathroom doorknob. Somehow you can't go in and face it. Not yet. Not until you're sure, Arnold. The answer is just inside the door on the right. But you can't take it right now. You stand there for a minute, not thinking, not moving, feeling the pulse pound in your temples. And then you find yourself fumbling for a cigarette.
Gotta take it easy. Cigarette.
You tear it to pieces, trying to get it out of the package. And then find you have no matches, so you skip the cigarette for the time being.
Hello, Mrs. Bronson?
Yes. Who's this, please?
Arnold Stanton.
Oh, yes, Mr. Stanton.
I don't want to bother you, Mrs. Bronson, but...
Well, is anything the matter? You don't sound quite like yourself.
No, nothing like that, Mrs. Bronson. I just...
Yes?
There was a message for me this afternoon at the office. Something about Evelyn playing bridge, I think.
Oh, yes.
She isn't there with you, is she?
Why, yes, Mr. Stanton. She's right here. Would you like to speak to her?
Yes, I would.
Well, just hold on. Evelyn? Evelyn, dear? Hello?
Evelyn?
What's the matter with you?
Evelyn, I don't understand.
Wait a minute, Mr. Stanton. This is Mrs. Bronson again. Evelyn isn't here after all. I'm terribly sorry. She must have left while I was talking to you. Probably on her way home now. Ought to be there.
There she is, Arnold, just as you left her this morning. There's only one answer now. They discovered her and they're trying to trap you. Mrs. Bronson knows. Miss Roberts knew this afternoon. They all know. You run to the window at the end of the hall and look down onto the porch. A tall, serious young man is waiting at the front door. You know who he is, don't you, Arnold? You have to face him, Arnold. One thing more and you'll be sure. Slowly, you walk to the front door.
What is it? What do you want?
I'm sorry, Mr. Stanton.
Get it over with. What do you want?
My name's Haverhill. I've come to talk to you about your wife.
I thought so.
It's a rather serious proposition, you know.
Well, can't you come back later?
No, I want to...
Listen. Just give me 5 minutes. That's all I want. Just 5 minutes.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Stanton.
Go away.
Now,
Come back later. Go away. Go away.
It's a mile across the living room to your desk, and the pistol in the middle drawer. You'd given it to Evelyn, Arnold, because she was afraid while you were away at the office. Because she couldn't stand being without you alone. You take it out. Notice how cold it feels in your hand. Check the breech and find it's loaded, ready to go. You're tense now as you sit down in the easy chair by the fireplace. 4 minutes left, Arnold, and you won't need all of it. The heat of your hand has warmed the handle. It feels more natural there. You look at it for a moment, then raise it slowly. Your hand tightens on the trigger.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. You know, it's beginning to look like all predictions about summer travel this year are being topped by the actual figures. Mr. and Mrs. America are bundling the suitcases and the kids into the family car
and taking to the woods for the biggest vacation season since 41. And, of course, we have it coming. But please remember this. Be careful with fire. Don't throw tobacco or matches from your car, even if you're sure they're out. Use the ashtrays instead. Build campfires only in areas where they're permitted, and make doubly sure they're extinguished before you leave. The forests are ours to enjoy, but they're our responsibility, too. So remember these simple rules, and do your part in helping to prevent forest fires. Now, back to The Whistler.
So the chain was broken, Arnold. Not in one place, but in two. Mrs. Bronson, of course, was the first to discover it. She'd been concerned over the way you sounded on the telephone and had hurried over to find you sprawled in the easy chair by the fireplace. A half hour later, Sergeant Cook was there, too, and the pieces began to fit together.
Now, Mrs. Bronson, you say you know something about all this?
Yes, in a way, I feel sort of responsible.
Responsible?
Well, you see, Mr. Stanton called me just before it happened, and, well, I told him Evelyn was at my house. Oh, I know I shouldn't have, but Evelyn was such a dear friend of mine, and...
Well?
Well, I don't think I was a party to it. I never really approved. But there was this other person, Mr. Haverhill.
Mr. Weston Haverhill?
Yes, Evelyn had been seeing him for some time. I told her she was very wrong. That the least she could do would be tell her husband she was in love with someone else. But she felt so sorry for Arnold. Said he was so dependent on her.
Yes?
Mr. Haverhill wanted to have it all out with Arnold, to be above board about the whole thing. But Evelyn couldn't face it. So I covered up for her.
What do you mean, covered up for her?
Well, Evelyn and Mr. Haverhill were going to spend the day together, something special. And I called Mr. Stanton's office and pretended I was Evelyn. Said she was at my house playing bridge. Then when he got home, found she wasn't there, he called me to check up on her.
And you told him the same thing?
Yes, I told him she just left. What else could I do?
It must have been a terrible shock when he found her there in the bathroom.
Yes. Arnold couldn't stand it, poor man. He just had to be with her. You know,
Huh?
it makes sort of a perfect ending. He never would have been happy without her. He loved her so.
Next Wednesday at this same time, The Whistler will return with another strange tale. Featured in tonight's production were Elliot Lewis and B. Benaderet. This program is a featured production of the Columbia Broadcasting System and was directed by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Robert Libet and Frank C. Burt. Music by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast radio program. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations throughout the West, from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, the Judas Face.
The movie star lay on the hospital bed, looking up at the white ceiling through narrow slits in the efficient mask of gauze and tape which covered her face. $1 million face, the trade papers had called it, with sparkling blue eyes, a delicate nose, and passionate full lips. Yes, in every sense of the word, the face of Sandra Dane was her fortune. Then, in 10 seconds, everything had changed. There was an afternoon horseback ride with Janet Blaisdell, her stand-in, a gust of wind, Janet's silk scarf and the horse's eyes, a terrified plunge, a fall, flying hooves all around her, and blackness. Then the hospital smell. Quiet, efficient Dr. Rogers and his quiet, efficient staff. Janet and Gordon West, her producer, visiting her every afternoon. All of them kind and sympathetic. All of them knowing that the $1 million face might be gone forever. That behind the mask of bandages was a question mark.
Well, don't sit there staring at me, Gordon, darling. The end of the world hasn't come, you know.
Of course not, Sandy.
I hope not. Janet, dear, it wasn't your fault. The wind blew your scarf, and...
That's what I keep telling her, Sandra. But you know how she is.
If you must feel sorry for someone, dear, how about poor Gordy? He's got $1 million tied up in the picture, and he can't shoot a lick until I get out of hock. Well, that's right, isn't it? Sandy, dear, we've been wanting to tell you
Janet.
for... What's going on?
Sandy, about the picture.
What about the picture?
You know how bankers are.
Bankers?
This accident of yours, I know you'll be all right, but so far as they're concerned, well...
What are you trying to tell me, Gordy? You've got to understand, Sandy. The bankers insisted that Gordy test someone else for the part.
Of course, I thought of Janet first.
Janet? You're playing my part?
She didn't want to do it, Sandy. Neither did I, but there just wasn't anything else we could do about it.
Janet, playing my part. Please don't feel badly about it, Sandy. I feel badly. I think it's marvelous. It's so funny. My stand-in. It just doesn't happen. Oh, it's a wonderful break for you, dear. Wonderful.
Well, what did I tell you, Janet? I knew she'd understand. And you don't have to worry, Sandy. No matter how this plastic surgery turns out, there'll always be a job for you at my studio. You know that.
A job? But the operation's been successful. I'm sure of it. They told me there was no question.
Of course. You've been wonderful, darling. Now we've got to run along it. Oh, hello, Dr. Rogers.
Hello, everyone. Mind if I see the patient alone for a few minutes?
We're just leaving, Doctor. Chin up, Sandy.
Goodbye, dear, and good luck. We'll be seeing you.
You certainly have nice friends.
Yes, aren't they, Doctor?
Do you mean that?
Why not?
I happen to know, Miss Dane, that you believe Janet Blaisdell was responsible for your accident. That in a fit of jealousy over your career, she purposely whipped a scarf into the eyes of your horse.
Well, how can you say a thing like that?
I didn't say it first, Miss Dane. You did.
What do you mean?
While you were under the anesthetic. That happens frequently, you know. I'm bringing this up for good reason, Miss Dane. In the event this operation doesn't come up to expectations, a thought like this playing on your mind can ruin your entire life.
I hired you as a plastic surgeon, Dr. Rogers, and not as a psychiatrist.
I'm sorry, Miss Dane. I simply felt that now, of all times, was the moment to bring it up.
Why?
I'm going to remove your bandages.
When?
Now. Steady now. You must remember that we've done the very best we could.
Please hurry, Doctor.
Just a second more. I can guarantee that the reconstruction will give you a normal appearance, but...
But what?
Whether or not you'll be able to resume your career, I don't know. Now, there you are.
A mirror. Give me a mirror.
Very well. Here.
That's not my face. It's not me.
I tried to tell you, Miss...
Get out of here. Get out.
But, Miss Dane...
Get out.
Very well.
$1 million fate. That's so loud. She did it. It was a plot. She blinded the horse. I'm dead. I might as well be dead. But she's not going to get away with it. I'll kill her.
With the prologue of The Judas Face, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. If you're like me, friends, your mouth waters each time you see one of those sleek new 1946 cars. Unfortunately, it'll probably be a long time before we'll all be driving one. But there's a way we can all enjoy a sweeter running motor right now. Yep, it's with that great new Signal Premium Motor Oil containing 5 scientific compounds that actually keep motors 6 times cleaner and reduce cylinder wear 1/3. You see, those compounds start to work on your motor the moment you switch to Signal Premium. Compound number 1 actually cleanses out old carbon, varnish, and sludge that's clogging your motor, while compound 2 keeps new carbon and varnish from forming. Compound 3 improves oil circulation to vital engine parts, while compound 4 keeps oil from thinning out when your motor's hot. And compound 5, that protects costly bearings from corrosion. The result? Man, you can feel it, you can hear it, and you'll enjoy it. A sweeter running motor with Signal Premium. So why not stop by your Signal service station and make your next oil change a change for the better? You'll find oil does make a difference in the way your motor runs, a big difference, when you switch to Signal Premium Motor Oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
So, the $1 million face is a thing of the past, Sandra. And Janet Blaisdell, your pretty stand-in, is going to take your place in your picture. It was too much to take, wasn't it, Sandra? Janet in your place. Earnest, eager little Janet. The same girl who stood under the hot studio lights for endless minutes while cameras were focused and mic booms adjusted. The girl who took it for you while you sat in the cool shadows and watched. Yes, Sandra, it's more than you can swallow. But you're not raging anymore. There's only cool, calm hatred now, and a plan to kill. So you go about it methodically. First, of course, there's the matter of the assistant producer's job Gordon West promised you.
Oh, you've been so wonderful, Gordy. It's all set then about the job?
Sure, Sandy. You're going to be my assistant on Janet's first picture. How's that?
It's perfect. Just perfect.
Step 1, Sandra, the job. So you go to work for Gordon West. And in a week or so, you decide to tackle Step 2. It seems that Janet's picture is a Western and will be shot on location. There are 2 possible sites, Hamilton Ranch or Felipe Mesa. And Gordon hasn't decided yet. Frank Reynolds, the chief cameraman, will have a lot to say about that. Gordon depends on him.
I don't know, Sandy. Last time I talked to the boss, he was all for Hamilton Ranch.
But there's no comparison, Frank. I was brought up near there. I know it like a book. Please talk to him, Frank. I know he'll listen to you.
Why?
Why what?
Why are you so interested?
Because it'll make the difference between a first-class Western and a cheap
You
one.
want Janet's debut to be a topper, huh?
Why, of course. Why not?
I'm a cameraman, Sandy. I've been trained to catch human emotion on film. To look for people's thoughts in their eyes and their faces.
Well?
Nothing. Matter of fact, I was on my way to the boss to make a pitch for Felipe Mesa, too. I kind of wonder if you and I have the same reason.
It has to be Felipe Mesa, doesn't it, Sandra? You weren't bragging. You know it like a book. Its steep sides, the narrow, dangerous trail winding up the cliff to the top that they'll be bound to use for the chase sequence, with Janet plunging down it at a full gallop, the wall falling away sheer on her right for 300 feet. Yes, Sandra, Felipe Mesa is perfect. It has everything you need. 2 hours later, Frank comes out of Gordon's office.
Frank,
Yeah?
what did he decide?
You win, honey. Felipe Mesa.
So you're over the first hurdle, Sandra. And for the next 2 weeks, as the company prepares to leave for location, you think it through again and again, coolly, taking your time, anticipating, preparing, concentrating on the climax that will come when Janet reins her horse at the top of the mesa, pauses a moment, and then starts down the trail.
Sandy? Janet. What's the matter, dear? Did I scare you? No, Janet, I was just thinking. I'm sorry. You look so funny smiling to yourself that way. I just dropped by to tell you we're leaving tomorrow. Start shooting Monday. Isn't it wonderful? Of course, dear. I'm so thrilled for you. And I'm so thankful to you, Sandy. All the help you've given me. You've been so good about everything. Why, don't be silly, darling. We've got to make good, you know. You and I.
Yes, Sandra, you've got to make good. And everything is pointing in the right direction. You relax now and wait, smiling to yourself over Janet's enthusiasm on the trip to location during the preliminary shooting, controlling the anger inside you as Gordon West raves over her performance. It's still going to be your picture, isn't it, Sandra? Then at last the moment arrives, the day when the chase sequence is to be shot from the ream of the mesa. The weather has been blistering hot for the past week, and the company is restless as Gordon gives them last-minute instructions.
Quiet, please, quiet. Now listen, everyone. I want to shoot this chase without a break in the action. Get it all in one unbroken sequence. Get that, Frank?
Okay, Gordy. Cameras are all set.
Now, you men who are the heavies, remember, when you're chasing Janet down that trail, don't crowd her. Look as though you're laying on the leather, but don't get too close. I don't want any accidents. Janet,
Right here, Gordy.
you're sure you've got the action all straight?
Of course. I stop for a minute at the top and then take the trail down the south face.
Come here a minute.
Yes, Gordy?
This is the last chance, honey. What about the double?
No.
Why?
Well, Sandy would never have used the double. Neither will I.
Well, she never did a trick like this. How do you know she wouldn't?
I know her pretty well. Oh, please, let's not go through it again.
Okay. By the way, where's Sandy?
Over there, sitting down. I'm afraid the heat's got her.
Oh. All right, you better get up there. What's the matter, Sandy?
Oh, I'm just a little dizzy, I guess. Afraid I'm not going to be much good to you today.
You're pretty hot at that. Maybe you'd better go back to the camp, huh?
I was hoping you'd suggest that.
Maybe I'd better send someone back there with you. Be alone, you know. Not a soul in the camp.
Oh, forget it. I'll be all right. Just lie down for a while.
Okay.
Oh, and, Gordy,
Yeah?
wish Janet a lot of luck for me. Will you?
Sure. All right, kids, let's go.
They've gone now, Sandra. Gordon's on top of the mesa to direct the action by phone. The cameraman and actors are in their places, and you're supposed to be alone in camp with a sick headache. You know the mesa, don't you, Sandra? No one sees you as you slip along the chaparral-covered slope at the foot of the mesa, up through the underbrush to the spot you found the first day of shooting, right next to the trail halfway to the top. A perfect spot, isn't it? A huge boulder on one side, greasewood and mesquite on the other. You crouch beside a strong steel stake you've driven firmly into the earth the night before. Pick up the ends of a thin wire rope, looped around the mesquite root on the other side of the trail. Invisible under the dust you scattered over it. You're ready now, waiting, listening, and then... She's coming, Sandra. You tighten the rope. Hitch it firmly around the steel stake. You're ready for her now. was your picture after all, wasn't it, Sandra? The weeks of planning paid off. The moment the horse tripped, a flip of the cable loosened it from the mesquite root, and it's lost forever, along with a steel stake among the boulders at the bottom of the gorge. You're back in camp, lying down, of course, with your sick headache when Gordon arrives with the news.
Dead. Dead. Oh, no, Gordy, no.
Take it easy, Sandy.
Oh, you're wrong, Gordy. She can't be dead. She's just a kid. Not Janet, no.
Yes, Sandra, that was an Academy Award performance. Even though you don't have the face to go with it anymore. It's all settled now. There was no question, just a few formalities, and an official statement by the coroner that Janet Blaisdell died as the result of an accidental fall from a horse. The weeks pass, and you go back to your job at Gordon's side in Hollywood. Yes, it's settled. You did a perfect job. There's no evidence. And yet there's still a vague, uneasy feeling inside you, as if something was hanging over your head, ready to fall. Somehow you can't put your finger on it. At least until the day Frank Reynolds, the cameraman, takes you to lunch.
You know, Sandy, I think I told you once about the peculiar insight a guy gets after grinding a camera for 10 years.
What do you mean, Frank?
Well, it's funny. You can almost tell what a person's thinking. Just the way he holds his face. You know, I can spot hatred a mile away, for instance. Jealousy. The cold look of
Of what, Frank?
of a murderer. Funny, isn't it?
It's interesting.
They can't hide it, you know. It's there in spite of them. It's odd. I thought I saw it in your face out on location that day. The day Janet died.
Yes, that is odd. It indicates that you're not infallible anyway.
It's, not there now, though.
Of course it isn't. Now, suppose...
Just a minute, Sandy. It isn't there now. There's something else.
What?
Fear. I want you to come over to my house tonight, Sandy.
No, I'm sorry, Frank.
I won't take no for an answer, Sandy. Be there at 8. There's something I want you to see.
You make an excuse. Tell them you're ill. Leave the office that afternoon. He's bluffing you, Sandra. You tell yourself again and again that Frank Reynolds is bluffing you. That there's no reason in the world for you to go to his house at 8 tonight. And 1,000 good reasons why you shouldn't. There's no proof, no evidence. Why should you fall for it? Of course not. So at 7 o'clock, you decide definitely you're not going. And at 8 o'clock sharp, you're ringing his doorbell.
Hello, Sandy.
Hello, Frank.
Well, you coming in?
I can only stay for a minute.
I won't be long. I began to think you weren't coming.
I came here for only one reason, Frank. To get to the bottom of that double talk at lunch today.
That's exactly why we're going downstairs. I've got a movie projector there. You know, rally the folks around for a private showing once in a while. Now sit right down over there, Sandy. Screen's all set up.
Please,
and
Frank, let's stop this nonsense. I told you I can only stay a few minutes. What's that revolver doing on your desk?
Revolver? Oh, that. I was cleaning it before dinner. Nice thing to have around. No telling what dangerous characters a man might meet in my business. But you're not a dangerous character, are you, Sandy? So I'll put it away for now. Let's look at the pictures, huh? I'm sure you're going to find them interesting, Sandra. You see, I took them myself the day of the chase sequence at Felipe Mesa.
Oh, the chase sequence.
That's right. The chase sequence. You remember that day, of course. The day Janet was murdered. The day Janet died. I'll turn out the lights here. Now start up the projector. There we are. I don't think you knew I was on a roving assignment that day, Sandra. I was using a portable camera with a telephoto lens. Managed to get some very unusual shots. Oh, here's a hand start of the chase.
Your
Take a look
brain
at the
is
mesa
spinning
there.
like that projection
There's a
machine.
swell shot of Janet.
You know what's coming next, don't you, Sandra? Frank is gloating now over his telephoto lens. The one thing you forgot to figure on. Slowly you ease out of your chair in the dark toward the desk, pull the drawer open, grope for the revolver, find it. Move quietly back to your chair, hiding the gun under your purse on your lap.
Of course, Sandy. Every climax has to have a build-up. Telephoto lens is a wonderful thing, isn't it, Sandy? You'd swear you were 10 feet from her. Oh, now we're getting somewhere. Here comes Janet down the steep pitch. Oh, look ahead of her. In that narrow gap on her left, and the greasewood there. Surprised, huh? That woman there, crouching next to the trail. Look what she has in her hand. A rope, isn't it? Now, here's a cutback to Janet galloping down the trail. She's almost opposite the woman now. Look. Look at the girl with the rope. Who does she look like, Sandy, huh? Who is it?
Stop it! Stop that machine!
Okay.
Turn on the light, Frank. Hurry up.
Right. There. That better?
All right, Frank. How much do you want for that film?
Why, Sandy. What are you...
I said how much, Frank?
Well, I didn't know you admired my camera work so much, Sandy.
Will you come to the point?
Well, of course, you've got to admit this is pretty unusual stuff. It comes high.
How much?
Well, I figure you've probably stashed away a couple of $100,000 in your time. Successful star, you know. $40,000 a picture.
$200,000.
Yeah. Suppose we say half of it. And you get the negatives.
What made you do this, Frank?
Well, I always was a guy for a fast buck. And there was something else, of course. Janet and I were going to be married when the picture was finished. Let's face it, Sandy, $100,000 is cheap.
Yes, I guess you're right. I can't afford to take a chance. There's only one way to make sure.
Hey, what are you doing?
Stay just right there, Frank. Right where you're standing.
Put down that gun, Sandy. You can't get away with murder again.
No.
Listen, Sandy. I'll destroy the film.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, I have good news tonight for you Whistler fans who've been asking, will the Whistler follow the example of so many of the popular shows and go off the air for the summer? The answer, I'm happy to say, is no. In appreciation of your loyalty that has made the Whistler the West Coast's most popular radio show, Signal Oil Company and the thousands of friendly dealer-owned signal stations throughout the West who sponsor the Whistler will continue to broadcast this program without interruption throughout the summer. So, for your Monday night radio entertainment, we of the cast hope you'll continue to make the Whistler a regular stop on your dial. And during the week, we also hope you'll stop by your Signal dealers and get acquainted with that great new Signal Premium Motor Oil, the new type lubricant containing 5 scientific compounds that actually keep motors 6 times cleaner, reduce cylinder wear 1/3. It's today's finest recipe for a sweeter running motor, Signal Premium Motor Oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
It was the only way out, wasn't it, Sandra? It was all there on the film, everything. Absolute ironclad proof. And you were smart enough to realize you could never end it by paying him off. The black, blinding hatred for him closed in as you gripped the gun tight and pulled the trigger once, then twice more, and then...
Sandy, you poor, stupid little...
Frank! I shot you, Frank. Why don't you...
They're all gone now, honey. You better let me have the gun.
Get away from me, Frank!
Give me that gun. That's it. You're a cold-blooded killer, aren't you, Sandy? But you're at the end of your rope now.
What is it? I don't understand.
The gun was loaded with blanks, darling. All right, gentlemen, you can come in now. Looks like the scene's over.
All right, Frank. Come on, Dr. Rogers. Officer?
Gordon, what are you...
The required number of witnesses, Sandy. Are you satisfied, officer?
I don't think there'll be any question. I might as well tell you, Sandy. We faked that film.
What? You mean there was no...
There was nothing except a healthy suspicion on the part of Dr. Rogers that you murdered Janet Blaisdell. Seems you talked rather freely while you were under the anesthetic some time ago. He insisted we examine the point on the Mesa Trail where Janet fell. All we could find was a hole on the left-hand side of the trail, as if a stake had been driven there. So we made a long guess and shot the scene with a stock actress made up to look like you, just to see what you'd have to say. Isn't that right, Doctor?
Yes, of course, there was nothing to go on, except what you said under anesthesia while I was working on your face.
Interesting, isn't it, Sandra? The one thing in the world you treasured most, the thing you killed for, gave you away. Your $1 million face.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. Featured in tonight's cast were Mary Lansing and Gerald Moore. This program, produced by George W. Allen, based on a story by B. Marsh, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations in 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast radio program. And remember that every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, Quiet Sunday.
This was going to be a quiet Sunday for Henry Parker. Peaceful, calm, restful. Away from the work and tedium of the office. Just the kind of Sunday Henry always looked forward to during the other hectic days of the week. And more than that, it was a special Sunday, for Henry's wife, Ruth, was vacationing at their lodge at Lake Arrowhead and wouldn't be home. That was the best part. It was nice to wake up and not find Ruth there to nag and irritate him. And it was nice, too, to remember that tonight he had a date with Daphne. Daphne was tall and lovely, and Daphne seemed to understand that Henry liked to spend a nice, quiet evening. He was contemplating all this when the doorbell rang.
Oh, never fails. Minute I get settled with the Sunday paper. If that bird Adams wants to borrow the lawnmower again, I'll... What? Daphne!
Surprise, darling?
Daphne, what in the world are you doing here? What'll the neighbors think?
I had to see you, Henry. I was all alone.
Come in quickly. Daphne, darling, you know you shouldn't have come here.
Why are you so frightened, Henry? Your wife won't be back for another week.
Don't you understand that...
You don't seem very happy to see me, Henry.
You know I'm glad to see you, dear. It's just that...
Well, aren't you going to ask me to sit down?
Oh, of course. This way, Daphne. No, not by the window. Over here.
Why are you so nervous, Henry?
That's it. Right here.
Thank you, Henry. There. Don't I look at home here?
Oh, now, Daphne, you've simply got to understand it won't do to have you around the house here ever.
Do you have a cigarette, darling?
Cigarette? Oh, yes, of course. Here.
Match?
Yes.
That's better. Now, go on, dear. Sit down. Put your feet up.
Oh, please, Daphne, will you be reasonable?
I'm being quite reasonable. Now, please sit down, Henry. I want to talk to you.
Very well, Daphne.
Now, forget about your wife. She's at Arrowhead, 100 miles away.
Well, yes, but I...
But what, Henry?
Well, her friends are always dropping in. You know that. Why couldn't it have waited till tonight?
I had to talk to you. Couldn't wait until then.
Why? Is something wrong?
That depends upon you, Henry.
What do you mean?
Do you love me?
Oh, please don't be silly, dear. You know I do.
I'm not so sure, Henry, and I'm very tired of it. The only time I get to see you is when you can get away from your wife.
I've tried to explain.
I want you all to myself, and, well, if it can't be that way, I don't want you at all. That's why I came. Sick of meeting you in back alleys and dining with you in out-of-the-way places where no one will see us. If you really love me, you wouldn't treat me this way.
I know, Daphne, I know. It isn't very fair.
Of course it isn't.
Can't we talk about it tonight? Yes, that's it. We'll have a nice, quiet dinner
Henry,
at the Willows.
There isn't going to be any tonight. You've got to make a decision now. What was that?
Hey, the garage door. Someone's out there.
Could it be?
No, it's not Ruth.
Oh, then I'll stay.
Daphne, we can't take a chance. You better go.
I'm staying, Henry.
Maybe it's one of her friends. You'll start a lot of talk.
I want an answer. Make up your mind.
They're coming. Oh, listen, it's you, Daphne. Believe me. I promise you I'll free myself from Ruth some way, but you just got to give time. Now, please, go.
All right, Henry.
No, not the front door. Here. You better go down into the cellar. The door here. Now, you can wait down there at the foot of the stairs until I go. I'll call you.
Remember what I said, Henry?
Yes, dear, of course.
Henry? Henry, where are you?
It's Ruth.
Henry! Oh, there you are, Henry.
Well, surprise. What are you doing here?
You know very well what I'm doing here. I wrote you a letter 2 days ago asking you to join me at the lodge.
But I wired you, Ruth. I told you I couldn't take the weekend off. I'm way behind at the
How do you
office.
think I feel up there all by myself?
No.
Leona and Emily and Edith, all of them up there with their husbands, and I'm alone. They all want to know where you are.
I know. Look, I explained.
I feel like a fool.
Well, I...
Henry Parker, you're going back to Lake Arrowhead with me this very afternoon. I've had enough of your excuses.
But I can't, don't you see?
I ask so little of you, Henry. I ask only what a wife expects, no more. You've got to go back to the lake with me today.
And why, may I ask?
Henry, today is our 10th anniversary. I told everyone you'd be there tonight. They'll think it's strange if you aren't.
I'm sick of this pretense, Ruth. I'm fed up to the neck with all of your friends. Furthermore, I don't care a hang what they think. Why don't you tell them, Ruth? Why don't you tell them I want a divorce?
You're not going to humiliate me. They're all coming over tonight, and you're going to be there. I won't be a laughingstock, Henry. Is that clear?
Yes, that's very clear.
No one knows I'm here in town. They think I'm still at the lodge. They all went on a picnic to Big Bear today, and I told them I had a headache. Oh, Henry, they won't be back till tonight, and
When they arrive, I want you to be there.
That's clever of you. Why did you do all this?
I'd die if they knew I had to drive into town and beg you to come back with me.
And what about the neighbors here?
Well, I took all the back roads, and when I reached our street, I came up the alley and drove into the garage. Oh, please understand, Henry. This means everything to me. I couldn't face them.
You and your pride.
Oh, please, Henry. It's only 3 o'clock. We can drive there in 3 hours. There's plenty of time. I told everyone to drop in from 9 on.
You simply don't understand, Ruth. I'm not going. I don't care what your friends think. Don't you see that?
You're coming with me, Henry. That's all there is to it.
Now where are you going?
Down in the cellar to get your overnight bag.
No, wait a minute, Ruth. No, wait.
Oh, don't argue with me. Go and get your razor and things from the bathroom.
All right, Ruth. All right, you win. I'll go down and get the suitcase.
I can get it.
Stay away from the door.
Henry, who is that woman?
I told you not to open that door,
Henry,
you...
Henry, what are you doing?
Overbearing, stupid.
Henry, don't be silly. Don't be silly.
No, you don't. I've had all of you. I intend to get. Oh, Ruth. Oh, no. Oh, Ruth. Daphne. Say, we'd better get some water here. Let me... What's the matter, Daphne? Daphne, why? What's the matter? But don't you see we'd better... don't you think that...
Just let her stay there, darling. There's no point in moving her now.
Oh, no, you mean Ruth is...
Yes, Henry. She's dead.
With the prologue of Quiet Sunday, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. Ah, in my merry Oldsmobile. Remember those good old days when horseless carriages roared down bumpy streets at the furious speed of 25 miles per hour? Automobiles have changed a lot since then, and so have their requirements for gasoline and lubrication. In fact, outstanding authorities, including the United States Army and Navy, agree today's high-speed, precision-engineered motors need better lubrication than straight motor oil alone could ever provide. That's why Signal now brings you an amazing new type lubricant, Signal Premium Motor Oil, combining finest 100% pure paraffin base with 5 scientific new compounds, each developed to do a job which straight oil alone can't do. The result? Exhaustive tests prove new Signal Premium Motor Oil actually keeps motors 6 times cleaner and reduces cylinder wear 1/3. Yes, the oil you use can make a big difference in the way your motor runs when it's Signal Premium Motor Oil. So go modern. Join the thousands who are switching from old-fashioned straight oil to Signal's new lubricant that guarantees you a sweeter running motor. New Signal Premium Motor Oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
So Ruth is lying dead at the foot of the cellar stairs. And the quiet part of the Sunday is over, isn't it, Henry? Just like that. Her unexpected arrival home, her irritating insistence that you go back to Lake Arrowhead with her, the argument, the cellar stairs, a flash of blinding rage, and it was over. Death is a strange, terrifying thing, isn't it, Henry? You've never been so close to it before. All you can do is stand there at the foot of the stairs and look dumbly at Daphne, too stunned even to think.
Daphne, I didn't mean it. It was an accident. You saw it all, didn't you? There was nothing. She just slipped.
Stop it, Henry.
You saw it. And you can tell them
I said stop it. I'm not going to tell them anything.
What do you mean? We've got it.
Forget it. You pushed her and you know it.
You mean you're going to tell them? Oh, Daphne, you can't. But don't you see it?
Listen to me. There's a way to get out of this gracefully. Now get hold of yourself. I could hear her through the door. What did she say about sneaking away from the lake?
Oh, it was our anniversary, and she wanted me to be there. Her friends are away at Big Bear, and they think she's still there at the lodge.
And no one knows she came down here?
No.
She wasn't seen?
No.
Henry, supposing she fell down the stairs at the lodge instead of here.
Huh?
While you were spending a quiet Sunday in town.
I don't know how she could.
Now, wait a minute. Let me think. There's a long staircase up there. I remember it. What if her friends came back from Big Bear at 9 o'clock and found her at the foot of the stairs when everyone knows you're here in town?
Well, yeah, but... Well, how could we get her up there?
Well, we've got to try. It's the only way. Well, look, I'll take her car up to the lodge. It's got to be found there. I can get to Arrowhead without being seen. I know it. And then I'll come back with you.
Well, what about Ruth?
You've got to take her up in the trunk of your car. And there's only one thing more. Somebody's got to know you've been in town all day.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, an alibi, huh?
Of course. Where could you be for the next few hours?
Oh, I don't know, Daphne. I don't know.
A movie. What about a movie?
Movie?
Yes, that's it. Pick one that you've seen.
Movie. Yeah. Yeah, wait a minute. Oh, and there's Charlie Hardcastle. He goes to the committee meeting at church early every Sunday. Oh, yeah. I could pick him up. And I'll tell him I'm going to the movies, huh?
Of course. Buy a ticket, go in, and then sneak out the side entrance.
Yeah.
It'll be dark when we get to the lake, and I'll meet you at the Y in the road just before before you get to the lodge.
Yes.
I'll honk my horn twice. Do you understand?
Oh, yes, I understand.
We haven't much time. Come on, we've got to get her up to the car. We'll get that blanket over there, and we'll wrap her in that.
Oh, this works. All right.
Hurry, Henry.
All right. Here you are.
Just throw it over.
Are you ready?
Yes, all right.
All right. Oh. All right, we'll go right up the steps. Oh. What's that?
I don't know. Something crashed through the window.
Oh, quick, back under the stairs.
Yes,
quick.
hurry.
Down, get down. What was it? I don't know. Wait a minute. There it is. It's a baseball. Those fool kids next door playing baseball on the vacant lot.
They'll be coming after it. Go out and give it to them before they try to come down.
All right. I'll crawl down and get it. Gee, I can't see down here. What if old Sourpuss Parker is... Oh, hello, Mr. Parker.
Hello, Freddie.
Gee whiz, we're sorry about the wind.
Oh, that's all right, Freddie. Here, let me hand the ball to you.
Well, you can't reach Mr. Parker. I'll come around and get it.
No, you stay right out there. Here.
See? You can't reach up this far. I'll be down in a sec.
No, you stay right there, I said.
Oh, gee whiz, I only...
Now, let me throw it up to you.
Look out, Mr. Parker. You'll bust the other window.
There you are.
See?
Oh, go on now. Never mind the window. Go on with your game.
We'll divvy up the first one, Mr. Parker. But the
Look, I
second
said never
one...
mind, Freddie. Go on, get out of here and close that window after you, will you?
Okay, Mr. Parker. Gee whiz, what's the matter with you?
Oh, that was close.
Well, don't worry about that now. Let's get her into the car.
Just a quiet Sunday afternoon, Henry. Nothing to mar its peaceful stillness. Except the small matter of getting the body of your wife, Ruth, up to Lake Arrowhead, leaving it at the foot of the stairs at your lodge, parking her car where she always leaves it, and returning with Daphne to Los Angeles. All without being seen. And, oh yes, there's the matter, too, of Mr. Charles Hardcastle and the alibi.
Henry, you've got to get hold of yourself.
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe Hardcastle's left already.
You're shaking like a leaf.
Quiet, here. Hello, Charlie? This is Henry Parker, Charlie. Yeah, I'm fine. Well, look, I was going to a show tonight, and I wondered if you'd like to join me. Oh, you're going to a committee meeting at the church. Oh, that's right. I forgot. Well, how about letting me drop you off? It's right near the theater. Oh, good. Well, I'll pick you up in a few minutes. Huh? Oh, no, forget it, Charlie. I'm glad to do it. All right. Goodbye. All set. Charlie will swear to the high heavens I stayed in town.
What time is it?
5 o'clock.
You've only got an hour to spare. It'll take 3 hours to drive up there. Remember, I'll be waiting for you at the Y in the road.
All right, Daphne. At the Y in the road.
There's no turning back now, is there, Henry? The body is riding behind you now in the trunk of the car as you drive slowly down the street to pick up Charlie Hardcastle. You're beginning to settle down a little, aren't you? The terrible shock that gripped you at first is beginning to wear off, and you're thinking more clearly. Some of Daphne's quick, cool courage was there for you to borrow when you needed it most, when the panic made your knees weak, when you could think of nothing else except running blindly away to hide somewhere. At 5:10, you stop by for Charlie and nonchalantly begin to build your alibi as the two of you drive toward the church.
Oh, don't be silly, Charlie. It's no trouble at all driving around this way. There's nothing else to do, you know, just taking in a show.
Hey, you kind of surprised me, Henry, calling up that way.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, it's been a coon's age since we've been out together. By the way, where's Ruth?
Been up to the lake for a little rest.
Yeah, how I envy you that lodge. I'd like to get away sometime myself, you know.
Well, I'll tell you what, Charlie, as soon as Ruth gets back, why don't you and Sadie go up to the lake? You're welcome to use our lodge.
Well, that's mighty nice of you, Henry. I'm sure Sadie will be thrilled to pieces.
Not at all. You've no idea what a great help you've been to me. Why, many times... What's that?
I better pull over. You got a flat, I'm afraid.
Flat? Oh, no, it can't be. It just can't.
Take it easy, Henry. It's just a flat.
No, listen, I'll tell you. I'll run on the rim. I don't care about the tire. I haven't got time
Wait
anyway.
a minute. Don't be silly, Henry. You don't want to go around ruining a perfectly good tire these days. Let's have a look at it. The casing's okay. You're lucky.
Look, Charlie, it's only a few blocks to the church. You better run along. I'll fix it.
You're talking to the best tire changer in the business. Come on, where are the two?
No, come on, go ahead. Please, Charlie.
What's the matter with you, Henry?
Oh, I just don't want you to be late. It'll only take me a minute.
I wouldn't think of it. I'll get the keys out of the dash. Tools are in the trunk, aren't they? We'll get her fixed.
No, wait a minute. Wait, Charlie. I'll get the keys.
Already got it.
Here, give them to me.
Take it easy. I don't mind a bit. I'll get the spare out of the trunk.
No, let me do it, I tell you.
Something eating you, Henry?
Oh, I'd just rather do it myself.
You sure got the jitters.
Well, don't you see, Charlie? I just don't want to see you get all messed up and dirty before church. Say, look, why don't you go up the street and slow the traffic down? Have them swing around me. I'm not too close to the curb, and the street's kind of narrow.
Okay, Henry, if you say so. Here are the keys.
It's worse than ever now, Henry. Worse even than the moment when you looked down at Ruth, lying still at the foot of the cellar stairs. One more second and Charlie would have opened the trunk, looked curiously at the blanket-wrapped, shapeless thing that was your wife, and it would have been all over. But you can't waste time thinking about that now. Your hands won't work. You fumble clumsily with a jack, with the lug nuts on the wheel, glance nervously at Charlie down at the corner directing traffic. 1,000 years later, the tire has changed, and you're frantically trying to get the old wheel back in the trunk when...
Come on. Here, let me give you a hand with that, Henry.
No.
Here, I'll take it.
No, wait a minute. That's got it.
All set?
Yeah. You can go ahead and get in. We're,
Hey, you left the jack out. Here, let me put it in the trunk.
No, it's all locked. I'll throw it in the back seat.
All right, Henry.
Well, better get in.
Yeah.
Well, I got the keys right here. Oh, yeah. It was kind of a tough break, wasn't it? Yeah. Hey, Charlie, I'm sorry I got so jumpy. Funny thing, though, flat tires always kind of throw me a little.
Yeah, I don't think I was much of a help, though, standing out there. You're soaked to the skin.
Yeah, I am. Well, you see, never would have done to have you show up at church this way. Oh, gosh, it's too bad you can't go to the show with me.
Hey, you know, I was thinking, maybe I won't go to church. I wouldn't mind seeing a movie tonight myself.
Oh, now, I don't want to talk you out of going to church. Don't get me wrong, Charlie.
Oh, it was
just
I can let you off right at the door.
What's playing at the show tonight?
Oh, I don't know, some second-rate picture. I'll tell you, I'll give you a report on it, and you can take it in tomorrow night if it's any good. I'd hate to think I kept you out of church.
All right, Henry. Don't worry. I'm going to church.
Next, please. How many?
Could you tell me if the main feature's on, please?
Starts in about 6 minutes.
Oh, good. I always hate to come in during the middle of a picture.
How many, please?
Just one.
55, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have change. Can you break a 20?
I've done it before. Let me try, huh?
I'm terribly sorry. Oh, here you are.
2, 3, 4, 5, 10, and 20. Thank you.
Thank you. Awfully hot tonight, isn't it?
You can say that again. Next, please.
Yeah, too warm to suit me. Earthquake weather, that's what I call it.
Say, buddy, if you don't mind,
Oh, pardon me, of course. Good night, miss.
Let me get that guy.
What a character. I'll see him in my sleep.
That's right, Henry. They'll remember you now. A minute later, you're lost in the comfortable blackness of the theater at an aisle seat near the side exit. You sit there for a moment and then slip out unseen and hurry back to your car. It's 6 o'clock now, Henry. Just 3 hours left to make it. Sunday night. The traffic is coming the other way now, back into Los Angeles. 50, 55, 60 miles an hour. And always you're careful to watch the rear view mirror. Would never do to be picked up for speeding, would it?
Oh, 8:30. I make wonderful time. And there's the Y in the road ahead. Brother, it's dark. Where is she? Oh, yeah. Oh, Daphne, thank heaven.
You made it, darling. Is everything all right?
I think so. Did anyone see you?
No, I was awfully careful. You better go ahead. I'll follow you.
You been up to the lodge?
No, hurry. Go on ahead. We haven't time to talk.
Okay. Daphne, there's the lodge. Look, pitch dark.
Where does she usually leave the car?
Over there at the side. Better move it now.
No, we'll take her in first. Got the keys?
Yeah, right here.
All right, hurry and open the trunk. I'll help you carry her.
Yeah. We're in time, darling. We made it.
So you made it, Henry. The lodge is deserted, and there'll be plenty of time for you and Daphne to arrange Ruth's accidental fall at the foot of the steep staircase. Leave quietly, lock the door, and sneak back down the dark road to the highway. It's simple, isn't it? Your alibi will hold, you're sure of it. Yes, Henry, you're safe now. And strangely, the horror that gripped you when you first looked down on Ruth's body is gone, as the two of you carry it up the stairs to the front door of the lodge.
Where's the key?
I've got it right here. Just a minute. Oh, where's that darn keyhole? I better get a match.
No, wait a minute. Here you are.
Oh, good. That's got it. All right, I'll go in first. Easy now.
Not so fast.
Okay. All right, follow me. I know my way in the dark.
Where are the stairs?
Over this way.
Henry!
I'll turn on the lights.
Surprise!
What?
Surprise, Henry, surprise!
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. Featured in tonight's cast were Joseph Kearns and Mary Lansing. This program, produced by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Bernard Gerard and Zane Mann, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service.
That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast radio program. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, the affair at Stoney Ridge.
Myra's mind was numb, and there was a tight, tense feeling in her throat as she gripped the steering wheel of the old car, guiding it up the narrow road to Stoney Ridge Farm. She decided it was best not to think, that it was better to have the dull, numb feeling than to go back over it again and again, to realize that it was true that Jody was gone, that he didn't love her, that Jody loved a tall, slender girl with painted lips and lazy, laughing eyes. It was spring, and a line storm was on the way. Soon she'd be back at Stoney Ridge Farm with stubborn old Uncle Rance and sharp-tongued Bess, his wife. Soon the rain would come thudding down, drowning out her poor dream of happiness with Jody, and she'd go back to the life she thought she was leaving forever. The road narrowed, and she came over the rise to see Stoney Ridge again, narrowing as though to hold imprisoned the farm that rests below. Just one more turn, Myra. Don't forget your bag, Myra. The bag that holds your wedding dress.
Aunt Bessie? Aunt Bessie? Uncle Rance? Where are you?
You wonder for a moment at the stillness of the house as you put down your bag and move into the kitchen. There's something puzzling in the cold ashes of the stove, the chill of the small water tank. It's later in the morning than you thought. Uncle Rance and Bess must be in the fields. Then, as you move to the back door, a man carrying a gun steps from the barn 30 feet away. A tall, wide-shouldered man who walks with the wary stealth of an Indian.
Jody?
Ma,
It's you.
what are you doing here, Ma?
You come for me, haven't you, Jody?
How long you been here?
Just came.
Just now?
Yeah. You did come for me, didn't you, Jody?
Yeah. Yeah, I came for it.
Jody, I'm so glad. So glad you'll never know.
Let's get into the house.
Yes, Jody. Yes. Let's sit in the parlor. It's warmer.
What you come back here for?
I had to, Jody.
What do you mean you had to?
Sit down, Jody. Sit down next to me.
You little fool. Do you want to mess everything up? I told you when to meet me tonight.
Don't be angry with me, Jody.
When I go to look for you, you wasn't there.
But I got in town early. An hour early. Searched for you. Then I saw you with her.
Her?
You were parked in a car with a girl. Had your arms around her. Oh, Jody.
Where'd you go then? Where'd you spend the night?
With a friend. Got up early this morning, drove home.
Spent the night in town, eh?
Jody, how could you?
It's okay. Don't cry. Everything's gonna be all right. Look, Myra, I come back for you, didn't I? Didn't Jody come back? Sure I did.
And you said we were going to be married. You said so.
Well, who said we were?
Are we?
I'd like to see anybody in Tennessee try to stop us. Oh, cut out the crying. What do you say? Huh?
Jody,
Yeah?
who was she?
Huh? Oh, she wasn't nobody. Just a town girl. Look, Myra, I was just kidding around. Every man does that once in a while. Honest, she don't mean a thing. You're my girl.
Am I, Jody?
We're getting married today, ain't we?
Today? Oh, Jody. Uncle Ransom ain't best. They must know I'll come back.
Ransom, babe? I meant to tell you that they were just leaving when I come. Said something about helping somebody with alfalfa before it rained. Storm coming
then
up
let's
and...
go, Jody. Let's go before they get back.
Well, what's the rush? We got plenty of time. They'll be stuck there a long time if it rains. Besides, I want to talk with you.
Jody,
Yeah?
what you doing with that gun?
This? Oh, I thought I'd get me a rabbit on the way up. Say, listen, Myra. Is it on the level what they say about old Raines? I mean, about all the cash she's got stashed away?
Yeah. Uncle Ramsey's got some money.
I mean, a lot.
I don't know, Jody. I don't know how much he's got. Why?
No reason. No reason at all. Just heard he had a lot. Somebody said he kept it here. Didn't believe in banks.
Who said that?
It is here in the house, ain't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they said, all right.
Jody, let's go. Hate to have him find me here after I ran out on him. Look, my bag's still packed. I'm all ready.
Plenty of time. I like sitting here with you. This is the way it's going to be from now on. Just you and me together.
It's so good.
We're going to get along swell together. None of this farm work anymore. We'll head for the big city. I'll get me a job.
The city? Oh, Jody.
Nothing's going to be too good for you. All you're going to do is sit home and take it easy. How you like that?
Go on, Jody. Talk some more.
All the pretty clothes you want. And believe me, I mean it. Only, well, you got to do things my way.
Anything. I'll do anything you ask.
That's my girl talking. We're sure going to get along swell. You know, I just think.
Yeah?
About old Ransom.
Yes, Jody.
Where's he keep all that dough, do you know? Just curious.
I can't tell you that.
You know, don't you?
Yeah?
You can tell me, Myra. Shucks, ain't I gonna be your husband?
I can't tell you, Jody. It's their secret. Wouldn't be right.
What's wrong about it? Don't you trust me?
Please, Jody.
That's it. You don't trust me. Me, the man you're gonna marry. Well, how do you like that?
I trust you, Jody. Of course I do.
You sound like it. Yeah, you sound a lot like it. Well, I guess that's it.
Where you going?
Where do you think? I'm going to beat it, that's what. I'm going home, and you can stick around in this hole the rest of your life.
Don't go.
You going to tell me? Look. What did old Rance ever do for you? Oh, besides, nothing but work you 12 hours a day and treat you like a dog. You don't owe him a thing, honey. Not a thing. Come on now, honey. Well, where is it, huh?
No.
I want that money, Myra.
Jody.
I'm going to get it. Nobody, nothing is going to stop me.
What are you going to do?
Wait right here till Rance and Bess get back.
They'll never tell you. Mean and stubborn, money hungry.
They'll tell me.
You don't know them. They'd rather die.
They're going to die.
Jody.
You think they can live after I get the money? They'd have me in jail an hour after they got to the phone.
Jody. I know you must. Oh, I'll tell you. You mustn't harm them.
Well?
It's in the cellar.
Now you're talking. Well, what are we waiting for?
The cellar's locked. We'll have to get the key.
Okay.
You'll find it on the shelf of the hall closet upstairs. Right-hand side, I think.
You're not skipping out on me while I'm up there. Think I'm a sucker? I'll be waiting right here, keeping an eye on the road below.
All right, Jody. I'll get it.
Get going then. And listen, don't go fooling around up there. You just find that key and come down. Right down, you understand?
Yes. Yes, I understand.
With the prologue of The Affair at Stoney Ridge, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. O-I-L. Oil. The stuff drivers put in their motors. Because they know it's supposed to be there. But does the kind of oil you choose for your car really make any difference in the way your motor runs? If you've ever wondered about that, let me tell you about a test I recently saw. 2 identical cars were run for 79,000 miles, one using today's finest straight motor oil, the other using Signal Premium Motor Oil, the new type lubricant that combines 100% pure paraffin base with 5 scientific compounds. When these motors were torn down for inspection, the one using new Signal Premium Oil had only 1/6 as much carbon deposit and 1/3 less cylinder wear. Now, what does this mean to you? Well, less carbon means that your motor runs quieter, smoother. You can forget about fouled spark plugs and sticky valves. And less cylinder wear means more power, more mileage from your gasoline. Yes, those 5 scientific compounds in Signal Premium Oil really make a difference in the way your motor runs, which explains why your switch from old-fashioned straight motor oil to new Signal Premium is your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Myra, it's hard to believe that this man, this strange, savage creature is Jody. You're Jody, the man you love. He's waiting for you downstairs now as you start up to the closet to get him the key to the cellar where Uncle Rance has hidden his money. It's all been so bewildering. The sudden, breathtaking way you fell in love with Jody. The shock last night when you found him with a laughing-eyed girl. His concern over the money. As you start up the stairs, you try desperately to believe that Jody is playing a game, a weird, crazy joke, that soon he'll call to you and say it was all in fun. You stop on the stairs for a moment.
What are you waiting for, Myra?
No, Myra. This is no game. This is real. The closet, Myra. Reach up and get the key for Jody. He's waiting. Then, as you turn... Uncle Rance's room, Myra. You can see through the half-open door. Dresser drawers wide open, clothes scattered crazily about the floor. A chair lying on its back, broken in a dozen places. And on the bed, a crumpled sheet with an ugly red stain. Now you know, Myra. Your Jody has killed. All you can think of now is the telephone. You've got to get to the telephone. Down in the kitchen. Quietly, Myra, quietly. Down the hall, slowly, Myra. Carefully.
Myra! Yes, Jody?
What's going on up there?
It's dark, Jody. I can't find it right away. I know it's here.
Shake it up or I'll come up and get it myself.
No, Jody. No, I'll find it. It's here somewhere. I'll be right down with it.
The rain is coming down hard now as you move silently down the hall to the back steps leading to the kitchen. Jody had never meant to marry you, had he, Myra? It was a trick to get you away from the farm so he could commit his crime without a witness. The rain, Myra, the blessed rain. It'll cover the sound of the creaking stairs. Slowly you start down. 3 more steps. And into the kitchen. Now, easy, Myra. Lift the receiver.
Hello, Myra. Better hang up the phone, hadn't you?
Jody.
I told you not to fool around up there. Shouldn't have gone into that room, Myra.
Room?
Yeah. I kind of liked you, too. I really did. Now you can open the cellar door. We're going downstairs, you and me.
What you gonna do with me?
What can I do? You know too much. Go ahead now, like a good guy. I'll be right behind.
Jody, don't.
Start walking.
Jody!
Start walking.
Mm-hmm.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Quiet. Listen.
Mm-hmm. That's Benson's horn.
Benson?
An old friend, Uncle Raines.
What's he want?
I don't know.
Don't make a sound. You'll wait here till he goes away. Keep your mouth closed if you know what's good for you. If he comes in the back way, I'll get him. And I mean get him.
But he will. He always does when nobody's home.
Then it's going to be too bad.
Let me talk to him. I'll send him away. I won't let him in.
That's up to you. Tip him off or let him in and you know what happens.
I promise I won't.
I'll be right next to you behind the door. I'll be listening and watching. Now open it.
Hello, Myrie. Thought nobody was to home.
They're gone. I mean, Uncle Raines and Aunt Bessie. They're helping the Biddles get in the alfalfa.
Ain't here, huh?
I'd ask you in, but Aunt Bess just washed the kitchen floor. I mean, well, last night...
I don't know as I blame you. Anyway, I just stopped for a second. What's the matter, girl? You look sort of peaked.
I'm all right.
Look peaked to me. What you need's a big cup of sulphur and molasses, most like. Well, tell Rance I was around.
I will, Mr. Benson.
Nothing I can do for you in town?
No. No, thank you, Mr. Benson. There's nothing you can do for me in town.
Well, I better get out of the rain. Bye, Myrie.
Bye. He's gone.
It's getting late, Myra.
Jody, isn't there anything?
There ain't nothing else to do. Cellar door. Unlock it.
Jody.
Get going. start walking down. I'm right behind you. Keep moving. Well?
There it is. Up there on the top shelf. Old leather trunk.
Get it.
I can't reach it. It's up much too high.
Get a chair. Now get up there and pull it down.
It's heavy.
I said pull it down.
I'm trying to, Jody. I can't move it.
You ain't half trying. Get off from that chair. Go on, now get off. Now hold it steady while I get up there. I said hold it steady. It is heavy there. I'm getting it, though. It's coming. Hang on to that chair, Myra. Myra! Myra!
You're free, Myra. He's locked in the cellar and you're safe. Quick now, start your car. You fumble for the ignition switch. The keys, Myra. The ignition key's in your purse and the purse is in the house. You'll have to go back.
My purse in the kitchen. I'm sure I left it. It's not here.
He's pounding on that door, Myra. He'll break through in a minute.
Where did I... It's in the cellar. I took it with me.
The door's giving way. Nothing to do now but hide behind the sofa.
Myra! Myra! The door. She's out of the car.
He's outside in the rain looking for you. Quietly, you slip up to your room and lock the door. He'd never believe you dare hide there. You can see him through a crack in the window out by the car. It's quiet now. Nothing but the rain and the bawling of the cattle outside. Then he turns and comes back in the house. You stand there tense, waiting for the nightmare to begin again.
Myra. I know you're in there, Myra. Open the door. I want to talk to you. I won't hurt you, honest. I know you're thinking about Rance and Bess, but ain't you better off without them? They was mean and stingy. Stop acting like a little fool, Myra. I know you're in there. I'm going to bust the door down in a minute.
You look out the window, 20 feet to the wet ground, sloping steeply away from the house. Then you remember the window of the next room on your left. By leaning far out, you can just reach it.
Did you hear what I said, Myra? I'm going to bust this door down.
You get your finger under the sill and push. And slowly the sash rises. Quietly, you let yourself out, hanging onto the sill, letting your body swing into space. You get hold of the sill and pull yourself up and into the room.
Now, gotta get down to that phone.
You're a clever kid, Myra. No, you don't.
Let go of me.
Shut up, Myra. Kill you if you open your trap once more, understand? Okay. Now, where's that money?
In the suitcase.
It ain't in the suitcase. Where'd they put it?
I thought it was.
Don't lie to me. Where'd they put it?
Jody, I don't know. I can't. I'm dizzy. I feel faint, Jody.
Where did they put it?
Let me sit down. Let me sit.
Answer me. Did you hear what I said? You're going to tell me where old man Raines hid that money, and I have to beat it out of your skull. Listen to me, Myra. Where did he put it? I'll kill you, so help me. Where did he put it? Where? Where did he put it?
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, I'd like to clear up just one more point about that new Signal Premium Motor Oil we were talking about before. Where to get it? Throughout the West, from Canada to Mexico, you'll find Signal Premium Motor Oil at those friendly dealer-owned Signal stations, identified by the big Signal Circle sign in yellow and black. The same stations featuring that super-powered new Signal gasoline that now helps you go farther than ever. The same stations that are famous for their more conscientious service. Yes, I said more conscientious, because every Signal dealer is in business for himself and has a personal reason for keeping your car and you happy. Man, with a combination like that of quality products and finer service, it's no wonder that these days when overaged cars have to keep on going, more and more drivers are switching to Signal. It's another mighty good reason, I'd say, for making your next oil change a change to new Signal Premium Motor Oil, your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. Now, back to the Whistler.
The last you remember, Myra, is Jody leaning over you, shrieking that he'd kill you if you didn't tell him where the money was. And you didn't know. There was nothing you could do. You were helpless. You knew he was going to kill you, Myra, and you were helpless. The room started whirling. He came closer. Then everything went black. When you opened your eyes to look around, you discovered you were in bed in your room. Everything was quiet.
What happened? Jody!
Take it easy, girl. Everything's all right.
Oh, Mr. Benson. You came back. You came back.
Yep. Just about the time I got to town, I figures there's something mighty wrong out here.
Wrong?
Hear them cattle? Rance wasn't the sort of man to leave his critters bellering to be milked. Too good a farmer for that. Knowed there was something fishy going on, so I come back with the sheriff.
But Uncle Rance's money. Jody.
Funny in a way. I guess 'cause I've been advising Rance for years on his money matters, I'm the only one he ever told where he kept that money. Never told nobody else, not even Bessie. Know where it was? Sewed up in the lining of his old overcoat. The coat Jody buried him in.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. Featured in tonight's cast were Peggy Weber and Edmund McDonald. This program produced by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Louis Esty, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal oil stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler, rated by independent research the most popular West Coast radio program. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations throughout the West, from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story, The Blind Bet.
Tom Brayton stood quietly in the darkness, in a corner near one of the cabanas, hidden from the open courtyard by a screen of shrubbery and palm trees. The luminous dial of his wristwatch told him it was 11:15, but he hadn't long to wait. He looked with satisfaction on the courtyard and fountain, down the long line of cabanas past the huge, brilliant Casino del Rey, rising like a fairy castle in the desert. The finest, the costliest, the most luxurious gambling resort in the country. And all of it, the music, the glitter, the throngs of well-heeled socialites, a tribute to him. A monument to the patient, calculating gambler's mind that brought this all to pass on a barren alkali flat. Suddenly he stiffened. Two men were coming down the steps of the casino, one of them very drunk, the other helping him. Tom held his breath as they moved nearer.
Hey, old boy, don't get me wrong. You're the best little bartender in the land. It's just that I object to these high-handed...
Now, I'm sorry, Mr. Warren. I'm just following Mr. Braden's orders. He said to put you to bed, and that's where you're going.
But I don't want to go to bed. Don't you see? I want to go back to the casino.
Yeah, I know, sir, but Mr. Braden...
Never mind, Mr. Braden. Did it ever occur to you, old man, that Mr. Braden owns exactly one half of this place? That I own the other half?
Listen, don't you see, Mr. Warren? He's afraid that in your condition you'll make a bad impression on the guests.
He's afraid I'll make a bad impression. Now,
Sure.
that's funny. That's very, very funny. Tom Braden, card shark. Afraid I'll make a bad impression on the guests.
Yes, sir. Here, let me open the door for you.
Now, listen.
Yeah, sure.
Now, maybe
Come
you
on in.
don't know that I picked this Tom Braden up in a rigged house, a clip joint where he was dealing blackjack. He was not.
Sure.
I took him to the right people. I made his connections for him.
Yes, I know. Come
now,
on.
let me finish. I found the money for him, too. $500,000 cash on the barrelhead. Hazel Symington didn't know him from Adam. I took him to her. I spoke the good word, and bingo. She comes through with $500,000, just like that.
Yeah, sure, I know.
You know what?
What?
Now he wants it all. What do you think of that?
I think you better go to bed. Now, come on, Mr. Warren, please.
You don't believe me, do you?
Yes,
You don't believe he wants it all now? Oh, well, don't matter. He's not going to get it anyway. Not with that $500,000 note coming up next week.
Listen, will you please get inside and get to bed? Now, come on, will you?
Eddie, I'll go to bed.
All right, come on.
Well, Tom, your partner's speaking his piece again. Same song, 87th verse. You smile to yourself and continue to wait there in the darkness. Finally, you see Ed leave and walk back up to the bar. You stand there for 5 minutes longer, just for good measure, and then walk quietly up to the door, whip a silk handkerchief from your breast pocket, place it over the knob, and let yourself in with your pass key. You flick your cigarette lighter. Just as you thought. John Warren is dead to the world, lying on the bed fully clothed. Remarkable what a couple of knockout drops will do, isn't it, Tom? Quickly, you move around the room, Make sure all the windows are closed tightly. Then over to the gas heater in the fireplace. Once again, the silk handkerchief over the valve. Ah, there. John Warren was right, wasn't he, Tom? You do want it all.
With the prologue of The Blind Bet, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 5, 9. Just 9 more days before your 4th of July holiday. For most folks with cars, that means a trip somewhere, to the mountains or to the beach. But for too many folks, it's also going to mean accidents. Accidents that could have been avoided by an ounce of prevention. Here's what I mean. Traffic deaths in April were 47% higher than a year ago. One big reason is that today's aging cars are wearing out. In the recent police traffic check program, 1 out of every 3 cars inspected had either defective brakes, tires, lights, horn, or windshield wiper. Little parts that cost so little to fix, but can cause such big accidents. So play safe. Stop by your Signal dealers to have your car checked over. Caring for your car is his business, and you'll find your Signal dealer is prepared to serve you in many ways. He can repair that tire with the weak spot, or retread the one that's worn smooth. He'll replace that worn-out fan belt, radiator hose, or windshield wiper, or put a new bulb in that burned-out stoplight. But take a tip. See your Signal dealer this week before the last-minute rush. Then, when the 4th of July arrives, you'll know your car is ready for a safe and happy holiday. And now, back to the Whistler.
Yes, Tom. John Warren was right. You do want all the money. It took the 3 of you to build the Casino Del Rey. John Warren's socialite friends, Mr. Symington's money, and your brains. And now you've got to have it all. You stand there at the bar, calmly talking to Ed, the bartender, while John Warren lies dying in his cabana. Like every decision you ever made, it was a matter of odds, wasn't it, Tom? A good bet. 1,000 to 1 he'll be found dead in the morning, the victim of an unfortunate accident involving too much alcohol and a gas heater he forgot to light. So you wait there calmly until finally you see Mrs. Symington waddle into the game room and put her 200 pounds next to the poker table, pull in her cards with those fat, jewel-covered arms and begin to play. You manage to get along with her, don't you, Tom? Of course you do. After all, there's the personal note she holds against you for $500,000 coming up for renewal next week.
Sorry I had to interrupt you, Hazel. Were you winning?
I'm not much of a gambler, I guess. I never bet unless I have a sure thing. You can't win that way. What's on your mind?
John.
Oh, I suppose he's drunk again.
Well, I just had Eddie put him to bed. I think the 3 of us ought to have a meeting in the morning. I've talked to him till I'm blue in the face. You know, it worries me to have John jeopardize your investment.
Now, look, Tommy, we talk the same language. You can lay it on the table.
What do you mean?
You were dealing a 2-bit blackjack game when John Warren introduced us. And when my late lamented husband married me, I was a hash slinger. So you don't need John anymore, eh? Why don't you get rid of him? What's the matter, Tom? You like the idea?
Well, it's pretty rough.
Oh?
You mean you think that we can...
Why, I mean you can stuff his pockets with money and put him on a plane. Send him to Havana or Honolulu. Time he gets back, you can buy him out.
Oh.
What did you think I meant?
Oh, just that.
I wonder.
Hmm?
Nothing. You better run along. Here comes my good friend, Dr. Latham.
Okay, we'll meet tomorrow, huh?
Well, if you want to. Oh, by the way, don't worry about that note. I'm in no hurry for the money.
Of course not, Hazel. You know I'm not the worrying kind.
So Hazel goes back to the game with Dr. Latham. Disgusting, isn't it, Tom? Latham, 25 years her junior, fawning, flattering, fearful that the life she's leading will kill her before he marries her. That's odd, isn't it? Both in the same boat. You're afraid something will happen to her, too, before you get your hands on that note. You walk up to your apartment over the casino, sit there in the silence at your desk, idly shuffling a pack of cards, thinking. It was a good bet, and you're improving your hand all the time. Eddie, the bartender, was the last man to see John alive. No one saw you leave or come back to the casino. Hazel will testify you expected to meet John in the morning. Yes, Tom, it's a good bet.
Come in. Oh, Dr. Latham.
Thought I might have a word with you, Mr. Braden.
Sure, how much do you want?
Do you always think in terms of money?
Of course, so do you.
I wanted to talk to you about Mrs. Symington.
Well, she inherited about $30 million, but I don't know how much she has left.
I am not interested in Mrs. Symington's money.
Of course you're not. It's her beautiful soul that attracts you. Come on, Doc, come to the point. I happen to know we cleaned you the first night you were here, that Mrs. Symington has been staking you regularly, and that if the AMA knew you were practicing in this state, they'd jerk your license, if they haven't done it already. Now, what do you want?
We seem to have a mutual interest in Mrs. Symington's health.
Mm-hmm.
If anything happened to her, it isn't likely her financial manager would see his way clear to renew the note she holds on you. Right?
What's wrong with Mrs. Symington's health?
Good heavens, man, you have eyes, haven't you? She's dangerously heavy for her age. Overindulges in everything. Food, drinks, gambling, opiates.
What kind of opiates?
Ordinary sedatives to help her sleep. Terribly hard on her heart, nevertheless.
If you knew she had heart trouble, why'd you let her have them?
Because if I cut her off, she'd only buy them someplace else. I'm very much interested in Hazel, Mr. Braden. Unfortunately, I can't say the feeling's reciprocated. Apparently, she depends on you a great deal for advice.
You're a little obscure, Doctor.
Mr. Braden, if you were to help me arrange, say, an alliance with Hazel...
You'd arrange to get the note for me, is that it?
Exactly. It wouldn't cost you a cent. What do you say?
No.
Why?
Well, in the first place, she isn't stupid. Every fortune hunter in the country has been after her for years.
Well, of
and in the
course.
second place, you double-crossed me. Good night, Doctor.
So the doctor has the idea, too, hasn't he, Tom? Something about Hazel's health. Something about her estate moving in to collect the $500,000 note, should anything happen to her. You know you can never pay it. But they might as well ask for the moon. You knew from the first that you'd have to cross this bridge someday, just as you knew you'd have to eliminate John Warren. But this one isn't easy, is it, Tom? Somehow, some way, you have to get your hands on that note. Yes, it's something to think about. Something to keep your mind spinning all night. And then...
Oh, what the devil. Yes?
Mr. Braden, this is Eddie.
Oh, yes, Eddie.
Mr. Warren's dead.
What?
He didn't answer his phone, so I went down there. I opened the door, and the place was full of gas.
Did you call the doctor?
Latham's there now. Said Mr. Warren must have got cold during the night and got up to turn on the gas. But he was in a fog and went back to bed without lighting it.
Oh.
Tough, isn't it, boss?
Yeah. Tough.
The verdict, Tom.
It's all over, Hazel. The good sheriff just left.
Just like that.
Just like that.
You're a good gambler, Tom.
You play a pretty tough hand yourself.
I've got a couple of high cards, but I'm afraid I'm a little overcautious.
Oh?
Yes, to ban you tomorrow. I think we ought to talk about that note.
Well,
The last card you played was an ace. My luck, you know.
the sheriff said it was an
Oh,
accident.
of course. The only one who might deny it is John.
Oh, pardon me. Am I interrupting a post-mortem?
This is no time for flippancy, Doctor. Hazel and I lost a good friend last night.
I'm sorry. I should have known how deeply grieved you are. You don't look so well, Hazel.
I never felt better in my life.
I don't think you should play tonight.
Now, let's not go through that again.
You're
I told you.
overexcited. You've been that way for months. You persist in this. If you keep up with this nonsense with sleeping tablets...
I'm glad you mentioned that, Doctor. I'm out of sleeping tablets. Bring some over tonight, will you, please?
But, Hazel, don't you understand?
Hazel, you'd better listen to her.
I'm going back to dress, Doctor. I'll expect you in an hour.
Well, I'll bring you one tablet. And that's all. Just one.
Well, Tom, the picture has changed. You wonder what's on her mind, why she wants to talk about the note. One thing is certain, She must have it there with her, and it would be just like her to toss it carelessly in a dresser drawer. And there's only one way you'll ever be safe, Tom. You've got to get your hands on that note and destroy it. You're smart enough to realize that this is a good bet, too. That it'll be a long time before you're dealt another hand like this one. But it's a blind bet, Tom. And the one thing that changed the odds completely, the thing that made your whole plan so ridiculously futile, took place a few hours later in Mrs. Symington's cabana.
Now, I hope you understand, Hazel. I'll leave the sedative here, but I don't want you to take it unless it's absolutely necessary.
Oh, just a minute. There's my call. Yes?
Ready with New York, Mrs. Symington?
Hello, Mr. Pierce.
Yes, Mrs. Symington. What can I do for you?
I'm afraid I made a mistake, Mr. Pierce. I just found I included that Tom Braden note in those papers I mailed you last week.
Yes, it's due next week. Did you want me to start action on it here?
No, mail it to me at once, and I'll take care of it here.
Very well. Is there anything else, Mrs. Symington?
No, that's all, Mr. Pierce. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, what are you going to do? Foreclose?
No. I'm going to tear it up.
What? Tear up a note for $500,000? Are you crazy?
I don't think so. Under the circumstances, I'm getting off cheap. You see, Doc, I've decided that this business is a little vicious for a woman of my age.
Yes, but my good woman, $500,000. You don't know what you're doing.
And you don't know Braden.
It's quite a decision.
Indeed it is. I only hope I didn't make it too late.
That's a pretty generous gift, Hazel.
Yes. And I want him to know he's getting it. That's very important. I want him to know tonight.
Yes, Tom, it was a blind bet. And it might have been off if you'd heard that conversation, if you'd known about the blind card. But you didn't until it was too late. Shortly before midnight, you see Hazel and the doctor come into the game room, but you keep your eyes on your cards. The less you say tonight, the better. Hazel is nobody's fool.
I'll bet, too.
Hello, Braden. If you don't mind, I'd like to...
Doc, later. I'm busy.
Well, could you excuse yourself for a moment? It's a matter of some importance.
Look, if you want to cash a check, Eddie will take care of you. Now run along, will you? I'll see you later.
It'll only take a minute. It's about the note.
Oh. Well, I can't leave my guest. You understand that?
All right, Braden. Later.
What's the matter with him?
He's coming later. Can't leave his guests.
Sit down.
I still think you're making an awful mistake, Hazel.
I know what I'm doing.
You're afraid of him, aren't you?
Why did you say that?
I can see it in your face.
You better stick to your pills. I'm not afraid of anyone.
I'm serious, Hazel. You don't look very well tonight. I think you'd better go to bed early.
Oh, well. Can I depend on you to tell Tom about the note?
Of course. I'll walk over to your cabana.
Oh, nonsense. I'll go alone.
You're acting sensible for once. Remember your promise about the sleeping tablet,
I won't take it, unless I need it.
Here, let me help you with your wrap. Don't you worry about Braden. I'll talk to him sometime tonight.
You sit there and watch them, Tom. See Hazel walk to the door and the doctor turn and come back. It was about the note, he said. And you're sure now that there could only be one reason why she'd be so anxious to talk to you about the note. She's changed her mind, of course. It's just like her. She's changed her mind and wants to call in her note. But why? Why would she do that? You know the doctor could never convince her. She has no respect for him. She must have talked to someone.
Del Rey, just a moment. I'll connect you. Yes, sir. I'm ringing. Just a moment, please.
Hello, Ellie.
One moment. Oh, hello, Mr. Braden.
Busy night, huh?
Not so bad.
Lots of long-distance calls?
A few.
You wouldn't happen to remember who they were for, would you?
Well, let's see. There was one from Chicago for Mr. Piper down in 14. And one from New York for Mrs. Symington.
I
and,
see.
Let me think. There was another, too.
Oh, that's all right. I'm just curious. Thanks, Ellie.
That's it, Tom. You're sure now, aren't you? Pierce called her from New York and changed her mind about the note. Of course. She wants her money, and you can't get it for her. You avoid Dr. Latham. You don't want to hear about the note. You have to be able to prove that you believed Hazel was going to renew it, that no one told you differently, that there was every reason in the world why you'd want her to live. Yes, Tom, there's only one way out now. That single sleeping tablet in Hazel's room, the one the doctor left for her, is going to be the last one she'll ever take.
Oh, Eddie. Yes, Mr. Braden, can I fix your drink?
No, I'm going up to my apartment. Look, I don't want to be disturbed under any circumstances.
Did you see the doctor?
No.
He's been after me all evening. Says he's got to see you. That it's awfully important.
Well, I can't see him tonight. I got a headache. I feel rotten. I'm going to bed. Tell him that.
Okay, boss. Anything you say.
It's 3 in the morning when you use the pass key again. This time on the door of Hazel's cabana. You stop for a moment and listen. She must have taken the tablet because she's sound asleep. It's a good sleep, isn't it, Tom? Worth $500,000 to you. You walk quietly to the bed and pick up the extra pillow, stand over her for a second, and then... She's stopped breathing now. It's all over, Tom. You haven't too much time to find the note. Carefully now. No one must know the place has been ransacked. The silk handkerchief again. First, the dresser.
Not here. The nightstand, maybe. Luggage. It's in the luggage. Yeah, the desk. Why didn't I think of that? Sure. Wait a minute. I gotta get hold of myself. I gotta think. The cabinet, maybe. No, she's hidden it. Yeah, behind a picture. Under the rugs. In the sofa, the medicine chest in the bathroom. It's gotta be somewhere. I know it's here. I know it. No, it isn't here. Nowhere else to look. I gotta get out of here. Gotta get out of here.
The bet didn't pay off, did it, Tom? You start out the door now, and then suddenly turn to take one last look. Nothing must appear disturbed. The lights from a distant automobile illuminate the room for a second, just as your eyes fall on the dressing table, and your heart almost stops. You nearly put the noose around your own neck, didn't you, Tom? There, on top of the dresser, in plain sight, is the sleeping tablet. Hazel didn't take it. Quickly, you walk to the bathroom, fill a glass half full of water, put her fingerprints on it, and set it on the nightstand. Then you walk into the bathroom and get rid of the tablet. At least they won't get you for the murder.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, a question. What would you think of a driver who deliberately did something that would clog up his motor with 6 times as much carbon and wear out his cylinders 50% faster than necessary? Well, friends, that's just what every driver is doing who's still using straight oil in his motor. Now, here's what I mean. In exhaustive road and laboratory tests, today's finest straight motor oil was compared with the amazing new type Signal lubricant that combines 5 scientific compounds with 100% pure paraffin base. Signal Premium Motor Oil. The result? The motors using Signal Premium Oil actually showed only 1/6 as much carbon and 1/3 less cylinder wear. Get that? Motors stayed 6 times cleaner. Cylinder wear was reduced 1/3 with new Signal Premium Motor Oil. No wonder drivers who want to keep wear down and performance up are switching from old-fashioned straight motor oil. Switching now to the amazing new type Signal lubricant that's your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. Signal Premium Motor Oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
The next day, the Casa del Rey is in an uproar. But you're ready for it, aren't you, Tom? The sheriff is suspicious, of course. 2 deaths in as many days add up to more than a coincidence to him. He asks careful questions, and you give him careful answers. You tell him what you heard Dr. Latham tell Mrs. Symington about the sleeping tablets, how she laughed at his warning that they were extremely dangerous, possibly even fatal. The sheriff is quite interested in that, isn't he? A few minutes after he leaves to question the doctor, your telephone rings.
Yes?
Braden, this is Latham. The coroner and I just finished examining Mrs. Symington.
Oh?
No marks of violence, no signs of poison. She died of a heart attack.
You told him about the sleeping tablets?
Of course. No reason to conceal it. You'll substantiate my story that I gave them to her under protest, of course.
What are you worried about?
I won't mention the note if you won't say anything about my owing her money.
I wasn't worried about the note. I'm sure she would have renewed it today.
That's just it. She was going to tear it up.
What? What are you talking about?
She called her lawyer in New York. I'll have to call you back. Someone at the door.
Tear it up. Tear it up. She was going to tear it up $500,000.
Mr. Braden.
Huh? Oh. Well, what do you want?
I'm from the DA's office.
Yeah?
You're under arrest, Mr. Braden. Suspicion of murder.
What are you talking about? She died of a heart attack.
The murder of John Warren.
You're crazy. That was an accident.
Maybe. But we received a letter from Mrs. Symington this morning. She mailed it last night.
Letter?
It seems she was afraid for her life. Looks like she wasn't far wrong.
What do you mean?
It was marked to be opened only in case of my death. It was an affidavit, Mr. Braden. She swears she saw you turn on the gas in John Warren's cabana.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. Featured in tonight's cast were Gerald Moore and Myra Marsh. This program, produced by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Bill Tobin, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations throughout the West, from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler, rated by independent research the most popular West Coast radio program. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations throughout the West, from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, Solid Citizen.
Worthington Potter was a solid citizen, cultured, able, and above all else, dignified. For dignity was Worthington's keyword. New England dignity, Back Bay Boston dignity, the right clubs, the proper friends, clothes from Brooks Brothers. For some years, he had acted as financial manager for Althea Kendall, a wealthy Boston widow who thought Worthington was a fine man, wise in the ways of commerce. Unfortunately, she was not entirely correct. Worthington, while long on dignity, was short on financial genius. A regrettable situation, since in his capacity of financial manager, he had occasion to handle large sums of money for Mrs. Kendall. Oddly enough, this is what brought Worthington to Mrs. Kendall's on what was to prove a rather crucial visit.
You've been so quiet all afternoon, Mr. Potter. Are you worried about something?
I was hoping I could conceal it, Mrs. Kendall. You have a strange power over me. I've been conscious of it always.
Strange power?
Mrs. Kendall, words are hard to find at a moment like this.
Oh, really, Mr. Potter?
Right. Our relationship during the past 10 years has been, I trust, as pleasant for you as it has been for me.
Well, of course, Mr. Potter.
You're a charming woman, Mrs. Kendall.
Why, Mr. Potter.
I must admit that there have been moments when my impetuous nature came very near forcing me to cast aside dull business, to forget my position, to hold you in my arms.
Mr. Potter, you felt like this for some time?
Since the moment I first laid eyes on you, Mrs. Kendall. You will forgive me, won't you? I fear my heart has got a little the better of me.
Please, Mr. Potter, don't feel that way. I admire you for saying it.
Mrs. Kendall, Althea, will you do me the very great honor of
Of what, Worthington?
Of becoming Mrs. Potter?
Oh, Worthington, I don't know what to say.
Will you, Althea?
Well, a girl has to have time to think, Worthington. One can't decide so suddenly.
Don't think, Althea. Listen to your heart.
I must have time. I'll let you know when you come next Friday.
Say it now, Althea.
No, I must get hold myself. Next Friday, Worthington. Next Friday.
Too bad, Worthington. Next Friday. 7 days of waiting. And you've got to know now, don't you? Particularly after the phone call you get from Stratton, your broker, that afternoon.
I can't understand it, Stratton. Don't you see, man? I've given you every cent I have. I can't advance more money.
I'm sorry, Potter. Only one answer, then. I'll simply have to sell you out.
You can't do that. I'd be ruined. How much do I have to put up?
10,000 this afternoon.
10,000.
Market's barely holding. 10,000 will jack it up for the time being.
But listen, Stratton.
Potter, this is your money you're playing around with, isn't it?
How dare you?
Sorry, old boy. Too bad to have to put it to you this way. 9,500 this afternoon, or we sell you out.
And it isn't your money, is it, Worthington? It belongs to Althea Kendall. Somewhere you've got to find $9,500. At 2:30 that afternoon, you're in the vault of the bank, going over the contents of Althea Kendall's safe deposit box. Yes, it's a desperate measure, but you're ready to try anything. Stock certificates, bonds, mortgages, but nothing negotiable. Nothing you can turn into 10,000 in cash. Then, suddenly, you recognize something in the bottom of the box. An earring. A very old one with an emerald in the center surrounded by small rubies. You remember now. The mate to it was stolen years ago, and Althea has left it in the vault ever since undisturbed. There'd be no reason in the world for her to get it out again. It'll probably stay there till she dies.
Yes, Mr. Potter, I thoroughly agree with you. It's a very fine piece. Please come to the point, Mr. Graves. How much will you pay for it?
Let me examine it again. Yes, it's a genuine Italian Renaissance without a doubt. Perhaps even a Cellini. Looks like his work. It's a tragedy, of course, that you've lost the mate. The matched pair would bring at least 100,000, perhaps even more.
100,000?
Yes. For the single earring, though, I'm afraid 10,000 is the best I can do.
Very well. There's just one thing, Mr. Graves. If you haven't sold it, I'd like an understanding that I can buy it back in, say, a week or 10 days. I'd agree to pay you your profit, of course.
That is fair enough. My price will be 12,500. I must warn you, however, that I won't hold it if I find a buyer.
I understand, Mr. Graves. I'll let you know the moment I want it. Now, about the cash? Yes, go on, Stratton.
The 10,000 got here in the nick of time, Potter. But you're going to need the rest before you're through.
How much?
50,000, roughly.
You think the market will hold until, say, next Friday?
I don't know. Can you have the funds by then?
I'll get them, Stratton. I'll get them.
With the prologue of Solid Citizen, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. This Thursday, July 4th, you'll be celebrating Independence Day. 170 years of independence for America, the land for folks who love the independent way of life. Today, with more and more returning veterans expressing a desire to get into business for themselves, there's a tremendous rebirth of that independent spirit. And that's good, because independent businessmen are capable of great things. For instance, not long after World War I, a small group of young Westerners formed their own oil company, Signal Oil Company. In the face of what seemed overwhelming competition, these determined young men succeeded in bringing to Western motorists the first anti-knock gasoline at regular price. They sold Signal gasoline only through independent service stations, just a handful of them at that time. But motorists liked Signal products, liked them so well that the Signal organization grew and grew until today independent Signal dealers serve 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. Now, obviously, there must be good reasons why so many motorists have switched to Signal. You can discover these reasons for yourself by just stopping at your own neighborhood Signal dealers. There you'll find the tops in gasoline and automotive lubricants, backed by Signal's 15-year tradition of quality. And you'll enjoy more thorough, more conscientious service, because Signal dealers, being in business for themselves, have an incentive to serve you better. A fine example of the American way of doing business that has made and kept our land such a great place in which to live and make a living. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Worthington, your good name is at stake, isn't it? Your dignity, your social standing, your honor. It all depends now on one thing. Each day you watch the stock tickers nervously. Each day you breathe a sigh of relief when the exchange closes and the stock is held. Yes, Worthington, only one thing can save you. Althea's answer to your proposal of marriage. Somehow you live through until Friday and hurry out to Althea's home.
Althea.
Worthington, it's good to see you.
The suspense was unbearable, Althea. You have no idea what I went through. There were several times when I almost gave in. I even had the receiver off the hook at one point. I'm so awkward at this sort of thing.
Why, Worthington, not at all. I think you're rather skillful.
Why, thank you, my dear. It's very kind of you to say that.
You do love me, don't you?
Althea, you'll never know how much I need you. I've come to the crossroads, Althea. One way leads to you, to your love, to the happiness we'll find together. The other way to loneliness and misery. Althea.
Yes, Worthington.
You have decided, haven't you?
Yes, Worthington, I've decided. It was a dreadfully difficult decision to make. I couldn't make it alone.
You went to someone?
Well, Dr. Stricken came to the house, of course, on his weekly visit. My heart, you know.
Oh, yes, your heart.
He didn't entirely approve.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Your heart is...
My heart is not very good, Worthington. He was a little alarmed about my excitement.
I see.
I think we should be entirely frank, don't you, Worthington?
Why, of course, Althea.
The doctor suggested that perhaps it was my money you wanted.
That's outrageous. It's libelous. How dare he insinuate such a thing? What did you tell him?
I told him to leave the house.
Why, I should think you would.
You see, that was the day I decided to marry you.
Althea, darling, I knew you would. It's so right for us.
Just a minute, Worthington.
Eh?
That was 3 days ago.
You haven't changed your mind.
There must be a power somewhere, Worthington, to take care of lonely old ladies.
I don't understand.
Do you recognize this, Worthington?
Why, it's an earring, isn't it?
Yes, an earring.
Where did you get it?
I can understand why you're curious. Mr. Barclay brought it to me yesterday afternoon.
Barclay?
In response to an advertisement I've been running in the collector's magazine for years. Ever since one of the pair was stolen. They were very valuable, you see. My first husband bought them for me in Italy. Of course, I went to my safe deposit box immediately to get out the mate to it.
I see.
Naturally, marriage is out of the question, Worthington. I have no alternative but to expose you for the cheating, lying embezzler that you are.
You wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare disgrace me, do you hear? Do you understand that?
Potter,
You're not going to toss me into the gutter after 10 years. I won't allow it. I won't be disgraced and held up as a laughing stock. I'd kill you first.
Oh, Mr. Potter, please
You
don't.
stupid, stumbling old hag.
Mr. Potter.
Do you think I'd marry you? Yes, it was your money, your filthy pile of gold. I've taken it for years. That's all I wanted. I bowed and scraped and groveled in the gutter for you, and you're not going to open your mouth, you hear? Yes, I'd kill you. I'd kill you in a minute. Right now, if I had to. Althea, what's the matter? She's dead. I didn't touch her. Her heart. Yes. The doctor was right. The excitement. Her heart.
Yes, Worthington, she's dead. It was too much for her heart. Your knees give way and you sit there crazily on the floor, trying to gather your wits, wondering what to do. And then gradually you become conscious of something sharp in your right hand. The earring. There in your right hand is your reputation, Worthington. Your dignity. You're holding $100,000 in your right hand, providing you can get the other one. The mate to it you sold to Mr. Graves. Quietly you get up from the floor, walk to the telephone, and call Dr. Strickland.
You'd better get over here right away, Doctor. I'm afraid she's gone. The excitement, you know, her heart.
The doctor is satisfied with your explanation, and you stay until he finishes the examination and completes the death certificate. But you're impatient, aren't you, Worthington? The earring is burning a hole in your pocket. And the moment you can get away, you hurry downtown to Mr. Graves' jewelry shop.
I'm sorry, Mr. Graves is out, Mr. Potter.
But I tell you, this is urgent. It's a matter of life and death. I've got to get the mate to this earring.
Oh, well, I can tell you about that, sir.
Eh?
He sold it a few days ago to a man named Stricken.
What? Who is Stricken?
Well, he has an art shop in Trinidad, Port of Spain. He left Monday night by plane for Miami.
Where's he staying?
I believe he said the Bishop Hotel.
When is Mr. Graves coming back?
Oh, I could not say. He was very indefinite.
Very well. You may tell him he can contact me at the Bishop Hotel in Miami.
But where are you going?
To get that earring. Good day. Hello? Now listen, Stratton, I'm only going to tell you once. Sell 500 shares immediately, regardless of the market, and have the cash ready for me in half an hour.
Yes, Worthington, time is everything now. You're gambling for high stakes, aren't you? It's an 8-hour flight to Miami, but you don't relax for a moment. And long after midnight, you're hurrying again, this time in the lobby of the Bishop Hotel. A clerk is on duty.
Please hurry, will you? It's very urgent. I've no time to lose.
Stricker, you say? It's spelled with an I or a Y?
Great heavens, I don't know. Try both of them.
All right, sir. Now, let's see. Mahoney, Robertson, Seville, Stanley. Here we are. Algernon Stricker, spelled with an I.
I don't give a hang how it's spelled. What room is he in?
He was in 418. Checked out 5 days ago, Tuesday, I believe.
No.
Oh, but I have his forwarding address here if it'll help any.
What is it?
Number 22, Admiralty Road, Port of Spain, Trinidad.
It's going to take you another precious day, Worthington, but you can't turn back now. Somehow you live through the plane trip to Port of Spain. Somehow you arrive at Mr. Stryker's curio shop on Admiralty Road. The clerk is very accommodating.
Oh, yes, sir. Of course I recognize the earring. It's a handsome piece, isn't it?
Please tell me, where's Mr. Stryker?
Oh, I'm afraid he won't be back for a day or two. Been out on buying trips a lot lately.
I see. You say you recognize the earring?
Recognize, of course. Genuine Italian Renaissance. Offhand, I'd say it was a Cellini. You know, if you had the mate to it...
Mr. Stryker has the mate to it.
Oh, no, sir, not anymore.
What do you mean?
Well, he sold it to a Mr. Bolanos in Miami.
Back to Miami, Worthington. Back to the northbound plane and the address of Mr. Bolanos the clerk gave you. You're tired now, aren't you? Very tired. And there's something else. A terrible, stabbing suspicion in the pit of your stomach. You have a premonition of what's coming the minute you take the earring and show it to Mr. Bolanos.
Why, yes, of course, Mr. Potter. It's the same piece. I bought it from Stryker and sold it to a Mr. Barclay.
Barclay, yes, Barclay.
Yes, it seems a woman in Boston had been advertising for it for some time. Barclay, of course, had been on the prowl after it for years. I believe he intended to sell it to her.
I see.
Is there anything else I can do, sir?
No, nothing.
So that does it, Worthington. The bubble is burst. Ridiculous, isn't it? You're sure now, Worthington. The earring you've been chasing is the one you hold in your hand. So there's no way you can save your honor. But there is a way to preserve the last vestige of dignity. You stop at a pawn shop in Miami and calmly buy a .38 revolver, and then return to the Bishop Hotel. There's a telegram waiting for you, a message from Stratton, discreetly suggesting that in view of the approaching audit of Mrs. Kendall's estate, it might be well for you to produce the missing funds. But it doesn't matter now, does it, Worthington? You go up to your room and lock the door. Place the revolver and the earring before you on the desk. Take out a sheet of paper and begin to write.
And therefore, in view of the approaching situation, I made every effort to procure funds to cover. This failing, I have determined to take the only honorable way out, and I trust that the above facts will justify me, at least in part, and preserve a bare shred of honor to my memory.
The earring slips off the desk as you write, but you don't even bother to pick it up. Calmly, deliberately, you seal the envelope and address it to the executor of Althea Kenyon's estate. And then, just as you pick up the revolver...
Mr. Potter? Mr. Potter, it's the maid.
Blasted maid at a time like this. Yes?
I've come to clean, sir.
You'll have to do it later. I'm very busy.
I'm sorry, sir. I won't get another chance.
I tell you,
There's another thing, sir. The clerk told me to tell you there's a registered package for you at the desk.
What?
Yes, sir. It's quite valuable. He says he told me...
Never mind. Yes, go on. Go in and do your cleaning. I'm going down to the desk. Where is it? Where is it, man? Hurry.
Yes, sir. I put it in the safe. Just a moment. It was insured for such a large amount, I thought it best...
Will you hurry?
Yes, sir. Now, let me see. Here we are. It seems to be from Boston.
Give it to me quickly. Now, why do they tie things so deuced tight? There we are. Ha! A letter. Sorry my clerk misinformed you. The earring was not sold to Stryker. I had gone out to show it to a client. On the afternoon you arrived, Stryker purchased several other items, but not the earring. In view of our agreement, I enclose it herewith and will expect your check in the amount of $12,500 by return mail. Regards, Albert P. Graves. Where is it? Ah, there were two of them after all. At last, I've got it.
The Whistler will be back in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, a word about a photograph that should interest every driver. Perhaps you saw it in the full-page color ad on new Signal Premium Motor Oil that appeared in yesterday's American Weekly magazine, or in recent issues of Pictorial Review, This Week, or Sunset magazine. At any rate, this unretouched photograph showed two pistons taken from two identical motors, each of which had been driven for 79,000 miles. The only difference between them was that one motor used today's finest straight motor oil, while the other used Signal's amazing new type lubricant that combines 100% pure paraffin base with 5 scientific new compounds. But man, what a difference in those pistons. By actual test, there was only 1/6 as much carbon and 1/3 less cylinder wear on the piston using new Signal Premium Motor Oil. Yes, those 5 compounds in new Signal Premium Oil really make a difference in the way your motor runs. So for a sweeter running motor, switch now to Signal Premium Oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Worthington, it was a wild goose chase, wasn't it? An error on the part of Mr. Graves' clerk sent you flying to Trinidad for nothing. The second earring was in Boston all the time, but you don't care about that now. The point is that at long last you have both of them. The $100,000 is almost in your hands. The honorable name of Potter will soon be unimpeachable, just as it always was. You stand at the hotel desk, excitedly holding the earring Mr. Graves sent you, and fumble in your pocket for the other one. Then you suddenly remember you left it on the desk while you were writing your letter. In a half minute, you're back at your room.
Locked. The maid's gone. Let's see. Left it on the desk. Oh, it was here. I left it. Oh, yes, it fell to the floor. Must be here. Couldn't have disappeared. Let's see. It was there on the desk. Must have dropped so. Where is the confounded thing? Maybe under the radiator. No, not there. Perhaps the bed. Where is it? It must be here. It must be. What's that? Oh, the maid, of course. The vacuum cleaner. In the room next door.
Oh, Mr. Potter, you gave me a turn.
Get out of my way.
Mr. Potter, what's
I said get out of my way. Give me that vacuum cleaner. There we are. How do you get inside this thing?
Oh, please, Mr. Potter, you'll get dirt all over the rug.
Get away, I said. Blasted thing stuck. Well, no matter. Use a knife.
Oh, don't rip the bag, Mr. Potter. Oh, please.
Don't worry. I'll buy you a new one. There we are now.
Mr. Potter, you're getting dirt all over.
Quit your bawling. It's here, I know. Somewhere in the filth. Somewhere. It's got to be here. But it's not.
What are you looking for?
An earring, a gold earring set with an emerald. Here, like this one. The mate to it.
Oh.
You haven't seen it, have you?
What? Oh, no, sir.
Don't lie to me, you little gutter snipe. You stole it, didn't you?
No.
Didn't you?
No, I didn't.
You found it on the floor of my room. Where did you put it? Answer me, you little heathen. Where did you put that earring?
I don't know. I tell you, I don't know.
You'll tell me the truth if I have to wring it out of you. Do you hear? You hear? Where did you put it? Where?
No, not that gun. Don't shoot. Please.
Answer me. What did you do with it? I'll kill you, Alice. You keep out of this.
Put that gun down. Put it
Stand
down.
back, I said.
What's the matter with you?
Let go of my arm, you
Get him. Put it on the...
Good work, brother.
There was nothing else I could do. He would have killed her.
He's dead.
He said I stole his earring. The mate to the one in his hand.
That's all right, Ernestine.
You don't have to worry, Porter. I saw the whole thing.
Yeah, thanks.
Guess we'd better put him on the bed. Give me a hand.
Yeah, sure. Pick up the earring, Ernestine.
such a pretty one.
Easy now.
There we are.
I'll call the police. Hello? Hello, operator. Will you connect me with the police department, please?
Scared me half to death.
Gee, I wonder what it was all about.
Oh, it's awful.
Huh. Look here. Just finished writing a letter. Well, I guess the least I can do for the poor guy he's mailed it from.
I thought he'd kill
Oh,
me.
Ernestine, maybe you better sit down for a while, huh? What's the matter?
Look, they're in the bed by his foot.
Huh? Well, I'll be. It fell out of his trouser cuff when we laid him down.
It's the mate to this one. The other earring.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. Featured in tonight's cast were Norman Field and Leora Thatcher. This program, produced by George W. Allen with tonight's story by Harold Swanton, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler, rated by independent research the most popular West Coast radio program. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Confession.
Only a week before, Marty Heath had thought to himself, how wonderful it was to be a part of New York in the spring, with the grass turning green in Central Park and the crocuses blooming in the flower beds. Just a week ago. Now it was different. It was a cold city, a city without a heart. Yes, something had happened to Marty Heath that had taken the heart out of everything. Life had lost its purpose. Nothing had meaning anymore. He smiled bitterly to himself and crossed his fingers as he walked through the revolving door into the main office of the Ajax Life Insurance Company and across the cold marble floor to the application counter. The clerk was efficient and artificially friendly, just like all the rest of them.
My name is Martin Heath. I was here yesterday afternoon. Martin Heath? Oh, yes, I have your application. Let's see.
Mm-hmm. Married, wife, Clara Heath, living at 28 East 64th Street. No other dependents.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. The application was for a $20,000 policy, wasn't it?
That's right, payable to my wife.
Yes. Take effect tomorrow. Mm-hmm. Will you excuse me a moment, Mr. Heath?
Of course.
I'll have to look up your file.
Pardon me. You got a match?
Yeah. Here you are.
Oh, thanks. Cigarette?
No, thanks.
Getting yourself a little policy, huh?
I hope so.
Well, you won't have any trouble. You know the old saying, there's no one with endurance like... What's the matter?
Huh?
Was something wrong?
Look, suppose we talk about you, huh?
Oh, sorry. I just happened to see you were getting yourself a policy.
Sure. Skip it.
By the way, my name's Blaine. See you later, huh?
Okay. Huh? See me later?
Here we are, Mr. Heath. I have your file. I'm awfully sorry, but our medical department has a report from a Dr. Chandler that
I know. It's all right. Skip it. Thanks for your trouble.
Yes, Marty. They have the report from Dr. Chandler, too. They're awfully sorry, but they can't accept your application. Today it's the Ajax Insurance Company. Yesterday it was the National. And the day before the Atlantic. Yes, Marty. It's a cold city, full of cold people. And you can't even confide in the one person who means everything to you.
Please, Clara, I don't want to say any more.
Marty, you've worried me to death all week. I called the office and they had no idea where you'd gone.
I told you I was out to lunch with a customer.
You're not telling me the truth, Marty. Don't you see, darling? I know there's something terribly wrong and I want to help
There's nothing wrong. Can you understand that? There's nothing wrong.
Marty.
Oh, I'm sorry, Clara. I don't know what's the matter with me. Look, darling, let's forget about it. Huh? Let's go out and put away a swell dinner and take in a show. I think I can get us a couple of seats down at the Barrymore and what about it, huh?
All right, dear. Let's forget about it.
But Clara, your wife, doesn't forget about it, and neither do you. The whole evening is unreal. Both of you trying to ignore the strange coolness that has come between you. Trying to smile, making jokes that fall flat. Trying not to notice the awkward silences that come so often. You promised yourself you'd never tell her, Marty. It's best that way, isn't it? It's after midnight when you get home and you're both tired, but you can't sleep. You're still wide awake, staring up at the ceiling when you hear the clock downstairs strike 3.
Marty?
Yeah?
I thought you were awake.
That seemed to relax.
Neither can I. Marty?
Yeah?
Marty, will you do me a favor?
Sure.
If it's somebody else, will you tell me?
Somebody else?
Another girl.
Oh, Clara, darling.
I'm so worried.
There'll never be anyone else, Clara. Believe that, will you?
Oh, Marty, I love you so.
Don't make it hard for me, dear, please.
What is it, Marty? What is it?
It's... I can't tell you, Clara. I can't.
No, Marty, you can't tell her. And you made Dr. Chandler promise he wouldn't tell her either. You leave the next morning before she awakens to wander the streets again, wondering what to do. For want of a better place to go, you end up in a bar on 3rd Avenue.
Yes, sir. What'll it be?
Double scotch, plain water.
Double scotch, plain water. Hello?
What? Oh, it's you.
Hey, mind if I join you?
Go ahead.
Thanks. You remember me. Saw you at the insurance office yesterday. Name's Blaine.
Yeah.
What's yours?
Is it important?
Might be.
Heath, Marty Heath.
Yeah. Double scotch and water. I'll be 85.
Oh, here, let me get this. Keep the change, bartender.
Thank you. This a hobby of yours, buying drinks for strangers?
Yeah, I got a special on. Maybe we better find us a booth somewhere, Marty. I want to talk to you.
Okay.
Here you are. Sit down.
Thanks.
Yeah. Now,
I suppose you want me to tell you all about myself.
No, I know everything about you I want to know.
For instance?
For instance, I know you're going to die in less than 3 months.
Who told you that?
I was waiting to see Dr. Chandler the other day when he gave you the bad news, standing right outside the door.
What were you doing up there?
He's my doctor, too. I was sort of interested in your position, Mr. Heath. That's why I followed you. Watched you make a fast pitch to those life insurance companies.
What business is this of yours?
I'm coming to that. You're worried about your wife, aren't you? Wonder who's going to take care of her, what's going to happen when you're gone. Yeah, I don't blame you. I'd worry, too, if I was in your shoes.
Go on.
I'll give you a policy, Mr. Heath. $10,000 cash on the barrelhead, no questions asked. That ought to take care of her for a little while.
Where do I come in?
It's very simple. Guy's lying on the floor in an apartment on the other side of town. His head is bashed in with a beer bottle.
Huh? What do you mean? What do you want?
I told you it was simple. You only got 3 months to go anyway, Marty. What can you lose?
Yeah, but what's it all about?
Wait a minute. I'll show you something. There you are. Count it. $10,000 cash. That ought to take care of your wife for a while.
Where do I come in?
It's all yours, Marty. All you gotta do is confess to that murder.
With the prologue of Confession, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. When you were out driving over the 4th, was part of your fun spoiled by the way other cars left you behind on a getaway or climbed ahead of you on hills? Well, don't give up. Cheer up. There's probably lots of pep and performance left in your motor that you're not getting out of it. That's why tonight, for the benefit of you drivers who may not yet have tried Signal's great new gasoline, I want to pass along the good news about this new super fuel that's engineered especially to put the fun back into driving. You see, science actually rearranged the atoms in gasoline molecules to put amazing new power into new Signal gasoline. Power you'll actually feel as your motor springs to life the instant you touch the starter. Power you'll see as your car steps ahead in traffic with pickup that makes you proud. Power you'll hear in the knock-free purr of your motor as you breeze up those steep hills and high. But even that's not all. There's an extra bonus of extra miles. You see, because Signal's increased power helps you get maximum efficiency from your motor, well, naturally, it also helps you get maximum miles per gallon. And that's why those new Signal billboards, the ones identified by Signal's big circle sign in yellow and black, now say, you go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Marty, it's quite a proposition. $10,000 cash on the line. And all Mr. Blaine expects to get for his money is the rest of your life. And he's pretty sure of himself, isn't he? You can see it in his eyes as he sits opposite you, watching you carefully. He knows everything. He knows you're going to die. That there was no arguing with the laboratory tests Dr. Chandler showed you. That in 3 months or less you'd be gone and Clara would have to face it alone, without money. And he knows, too, that Clara is everything to you.
Well, what about it, Marty?
I don't know. What's it all about?
The guy's name is Stanley Roble. I killed him. Does that answer your question?
But why?
Poker game. Last night in his apartment. I was the last to leave. I had a lucky night, and he decided he didn't want me leaving with his money. Came at me with a beer bottle.
Well, then you can get off it with self-defense.
Anyone else could, but not me. You see, Marty, I'm an ex-con.
Oh.
You need the dough, and you're going to die anyway. You'd be doing me quite a favor, Marty.
Yeah, I know. Listen, I got to think this over. I just can't.
Okay. I'm going to trust you, Marty. I'll be waiting for you in this booth at 5 o'clock. Will you know by then?
Yeah, I'll know by then.
You leave him there, walk out of the bar and into the crowded avenue, and just keep walking. All you can think of is Dr. Chandler and the cold, accurate laboratory reports of Clara, alone in a matter of days, of Blaine and his $10,000. And you know it's wrong, don't you, Marty? But if you turn him down, what's going to happen to Clara? Yes, Marty, what's going to happen to Clara?
Hello, Clara.
Marty, darling, what are you doing home? It's only...
I know, I don't feel so hot. I thought I'd take the afternoon off.
Oh.
Well?
Well, what?
I usually start asking questions about it now. Go ahead.
I'm not asking any more questions, Marty.
I see.
Aren't you going to take off your hat?
Oh, yeah. Come here, Clara. I want to talk to you for a minute here in the chair by the window.
All right, Marty.
That's it. I remember we used to sit this way a lot, watching the people down there in the street, feeling sorry for them because they'd never have what we had.
Yes, I remember.
Clara, you just said you weren't going to ask any more questions. Will you make that a promise?
All right, Marty.
I'm going to do something pretty soon, Clara. Something terribly strange. Something you probably won't understand for a long time. Maybe you'll never understand it.
Marty, what are you talking about?
You're asking questions.
I'm sorry.
It's going to make you wonder about me. It might even make you lose faith in me. I don't know. I want you to promise you'll remember one thing.
Yes, Marty.
That I love you. That you're the only thing in the world that matters to me.
Oh, Marty, I've got to know. You've got to tell me.
No, please, darling. Please try to understand.
I don't understand. I'm your wife, Marty. Don't you see I'm your wife? I've got to know. Oh, please, Marty, please.
I better go.
No. Don't go, darling. Don't leave me here. Tell me whatever it is. I can take it, Marty. I'll help you. I'll do anything.
Clara.
I can't go on like this. I can't live without you.
Goodbye, darling. Hello, Blaine.
Sit down. Have you thought it over?
Yeah, I thought it over.
Well?
Put the money on the table, huh?
Sure. You can count it if you want.
No, that's okay. What do I do now?
You're a good kid, Marty. All right. Number one, you go to this address at 8 o'clock tonight.
Yeah?
You'll find Roble there on the floor with a bottle right next to him. I want your fingerprints in that bottle, clear?
Okay.
Number two, you write a confession letter to the police.
Well, what'll I tell him? I have no motive. I don't even know the guy.
You can tell him when you found out you were going to die, you decided you had to have the money for Clara. You found out about the poker game. Knew Roble was drunk and there's a problem with a lot of dough lying around.
You have it all figured out, haven't you?
I think so. So you got the dough, but you had to kill Roble to get it. That's what changed everything, you see. You didn't figure on murder. So you had to get it all off your chest. That's why you wrote the letter. That's it, Marty. That's all I want for my 10 grand.
You'll get it.
So that's all he wants for his money, Marty. And you're going to give it to him. Once more, you walk out of the bar and into the streets. The money feels good in your inside breast pocket, snug against your chest. You try and forget about Clara now and concentrate on the shops on Fifth Avenue, St. Patrick's Cathedral, Rockefeller Center. You see something new in all of it, something haunting and precious, now that you're about to leave it for the last time. Finally, you look at your watch. 10 minutes to 8.
Yes, sir. Taxi?
128 West 86th.
Right.
You arrive at 8 o'clock sharp. Take the automatic elevator to the 5th floor. Walk down the hall to Robles' apartment and let yourself in with the key Blaine gave you. And there he is, sprawled on the floor with an ugly wound in his head, the bottle lying next to him. On a desk in the corner of the room is some stationery and a pen. It won't take you long, Marty. Maybe 5 minutes. It's over now. You've left your fingerprints everywhere, and you're careful to leave a first-class impression on the doorknob as you carefully lock it behind you. Walk over to the mail chute and drop in the letter you just wrote, addressed to the New York police. And then, just as you start for the elevator...
Marty!
Clara!
Oh, Marty, I followed you. I've been all over the floor. I didn't know which apartment...
You gotta get out of here.
I saw you in the bar with that man.
Hurry up. The elevator.
You've got to tell me, Marty.
Clara!
I'm going in there. I'm going to find out...
Stay out of there.
Let go of me.
Listen, darling. There's a dead man in there.
Marty, you...
I can't explain now. Come on, into the elevator.
Marty, you killed him. That's
no,
why you
I
didn't...
didn't kill him. Listen, baby, you gotta believe me now. You gotta have faith in me.
Oh, where are you going now?
I'm gonna get a taxi and take you home. I don't want you mixed up in this.
Marty.
Please, Clara. Please.
Won't you tell me?
All right. All right, Clara. I'll tell you.
So you tell her, Marty, because there's nothing else to do. You can't hold it back any longer. And you discover suddenly that you never really knew her. She was right when she said she could take it. It's nearly 10 when you arrive back at your apartment. You don't turn on the lights. Somehow it's better with the two of you sitting there in the quiet darkness.
Well, darling.
Huh?
What now?
They'll get the letter in the morning.
Are we going to wait for it?
It's the sensible thing, I guess.
With 3 months left, should we be sensible?
I don't know, Clara. I don't... Someone at the door.
No, let me go. Yes?
Sorry to bother you so late. My name's Muller. I'm looking for a Martin Heath.
Oh,
I've been told he lives here.
well, as a matter of fact, it is his apartment. But you see, Mr. Heath is subletting it to me. My name is Thomas.
Uh-huh. You happen to have his address?
Yes. 25 Wellfield Way, New Rochelle.
Oh, thank you. I'll check it. Good night.
Good night.
Marty! Why did you lie to him, Clara? I told you there's no use.
Marty, I couldn't let him take you. I couldn't.
They're right on the job. I'm sure they haven't even got the letter yet.
The neighbors must have heard us back there in the hall, broken into the apartment. Darling, you can't throw it away. It's our 3 months, not theirs.
The whole state will be looking for me in the morning. We haven't got a chance.
We can try. At least we can try.
Where can we go, Clara?
Anywhere. Let's just take a plane.
Why kid ourselves? They'd find...
3 months, Marty. Our last 3 months.
Okay. Let's go.
Yes, you know it's crazy, Marty. But you're going to try it anyway. There was nothing in the bargain about running away. At midnight, you arrive at the airport.
There you are, sir. 2 tickets to New Orleans. Better hurry. Plane leaves in 5 minutes.
And at 8 o'clock the next morning, you're signing the register of a New Orleans hotel.
George, Ellingson and wife, Pittsburgh. There you are.
Thank you, sir. Boy will take your bags right up. Travel agent will be in around 9 if you want to check on that passage to Havana. I'm afraid, though, you'll have to wait till the end of the week. They're booked up pretty solid.
And he's right. You managed to book passage on the boat leaving Saturday for Havana and settle down to wait for 3 days, knowing that by now the papers in New York are out with the story and the search is on. You never leave the hotel room. Clara does whatever errands are necessary and arranges for your meals to be sent up, telling them you're ill. Then finally on Saturday morning...
It's the boy with breakfast. I'll go.
Hello, Mrs. Thomas.
What are you doing here?
You remember me, of course. The name is Moeller. You led me quite a chase.
Wait a minute. You have no right to come...
Clara. All right, Myrna. What do you want?
You should have known you couldn't get away with it, Heath.
Let's forget it, huh? Chalk it up to experience. Maybe I better get my coat.
Why? You're not going anywhere. At the moment, at least. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow, whenever the New York cops get here. Incidentally, I sent them a wire this morning. They're on their way.
What are you talking about? Aren't you...
I'm a private detective, Mrs. Heath, employed by the Zenith Laboratories. It seems that they made a pretty bad mistake a while back. Might have involved them in a damage suit.
What do you mean, a mistake?
Well, 3 weeks ago, Dr. Chandler made a test on you and sent it to the laboratory for analysis. A red and white differential. Don't ask me what it was.
Mistake?
Yes, they got your test mixed up with somebody else's.
What?
There's nothing wrong with you, Heath. You're as healthy as I am. Too bad you went and bought yourself a seat in the electric chair, isn't it?
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. But right now, I've got some eye-opening facts for you drivers who wonder whether the kind of oil you use in your motor really makes any difference in the way your motor runs. Unfortunately, you can't see inside your motor. But I did see inside 2 test motors this week, and what I saw just downright amazed me. The motors were identical. They had both been run for 6,600 miles at 62 miles per hour. The only difference was that one motor used today's finest straight motor oil, while the other used Signal's new type lubricant that combines 100% pure paraffin base with 5 scientific compounds, Signal Premium Motor Oil. But get this, after the test, there was only 1/6 as much carbon and 1/3 less cylinder wear in the motor that used Signal Premium Oil. Yes, those 5 scientific compounds in new Signal Premium Oil really make a difference in the way your motor runs. Good reason why wise drivers are switching fast from old-fashioned straight motor oil. Good reason for you to make your next oil change a change to the new type Signal lubricant that's your guarantee of a sweeter running motor. Signal Premium Motor Oil. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Marty, it was all a mistake. This story of your having 3 months to live was an error. But there is still your confession of murder. You know it's useless to run away, that the only thing to do is face the music, even though you know you haven't a chance. That they'll probably laugh their heads off when you try and tell them the story of Mr. Blaine and the $10,000 he paid you to confess to his crime. You don't even wait for the police to arrive in New Orleans in response to Muller's wire. You take the next plane north, and late in the afternoon, you and Clara walk into the office of the Inspector of Homicide in New York City.
Sit down, please.
We'd rather stand.
I think you'd better sit down. Both of you. So you're the guy who confesses to a murder and leads us on a merry chase halfway across the country.
I'd hardly call it a merry chase, Inspector.
I agree with you. You should have known you couldn't get away with it. Till yesterday afternoon, it was pretty serious.
What do you mean? Until yesterday afternoon.
Killing of Stanley Rowell was pretty ordinary, you know. Routine stuff. Except for one very unusual thing. There were 2 confessions.
What?
Yeah. Yours and another one. Tell me, Heath, why do you think Eddie Blaine was in Dr. Chandler's office on the day the doc told you were going to die?
Why, I don't know. He was one of Chandler's patients.
That's right. But Blaine was a pretty good guy after all. Wanted to do the right thing, I guess. Told us the whole story.
What are you talking about?
Blaine was a poor guy whose laboratory test got mixed up with yours, Heath. He died yesterday afternoon.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal, gasoline, and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. Featured in tonight's cast were Elliot Lewis and Adrian Marden. This program, produced by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Fred Hegeland and Harold Swanton, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations throughout the West, from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Whistler. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations throughout the West, from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story, Custom-Built Blonde.
It was past midnight when Jerry Coonan left the cocktail bar with a tall blonde in a mink coat. On the way out, he gave the high sign to Red Stafford and Shorty Burton, sitting idly at the bar waiting for the tip-off. And as he guided her out the front door, he could see them quietly get off their stools and prepare to leave. Jerry chuckled softly to himself. The blonde was dumb and rich. The diamond pendant around her neck ought to bring 10,000 at least. And he'd mentally appraised the square-cut emerald on her right hand at 5,000 more. Yes, the blonde was custom-built, made to order. She wouldn't talk after they'd relieved her of the jewelry. She'd be afraid her husband might find out what she's been doing while he was out of town. He helped her into the car and fumbled with the keys until he was sure Red and Shorty had reached the other car and were ready to follow. The blonde, meanwhile, was having herself a great time.
Oh, Jerry, I can't get over that character in the bar. Really, after all.
I got a million of them. They come out of the cracks when I whistle.
Oh, you're precious, darling. How'd I ever get along without you?
Hey, you better be careful. You're liable to give me the fathead. Underneath it all, you know, I'm really a modest guy. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Here's where we turn.
Oh, take it easy.
Huh?
Where are we going?
Oh, the Black Cat. Isn't that where you want to go?
Oh, yes, but...
What's the matter, honey?
Oh, I thought the Black Cat was back the other way.
Oh, you're a little twisted, sweetheart. This is a shortcut.
But, Jerry, are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. Now, over to the left.
Oh, look, back there. Do you suppose that other car's following us?
Oh, no.
Well, they just turned, too. Jerry, this is a blind alley.
Gosh, I guess you're right. Must have made a mistake.
They were following us.
Take it easy, pal. Stay right where you are.
Jerry's got a gun.
Hey, wait a minute.
Shut up. Stay right there.
Okay.
Come on, lady. Come on, Gabe. This is a stick-up.
All right, mister, you asked for it.
Put down that gun, you
No,
stupid.
you don't.
Give me that. Dumb little fool. Jerry.
Red, did she...
Yeah. In the shoulder. She got Shorty, too.
She pulled that gun out of her bag and started shooting before I could get clear of the wheel and sock her. Shorty, it's Jerry.
What about him?
He's dead.
Better check the dame. Hurry up, those shots.
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. She's still breathing.
Pull her out of the car and leave her on the pavement. We gotta get out of here.
I can't leave her. She knows me.
All right, let her have it. Go on. You gotta shut her up.
No, I can't.
You got her.
I'm not going to kill her, I tell you, Red. Listen, can you get out of here by yourself? Can you drive okay?
Yeah, I can get as far as the valley, I think. They'll take care of me at Mendoza's.
Okay. Get in the other car and get going.
What about the dame?
I'm taking her with me.
Yes, that's where you're a little different from the others, Jerry. The blonde is a problem, and Red had the easiest answer, but you can't kill. You've always known it, that you had the quickest, sharpest head of them all. But when the chips were down, you couldn't kill. So you take the blonde with you, watching her out of the corner of your eye as you drive towards your home in the suburbs. She lies back against the seat, relaxed as if she was sleeping, and there's an ugly gash on her forehead where you hit her. 10 minutes later, still cursing the woman's stupidity, you pull the car up the driveway and into the garage of your house. As usual, your wife, Madge, has left the doors open for you. You get out and race up the stairs to the inside door.
Madge.
Jerry, what? I just heard you come in.
Oh, turn on the lights. Get something on quick. Your bathrobe, anything. Hurry.
What's the matter?
Oh, plenty. Everything went wrong. The blonde.
What happened?
Red and Shorty tailed us down the alley, but when they walked up to the car, she pulled a gun, started shooting. I had to hit her.
Where is she?
In the car, still out. Oh, where's your robe?
Right here.
Come on, we gotta hurry.
Wait a minute. Jerry, is she...
No. She's still breathing. I don't know what to do. I can't let her die.
What about the police?
I don't know. You could hear those shots for 2 blocks. Now, here. Hold the flashlight while I take a look.
Yeah.
Just a second.
Oh, she's lying so still.
There's something wrong. Madge.
Is she?
Yeah. Dead.
Jerry!
We can't take her in the house.
You better drive out on the highway.
No, not yet.
But you can't.
I can't go running around the highways tonight. I'm going to need a first-class alibi when they get here.
Who?
The police. Come on, give me a hand. I'm going to lock her in the turtleback. And I'm going to call my brother. I need an alibi. Bad. Hello, Jim. This is Jerry. Yeah, you guessed it. I'm in a bad jam. I need an alibi. Oh, tonight from about 9:30 till midnight. Yeah. Yeah, now listen, kid. If anyone asks you anything about me, tell them that Madge and I were with you and Grace till 12 o'clock. Oh, anything. Playing bridge. Yeah, that's good. Playing bridge. Right. Thanks, Jim. I'll explain when I see you.
With the prologue of Custom Built Blonde, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. If you've been reading the new car ads, and who hasn't, you've no doubt noticed the emphasis is being put on increased mileage, 25 to 30 miles per gallon from some of the new models. But why do you suppose this is? Is it because folks today are more interested in making their dollars go farther? Well, partly. But even more so, they're interested in the increased engineering efficiency which makes that greater mileage possible. And right there, friends, you have the reason why Signal Oil Company is so proud of the fact that you now go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline. You see, Signal's improved mileage is the result of increased power, amazing new power. The same power that gives new signal gasoline quicker starting, faster pickup, and quieter, higher anti-knock. That's why we say look to your speedometer for the real proof of gasoline quality. You'll find that the gasoline that gets peak performance from your motor is the same new gasoline that now helps you go farther than ever. New signal gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
So it didn't work out quite as you'd planned, did it, Jerry? You got the jewelry all right. And with it, the body of the tall, stupid, blonde woman who pulled a gun out of her purse at exactly the wrong time. Yes, it was a wrong guess, wasn't it? She wasn't made to order after all. And now she's in a position to embarrass you with the police, should one of your good friends down at headquarters get too curious and pry into the turtle back of your coupe down in the garage. Yes, Jerry, you know the police are coming sooner or later. All you can do now is wait and hope the alibi you arranged with your brother Jim will satisfy them.
I tell you, I couldn't help it, Madge. When Red and Shorty stuck us up, she pulled that silly little pearl-handled .22 out of her bag and started shooting. I had to knock her out.
Well, I don't want to say I told you so, baby.
Yeah, it's a good thing. You got sense.
Oh?
I can't think of a worse time for you to open your mouth than now.
My big, strong, brilliant husband.
Now, wait a minute.
You wait a minute. Why don't you go down to headquarters right now?
Huh?
Sure, walk right in. Lock me up, fellas. I just killed the blonde. It was all an accident.
Will you shut up?
I won't shut up. If I want to say I told you so, I'll say it, because I did. I told you 1,000 times you haven't got the right kind of a brain for this. But you knew it all, didn't you?
Ah.
No, you never get rattled. You always take time and think it out. So now we've got the blonde in the turtleback, and we sit here and wait for the boys to come around and pick you up.
Let me handle it, will you?
Why? Tell me that, Jerry. Why? That tin horn alibi. Do you think they'll fall for that? If you had any sense, you'd drive out on the highway somewhere
I told you I'm
now.
not driving out in any highways. She stays right here. Do you understand that? And if you don't like it, you can go, Madge.
Yeah, that's the trouble.
Huh?
It's what it always comes to when we have an argument. I can go if I want to. But I never want to.
Okay.
What's that?
Wait a minute. It's a police car.
I knew it.
2 cops. One of them looks like Berg of homicide. Listen, get back into bed. Yeah. Hurry, let me handle this.
All right, Jerry. You handle it.
Better wait a minute. Who is it?
Police. Open up.
Okay, just a minute. Turn on the lights. Oh. Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Coonan. Sergeant Adams. Hello.
Sergeant?
I'd like to ask you a few questions, Coonan. Mind if we come in?
Well, not at all.
Thanks. Nice little place you got here.
Yeah, well, we like it.
Sorry to disturb you so late.
Oh, that's okay. I was just going to bed.
Yeah, I was going to say you were up a little late tonight. Just get home?
Yeah. Playing a little bridge over at my brother's place.
Jerry, who is it?
Oh, come in, Madge. This is Lieutenant Berg, my wife.
How do you do?
Sergeant Adams.
How are you?
Hello.
So you were over to your brother's, huh?
Yeah.
You won't mind if we check that.
Why not?
Shall I call him, Chief? There's a phone over there.
In a minute. Conan, it looks like you might need an alibi.
Alibi? What am I going to do with an alibi?
Have you seen your pals, Red Stafford and Shorty Burton, lately?
Not for a couple of days. Why?
Oh, they weren't at the bridge party, huh? Any idea where they are now?
I wouldn't know.
Well, I'll tell you. Burton's in the morgue.
Huh?
And Stafford's at the emergency hospital getting blood transfusions.
What do you mean?
A car jumped the curb and crashed through a Signal Oil billboard about an hour ago. Stafford was crumpled over the wheel with a couple of bullets in him. Burton was sitting next to him, dead from a couple of slugs.
Oh, that's awful.
Gee, I'm sorry to hear that, Lieutenant.
Yeah, tough, isn't it?
I wonder what happened.
Do you?
Yeah, like I said.
Yeah, like you said. You were playing bridge when it happened. You've been pals with those two birds for a long time, Coonan.
What does that mean?
Doesn't prove anything, of course, but when we found Stafford, he was still conscious, muttering to himself. He was calling your name. That's funny, isn't it?
Not so funny?
Well, maybe not. Maybe he wasn't talking about you. After all, there's lots of guys in this town named Jerry. Where's your gun, Coonan?
I don't own one.
Not even a little .22?
Not even a .22.
Well, I'll admit it sounds screwy asking a big he-man like you if he packs a .22, but that's what they were shot with. How about you, Mrs. Coonan?
I never owned a gun in my life.
You can search the place if you want it. You don't even need a warrant. I got nothing to hide.
Thanks very much. So you just got back from your brother's, huh?
That's right. A few minutes ago.
Uh-huh. Where's your car?
In the garage?
Adams, go and have a look. Something wrong, Coonan?
No, nothing wrong.
Go ahead, Adams.
Right.
We've been watching you three birds pretty closely since that banker was knocked off 3 weeks ago.
Red and I were in Chicago when that happened, Lieutenant.
Yeah, I know. That's what you said. You're going to have to prove that. Oh, excuse me a minute, will you? What's your brother's phone number?
Atlantic 2204.
Thanks. Now I'll look it up. I just want to be sure I'm talking to him at his home, wherever that is. Coonan James F. Well, you're telling the truth so far. That's the number. Hello? Mr. Coonan? It's Lieutenant Berg of Homicide speaking. I'm calling you about your brother, Jerry. Have you seen him tonight? No, he's all right. There's nothing wrong. All I want to know is if you've seen him. He was there with his wife until 12? Okay, thanks. That's all I wanted to know. Good night.
See? Just like I told you.
Uh-huh, maybe. But you had plenty of time to put him wise.
I just checked the car, Chief.
What about it?
Your hunch was wrong. Motor's still warm.
Oh?
Is that what you were checking? I told you I just got home.
Sure, from the bridge party.
But I found something else interesting.
What are you talking about?
Easy, Coonan. Go ahead, Adams.
The ownership certificate's got Red Stafford's name on it.
Well, now, isn't that interesting?
Sure. I just bought the car from him last week. You can check with the motor vehicle department. They get the papers.
Don't worry. We'll check.
Well, anything else, Lieutenant?
Yeah, a lot of things. But we'll get the answers somewhere else. So far, you seem to be in the clear from shooting your pals, Coonan. You were playing bridge at your brother's. You bought the car from Stafford last week. You don't own a gun. And also, you and Stafford were in Chicago 3 weeks ago when that banker was knocked off.
That's it?
I hope so, for your sake. Come on, Adams. Good night, Coonan, Mrs. Coonan. You're free to come and go as you please, but I'd suggest that you don't leave town.
Okay, Lieutenant. Night. That was close. I better sit down.
Yeah. Well, you still think you were right in leaving her there?
Oh, that would have looked great, wouldn't it? You alone here, me out on the highway getting rid of a blonde, and the cops come around to check. There's one thing, though.
I'd like to know it.
They don't know anything about the blonde. They're worrying about Red and Shorty and that banker, whoever he is. Wait a minute. Yeah, I knew it. Berg had still another guy with him. There were 3. He's left them outside to watch the house. We'll be followed every minute from now on. Night and day.
Yes, that's the rub, isn't it, Jerry? You got around one problem by coming directly home with a blonde in your car. But there's a tougher one now, isn't there? How can you get rid of her under the noses of the police with a special officer following you night and day? You lie awake all night thinking about it. How, Jerry? How can you do it? Then at 10 o'clock the next morning, it comes to you.
I've got it, Madge. Joe Mendez.
Who?
He runs a repair garage, deals in hot cars on the side. He'll do anything for money. Sure. Yeah, if he can get another car just like mine, 39 green Chevrolet Deluxe Master Coupe.
What are you talking about?
Excuse me, honey. Got a phone call to make. Oh, don't make any plans for this afternoon, baby. We're going bye-bye.
Don't be ridiculous, Jerry. You know we'll be followed.
Sure we'll be followed. A friend will follow us right downtown and into Joe Mendez's garage, where we're going to park the car while we go shopping.
Then what?
Then we let Joe take over. And like I said, baby, he'll do anything for money.
So you called Joe Mendez. And just as you predicted, the minute you mentioned money, he was your boy, wasn't he, Jerry? Yes, he'll arrange to have a green coupe in his garage, exactly like yours, for a fee, of course. And best of all, he'll have it there this afternoon. It's 3 o'clock when you start out with Madge on the shopping trip. And you smile to yourself as you see the police car pull out from the curb and follow you downtown. Joe is all ready for you when you arrive.
Yes, sir?
My name is Coonan. I called Mr. Mendez about having my car tuned up.
Oh, yes, Mr. Coonan. I am Mendez. You can leave it here. I'll have one of the men park it for you.
Can you have it ready in a couple of hours?
Oh, I think so. Perhaps we better go into the office. I will write up the order.
Oh, sure. Oh, Madge.
Yeah, Jerry?
Stick around, huh? I'll be right back. Did you get the car?
Yes, he's out there in the line right now.
What about this?
Take it easy. I couldn't tell them apart myself. Where's the $2,000?
Oh, here.
Don't flash it. Your friend's out at the front door watching us.
Oh, yeah. Now, listen. After we leave, switch the license plates. Switch the stuff in the dash compartment, everything. Here's the ignition key.
Yeah. What about the turtleback?
Never mind the turtleback. It's locked, and don't try to open it. Leave the key to the new car in the dash. We'll drive it home, leave mine here.
How long?
My brother will come for it later. Just leave it here and forget about it. Okay?
Okay.
See you later, Joe. We're going to take our friend out there on a shopping tour.
I'm awfully sorry, madam. I've shown you everything we have in suede handbags. Perhaps something in reptile.
Oh, yes, that's an idea. Let's see what you have in reptile.
Just a moment. I'll get them for you.
Is he still there?
Yeah, over by that pillar.
What about Jim?
I'll call him tonight. Have him pick up our car tomorrow. We can get rid of the Blond in a couple of days after this blows over. I got a hunch Lieutenant Berg will be around tonight to really give us the once-over again. Oh, yeah.
This seems to be the only thing we have in reptile. Would you like to look at it?
Oh, yes, I'll look at it.
So you watch the quiet man in plain clothes follow you and Madge from store to store. And finally back to Joe Mendez's garage at the appointed time. You both walk in the door and then stand to one side waiting.
Just a second, Madge.
What are you...
Hello, officer. Oh. You, enjoy the shopping trip?
Oh, I almost lost you a couple of times. Where to now, Sonny?
Home? Oh, that's my green coupe over there. Come on, Madge.
Oh, Mr. Coonan.
Oh, hello, Mendez. Did you get her tuned up all right?
Yes.
Good. You want to ride out with us, officer? Got room for one more.
No, thanks. I got my own car.
Okay. Well, here we are, Madge. Get in. Oh, how much do I owe you, Mendez?
Oh, $9.85.
Okay. Here you are. Thanks, and keep the change.
Well, Jerry, you're out of the woods now. The license plate's been changed, the contents of the dash compartment, everything. Yes, Mendez did a good job. An hour later, you're home, with the officer following just behind you. As you expected, Lieutenant Berg is waiting for you when you arrive.
Waiting for me, Lieutenant? Yeah, been out for a little ride. You ought to know. We've been tailed everywhere we went. Okay, Coonan, I'll call off the bloodhounds. Just dropped by to tell you that Red Stafford died an hour ago. Oh, that's too bad. He regained consciousness just before he went. He said you weren't mixed up in that shooting last night. Anything else? Yeah, something about a scrape with a woman they tried to stick up. Said she pulled a gun and then drove off after the shooting. I see. Can't understand why she didn't report it, though. It is funny, isn't it? Yeah. Another thing, the business about that banker. You really were in Chicago with Stafford. Well, so now you believe me. I'd know better than to believe you, Coonan. But Stafford had the proof. Or I think he had. Huh? Let's go inside. I'll tell you about it. Is it important? It's your neck. That's important. Come on inside.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, with reconversion still much in the spotlight, here are some facts I think you'll be interested in. You know, of course, the vital role that independent businessmen played in the building of America. And you know that today more and more men are expressing a desire to get into business for themselves. But did you know that our sponsor, Signal Oil Company, has for over 15 years sold its products only through independent businessmen, substantial, responsible men, who are so earnest about their business of serving the motoring public that they're willing to invest their own money in it. Naturally, signal dealers are carefully chosen for their ability and integrity, which explains why so many dealers have been with Signal Oil Company ever since the beginning, 15 years ago. So you see, there's a good reason why you find more conscientious, experienced men operating signal stations, and why signal dealers, with an incentive to build their own business, naturally give your car more thorough service that does help it run better and last longer. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, you're pretty proud of yourself, aren't you, Jerry? Joe Mendez was a real inspiration. The Blond is resting quietly now in the turtleback of your car back in Mendez garage. And the substitute car outside is all ready for Lieutenant Berg, if he happens to get curious. You glance slyly at Madge, wink at her as you escort the lieutenant into your living room. He starts to sit down and then decides to stand.
You had us going for a while, Conan. Oh, yeah, I guess I better do my checking first. Checking? Yeah, I'm a kind of a cynic. That's so I don't believe anything anymore. Stafford said while the two of you were in Chicago, he signed some kind of a legal paper before a notary. Oh, yeah. I remember I witnessed it for him. Yeah, well, that's the proof I was talking about. For some reason, Stafford stuck it in a little valise. What's wrong with that? Nothing, except he tossed the valise in the turtleback of his car and forgot about it. Turtleback? Yeah. Says it's still there. Oh, no. That is, I don't think it's there. I never noticed it. Huh. But you wouldn't mind if I check? No, Berg. I wouldn't mind if you checked. Here. One of these two keys. Help yourself. Thanks. I will. Hello?
Jerry, this is Joe Mendez.
Listen, I can't talk now. Call
But
me
this is
later.
important.
It'll keep. I got things to do.
But listen, I'm trying to tell you. There was a cop hanging around the place all the time you were shopping. I didn't get a chance to change the license plates.
Wait a minute. What are you getting at?
I'm saying I didn't make the switch. You still got your own car.
Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil. And fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood signal dealer. Featured in tonight's program were Jack Moyles and Bill Conrad. This program, directed by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Will Pryor, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story, The Sellout.
It didn't take Lloyd Miller very long to learn one bitter fact, that a bankroll, when subjected to a steady pummeling from the adverse left hand of Lady Luck, can become anemic in less than no time. Cards, dice, and horses, when they're wrong, they're all wrong. Lloyd found that out. Of course, he told himself it was just a streak of bad luck. It would pass. But until it did, there were obligations to meet, pressing ones. That was why he left his drafting table this Thursday afternoon, adjusted his tie nervously, took one last long puff at his cigarette, inhaled the smoke, let it out in a deep sigh, and knocked on the door to Mr. Cullen's office.
Yes, come in.
Are you busy, Mr. Collins?
A little, aren't we all?
Well, yes, I guess we are.
How are you coming along with the sketches of the sonic detection device? The sketches?
Fine, Mr. Collins, just fine.
Good, keep at 'em. I'll see you later.
But I came in to see you about something.
Yes? Well, let's have it, Miller, let's have it.
I've been down to the accounting department, Mr. Collins, and...
What the devil were you doing down there?
Well, I'm a little pinched for money. I wanted them to okay in advance.
Let me get this straight. On $125 a week, you're pinched?
Yes, I had some unexpected expenses, you see. Things came up suddenly, sort of put holes in my reserve fund. It didn't last long.
Well, that's too bad. Well, what else?
Well, that's all, Mr. Collins.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
Well, I thought perhaps you could call accounting and okay in advance for me.
I'm sorry, Miller. No can do. That department is none of my business.
But I've got to have 2 weeks advance. It's an emergency. It's urgent.
What's the emergency?
Just an emergency. I really do
Look,
need...
if the accounting department turned you down, I can't butt in. But, will 10 Spot help you out until payday?
No, thanks. I don't want to borrow.
Good boy. Now you better get back to your drawing board, huh?
Well,
excuse me now, William Miller. Busy, you know.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
That was bad, wasn't it, Lloyd? Turned down. And you do need money badly. You've got 75 cents in your pocket. That's all. And that evening you walk the streets trying to figure some way out. But there's only one way. And that's to get some money. But how? How? You're still thinking about it as you let yourself in your flat. The flat you owe 2 months' rent for. You open the door.
Barsman.
Close the door, Miller.
How'd you get in here?
Your landlady let me in. Charming woman. Likes to talk. Seems you owe her 2 months' rent, Miller.
Well, she knows I'll pay her.
That's what I mean. Charming. Maybe overconfident, too.
I'm in a spot.
I know it. Ever see this before?
It's my IOU.
I'm glad you don't need glasses. Only a calendar.
Huh?
I've had this IOU for 6 weeks now. Getting tired of looking at it.
Well, you can afford to wait, can't you? It's only $500, Barsman. I'm going to pay it. All I need is a little...
Hey, what you need, Miller, is a little convincing. About welching on bets, I mean.
I tell you, I'm going to pay it.
Sure you're going to pay it.
Now, wait a minute, Barsman. You... No, that rough stuff doesn't go anymore. You won't get by with it.
You've been to too many movies, Miller. I'm not going to toss you in the river.
You had me going for a minute. I thought you were serious.
I am.
Huh?
Nowadays, it's much more effective and safer. For example, you wake up Monday morning, or any morning for that matter. You're feeling fine, swell. Then, that night, you're in the hospital for a long stay. When you get out, you're a little hard to recognize. That way, a lot of other Welchers can see the horrible example. They think twice before sticking the big, bad gambling house owner with a bad IOU.
Barsman, I'll get it for you. I swear I'll get it for you. I just had a run of bad luck, that's all. But you're first. You'll get the $500 before anybody else.
Shut up and listen. I didn't come here to collect the money. I came here to give you a break.
Break?
Uh-huh. From what I hear, you're a draftsman at Brewster Electronics, right?
What's that got to do with it?
I got a friend who'll pay $2,000 for the sketches of the new sonic detection device.
Are you crazy? That's government stuff. Secret.
Sure. And you're in just the right spot to make them a little less secret.
What, do you know what you're talking about? That's a term in federal prison.
If you get caught.
Well, how can I help getting caught?
Listen, how big are those sketches?
Well, just regular-sized paper, but they're only pencil sketches.
That's perfect.
It's perfect for what?
For sending them through the mail?
Oh, no. No, that's out, Barsman.
My friend needs those sketches by Saturday morning. He's in San Francisco. Airmail from Los Angeles will do it.
Well, how can I replace them?
Easy. You get them back. My friend in San Francisco photographs them and airmails them back. You'll get them Monday. And who's the wiser?
Oh, I can't do it. I'd be scared stiff, Barsman.
You were scared just a minute ago, remember? Now, here's $1,000 on account. There's another package just like this waiting. Well, here's the name and address of my friend in San Francisco. And don't try a double cross. Now, you can take it or leave it.
And if I leave it?
You won't. Will you? I don't think you'll leave it, Miller. But if you do, I'll have to sort of make plans, you know. Think it over, Miller. You can get me at this number. Beacon 2305.
Yes, Lloyd, think it over. Mr. Barsman means business this time. You can take it or leave it. And if you leave it, he has plans for you, hasn't he? You try to think rationally, but it doesn't work. For an hour after he's gone, you pace the floor, light cigarettes, throw them away, start toward the phone 12 times to tell him it's all off, that you won't sell out. You just can't sell out, can you, Lloyd? It's government stuff, important. The FBI will have the finger on you before you can turn around. No, you can't sell out. That's all there is to it. It's almost midnight when you pick up the phone, determined this time. 2, 3.
yeah, Miller. How much it gonna be?
Listen, Barsman,
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll do it. Give me the address in San Francisco.
I knew you were my boy, Miller. Bought and paid for.
With the prologue of The Sellout, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. You know, friends, this afternoon while I was looking over one of the new model cars, I was particularly impressed with the results of modern engineering. Through clever streamlining and the elimination of unnecessary weight, they not only increased speed and pickup, but they also increased the gasoline mileage. Well, it occurred to me that's the same thing modern engineering has done for Signal gasoline. When scientists rearranged the atoms in gasoline molecules to put increased power into new Signal gasoline, they not only gave you quicker starting, faster pickup, and higher anti-knock that makes even vintage model cars feel young again, but they also achieved a bonus of extra mileage. After all, it's only natural that the gasoline that gets the most efficient performance from your motor also helps you get the most miles per gallon. Well, that's an important point to remember. It's power, the same power that gets extra driving pleasure from your motor, that now helps you go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
You're in a tight spot, and you may as well face the fact that the only thing that will get you out of it is cold, hard cash. You know Mr. Barsman. You could see the tight, vicious look around his mouth when he talked about the $500 IOU and the steps he might be forced to take should you choose to turn down his proposition, to decide not to sell out and not to mail the sketches to his friend in San Francisco. Yes, there's no future in that, is there, Lloyd? The only way out now is Mr. Barsman's way. And as Friday morning wears on, you work on the sketches at your drafting table, carefully penciling in the important details. Maybe Barsman is right, Lloyd. It might be easier than you think.
Miller. What? Oh, yes, Mr. Collins. What's the matter? Oh, nothing. I didn't see you come up. I was kind of busy.
Let me take a look at those sketches, will you?
Oh, yes, go right ahead.
Oh, not bad, Miller. Better outline this relay a little more clearly and pencil in the tube numbers.
Okay, I'll do it right away.
When do you think you'll have them ready for photostat?
Oh, Tuesday at the latest.
Tuesday it is. Oh, Pat, wait up there a minute.
Oh, Mr. Collins?
Yes?
Do you think you'll be wanting to see these any more today?
Huh? Why? Why'd you ask that?
Well, I thought I'd ink them fast and get what I have to photostat.
Well, all right, I'll let you alone with them.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Collins.
That's better. That gives you until Tuesday, Lloyd. And the sketches will come back to you Monday morning. Now you work fast. You fill several pages of paper with sketches to look like the ones you're going to mail. That's to make it look good, isn't it, Lloyd? Now, put the real drawings into an envelope. And you're using a company envelope, so it won't attract suspicion. Then you put on an airmail stamp. Another one to make sure you've got enough postage on, and then...
Miller! What's the matter?
Say, what the devil is wrong with you today? You jump like a gaffed salmon. You're as pale as a ghost.
I feel all right, Mr. Collins.
Well, you don't look it. You sure you're all right?
Yes, I'm sure. Did you want anything?
Yes, come into my office and we'll... What's that?
What's what?
Oh, a letter, huh?
Yes, a letter. It's to my sister. I haven't written to my sister for a long time, and I thought...
Using company envelopes, eh?
Well, it was the only one I had.
Well, don't make a practice of it. Now, come along.
Yes, sir.
Better bring the letter along.
Bring it along?
Yes, bring it along. One thing you've got to learn, especially if you ever expect to get married. Never leave an unmailed letter laying around. You can mail it from the chute in the corridor.
Oh, I can mail it later. There's no hurry, really.
Come along, Miller. Don't be one of those fellows who walk around with unmailed letters in their pockets. What I want to see you about won't take long, Miller, and there's the chute. Go ahead, mail it.
Oh, but I...
Go ahead, man. Now, what's the matter?
But it's a little too big for the slot.
What did you do, write a book?
Oh, I'll take it downstairs later. We don't...
Wait. No wonder you can't get it in. You've got it crumpled. Here, give it to me.
Oh, no, I'll take it later.
Give it to me. There. That did it. Now come into my office. You're as jumpy as a cat. Sit down.
Yes, sir.
Miller, you're a good man.
Thanks, Mr. Collins.
But you're a little slow.
Slow?
Yes, apparently too slow for Uncle Sam. The inspector's coming Monday to look at those sketches of the sonic device.
Monday? But I said I couldn't possibly have them ready until Tuesday. I can't have them before then.
Well, don't get so upset about it. We'll show him what you finished and explain the details of the rest.
Well, will he understand? I mean, it's a pretty complicated thing. He'd better wait until we can get the photostat.
He's an inspector, Miller. You know him, McVeigh from Washington. He knows the score.
McVeigh?
Yes, that's right. I've got him a room at the Continental Hotel. He's flying in Monday morning.
Those sketches, Lloyd, in the mailbox 5 floors below. You've got to get that envelope before collection, and there's one at noon. What time is it now? 11:58. You press the button for the elevator, and then you remember the cars are crowded at noon, stop at every floor. You take 5 flights of stairs at breakneck speed into the lobby and the big brass mailbox at the end of the chute.
Oh, mailman, I wonder if he's...
Not yet, Miller.
Barsman, what are you doing here?
Doing just exactly what I thought I'd have to do. Keep you from getting cold feet and welching again.
Look, Barsman, you don't get it. You don't understand. I've got... Barsman, there's the mailman. Please, let me get that envelope and I'll explain later, please.
You were paid $2,000 to see that the mailman gets it.
Barsman, you've got to let me get that envelope. He's taking the mail out now. He's
Get
going
away
to
from there. Come on, get out of this lobby.
Barsman, for the love...
I said, come on. You certainly chilled off fast, Miller. Quickest case of cold feet on record. What's the idea?
An inspector's coming Monday to look at those sketches.
Monday?
Yeah, the inspector's coming in the morning. What'll I tell him? What'll I say?
It's up to you, Miller.
But if those sketches aren't in, they'll know I took them. I'm the only one who handles them. They'll trace them. They'll find out where they went. It'll be a job for the FBI. They'll get to you. I've seen them pick up a colder trail than this.
And suppose you're fixed so you can't talk.
You can even do that and they'd get to you. I've seen them do it, Barsman.
Yeah. Maybe you got something there. What's this inspector's name?
McVeigh.
You know him?
Well, yes.
Find out what hotel he'll stay at.
Well, I already know that. The Continental.
Then what are you worried about? We delay him until we're sure the sketches are back.
Look, Barsman, he's a government man. He can't do anything.
Shut up. Now, listen, there won't be any rough stuff. He'll be delayed until we're sure the sketches are back.
You sure you can work it?
Sure I can. But you got to be at the Continental Hotel Monday morning when McVeigh gets there.
But why me?
Because you know what he looks like. I don't. Just give me the tip. I'll take care of the rest.
The rest of the day is agony to you, isn't it, Lloyd? You work over the fake sketches, your heart in your mouth every time Mr. Collins passes your drafting board. But he doesn't stop, and at last the day's over. Saturday is even worse agony, and Sunday... You wait for a call from Barsman. Cigarettes are piled up on the ashtray by your bed. Your mouth is dry, and the cigarettes don't help, do they? And then toward evening...
Hello?
Miller?
Yes.
Listen, be at the hotel at 8 in the morning. Our friend should get there around 8:30. Goodbye.
Barsman? Barsman, listen. Barsman!
That's all, Lloyd. Just be at the Continental Hotel at 8 in the morning. Monday morning to identify McVeigh for Barsman. Now, all you've got to worry about is whether Barsman means to kill the inspector or just delay him. Not much sleep tonight, is there? Time goes so slowly. And then it seems to speed up toward morning. 7 o'clock, already 7:30. It's after 8 when you hurry into the lobby of the hotel.
Going right now.
What kept you? I got here as soon as I could.
All right. And watch that door.
What are you going to do, Barsman?
Leave that to me. Now sit down and shut up. And tip me off when McVeigh comes in.
So you sit next to Barsman and try to read the newspaper. But the page is blank, isn't it? And the door to the hotel, it seems so large, so very large. Why, 1,000 people could come through it and you'd miss McVeigh, never see him. It's after 8:30. More and more people come in. You can hardly look at them all. Is that McVeigh? That man in the gray hat and blue suit with his back turned, walking toward the desk so you can't see his face. But you've got to, because he walks like McVeigh. He might be McVeigh.
Barsman, that man. Gray hat, blue suit at the desk.
Oh, you idiot. Why'd you let him get that far? Get over to that desk before he gets away.
Well, you could check the register.
Let the clerk identify me? Not me. Go ahead.
But he might see me.
Listen, if you don't get up there in 2 seconds, I'll take my chances by putting you where you can't talk. Now, go on.
Well, All right.
I wired ahead about 4 days ago. What about it?
McVeigh.
All right. Get back to the office fast.
What are you going to do?
Shut up. Now get going.
You're sure now it'll never work. And all the way back to the office, you fight the urge to run away, to forget about the whole fantastic plan. Somehow you manage to get a hold of yourself and appear nonchalant as you take the elevator to the 5th floor and walk across the office to your drafting table at the end of the room. And then your knees nearly give way. And you have to grab the edge of the table for support. There on the corner of your table are the sketches. No envelope, just the sketches. You grab them up and rush into the mail department.
Robert.
Oh, hello, Mr. Miller.
These sketches, they were lying on my desk when I came in this morning. Where'd they come from?
Why, I put them there. I thought they belonged in your department.
Well, that's all? It just came to you and you opened it and put them there?
That's all. Why?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. It's not important.
Well, things are looking up now. And you're playing it smart, aren't you, Lloyd? You don't make a point of it with Robert. Nothing unusual at all. You'll forget all about it. You're confident now for the first time. There the original sketches, complete, all ready for the inspector. At 9:45, the phone rings.
Miller speaking.
Barsman.
Yes.
Our friend's clear out the other side of town. I arranged a special taxi for him. Hey, what about,
We're in. They arrived this morning.
Pretty good service.
Yeah.
Hey, my boy's gonna call me.
You can tell him to deliver the passenger now. I'm all ready for him.
Okay. And thanks, Sonny. You did a nice job.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. But now, since your mind is all sharpened up for a good mystery, suppose you try solving this little riddle. What are 5 important points on a car that the driver seldom ever sees, if at all, but other drivers and pedestrians see them every time they're used? Got it? Of course, they're the headlights and taillights and stoplights. You can't see them when you're behind the wheel. When you get out of the car, you turn them off, which probably explains why 51% of the defects found in the recent police traffic safety check were faulty lights. Now, friends, right there is just one of the little ways in which your signal dealer can be of extra service to you. He'll be glad to test your lights. And if one of them is out, he'll install a replacement bulb before you can say accident. Maybe your windshield wiper blade is worn and leaving streaks. In just a few minutes, your signal dealer will install a fine new blade for safe, clear vision. You see, signal stations are much more than headquarters for Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and that great new Signal Premium Motor Oil. Stop in. Wherever you find the big Signal Circle sign in yellow and black, there you'll also find a complete line of services and accessories to help your car run better, look better, and last longer. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Lloyd, you're out of the woods now, but it was close, wasn't it? The sketches are back at your desk, all ready for McVeigh, the government inspector, after the taxi ride which conveniently took him to the other side of town. A taxi Mr. Barsman arranged for him at exactly the right moment. Yes, you can relax, Lloyd. For the first time in 4 days, you can relax. At 11:15, Mr. Collins called you into his office. Naturally, he'll want to be sure you have everything ready for McVeigh.
You wanted me, Mr. Collins?
Yes, McVeigh just called. He's on his way. Delayed by some stupid taxi driver who didn't know his way around.
Oh?
You all ready for him?
Yes, the sketches are on my desk.
I know they are. I asked Roberts to put them there.
What do you mean?
I asked Roberts to put them there. That's what I said. I asked Roberts to put them there. Well, what have you got to say, Miller?
Where'd you get them?
I wondered why you were acting strangely last Friday. I can understand why you were nervous, Miller.
You know all about it, don't you?
There's no use trying to lie your way out of it, Miller. All right, let's have it.
Well, Mr. Collins, I needed the money. I didn't know what to do. I had to have it or... Listen, you don't know Barsman. He'd do anything. Well, the man in San Francisco photographed the sketches. I sent them to him because Barsman would have... Well, listen, I'll tell you the whole thing, but you got to understand, Mr. Collins, it's not me, it's Barsman.
Barsman?
Well, that's why McVeigh was delayed. Barsman did it, so I'd have time to get the sketches back. Go on. Go on and call the FBI. I'll tell them everything.
So you sold out, huh? That's what was wrong with you.
Well, I had to have the money.
Wait a minute.
Yes, Mr. Collins?
Get me the FBI, will you? Right away.
Yes, sir.
He forced me to do it, Mr. Collins. I didn't want to, but he...
This is all very interesting, Miller. You'd better organize that story. They'll be here in a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
I'm rather glad you chose to confess. You see, I had no idea it could have been that serious.
You? What?
I thought it was a pretty unfortunate mistake, of course, sticking the sketches into the envelope instead of the letter you wrote to your sister, but... I decided you were in such a state last Friday you could have done anything.
You didn't know?
No, I didn't know.
But the sketches, they were to be returned to me marked personal.
They came back in the general mail, of course.
What?
Yes. You see, in your excitement last Friday, you forgot something. Something that's going to cost you a lot.
What do you mean?
You carefully put sufficient postage on the letter. But you forgot to put on the address.
Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. Featured in tonight's program were Elliott Lewis, Jack Moyles, and Charles Seals. This program, produced by George W. Allen with tonight's story by Russell Hughes, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. whistle is your signal for the signal oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular signal oil stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular signal service stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story, Bulletproof.
The country's largest news magazine wrote him up under crime, described him as massive, soft-spoken, methodical. Howard Martine was all of these and more. He was a man who believed in a planned existence. Whether it was business, matrimony, or murder, Howard Martine never took chances. He made his plans and carried them out to the letter. This philosophy brought him great financial success. And it brought him a wife who was young and beautiful to look at, and who hated him with all her heart.
That you, Andrea?
Yes.
How's your headache?
What?
Your headache. That's why you went to your room, isn't it?
Oh, yes. It's better, thank you. Howard, I've come to a decision about...
Us, my dear?
Yes. I'm going away.
Oh, now, really, Andrea, we've been all over that before.
I'm getting a divorce, Howard. There's nothing you can do about it.
You make it very difficult for me, Andrea. After I explained I can't afford to lose you just now.
No, it wouldn't be good for business, would it?
Exactly. Oh, that sounds very callous, I suppose. Well, I was in love when I married you, Andrea. In my own peculiar way, I tried hard. I imagine we both tried. But quite apart from that, my marriage to you was the best merger I ever closed. When we met, I was a fly-by-night bond salesman.
Now you own a corporation.
No, we own a corporation.
Don't worry, you can have my share.
Now, that's very generous of you, my dear. Typically feminine. But I'm afraid without you, there wouldn't be any share.
What do you mean?
One of your most endearing charms, Andrea, is the fact that you have a great many rich friends. Naturally, when you married me, they felt called upon to make some sort of gesture, to show that I was being accepted as one of them. So they entrusted their investments to the firm of Howard Martine Incorporated. And very wisely, too. Now, what do you suppose would happen the moment the news got around that you were divorcing me?
Well, I don't think it has anything to do with it.
Well, don't be naive, Andrea. You think I'm going to lose everything I acquired by marrying you?
I'm afraid you didn't protect yourself very well, Howard.
It would seem so, wouldn't it?
I'm sorry. I'm leaving in the morning.
If you sue for divorce, Andrea, you'll make a fool of yourself.
You're bluffing, Howard. You've no grounds for contesting. You can't prove a
I
thing.
can prove enough to stop you cold. Hey, if you don't believe me, come here.
What's that?
Here, hold this up to your ear.
Hello?
Paul, dear.
Andrea.
I had to call you. I needed some courage.
Where are you?
At home. I'm going to tell him now. Oh, Paul, what if he refuses?
There's nothing for him to refuse.
But he's told me he'd contest.
He can't. He doesn't know about us. And even if he did, there'd be no proof.
Is that enough? Or would you like to hear more? You know, I have quite a collection.
It was just a matter of tapping the dictaphone into the private telephone in your room. Every time you got one of your headaches and went upstairs, I threw a little switch down here. Now I have a record of all your headaches.
So, that's your proof.
It is. Any one of these dictaphone records is enough to throw your divorce suit out of court.
Very clever of you, Howard. I had no idea you suspected. Well, what are you going to do?
Yeah, we'll go on exactly as before, Andrea. Your life is your own, my dear. I make only one demand. That you'll remain in this house as my wife and continue to entertain our friends or clients, whichever you prefer.
For the greater glory of Howard Martine Incorporated. And what if I refuse?
I'm afraid you have no alternative. Is there some joke, my dear?
Oh, yes, Howard. And it's on you. I'll show you what alternative I have. When I get through with you, you'll beg for a divorce.
That's a rather embarrassing prospect.
I'll go to them, Howard. I'll go to every one of my rich friends, as you call them, tell the entire story. The truth, Howard. How you married me for their money. How you recorded my phone conversations. Yes, I'll even tell them about Paul.
Don't be a fool, Andrea.
Would I? Remember, they're my friends, loyal to me. They gave you their business for my sake. You said that yourself. And when I tell them to take their business elsewhere, they'll do it, whether I'm married to you or not.
That would mean exposing yourself. You wouldn't.
Oh, wouldn't I? Let me see. Who's your biggest account? Martin Whitford, isn't it? Well, Marty and I grew up together. He'll do anything for me. What do you think will happen to your precious corporation when the others discover Whitford's pulled out? I could even phone him now.
Wait, get away from that phone.
Well?
Let me think it over.
I'll take those dictaphone records first, if you don't mind.
They're in that box.
Thank you. Well?
Oh, you can have your divorce. Only give me a week to work things out. Look, you can afford to be generous now, Andrea. You're going to marry your Paul. You've won.
Well, all right.
But you've got to stay here as if nothing happened. Otherwise, the story will come out before I can do anything to prepare the ground.
Very well. I'll stay. But no longer than a week.
Thank you, Andrea. That'll be time enough.
With the prologue of Bulletproof, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. It takes extra quality to go farther. Yes, it takes extra quality to go farther. And Signal gasoline has the quality that has made it famous throughout the West, from Canada to Mexico, as the Go Farther gasoline. But even more important to you than Signal's good mileage are the performance features in Signal gasoline which make that mileage possible. You see, by rearranging the atoms in gasoline molecules, science gave new Signal gasoline quicker starting, faster pickup, and quieter, higher anti-knock. And it's because of this, because it helps your motor perform more efficiently, that you now go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline. Now, that's an important point to remember. It's the same qualities that give you extra driving pleasure that also give you extra mileage. That's why Signal says, look to your speedometer for the best proof of gasoline quality. It takes extra quality to go farther. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
It was like a game of chess, wasn't it, Howard? You had your attack planned right down to the last detail, with a final checkmate only a few moves away. But as it often happens, you were so absorbed in the plan of attack that you completely overlooked the obvious, simple countermove that Andrea would be bound to make, that you would go to her friends and tell them the truth. All you could do was try to control the rage inside of you until she left the room. You sit alone in the library and try to think, realizing, of course, that there's only one answer now. It's midnight when you decide you'll have to stop thinking about it for the time being. You have a week left, and your brain will be clearer in the morning. There's an evening paper on the table next to the chair, and you pick it up. Glance at the headlines on page 1. An article in the right-hand column catches your eye.
Suspect confesses in nightclub killing. Ernest Krug booked on suspicion yesterday. finally broke down under intensive questioning at police headquarters. The case marked another triumph for Inspector William Conrad of the Homicide Department, who followed his usual routine in shooting cases by first concentrating the department's entire effort on the bullet found in the victim's body. Yeah, that's it. Good old Inspector Conrad, the ballistics boy.
Well, you have a plan now, haven't you, Howard? The next morning, you're quite chatty with Andrea over the breakfast table. Of course. There's no point in holding grudges, is there? Particularly since the poor girl hasn't much of a future. You begin by dipping into your past, the shadowy past of a one-time confidence man named, not Martine, but Marin, Joe Marin. That was your name in the old days when you used to play around on the fringe of the law, always ducking out just in time to let the other fella take the rap. As Joe Marin, you pay a visit to an old friend in his dingy little gun shop in the slums of the city.
What'll you have?
Hello, Sam.
You went up on me, mister.
Oh, you're not forgetting your old friends, are you?
Marin. Joe Marin.
That's better. It's been a long time, Sam. Almost 8 years.
From where I sat, it felt longer.
Oh, that little stretch of yours hasn't seemed done you any harm?
Nah, I had the time of my life. Kept wishing you was with me.
Oh, I got out from under Sam, and you didn't quite. After all, I didn't tell everything I knew, huh? If I did, you might have got the chair. That's why I want you to do me a favor.
You're killing me.
I can pay for it, Sam.
Enough to buy back 8 years?
You always were a man for a grudge, but you're an expert gunsmith, and I need you. I want you to fix this 45 so it'll shoot 22 caliber slugs. It's, for a friend of mine.
I'm learning something new every day. What's the idea?
You're not supposed to know why, Sam. Only how. Well?
Looks like a waste of good gunmetal to me. Let's see the rod.
Can you do it?
Yeah, I can do it. But I ain't gonna.
No? Why not?
I ain't exactly my own boss. I gotta be careful.
Oh, yes. I know all about that. You know, that's why I'm so sure you're going to do this for me?
I don't get you.
Well, being on parole kind of fences a guy in, doesn't it? Or does it?
Listen, Marin, I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't done anything to violate my parole.
That's not the way I heard it. Well, I'll try somewhere else. See you in a little
Wait a minute.
Well?
Shakedown, huh? What do you know, Marin?
I don't know a thing, Sam, not a thing.
When do you want this?
Day after tomorrow?
Pretty short order.
It'll be worth your while.
Okay, Mr. Big.
Patience is your strong suit, Howard. 2 days of waiting. 2 days in which your seeming nervousness is interpreted by Andrea merely as concern about your precious corporation. Finally, you return to Sam's place and pick up your package. Andrea arrives late that evening and goes straight up to her room without a word to you. You wait alone in the library until you're sure the servants are asleep in their separate quarters. Then you walk quietly up to Andrea's room.
Who's there?
Don't be frightened, dear. It's only your husband.
What do you want?
Just a final plea, Andrea. Are you quite certain you want to go through with the divorce?
Did you wake me up in the middle of the night to ask me that?
Oh, it's only half
The
past.
answer is yes, Howard. Now, please leave me alone.
You won't reconsider?
Good night, Howard.
Well, I tried. I did everything in my power
Howard, what are you doing? Howard! No!
What's the verdict, Doc? It was instantaneous, Inspector. About 10 hours ago.
Uh-huh.
22 through the left temple.
I'll want that bullet, of course.
I'll have it for you this afternoon.
All right.
Yeah, the room looks like it was hit by a cyclone. What do you suppose they were after?
No, jewels, mostly. And they got 'em. Oh, by the way, we're not saying anything about the jewelry to the papers.
Well, Inspector, here's another one for you to crack in your ballistics laboratory.
Yeah. You know, Doc, they used to laugh at me at first. They called me a nut. Bullets on the brain, they said. But they're beginning to find out now that the big story in every shooting case is written in those little rifling marks on the bullet. Plainer even than fingerprints a lot of times. Excuse me a minute, Doc. I just got the doctor's report, Mr. Martin.
Oh, yes, Inspector?
Your room is just down the hall from your wife's. It's funny you didn't hear anything during the night.
Well, I don't know. I might have heard a shot, but I can't think very clearly now.
Yes, certainly, I understand.
I seem to remember some sort of nightmare. I thought it was a dream. You see, I didn't know anything had happened until the butler woke me this morning after...
I see. No, it's funny, that .22. It's a woman's weapon. Never heard of a second-story man packing anything less than a .38. Oh, Mr. Martin.
Yes?
This Army 45 of yours here in the trophy case, is this the only gun in the house?
Oh, of course, Inspector. If you have any doubt, you may search the house, perhaps the servants.
That's 45, all right.
You want to take it with you, Inspector? I can remove it from the case.
No, it's not necessary. This job was done by 22, and I think you can forget the servants. This looks like an outside job, start to finish.
Homicide, Conrad speaking.
Oh, hello, Inspector. Howard Martin.
Oh, yes, Mr. Martin.
I'm sorry I haven't been much help to you during the past few days.
Well, I understand.
I just called to see how you were coming along.
Well, I'm afraid we haven't much news for you yet. We'll really get a move on, though, once the killer dumps those jewels. And he'll have to do it sooner or later.
I see. Well, thanks very much, Inspector. Call me if there's anything I can do, huh?
I certainly will. Good night.
Good night. So far, so good.
Pardon me, sir.
Yes, Edward, what is it?
There's a gentleman in the library.
Who is it?
I don't know his name, sir. He was quite insistent.
All right, Edwards, thanks.
Hello, Joe.
What do you want?
Relax, Joe. Pour yourself a drink. Hope you don't mind. I just helped myself. Pretty good bourbon. You're just going to stand there? Sit down. Go on.
All right, Sam, what is it?
Well, I want to offer my condolences, first of all. Tough, ain't it? What happened to your wife, I mean?
Yeah, quite a shock.
You know, I said to myself, there's something to think about. All I got is a newspaper to go by, understand? Page 1. Society dame knocked off during robbery. Don't say what kind of a robbery. Only that the dame is knocked off with a .22. Now, there's something to make a guy think, ain't it?
Go on, I'm listening.
Especially unusual here in this town where the homicide inspectors are nut on ballistics. So right off, I figured out. Somebody saw in the inspector a curve. That's when I think of old Joe Marin, threatening to frame me on a parole violation if I don't play nice and fix his Army 45, so she'll shoot like a .22. Marin. Martin. Same guy. I put 2 and 2 together. The bell rings. And out comes $100,000. That's what it's going to cost you, Joe. $100,000.
I haven't got $100,000.
I'm a reasonable character. What have you got?
I can't do it, Sam. I can't.
You better start thinking, Joe.
Wait a minute. I have got $100,000 in jewelry.
How hot is it?
Oh, not hot at all. It belonged to my wife. Now, look, you can turn it into cash in 10 minutes if you want to.
Let's have a look, huh?
Right.
There's a way out of this one, too, isn't there, Howard? The paper said nothing about the stolen jewelry. And by the time Sam finds out, he'll be behind bars as the #1 suspect. Meantime, you can find another gunsmith somewhere and have the incriminating .22 caliber barrel removed from the .45 Army automatic in your trophy case. Then it won't matter how much Sam talks. He has a record. He was caught with the goods. No one will believe him in a million years. Yes, Howard, you found a way out.
Well, what do you think, Sam? Diamond brooch? Pearls?
If it's hot, so help me out, kill you.
Oh, don't worry. You won't have any trouble. You'll get more than your $100,000.
Thanks. Okay, that's it. I'll let you know how I come out, Joe.
Yeah, you know where to get me.
Yeah. Oh, one other thing. I'm taking your custom-built 45 along with me, just in case I need it to back up my store.
Wait a minute, you double-crossing...
Shut up, Joe. I'd hate to pull the trigger at a time like this. Good night, Joe.
He's gone, and there's nothing you can do now, Howard. Once again, you became so wrapped up in your own plans, you forgot the obvious countermove. This time, the Army 45 and the trophy case, Sam's ace in the hole. You spend an anxious evening. It's late now, and you sit alone in the library trying to think. The house is quiet, with an occasional sound from the pantry where Edward the butler is polishing silver. And then...
Oh, who is it? Who's there?
Take it easy, Joe. This thing might go off in my hand.
Sam. What are you doing?
Shut up. Open the window. It's cold out here on the balcony.
Yeah, okay.
You dirty, double-crossing skunk. It wasn't hot, huh?
Now, listen, Sam,
You knew that jewelry was hot. You knew it was bait to catch your wife's murderer. Pretty neat. Lucky I knew the fence. He tipped me off. You always was a rat, Joe. Strictly a rat. There's only one way to handle a rat.
You got it all wrong, Sam.
Don't try to talk your way out of it. I'm going to give it to you, Joe. Just what you deserve.
Oh, Edward, how did you get in here?
Edward, huh?
Here, give me that gun, I tell you. Give it away from me. No. Now, just what were you saying, Sam?
Okay, it's an old one, Joe. I guess it's still good.
Yeah.
By the way, where is Edward?
It doesn't concern you. I'm going to kill you, Sam. Self-defense, made to order.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I don't think so, Joe.
Say we,
No, Joe. You see, the minute you pull the trigger of that little pea shooter, you put the rope around your neck.
What do you mean?
Don't be stupid, Joe. Just give me the rod like a nice boy. You ain't going to pull that trigger and hang yourself, are you? Because that's what you'd be doing, Joe. The minute Conrad found another 22 slug in my body, same as the one that killed your wife, it'd be all over, wouldn't it? You see, Joe? Get what I mean?
Don't come any closer.
You won't pull that trigger. You can't, Joe.
One more step, Sam, I'm warning you.
Besides, you haven't got it. You haven't got guts.
Haven't I, Sam?
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. But right now, since most folks never see how or where the gasoline they use in their car is made, it occurred to me that you might be interested to look in on the organization that brings you the Whistler and those fine Signal oil products. It all started not long after World War I, when a small group of young Westerners got together to form their own independent oil company, Signal Oil and Gas Company. In the face of what seemed overwhelming competition, these determined young men succeeded in bringing to Western motorists the first anti-knock gasoline at regular prices. Being independent themselves, they naturally sold Signal gasoline only through independent service stations, just a handful of them at that time. But motorists liked Signal products, liked them so well that the Signal organization grew and grew, until today independent Signal dealers serve 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. Now, obviously, there must be good reasons why so many motorists have switched to Signal. You can discover these reasons for yourself by just stopping at your own neighborhood Signal dealers. There you'll find the tops in gasoline and automotive lubricants, backed by Signal's 15-year tradition of quality. And you'll enjoy more thorough, more conscientious service, because Signal dealers, being in business for themselves, have an incentive to serve you better. And now, back to the Whistler.
Howard. He's dead now, isn't he? Quite dead. And shooting Sam down with the same gun you used to kill Andrea was just like writing a confession to Inspector Conrad. Yes, he'll find the .22 slug in Sam's body and it'll all be over. Unless you can get rid of the body first. Yes, it's your only chance. And then a short time later, when Edwards, your butler, comes into the room.
Well, Edwards, quite a mess, huh?
It was self-defense, sir. He threatened you with a gun. I saw it all from the hall.
Yeah, self-defense.
What are you going to do, Mr. Martin?
Give me a hand. I've got to get him out of here.
But, sir, you can't. The police.
Give me a hand, will you?
Mr. Martin, you shouldn't...
Shut up and grab his feet.
Sir, if you'll only let me...
shut up! Now, go on, grab his
Mr.
feet.
Martin, all right.
Out that way. Go on. Yes. Kick the door back.
All right.
Now, this way. Down the hall. We can take him down the back.
Mr. Martin, I don't understand...
Will you shut up? I'll hold him up so I can... Conrad.
Well, what's going on, gentlemen?
What are you doing here?
Maybe your butler can answer that one, Martin.
I've been trying to tell you, sir. After I heard the crash of broken glass and saw this man come into the room with a gun, I called the police.
What's this all about, Martin?
Okay, Conrad, I guess you might just as well know the whole story. You'll know it anyway when you dig the slug out of his body. It'll be a .22.
A .22? Your wife was killed with a gun.
Yeah. Here, here's the gun.
Hey, wait a minute, this is a .45.
I had it rigged to shoot a .22. Sam, he's the guy on the... Well, he fixed it for me.
Ah. So that's the way you worked it, huh? Maybe he came to see you tonight for a little dough to keep him quiet. And you shot him with the same gun you used to kill your wife, huh?
Yeah.
And it's too bad you couldn't have used another gun on him. Might have been a nice case of self-defense that way.
Sure. But I knew when you found the .22 slug
Yeah. Now, let's see how your buddy fixed this gun.
What's the matter?
I think you're going to be in for a rather unhappy surprise, Martin.
What do you mean?
You shouldn't have been so quick to spill your story. Apparently, your friend Sam here realized it wasn't such a good idea to carry a rigged .22 job around. So he changed it back to a .45.
What?
That's right. The slug you pumped into this man wasn't a .22, Martin. It was a regular .45.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal, gasoline, and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. Featured in tonight's program were Gerald Moore and Mary Jane Croft. This program, produced by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Kenneth Harvey, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal oil stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the
And I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast radio program. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. And now, The Whistler's strange story, Stolen Murder.
Ken Broderick and Tom Barton had grown up together and were fast friends until Ken married Helen Johnson. Helen had never liked Tom, not only because he was pasty-faced and sickly, but principally because of his influence in keeping her husband Ken in St. Augustine, Florida. According to Tom, they were going to write great American novels and bring the world humbly to their door. But Helen had other ideas. A letter to her brother, who was an important literary agent in New York, and she wangled a job for Ken as copywriter in a small Manhattan advertising agency. And so on that night of February 23rd, they were ready to say goodbye to Florida and to Tom Barton.
Thank heavens, Ken, this is the last time we'll drive down this street. Look at it. 11 o'clock and everybody, absolutely everybody in bed.
Yeah, I suppose. But you know we're liable to miss this old town after we've been in New York a while, don't you?
Oh, Ken, that again, for heaven's sake.
I can't help it. If Tom would only go along with us, it'd be different.
Tom, will you do me a favor and forget Tom? When we got married, we were going to travel and meet people and do exciting things. Well, this is our chance.
Sure, this is our chance. Okay, here we are. We say goodbye to Tom, and that's that.
Well, I'll be glad to get this over.
Well, coming with me, aren't you?
Do I have to?
It's the least you can do, Helen.
All right. If it'll make you feel any better. Looks to me as if he's already in bed, like the rest of the dear citizens.
He's probably in back working on his book. Look, Helen, try to be halfway decent to him, will you?
Of course.
Funny, I don't hear him. Helen.
What?
Suppose he had one of his attacks?
He's probably only sleeping.
I don't know. Door's unlocked. Tom? Hey, Tommy! Tom! Helen, I don't like this.
Wait a minute before you wake up the neighbors. Look, coming up the walk.
Huh? Oh, Tommy. Hey, we were beginning to worry about you.
Ken. Helen. What are you doing here?
Oh, how do you like that? We leave tomorrow and you ask me...
Tomorrow?
Oh, I forgot. Tom. Hey, what's the matter with you?
Oh, it's...
Helen, going to get some water, quick.
Hey.
Here, you better sit down on the step.
I'm sorry, Ken. I'm all right now.
Oh, the devil, you're all right. Tom, this is crazy. What you need is a good specialist. You can't go on like this. Now, if you'd only use your head and come to New York with us.
New York?
Well, sure, there's plenty of room in the car. We could get a good doctor for you and find out what this is all about.
Yeah.
How is he?
I guess you're right, Ken. You are right. I will go with you tomorrow.
You will? Oh, that a boy. Helen, did you hear that? Tom's going with us.
Yes, I heard. Here, drink your water.
So you won your point, didn't you, Ken? Tom came to New York with you. But somehow after 6 months in the city, that doesn't seem to matter anymore. No, other things concern you now. Your dark, stifling apartment, your dreary job, your salary that will barely pay the bills, Helen scolding and scolding. And Tom? You don't even see him. He's convinced he's going to die. And he sits in his little room frantically writing day and night. Writing the great American novel, remember? And then late one night he calls and insists that you come down to see him right away. It's nearly midnight when you get there.
What gives, Tommy? You're sick again, is that it?
No. Sit down, Ken. Got something to tell you.
You seen Dr. Hanson?
No, it's not that.
But that's why you came to New York in the first place. Listen, Hanson's the best there is, and you haven't even been near
Look,
him.
I'm sick of doctors. Anyway, it's too late now.
Oh, don't say that.
It's true. And I want to talk about it. Ken.
Yeah?
I finished it.
Finished it?
My book.
No.
Yes, but you're going to be surprised. It's not the kind of thing we always talked about writing. It's a mystery story.
Oh, great.
I decided since I didn't have much time, I decided I'd write a book that would sell fast, and mysteries sell fast. So that's it, Ken. And, well, would you take it down to Helen's brother?
Helen's brother?
Yes. You said he was one of the biggest literary agents in New York.
Oh, yeah.
Well, if he likes it, he can get it read fast and published fast. If I just send it in cold, it'll take weeks, maybe months. I haven't got time to fool around, Ken.
Oh, stop.
I'm lucky if I last a month.
Listen, will you cut out that kind of talk? If it'll make you feel any better, I'll take it to Bill tomorrow.
Well, not tomorrow. It's in longhand. It'll have to be typed first.
Oh, that's all right. Listen, I know where I can get a rush job done.
Oh, swell.
Now, listen, kid. You take care of yourself and just leave it to me.
Oh, thanks, Ken. Thanks a million.
And so you take poor, sick Tom's book and you get on the bus to go home. You decide to glance through it. But after the first page, you can't put it down. You ride past your stop, excited and amazed. Tom has done what all good writers do, written about the places and people he knows. He calls the town in his book Centerville, California. But it's St. Augustine, Florida, down to the last duffer sitting in the square. Somehow you manage to get home, and toward dawn as you turn the last page, it hits you. This is a bestseller. This book means money, fame. But Tom's going to die. And he hasn't any relatives. Such a pity, isn't it? All that money and fame and nobody to enjoy it.
Hello?
Ken, that you?
Oh, yeah. Hello, Tom. How are you?
I'm all right. Haven't you heard from Bill yet about the book? It's been 3 weeks.
Well, yeah, I was going to call you. Bill liked the book quite well, but he thinks you should do a little rewrite.
Rewrite? I haven't time. I feel terrible. I thought the book was good just as it stands.
Oh, it is, except for a few minor points. Look, Tom, I've been thinking. You know that little cabin Helen and I rented in June up in Connecticut?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, I can get it for you cheap. It's kind of a dump, but it's way off by itself. If you get up there and spend a couple of weeks rewriting some spots and...
Yeah, I gotta get out of New York anyway. That's an idea.
Swell. Suppose I call the real estate agent right away, and then Saturday I'll drive you up.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Ken. I don't know why you do all these things for me.
Oh, forget it. After all, what are friends for?
Yes, that's a question, Ken. What are friends for? Tom is grateful, of course, when you make all the arrangements and drive him up to Connecticut. He appreciates it when you spend the day helping him get comfortable in his new surroundings, and he doesn't suspect anything. But what would he say if he knew copies of his manuscript had gone to the publisher with your name on it as author? Yes. What would he say if he knew you had stolen his work, perhaps the last work of his lifetime? What would he say if he could see you now in the office with Helen's brother?
$1,000, Ken, and that's just the advance. I don't know why the devil Helen never told me you could write like that.
Well, it takes time to get going.
You're going now, all right. I don't know if I ought to tell you this, but...
what's up?
Well, I sent copies of your story out to Hollywood, and I got a tip-off. It's just grapevine so far, but one of the studios is interested in the book for their biggest star.
Pictures? Oh, my gosh, I never
They
dreamed
thought the characterization of the victim, DeWitt, was out of this world. In fact, all the characters.
Oh, gee, when will you know definitely?
Probably tomorrow. Better stay by your phone because we want to close the deal quick. And if we get the answer I think we'll get, you're practically a rich man.
Hello, Bill?
No, it's me, Tom.
Tom. I was expecting a call from Bill on your book.
Where are you, anyhow?
I'm in Fairfield, Ken, and I've got news. Terrific news.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, maybe it's early to say yet, and I may be disappointed, but... Well, Dr. Hanson seems so sure.
Dr. Hanson? Tom, for the love of Mike, what are you talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm excited. I'm trying to tell you that I came over here to Fairfield. I was going by this house out at the south end of town, and I saw a brass plate on the door.
Huh?
Dr. Frank Hanson. He lives out here. I remembered he was the specialist you were always talking about. Well, I took a chance. It's all an allergy, Ken. Certain foods, they poison me,
And what, Tommy?
Well, don't you get it? Hanson says 6 months of rest out here and strict diet, and I'll be a new man. Oh, think of it, Ken. I'll probably outlive you after all.
With the prologue of Stolen Murder, the Signal Oil Company brings you another strange story by The Whistler. When you look up and see a sleek airplane streaking across the sky, it's interesting to consider how modern engineering has not only made today's planes fly faster and perform better, but also get far better mileage. Now, that's interesting, because in much the same way, science has increased the mileage of new Signal gasoline by increasing its performance. You see, when science rearranged the atoms in gasoline molecules to put improved performance into new Signal gasoline, they not only gave you quicker starting, faster pickup, and higher anti-knock, but by helping your motor perform more efficiently, they also made new Signal gasoline go farther than ever. Well, that's an important point to remember. It's the same qualities in gasoline that get extra driving pleasure from your motor that also get extra mileage. That's why Signal says look to your speedometer for the best proof of gasoline quality. It takes extra quality to go farther. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, there it is, Ken. There's your terrific news. Tom is going to live. And now what happens to you? You've signed contracts. You've accepted money on the stolen book. Hollywood beckons. Or is it the penitentiary? Well, perhaps you can squeeze out of the hole with the law, but not with Helen's brother or with Helen. The disgrace, Ken, the scandal, the humiliation. You can almost hear Helen nagging you now as you hang on to the receiver half-dazed. Nagging, nagging.
Ken, are you still there?
Huh? Oh, sure, Tom, yeah.
Oh, I thought you'd hung up.
Well, no. It's just the news. I'm so happy for you, I don't know what to say.
Listen, there's something else important. Another favor. Would you get my book back from Bill for me?
Get your book back, Tom?
Yes, I've changed my mind. I mean, after thinking it over, I know it's not ready for publication. I've written a lot of new material.
No. I mean, I'm not sure I can get it.
But it's important to me. I'm coming down tomorrow. I'll get it myself.
No, you can't do... didn't the doctor tell you to stay there and rest?
Well, yes.
Well, then you can't start running all over the place right away. The noise of New York and all, Tommy. Listen, I'll bring the manuscript up to you myself on Saturday. Meanwhile, you stay right there.
You're sure you can get the book back right away?
Yes, I'll get it. Don't worry. Listen, I'll see you Saturday.
Okay.
And, Tom?
Yes?
We'll take the day and celebrate the good news, huh? Maybe a little hunting? Hiya, Muscles. How's Trick?
Ken, you old son of a gun, it's good to see you, boy.
Hey, boy, you look great.
Oh, really? I can hardly believe it, but I've gained 3 pounds already.
3 pounds?
Yeah, well, come on in. Come in.
Yeah. Hey, that 3 pounds on you looks good.
I never felt better in my life. It's great. Oh, well, here, sit down.
Yeah,
sit down.
thanks.
I was watching for you down toward the road.
Huh? Oh, I guess I got lost. I came the back way.
You mean you walked all the way from town?
Yeah, I thought the walk would do me good.
Oh, is that my book?
Yeah,
Oh,
here it is.
Good. Wait. This is just my original in longhand. What about the copies you had typed?
Oh, I didn't think you'd want that.
Look, I want all the copies.
these revisions.
Okay. I'll send them to you after I get back. Helen said to say hello.
Oh? How is she, anyhow?
Fine, just fine. Pete's been bothering her a little. In fact, I was glad for an excuse to get out of town myself.
Then you are going to spend the day.
Spend the day? Sure. We're going after rabbits, aren't we?
Oh,
you know, like
sure.
the good old days down in St. Augustine.
Well, I don't know if we'll really find any rabbits. Don't remember seeing one since I've been up here. But no harm in looking.
Swell. You've got your shotgun up here, haven't you?
Uh-huh. It's on the mantel. I'll get it. Oh, unless you want to rest a while.
No. Let's get it. Let's get all the fresh air we can. I don't get out much, you know.
Okay. We can't go far, though. Doctor's orders.
That's right. We won't go too far.
Well, here's to old Betsy. Guess we're all set then. Ready?
Sure.
It's been kind of warm up here the last couple of days.
Well, walking up that road, I sure felt it.
I bet. What do you say? This way, down by the meadow?
No, let's go back in the woods. I saw some rabbits there in June when we were up.
Okay. Ken.
Yeah?
Something the matter? Something on your mind?
No, I was just thinking. Tommy, it's been a long time since we've done this, huh?
Yeah. A lot's happened.
Gun loaded, Tommy?
No, not yet. Fine thing, hunting rabbits with an empty gun. You know, Ken, you don't look so well.
No?
You ought to give up that job and get one up here in the country
Hey,
where you...
there's one over there.
Yeah, I see him.
Get a beat on him. Oh, you knocked him end over end.
I sure did.
Looks like a beauty.
Yeah. Now, how's that for a shot?
Good going.
Nice and fat, too. Well, we'll have rabbit stew, Ken. In you go, old boy. Now, come on, Ken. Where there's one rabbit around, there's bound to be a million more.
Yeah, how about me taking the gun?
Huh?
I want to try my hand at knocking over a rabbit.
Oh, sure. Here you are.
Thanks. Tommy, listen to me. Now, listen to me close, kid. Tom, I want you to forgive me.
Forgive you? What for?
Tom, I'm going to kill you.
Oh, no.
Tom, I have to. It's your book, Tom. It's a great book, and they're publishing it. It's a bestseller. It'll make a fortune.
And what are you saying? You said you got my book back. You said...
I stole it.
You stole it?
I thought you were going to die. You thought so. You told me just a few weeks. Yes, and all that money, Tom, I couldn't resist it. I sold the book in my name.
Look.
And now you're going to live. But you can't. I can't help it, Tom. But I can't let you live.
Ken, wait.
Listen, you can't do it. You won't get away with it. Listen to me, Ken. You're goodbye, Tom.
So it's done, Ken. All over. And you put the gun under the body just as you'd planned. But you're weak in the knees, and you don't know if you can get back into town unseen or not. And then suddenly you find strength you didn't know you had. Because through the brambles there's a sound.
Hey!
And a voice.
Hey! Who is it? Did you get a rabbit? Hey!
You dive for the embankment of a little stream and press yourself hard against the ground behind a rock.
Hey! Good Lordy.
You can see him now. A tall kid carrying a shotgun. And you hang onto your heart as he stops, looks at the body, and gazes slowly all around. Then he suddenly leans over, fumbles at Tom's jacket a moment, picks up the rabbit Tom shot, and sticking it under his belt, hurries off in the direction he came. And you, Ken, you lie there wondering if you'll ever breathe freely again.
And so it's my pleasure to announce that not only will the book hit the stands tomorrow, but...
Oh, come on, Bill, will you stop teasing?
but the contracts were finally signed in Hollywood yesterday. Ken, you're a rich man.
Oh, Ken!
$50,000. $50,000.
$50,000 and not a care in the world.
Yeah, not a care in the world. And did you see the publicity in this morning's paper? What breaks we're getting. The lead column in the Times book section.
No. Hey, that's wonderful. Haven't seen the papers yet, but...
Oh, well, I'd rather hoped you had.
Well, Bill, what's the matter?
I'd hoped that this wouldn't have to spoil the good news, but your friend Tom Barton...
Tom?
I might as well give it to you straight. He was killed by a shotgun out near Fairfield.
Oh, no.
They only found the body last night.
Oh, Ken. Suicide?
No, they thought that at first. Ill health. But a doctor out there says he was in good spirits. He had every chance of recovery.
The doctor? Then an accident?
Worse than that. From the position of the gun and the body, they suspect murder.
No.
But look, Jen, it's nothing for you to worry about. You don't want to let it spoil the success of your book.
What was it you were thinking about, Ken? Breathing easily? No, not yet you can. The delay in finding the body gave you some hope. But now you know exactly what will happen. Question. His best friend. Do you know anyone who would have reason to kill him? You have to go out to Fairfield to identify the deceased. And again to answer more questions and more questions. Bill tries to comfort you with reports of great sales for the book. But every breath is still like a knife in your throat. Then the coroner's verdict. That's something to wait for, isn't it, Ken?
Look, Ken, I know how much Tom meant to you. But
Cut it out. I don't want to talk about it.
Well, you don't have to snap my head off. You'd think the coroner's verdict can make a difference. It won't bring Tom back.
Helen, for heaven's sake, will you shut up? Will you please, just once keep your mouth shut?
All right, Ken.
The phone.
Well, don't you want to answer?
It might be news about the verdict.
That's what you want, isn't it?
No. Answer it. Answer it, will you?
Yes? Yes.
Who is it, Helen?
Bill. Yes, Bill. It came through? He was a kid.
Helen, what is it? Tell me now.
The coroner's verdict, Ken.
Yeah?
A young kid. They picked him up trying to pawn Tom's watch.
Uh-huh.
He admitted being on the scene of the shooting and taking the watch from Tom's jacket. Confessed the whole thing.
Confessed the whole thing?
What, Bill? He testified that no one was there, so it just had to be accidental? The jury couldn't reach any other verdict, huh?
Accidental? Accidental? Helen!
You want to talk to him, Ken?
Huh? Oh, no, I'll call him... No, wait. Yes, I will talk to him. I think it's time the three of us went out somewhere. To celebrate my book.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, a word about that extra something you get when you have your car serviced at independently operated Signal gasoline stations. I'm talking about that feeling of confidence and well-being you have as you drive out, knowing that your car has been thoroughly and conscientiously taken care of. You see, Signal dealers, being in business for themselves, do go out of their way to give you the kind of job they're proud to stand back of. When they lubricate your car, for instance, here's what Signal dealers do to make sure not a single point is overlooked. Instead of relying on memory, they check each point against Signal's lubrication chart, which shows every lubrication point on your car and specifies which of Signal's 9 specialized oils and greases each part should have for long, trouble-free service. But they don't even stop there. No, sir. Just to make doubly sure, they check each point again, which is why it's called Signal's double-check lubrication. That's the kind of service you want these days when your car has to last until who knows when. And that's the kind of service you get from your friendly, dealer-owned Signal service station. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Ken, it's all over. The whole chain of events that began on that night you left St. Augustine with Helen and Tom has come to an end. And as much as it surprises you, you find that you can breathe easily. You can breathe deeply the refreshing air of success and security. No more sleepless nights, no more prying, no more questions. Well, no more, that is, except from the publicity men who are eager to make the details of your life into interesting reading for their columns.
Well, I think that should give you all you need, Mr. Doherty. Good writer can always make something out of nothing, can he?
Oh, sure. Sure, of course, Mr. Broderick. But there are just a couple of details about your life in St. Augustine.
Can't you give him that bill? I've got some work up.
Well, no, Ken. He wants exact dates and,
All right. What do you want?
Well, let's see. You left St. Augustine about a year and a half ago. I don't suppose you remember the exact date.
Matter of fact, I do. It was February 23rd, 1945.
Uh-huh. Well, that's all I needed. That's the exact date that Donald Dewey, or Donald DeWitt, disappeared.
Dewey? DeWitt?
Say, what is all this? Ken, I might as well tell you now that Mr. Doherty isn't a publicity man. He's from the St. Augustine Police.
Police? Look, if this is somebody's idea of a joke.
Joke? Not quite, Mr. Broderick. The minute someone called your book to our attention, we recognized the locale as St. Augustine, Florida, not Centerville, California.
Well, what about it?
We recognized the murder victim as Donald Dewey, not Donald DeWitt. We followed the directions in the book down to the last detail, and it led us straight to Dewey's missing body. Only the actual murderer, the author of that book, could have known where it was hidden.
Murderer? Oh, no. So that's why he changed his mind about leaving Florida. That's why he didn't want the book.
Look, Ken, you'd better not say any more until we get you an attorney. But for the life of me, I'll never know why you did this. To sit down and write about an actual murder. Like the confession of a dying man.
Like the confession of a dying man? Oh, that's funny, Bill. What you just said is very funny.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. Featured in tonight's program were Paul Frees and Howard Culver. This program, directed by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Eleanor Beeson, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Signal Oil program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler, rated by independent research the most popular West Coast radio program. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Delivery guaranteed.
The hot afternoon sun wilted his stiff collar, and the sidewalk sizzled under his feet. Dark stains of perspiration blotted his gray Palm Beach suit. But Philip Linden didn't notice the heat. Tomorrow he would be 500 miles away from the city, sitting high in the cool Sierras beside a mountain stream, alone with Kathy, away from everything and everyone. They'd be able to make a fresh start. There wouldn't be that continual bickering, those hours of torture when Kathy threatened to leave him. She couldn't leave him. He wouldn't let her. The next 2 weeks would bring her back to him. Humming softly to himself, Philip turned down a flower-bordered path to the white stucco bungalow and fitted his key into the lock.
Kathy? Kathy? Where are you, Kathy?
In the bedroom.
You packing?
Yes?
Oh, I'll come in and help you. My things won't take long. Gosh, you don't need all this stuff. We're only going to be gone 2 weeks.
I know what I'm doing.
Oh, of course you do, darling.
Please, Philip, stop fawning.
Sorry. Are you going to take this old trunk?
Yes?
Well, why? It's big enough to hold everything you own.
Mine, isn't it?
Well, sure, but that's not what I meant.
Please, get out of my way, Philip. I want to pack this evening gown.
Well, there's no hurry. The train doesn't leave until tonight, dear. There's plenty of time.
Hand me that jacket.
Yes, dear.
No, not that one. The one with the sequins.
I'm sorry. Here it is. Do you think you'll need these formal clothes? We're only going to a mountain cabin.
Please, don't be stupid, Philip. I'm not going on your silly little vacation.
What do you mean?
I mean I'm leaving you. For good.
Well, you can't. You promised you'd give me these 2 weeks.
Don't you see it wouldn't make any difference?
But I love you, Kathy. I need you.
I've had 4 years of your kind of love, and that's enough. We never should have married in the first place.
We were happy once. We will be again.
Oh, stop kidding yourself, Philip.
No, you don't mean it. Kathy always said
A woman
that
will say a lot of things when she's 25 and starting to wonder if she's ever going to get a husband.
But you did love me. I know you did.
Oh, that's ridiculous. I'll be a good boy and call the express company to pick up my trunk. I'm leaving for Reno tonight.
Reno?
Oh, please don't be difficult, Philip. You'll see that it's all for the best.
No, Kathy, no. I won't give you a divorce. I won't.
I'm leaving you whether we get a divorce or not. Now get that through your head. I'm leaving you tonight, and I'm not coming back. There's nothing you can do about it.
Please don't say things like that.
Give me my makeup box, Philip.
You can have everything, but don't leave me,
The
Kathy.
makeup box, Philip.
Well, if you'll come to the cabin for 2 weeks, things will work out. You'll see. You're just upset. I don't blame you, dear. It's been so terribly hot today.
I'm finished with this suitcase. Will you lock it?
You've got to listen to reason, Kathy, darling.
Don't touch me, Philip.
What? What do you mean?
Oh, can't you understand? I don't want you near me. I don't ever want to see you again. I never want to hear your sniveling voice again as long as I live.
I won't let you leave me.
Now get away from that door. I want to phone the express company.
I won't let you out of this room.
Get out of my way, Philip. Now get out of my way.
No, I won't let you get out of this room. Kathy.
I'm sorry I had to slap you. Maybe now you'll stop acting like a baby.
I'd rather see you dead.
Philip, let go of me. Philip! Philip, don't you... You're hurting me.
You shouldn't say things like that to me, Kathy.
Please.
You
No,
shouldn't
Philip,
say it.
no. I won't leave you.
You shouldn't say it.
I'll stay.
You shouldn't.
No,
You shouldn't. You shouldn't say those things to me, Kathy. You shouldn't say it. You shouldn't say those things. Kathy, are you all right? I didn't hurt you, did I? Well, say something. Kathy, we've got to finish packing for our vacation. You're going with me. You just said you would. I knew you didn't really plan to leave me. Kathy? Kathy? She's dead. Kathy's dead. I've killed her.
With with the prologue of Delivery Guaranteed. The Signal Oil Company brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. If you've done any touring throughout the West this summer, from Canada to Mexico, you've passed Signal billboards that say, "You now go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline." But unfortunately, there isn't room on those billboards to tell the rest of the story, to tell you about the performance features in new Signal gasoline that make this improved mileage possible. Here's what I mean. Science actually rearranged the atoms in gasoline molecules to give Signal gasoline quicker starting, faster pickup, and quieter, higher anti-knock. And it's because of this, because it helps your motor perform more efficiently, that you now go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline. Now, that's an important point to remember. It's the same qualities in gasoline that get extra driving pleasure from your motor that also get extra mileage. That's why Signal says, look to your speedometer for the best proof of gasoline quality. It takes extra quality to go farther, and Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
Well, Philip, Kathy won't divorce you now. She can't. But she'll never come back to you. And sitting there crying won't bring her back. You didn't mean to kill her, but that won't make any difference to the police. They'll call it murder just the same. So you sit there, your head in your hands, wondering what to do. Wishing you could run away and lose yourself in the quiet green Sierras. Then it comes to you. If you had Kathy's body up in the mountains, you could drop it off a cliff. Tell them she disappeared while she was out hiking. You're standing up now, tense, the blood pounding in your temples. You're thinking now, looking at the trunk still open in the corner of the room.
The trunk? It ought to be easy. No, call the express company first. I'll have to leave tonight. Let's see. Electricians, engineers, express. Here's the number. WI-2111.
Good afternoon, Express Company. Hello? Hello, this is the Express Company. May I help you?
Yes, I want to send a trunk up to a cabin in the Sierras near Silver Pine. Can you get it there all right?
Oh, yes. We guarantee safe delivery anywhere. Your name and address, please.
Philip Linden, Linden, at 671 Court Terrace.
Court Terrace. We'll send a man over right away, Mr. Linden.
Well, the trunk isn't quite packed yet.
Well, it'll be about 20 minutes before a man can get there. Will that give you enough time?
Yes. Yes, I'm sure it will.
Yes, Philip. That will give you plenty of time. You hang up the receiver, take off your coat, and go back into the bedroom. 10 minutes later, it's done. You throw some of Kathy's clothes on top, let the cover down, snap the lock shut, and write out the shipping tag clearly, so there can't be any mistake.
Mr. Linden?
Yes?
We're from the Express Company. You got a trunk you want shipped?
That's right, in here.
Sure is a scorcher, ain't it?
What?
It's really hot. Hottest day we've had this year, I guess.
Oh, yes, I suppose it is.
This the one?
Yes, be careful with it.
Oh, sure. You know our motto, safe delivery guaranteed.
You want us to go collect? Otherwise, we gotta weigh it and come back.
No, send it collect.
Okay. Where's she go?
She?
The trunk. Where do you want to send?
Oh. The address is on the shipping tag.
Okay. Now, come on, Steve. Get your end.
Right. Boy, these old trunks are sure heavy.
Yeah.
Will you open the door, Mr. Linden?
Yes, of course.
Boy, feel that heat hit you in the face?
Careful, Steve. Don't drop it. Might be something valuable inside.
Well, they're driving away now, Philip, taking Kathy with them. There's nothing more to worry about. You'll catch the 9 o'clock train to the Sierras just as you planned and arrive in time to receive the trunk and pay the collect charges tomorrow. Remember their motto, delivery guaranteed. The door. Someone's at the front door.
What?
Did something go wrong, Philip? Did you slip up somewhere? Did somebody see you through the window? Who sent for the police?
What? What is it, officer?
Well, Phil, don't you recognize me?
What? Oh, Charlie Cooper. What is this, Charlie, a joke?
Didn't Kathy tell you? I'm on the force. I was sworn in the day before yesterday.
Are you serious?
Sure. Let me show you. Here it is. My identification card. Photograph and everything. Of course, I haven't arrested anybody yet, but you'd better watch your step.
What? Oh, yes.
How do you like my uniform?
Oh, it's fine. Fine, Charlie.
Well, you don't seem very glad to see me. Aren't you going to invite me in? You're not afraid of a cop, are you?
No, of course not. Come on inside.
Well, that's more like it. You know, someday you may be glad to have a policeman for your next-door neighbor.
Why do you say that?
Well, might come in handy. Fix up a parking ticket or something like that. Where's Kathy?
Kathy? Oh, she's out.
Oh, I thought you two were going off on your vacation tonight. That's why I stopped in to tell you goodbye.
Well, yes. We are leaving. Kathy's gone downtown to do some last-minute shopping. She's meeting me at the depot.
Oh, I'm sorry to have missed her. What time's your train leave?
9 o'clock.
Oh, fine. I'm on duty then. I'll drop over and see you all.
No, don't do that.
Why? Don't you want me?
Well, yes, of course, Charlie. Only, I don't want you to get into any trouble. And, well, if you're on duty, would your superiors approve? I mean, you're new on the job and all that?
Well, I guess you're right. The depot's not really on my beat anyway. Say goodbye to Kathy for me, huh?
Yes, I'll do that, Charlie. I'll tell her goodbye for you. And I'm glad you stopped in, Charlie. And it's nice that you got such a good job.
Oh, I'm just an ordinary cop, but I hope to work up. You know, I'm not so dumb. One of these days I'll stumble onto something big, and then they'll make me a detective. You'll see.
Yes. I'm sure they will, Charlie. I'm sure you'll make a fine detective.
Well, aren't you going to answer the door?
What? Oh, yes, the door. Well, it's probably a salesman. He'll go away.
I'll get it on my way out. I got to run along anyway.
All right.
Mr. Linden in, officer? I'm from the express company.
Yeah, sure. Phil, it's for you.
Okay.
Well, so long, fella. Hope you and Kathy have a swell trip.
Goodbye, Charlie. Did you want to see me?
Yeah, Mr. Linden. That trunk of yours...
What about it?
It's not packed right. We hit a bump on Oak Street, and I think it's coming apart.
What do you mean?
Just like I say, it's coming apart. It ought to be repacked. The weight's distributed all wrong. Then it ought to be roped. I can't be sure to get there this way. Too much risk.
All right. Bring it inside. I'll take care of it later.
You don't want to go all that trouble yourself. We got expert packers. Only cost you $2 more, and they do a dandy job. Take everything out and put it back in just the way it should be. It's really worth the extra money, believe me.
I want to do it myself. I couldn't. I prefer to do my own packing.
Why, you can trust us. We're all bonded. It's safe to let us pack anything.
I understand, but I want to do this myself. Bring the trunk inside.
Okay, but if it was me on a hot day
Bring
like
the trunk inside.
Okay, you're the boss. Joe, he wants the trunk. Here, I'll help you.
All right. Oh, please be careful. I wouldn't want any.
Here it is, Mr. Linden. Where do you want it?
Any place.
This is your trunk, isn't it?
Yes, of course.
Well, you better put on a new shipping tag. I don't see the old one. I guess it came off.
All right, I will.
And you really ought to be more careful, Mr. Linden. Here, look here at the end. See there where that corner's cracked? I can get my finger right through the hole. Hey, want me to show you?
No.
Huh?
Never mind.
Oh, well, you see what I mean? You can almost look inside.
Don't bother, gentlemen. I'll take care of it and call you as soon as it's ready.
Yes, Philip, you'll repack the trunk yourself. Wait until the expressmen leave. They're driving away now. And you're all alone, just you and Kathy. You bend over the trunk, hesitate for a moment, and then stand up sharply.
The key. I don't have the key.
But you can't open the trunk without a key, Philip. You can't repack it. You can't send it to Silver Pine. You've got to find the key. Kathy must have had it, yes. Look in her pocketbook. No, not on the bed. Try the dresser. Which purse did she have? Green or brown? Blue alligator? Wait a minute. She was wearing a coat. She always carried her keys in the pocket. Where did you put her coat? Philip, where did you put Kathy's coat? You packed it, didn't you? You packed the key inside the trunk. What are you going to do now? Break it open? No, you can't do that. You need the trunk, Philip. You've got to have it. But you could force the lock. Yes. There's a screwdriver in the kitchen. Hurry, Philip. You haven't much time. The express company will close soon. That's it. Slip the screwdriver under the catch. Someone's at the door. You better hide the screwdriver.
Hey, Phil, you still here?
Yes, Charlie? What do you want?
My identification card. Left it on the table. Boy, I'd feel awful silly if I went to work without it the first day.
Yes, I guess you would.
Say, I thought you and Kathy were only going away for 2 weeks.
We weren't. We are. Why?
Well, isn't that an awful big trunk for such a short vacation?
Well, yes, I guess it is. But Kathy insisted on taking it. She always takes twice as much stuff as she needs. Didn't even pack it right either. The express company brought it back.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah. Well, she'll have to repack it. I'll just leave it here until she comes home. Maybe that'll teach her a lesson.
Oh, wait a minute, Phil. You can't do that.
Why not?
Well, you said she wasn't coming home, that she was going to meet you at the depot, remember?
Did I?
Yeah.
I guess I forgot. I don't know what's the matter with me. Maybe it's the heat.
You sure are nervous, anyway. You really need this vacation.
Yeah, you're right. Well, Charlie, it was nice of you to drop in. If you'll excuse me, I'll get my bags out. I'm going downtown right away.
Well, what about the trunk?
Oh, I don't think Kathy will need it. She always takes a lot of extra stuff. She won't even miss it. I'll just leave the trunk here. Serve her right.
Oh, you can't do that. She'd never forgive you. You know how women are. She's probably got a lot of important things in there.
Well, Charlie, I really haven't got time to bother with it. I'm not very good at packing.
Come on, I'll help you. I'm an expert packer from way back. Helen says that's why she's married me.
No, Charlie, I don't want to take your time. Don't you have to go on duty?
No, not for a couple of hours. This'll only take 10 minutes. Where's your key?
I don't know. I think Kathy's got it. Yeah, that's right. She took all the luggage keys with her.
Oh. Well, I guess we'll have to let it go then.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks anyway, Charlie.
What's that?
A screwdriver.
What are you carrying that around for?
Well, I was going to pry the trunk open, but I was afraid I'd ruin the lock.
Well, let me take a crack at it.
Oh, let it go. How about a drink, Charlie? It's so warm. There's cold beer in the icebox.
Oh, sorry, Phil. I'm on duty tonight. No alcohol. It's against the rules. Now, let's see how this lock works.
Well, some grape juice. That sounds good, doesn't it? There's some in the kitchen. Come on out.
Now, you go ahead. I want to work on this lock a minute.
Well, please don't bother. I'll get the grape juice.
Boy, this is an old piece of luggage. Hey, how long have you had it?
I don't know. Quite a while. It was Kathy's before we were married. Don't worry about it, Charlie. Here, I got something to wet our whistle.
I wish I had a bigger screwdriver.
Here you are, Charlie. Not exactly champagne, but it's cold. Here, take one, Charlie.
Well, I'll be darned. Phil, we're sure a couple of saps.
What?
The trunk isn't even locked. See? All you have to do is push this little button and drop the hasp like this, flip these catches, and lift the lid right up.
No!
Holy mackerel, what's the matter with you, Phil?
The tray slipped. My hands were wet, see?
Well, you ought to be more careful. You spilled grape juice all over these clothes. We gotta hurry and get them out. Everything will be stained.
Don't bother, Charlie. I'll do it later, Charlie.
Don't be a sap, Phil. These clothes will be ruined. Here, give me a hand.
Charlie, I didn't mean to do it. It was an accident.
I know. Anybody can drop a tray. Here, get this dress.
But you don't understand. It wasn't my fault.
I know.
No, but I'm trying to tell you.
Take these rugs, will you?
Rugs?
Let's see. What's all this? Sweaters? Socks? Here's a coat. You never saw so much junk. Look at all these things. Just old clothes.
Clothes?
Yeah. Well, don't just stand there. Help me get this stuff out. It's your job, you know.
Is that all there is? Clothes?
Yeah, I just struck bottom. Everything's unpacked.
Nothing but old clothes?
Well, what did you expect to find?
Yes, Philip. It wasn't exactly what you expected, was it? Kathy's gone. You put her in the trunk. You know you did, and now she's gone. Where could she be? It doesn't matter. You're safe for a while. At least Charlie doesn't know what you've done. Of course, it could all be a mistake. They may have brought the wrong trunk back. Then you wouldn't have anything to worry about. Unless they delivered your trunk to another address.
Charlie, this isn't my trunk.
Well, you said it was.
I know I was wrong. It looks the same. But those aren't Kathy's things. I can tell. That isn't what was packed in the trunk at all.
Well, why didn't you say so before? I got this stuff spread all over the floor.
I'm sorry. I wasn't sure. I'd better go right down to the express company and see them.
Nonsense. It's their mistake. Just call them on the phone and tell them to come and get this one.
Yes, that's a good idea. I hadn't thought of that. I'll call them on the phone.
Go ahead. I'll put these clothes back in.
Thanks, Charlie?
What now?
Maybe they've still got my trunk and they've mixed it up with this one. Maybe they'll deliver it to the wrong place. I ought to try and catch them.
Don't be silly. Use the phone. They'll come back to the office sooner or later. Why are you so worried about an old trunk? It can't be so valuable.
All right, I'll telephone. The number's right here. 2.
Good afternoon, Express Company.
This is Philip Linden. You've got to help me.
Yes, Mr. Linden.
My trunk, I was shipping it to Silver Pine, you remember?
Yes, haven't the men come yet?
Well, they've been here all right, but they brought the trunk back. They said it had to be repacked.
I see. Do you want us to pick it up now?
No. I mean, yes. I mean, it isn't my trunk. They sent back the wrong one.
Oh, that's odd. They don't usually make mistakes. What kind of a trunk was it, Mr. Linden?
It was an old-fashioned wardroom style. It was black with brass fittings.
Just a moment. The truck's driving in now. I'll ask the boy.
All right, thanks.
Have they got your trunk down there, Phil?
I don't know. They're looking for it now. They've got to find it, Charlie. They've got to find it.
Don't get so excited, Phil. It's not a matter of life and death.
Hello, Mr. Linden?
Yes, hello.
Yes, we do have another trunk here that answers that description exactly. They picked up 2 of them out your way.
Well, that must be mine, then. They got them confused, that's all.
I'm sure it is. But
Sure.
the shipping tag on this one's been lost. We'll have to check the contents to be absolutely certain.
Don't do that. Besides, it's locked. You can't look in it.
We have master keys here from all the trunk companies. It'll take just a minute.
No trouble. Please don't trouble.
Oh, it's no trouble at all. Steve, open up that trunk, will you? The man's waiting on the phone. He'll have it open in a moment, sir. Now, for identification purposes, would you please describe some of the contents?
Did they find your trunk, Phil?
Yes, they did. Charlie, there's something I better tell you. They'll know anyway, as soon as they open the trunk. Kathy's dead, Charlie. I killed her.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. Hear that? Just a sound effect. But in your imagination, didn't you picture a cat meowing? All right, now try this one on your imagination. See if you can picture in your mind the trademark of my sponsor, your neighborhood signal gasoline dealer. I'll give you 2 seconds. You were right if you visualized a big circle sign with yellow letters on a black background spelling out the word Signal Gasoline. And in the center, a traffic signal. Which is why we say let every traffic signal remind you, you do go farther with Signal Gasoline. Incidentally, wherever you see that signal sign, there you will also find that great new Signal Premium Motor Oil that keeps motors 6 times cleaner, reduces cylinder wear 1/3. And by no means least, conscientious signal service by experienced dealers who are more eager to please you because they're in business for themselves. Added up, that's just today's best recipe for longer car life. So let Signal's yellow and black circle sign be your signal for the surer protection your car needs today to help it run better and last longer. And now back to the Whistler.
Well, Philip, it's all over now. Charlie made his first arrest, and it was a big one, wasn't it? You knew there was no point in trying any longer. The minute they opened the trunk at the express office, there would be the first terrible moment of discovery. The hue and cry, the police alarms. And you couldn't face it. It was much easier to hang up the telephone and tell it all to Charlie calmly and quietly. So Charlie made his first arrest, and he'll probably get a promotion. Of course, he had nothing to do with it, really. It was the express company and that nice girl clerk you talked to on the telephone.
Hello? Hello? Oh, gosh, Stevie's hung up. Well, what'll I do now?
How should I know?
Well, I don't know either. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Well, think of something.
Don't get so excited, Betty.
He said he didn't want us to open the trunk. You know how people are about their private property. And then he got mad and hung up. Well, he'll probably complain to the boss.
Well, we didn't open it, did we? I found the shipping tag on the bottom. We didn't have to open it.
Yes, but what'll we do?
Send that trunk on up to Silver Pine.
But he got so excited. There must be something valuable in it.
So it's valuable. It's addressed to Silver Pine. That's where he wants it to go. We've got to send it. You know our motto. Delivery guaranteed.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal, gasoline, and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. Featured in tonight's program were Elliott Lewis and Lorene Tuttle. This program, produced by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Robert Libet and Frank C. Burt, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal Oil stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, it's time for another strange tale by The Whistler. Each Wednesday evening at this same time, The Whistler brings you an unusual story of conflict and emotion. Tonight, The Broken Chain.
The thought had first occurred to him 6 months ago. And of course, he'd shuddered a little and cast it out. Of course. Arnold Stanton, respectable businessman, citizen taxpayer, would be horrified at such an idea. So he went back to his routine and resolved never to let himself think about it again. But in spite of him, the thought did come back 2 weeks later. Then only a week after that. Then at more frequent intervals until he found it popped into his head at least once every day. It was worse on weekends, when he had to be with Evelyn all the time, when her helplessness, her utter dependence on him for everything rose up and almost smothered him. By now, the thought didn't seem so horrible anymore. It had attained a kind of normal, logical quality, and he found he liked to dwell on it, like a problem in mathematics. In short, Arnold Stanton was ready to murder his wife.
Is that you, Arnold?
Yes, Evelyn.
You're a little late tonight, dear. Did you miss the bus?
Sam Moore drove me home.
Oh, Oh, of course. It is Monday.
Yes, Evelyn, it's Monday.
Oh, you look so tired, darling. I think you've been working too hard. Kiss?
Of course.
That's better. You know, we ought to take a little vacation, a day or two. A week, perhaps. We could get a cabin
At Wilder's Cove, right?
What's the matter with Wilder's Cove?
Nothing. It's been good enough for the past 10 years. I suppose it'll do for the next 10.
Oh, you're a darling, Arnold. You always manage to see things my way. And Miss Roberts could look after things at the office while we're gone. Dinner'll be ready in just a minute. Oh, how is she these days?
How is who?
Oh, Miss Roberts, silly.
Same as ever.
You know, darling, we ought to have her out to dinner some evening. Not that I want to share you with another woman, but I think about Miss Roberts, and I feel sort of superior. She must lead an awfully dull life.
I don't know. She seems to have her interests.
Oh, such as they are. Poor dear, working so hard in your office all day, going home to that dreadful lonely apartment. Oh, darling, I'm so lucky to have you. I don't know what I'd do if anything should happen, but we won't ever talk about that, will we, dear? We're so happy, Arnold. Now, you sit right down with your paper, and I'll have dinner on the table in just a second.
Very well, dear.
But there's nothing wrong, is there, Arnold?
No. Why?
Well, you hardly said a word. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Ah, there's it, dear. Now, I'll call you in a shake. I have a special surprise. Baked beans, just the way you like them, and apple turnovers. Is that
Yes, Arnold, this Monday night is different from all the rest. 6 months ago, it was just a vagrant, horrifying idea. Now it's an obsession, isn't it? It's a terrible decision, Arnold. And there's no one to talk it out with. No one in whom you can confide. You sit there staring at the newspaper without seeing it. Thinking how you hate her and the senseless prattle you've had to listen to for 10 years across the dinner table. But you can't walk out, Arnold. That's the strange part of it. You've decided it would be too cruel to walk out. She leans on you. She's dependent on you for everything. No, Arnold, you can't walk out.
Arnold, come on, darling. The beans are on the table.
Yes, dear. Coming.
It's odd, isn't it, Arnold? How a random thought like the one that struck you 6 months ago can take hold and grow and finally solidify into something very real. As evening after evening of Evelyn's nonsensical prattle drives you closer and closer to it. Yes, you've decided it has to be tonight, haven't you, Arnold? And you're smart enough to realize that most murderers are tripped up by their own cleverness, that the plan surest of success is the simple one. As usual, you help Evelyn with the dinner dishes, but tonight
Careful,
your mind
darling.
isn't on your work.
That's my best Haviland china. I don't know why, but it struck me tonight that there's no use letting it gather dust in the closet. We almost never use it, and I said to myself, there's no use having nice things if you can't enjoy them. I think that's right, don't you, Arnold? Don't you think that's right? Arnold, aren't you listening to me?
Oh, sorry, dear. Yes, of course.
Oh. Well, here's the casserole. Be careful, dear. I was saying about using the Haviland for every day.
Yes, there's no use having nice things if you can't enjoy them.
Well, I hope you don't think it's wrong, Arnold. It is lovely china, but after all, what's the use in having
dear,
nice...
Of course.
Oh, do be careful with that casserole, dear. Aunt Leona gave it to us for a wedding present, remember? Poor darling. She'd be alive today if it weren't for that terrible accident.
What? Accident? I don't remember.
Oh, of course you do, dear. The bathtub.
Bathtub?
Arnold! Our best casserole!
You try and comfort Evelyn, but she's heartbroken. Her best casserole, Arnold. You do feel sorry for her, don't you? It's clear now that you could never leave her. Why, that would be more cruel than the other way. So there's going to be an accident, isn't there, Arnold? A simple, ordinary accident. Like Aunt Leona's in the bathtub tomorrow morning. Everyone knows she sleeps late. That you always have breakfast in town. That you're at the office working before she gets up.
It's 10 o'clock, dear. Time we were in bed.
I suppose so.
I'm awfully sorry about the casserole, dear.
You probably think I'm being silly about it, Arnold. But after all, it's Haviland, and you just can't buy it these days. It simply isn't to be had, and it's the only thing Aunt Leona gave us. You do understand, don't you,
I'll try
Arnold?
and find another one tomorrow.
Oh, it's no use, Arnold. Haviland just
Let me try, dear. About tomorrow, I forgot to tell you that the coffee shop where I usually have my breakfast is closed for redecoration. I was wondering if you'd mind getting up early tomorrow and fixing me a little breakfast.
Why, I'd love to, dear. You know I love waiting on you.
Yes, I know.
Oh, it'll be fun, Arnold. We'll have hot cakes and sausages and eggs. Oh, my. I am sleepy. I better run up to bed if I'm to get up with the birds. Oh, it'll be fun, Arnold. I think it'd be nice if we did it more often.
Perhaps it would.
Good night, darling. And you do understand
Yes,
about
Evelyn, I do understand about the casserole.
It's a long night, isn't it, Arnold? The longest night you ever spent in your life. You lie there wide awake, looking up at the ceiling, at the shadow of the chandelier in the moonlight, the black silhouette of its chain against the pale gray of the ceiling. Yes, Arnold, a chain. That's what you're going to do tomorrow morning, isn't it? Break the chain. Smash it into 1,000 pieces.
Huh? Oh, Evelyn. Are you awake, Evelyn? She's gone. She's downstairs. I'm too late. I should have known she... Oh. Evelyn?
Is that you, darling? You see, I didn't forget. I'm just getting into the tub, and I'll have breakfast ready before you get dressed.
Don't hurry. There's plenty of time. Excuse me, dear. There's just one thing before I go downstairs.
With the prologue of The Broken Chain, CBS brings you another strange tale by The Whistler. You know, when you mix nitric acid and glycerin together, you get a pretty explosive combination. And when you add an unlimited supply of gasoline to that tired pre-war car of yours, the result can be just as dangerous. 15,750 people died on the country's highways during the first 6 months of this year. 40% more than the same period last year. And the toll is rising daily. Remember, the next time you get into your car, that it can't always happen to the other fellow. And don't take a chance. Have your lights and brakes checked regularly. And then keep a cautious foot on that accelerator, just to make sure. Now, back to The Whistler.
So the chain is broken, Arnold, after 12 years. And Evelyn lies dead where you left her, of an accidental fall in the bathtub. There won't be many questions. There can't be. There were no questions about Aunt Leona, were there? Lots of people fall in bathtubs, hit their heads, and drown. And it's so simple, Arnold. You take the 7:13 bus as usual, drop into the coffee shop for breakfast as usual, report to the office at exactly the usual time. The neighbors all know she sleeps until well after you've left, that she must have been alone at the time of the fall. All you have to do now is to carry on exactly as you always do, to be careful that nothing happens on this day that will distinguish it from all the other drab, monotonous days before the chain was broken.
Mr. Stanton?
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Roberts. Where was I?
Let's see. We will appreciate anything you can do to expedite shipment. since we are committed on delivery by February 1st.
Oh, yes, Merton Amalgamated Foods. Please add this, Miss Roberts. Paragraph. Incidentally, Mrs. Stanton wants particularly to be remembered to your wife and suggests if Mrs. Merton is accompanying you east, that you make it a point to stay with us. Regards, and I think that ought to do it.
I'll get it out right away.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, how is Mrs. Stanton lately?
Well, same as ever. She was sleeping like a baby when I left this morning. You know how she is about getting up early.
Yes, I know. Oh, it's 11:45, Mr. Stanton. Remember, you have a luncheon appointment at 12:30.
Oh, thank you, Miss Roberts. I'll remember.
11:45, Arnold. Business as usual. They haven't found her yet. They'll call you as soon as they do, and it can't be much longer. 11:45. Who'll find her, Arnold? The grocery boy or the mailman, perhaps? No, they wouldn't go upstairs. It'll probably be Mrs. Bronson down on the street. Nosy old Mrs. Bronson coming around just about now, pounding on the back door.
Oh, it's you, Richard.
Oh, what's the matter, Mr. Stanton? You nearly jumped out of your chair. Tuesday, you know, our day to go over the accounts.
Oh, yes, the accounts.
Business as usual, Arnold. Everything you do this day is going under a microscope. Richards will remember how you jumped just then. Concentrate on the figures, Arnold.
1944-45, our account with Great Western Stores amounted to $72,800.
But you can't concentrate, no matter how hard you try. Mrs. Bronson will knock on the back door and no one will answer. But how will she get in to discover Evelyn? Did you leave the door unlocked, Arnold? You were so excited that you might have forgotten. That would mean you'd have to find her yourself tonight when you come home.
No, I can't do that.
What was that, Mr. Stanton?
Oh, I'm sorry, Richard.
You said you couldn't do something.
Yes. I mean, I can't spend any more time on the reports right now. Would you mind leaving them here so I can check them this afternoon?
Is anything wrong?
No, nothing's wrong, Richard. Please go now.
There was a Mr. Weston Haverhill to see you while you were out to lunch, Mr. Stanton.
Haverhill? I don't know any Haverhill.
Well, rather nice-looking young man.
Was he here on business?
Well, he said it was personal and quite important.
I see. Anything else?
No. Were you expecting anything?
No, Miss Roberts. Nothing.
Oh, well, here's your letter to Mrs. Merton. I included that additional paragraph about your wife and... Oh, that reminds me.
Huh? Reminds you of what?
Oh, I'm sorry. There was another message while you were out to lunch, and I don't know how I could have overlooked it. It was right on my pad.
What was it, Miss Roberts?
Well, it was nothing urgent or anything like that.
What was the message?
It was from your wife. She said she's playing bridge at Mrs. Bronson's and may be late getting home this evening. She didn't want you to worry about her. That's all.
Don't faint now, Arnold. You don't want Miss Roberts to see you faint. What she said wasn't so remarkable, just an ordinary telephone call. Business as usual, Arnold. Wait until she gets out of the room. You better say something, anything.
Thank you, Miss Roberts.
Oh, not at all. If you'll sign the letter.
Yes, of course. There you are.
Thank you.
All right, Arnold, she's gone. You can let go now. She won't be back. That's it. Put your head down on the desk and let everything go black.
It can't be true. She's not alive. I saw her die. She's not alive. I'll go home and... No, I can't go home. I can't take the chance. Business as usual.
Miss Roberts might have made a mistake, Arnold. Perhaps the message came in yesterday, a week ago. Perhaps she looked at the wrong page of her book by mistake.
Yes, Mr.
Miss Roberts,
Yes, sir?
I was just thinking. I was wondering.
Yes. Yes, sir?
No, never mind. I found what I was looking for. Never mind.
Well, if there's anything...
What's the matter with me? I can't make an issue with a phone call, stand out like a sore thumb afterwards. She... I know she's wrong. I know it. But I gotta rest. I gotta get myself together. Yeah, rest. Try to forget about it.
Why, Mr. Stanton.
What?
Are you still here? It's after 5.
Oh, I must have dozed off. I've been working a little too hard lately.
Mr. Stanton, is something wrong?
No, why?
Well, you've acted so strangely all
What's
day.
so strange about a man getting tired and falling asleep?
I don't know, Mr. Stanton. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, too, Miss Roberts. It's late now. It's after 5. You better run along. I'm going, too. Don't want to be late. Evelyn will be waiting dinner, and
I thought I told you, Mr. Stanton. She's playing bridge.
Oh, yes, that's right. I forgot. By the way, Miss Roberts.
Yes?
Were there any other calls this afternoon?
Oh, I'm glad you reminded me. Mr. Averill called again and said not to disturb you, that he'd see you tonight at home.
Mr. Haverhill. Mr. Haverhill. You don't know who he is or what he is, Arnold, and you haven't got time to think about it now. Perhaps he's a plainclothesman, a detective. Anything is possible, isn't it? You've been such an awful failure. Business as usual, Arnold. Nothing you've done today was usual. Barking at your secretary, jumping at open doors, falling asleep exhausted for 4 hours this afternoon. And they'll remember everything when the time comes, Arnold. But still, you can't run out now. You've got to go through with it. You've got to go home and find out once and for all.
I did leave it unlocked. Evelyn? Are you there, Evelyn? 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 Evelyn! Evelyn? Evelyn, dear?
You stop with your hand on the bathroom doorknob. Somehow you can't go in and face it. Not yet. Not until you're sure, Arnold. The answer is just inside the door on the right. But you can't take it right now. You stand there for a minute, not thinking, not moving, feeling the pulse pound in your temples. And then you find yourself fumbling for a cigarette.
Gotta take it easy. Cigarette.
You tear it to pieces trying to get it out of the package. And then find you have no matches, so you skip the cigarette for the time being.
Hello?
Hello, Mrs. Bronson?
Yes. Who's this, please?
Arnold Stanton.
Oh, yes, Mr. Stanton.
I don't want to bother you, Mrs. Bronson, but...
Well, is anything the matter? You don't sound quite like yourself.
No, nothing like that, Mrs. Bronson. I just...
Yes?
There was a message for me this afternoon at the office. Something about Evelyn playing bridge, I think.
Oh, yes.
She isn't there with you, is she?
Why, yes, Mr. Spence. She's right here. Would you like to speak to her?
Yes, I would.
Well, just hold on. Evelyn? Evelyn, dear? Hello?
Evelyn. Evelyn.
What's the matter with you?
Evelyn, I don't understand.
Wait a minute, Mr. Stanton. This is Mrs. Bronson again. Evelyn isn't here after all. I'm terribly sorry. She must have left while I was talking to you. Probably on her way home now. Ought to be there.
There she is, Arnold, just as you left her this morning. There's only one answer now. They discovered her and they're trying to trap you. Mrs. Bronson knows. Miss Roberts knew this afternoon. They all know. You run to the window at the end of the hall and look down onto the porch. A tall, serious young man is waiting at the front door. You know who he is, don't you, Arnold? You have to face him, Arnold. One thing more and you'll be sure. Slowly, you walk to the front door.
What is it? What do you want?
I'm sorry, Mr. Stanton.
Get over with. What do you want?
My name's Haverhill. I've come to talk to you about your wife.
I thought so.
It's a rather serious proposition, you know.
Well, can't you come back later?
No, I want to...
Listen. Just give me 5 minutes. That's all I want. Just 5 minutes.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Stanton.
Go away.
Now, look
come
here.
back later. Go away. Go away.
It's a mile across the living room to your desk, and the pistol in the middle drawer. You'd given it to Evelyn, Arnold, because she was afraid while you were away at the office. Because she couldn't stand being without you alone. You take it out. Notice how cold it feels in your hand. Check the breech and find it's loaded, ready to go. You're tense now as you sit down in the easy chair by the fireplace. 4 minutes left, Arnold, and you won't need all of it. The heat of your hand has warmed the handle. It feels more natural there. You look at it for a moment, then raise it slowly. Your hand tightens on the trigger.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending of tonight's story. You know, it's beginning to look like all predictions about summer travel this year are being topped by the actual figures. Mr. and Mrs. America are bundling the suitcases and the kids into the family car and taking to the woods for the biggest vacation season since 41. And, of course, we have it coming. But please remember this. Be careful with fire. Don't throw tobacco or matches from your car, even if you're sure they're out. Use the ashtrays instead. Build campfires only in areas where they're permitted, and make doubly sure they're extinguished before you leave. The forests are ours to enjoy, but they're our responsibility, too. So remember these simple rules, and do your part in helping to prevent forest fires. Now, back to The Whistler.
So the chain was broken, Arnold. Not in one place, but in two. Mrs. Bronson, of course, was the first to discover it. She'd been concerned over the way you sounded on the telephone and had hurried over to find you sprawled in the easy chair by the fireplace. A half hour later, Sergeant Cook was there, too, and the pieces began to fit together.
Now, Mrs. Bronson, you say you know something about all this?
Yes, in a way, I feel sort of responsible.
Responsible?
Well, you see, Mr. Stanton called me just before it happened, and, well, I told him Evelyn was at my house. Oh, I know I shouldn't have, but Evelyn was such a dear friend of mine, and...
Well?
Well, I don't think I was a party to it. I never really approved. But there was this other person, Mr. Haverhill.
Mr. Weston Haverhill?
Yes, Evelyn had been seeing him for some time. I told her she was very wrong. That the least she could do would be to tell her husband she was in love with someone else. But she felt so sorry for Arnold. said he was so dependent on her.
Yes?
Mr. Haverhill wanted to have it all out with Arnold, to be above board about the whole thing. But Evelyn couldn't face it, so I covered up for her.
What do you mean, covered up for her?
Well, Evelyn and Mr. Haverhill were going to spend the day together, something special. And I called Mr. Stanton's office and pretended I was Evelyn. Said she was at my house playing bridge. Then, when he got home, found she wasn't there, he called me to check up on her.
And you told him the same thing?
Yes, I told him she just left. What else could I do?
It must have been a terrible shock when he found her there in the bathroom.
Yeah. Arnold couldn't stand it, poor man. He just had to be with her. You know,
Huh?
it makes sort of a perfect ending. He never would have been happy without her. He loved her so.
Next Wednesday at this same time, the Whistler will return with another strange tale. Featured in tonight's production were Elliot Lewis and B. Benaderet. This program is a featured production of the Columbia Broadcasting System and was directed by George W. Allen, with tonight's story by Robert Libet and Frank C. Burt. Music by Wilbur Hatch. The Whistler is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for The Whistler, rated by independent research the most popular West Coast radio program. And remember, let every traffic signal remind you, with new Signal gasoline, you do go farther than ever. Look for the familiar big yellow and black circle sign that identifies those popular Signal service stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. And now, the Whistler's strange story, Stranger in the House.
Helen decided she might as well be honest with herself. The suspense was getting her down. It had been 6 years since her brother Ted had left for the Orient on that government mission just before Pearl Harbor. And he was still out there, somewhere between Manila and Shanghai, alive or dead. Yes, it had come to the point now where Helen was wishing for any kind of a message, even one telling her Ted was dead. At least it would end the waiting. At least it would be better than not knowing at all.
George, please. I don't want to talk about it anymore. He's been on my mind for so long now, I wish I could forget about him for a while.
Oh, I'm rather surprised to hear you say that, Helen.
Oh, I know it sounds terrible, but... George, it's been 6 years now. 6 years of waiting, not knowing.
I know,
I can't stand it much longer, George. He's my only brother, don't you understand? 6 years of silence. If they'd only tell us something.
But you must realize there are thousands of women like you, dear. Just one of those terrible things about a war, that's all.
Well, let's just wait then. Let's not talk about him anymore.
But I'm your lawyer, Helen. There's some things we've got to talk about.
All right. Go on, George.
Now, it's been 6 years. If we haven't heard from him by next year at this time, he'll be declared legally dead.
What does that mean?
Well, there's a reversion clause in your father's will, Helen. It means if Ted dies before you do, his share of the estate reverts to you.
Why must you always throw that will in my face, George? Why must it always come around to money? Every time we talk about Ted, it's the same thing. I don't care about the money.
But
all I care about is having him back, alive and well. Now, please go, George. If it doesn't have to be settled till next year, let's not talk about it till then.
All right, Helen?
George.
Yes, Helen?
I'm sorry I blew up. I guess I'm just not myself.
Sure, Helen. I understand.
Yes, Helen, the suspense is beginning to tell on you, isn't it? 6 years of it. And just a few letters from Ted, your brother, early in 1941, telling you of his arrival in Manila. Then silence. No way you could get in touch with him. Nothing you could do but wait. And you're still waiting. Still rushing out to meet the postman, hoping each day will be the big one. George is more tactful now about the will. He doesn't mention it anymore, and you're very grateful. And then at long last, the suspense is ended. It's not the postman. It's Rhoda, your maid, coming into your bedroom one morning with a cablegram.
When did it come, Rhoda?
Just this minute, miss. A messenger brought it to the door.
Arriving September 1st, Seattle, steamer President Jefferson. Love, Ted.
At last! Oh, Miss Helen, your brother. At last!
Yes. Yes, Rhoda. At last. Pardon me.
That's all right.
I beg your pardon. Pardon me. Pardon me. Oh, Stuart.
Yes, miss?
I'm looking for Mr. Ted Van Norton. Where is his cabin, please?
Just a minute, please. Van Norton, stateroom 3C, third deck.
Thank you.
Come in.
Ted, darling.
Oh, hello.
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have the wrong stateroom. I'm looking for my brother, Ted Van Norton.
What's the matter, Helen? Don't you recognize me?
Who are you?
Well, this isn't much of a homecoming after 6 years. Maybe I better introduce myself. The name is Theodore Van Norton, remember?
Oh, there must be some mistake.
Why, Helen. Helen, darling, you're joking, aren't you?
Who are you?
Well, I've already told you I'm your brother, Ted.
You're not my brother. You're an imposter.
With the prologue of Stranger in the House, the Signal Oil Company brings you another curious tale by The Whistler. This Labor Day weekend, was part of your driving fun spoiled by the way other cars left you behind on the getaway or climbed ahead of you on hills? Well, don't give up. Cheer up. There's probably lots of pep and performance left in your motor that you're not getting out of it. That's why tonight, for the benefit of you drivers who may not yet have tried Signal's great new gasoline, I want to pass along the good news about this new super fuel that's engineered especially to put the fun back into driving. You see, science actually rearranged the atoms in gasoline molecules to put amazing power into new Signal gasoline. Power that gives you quicker starting, faster pickup, and quieter, higher anti-knock. But even that's only half the story. For in new Signal, there's an extra bonus of extra mileage. Well, after all, it stands to reason that some power that helps your motor perform so much more efficiently also helps you go farther than ever with new Signal gasoline. And that's why Signal says, look to your speedometer for the best proof of gasoline quality. It takes extra quality to go farther. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler. Well, Helen, all you can do is stand there in the stateroom and stare at him.
The effrontery of this stranger trying to pass himself off as your brother leaves you at a loss for something to say. He doesn't remotely resemble Ted. He's tall with a clean-cut, athletic look to him. Ted was short and stocky. Perhaps he thinks it's funny, Helen. Perhaps he's one of those people with a perverted sense of humor, a practical joker. Yes, it's hilarious, isn't it, to pull a trick like this after 6 years of almost unbearable suspense.
Well, darling, have we better get a move on?
Are you stupid enough to think you can get away with this?
Get away with what?
If this is some crude attempt at humor.
Not at all. I'm quite serious.
Where's my brother?
Now, look, do you have to be that way? I explained once.
Don't lie to me. Where is he?
Excuse me a moment. Oh, Steward.
Yes, Mr. Van Orton?
Would you take care of my hand baggage, please?
Yes, sir, right away.
Thanks. Come on, Helen. Let's go down to the dock.
I'll call the purser. I'll have
Wait a minute. Now, look. Here's the passport with fingerprints and photograph. Birth certificate, State Department credentials. Letters from you.
They're forgeries.
I'm sorry. They're genuine.
You're not going home with me. I won't stand for it.
Very well, darling. I'll check in at a hotel for the time being. But after all, you can't keep a guy out of his own home now, can you?
George, I've never been so stunned in my life. He just stood there, smiling at me, saying over and over that he was Ted.
You say he had identification, huh?
Oh, everything, even letters from me. I wrote them when Ted first arrived in Manila.
Genuine?
I think so.
Well, they must be. He'd know better than to try to get by with forgeries. Helen, you're sure you're right?
George, you don't think I know my own brother?
Well, it's been 6 years. He's probably been in a prison camp. Can make a lot of difference in a man's appearance.
But Ted's dead.
Huh?
Or he would have written. Something terrible's happened, I'm sure of it. This man might have killed him. Yes, that's it. So he could get his hand on Ted's half of the estate.
Oh, that's a pretty serious charge, Helen. Have to be sure of yourself. Remember, you're the only one in Seattle who can recognize him now. He left here over 15 years ago. Do you have any pictures?
No, I thought of that. No, there aren't any. Not since he was a little boy. He spent most of his time in the East with Aunt Ida.
Oh? Where's she?
She died some time ago.
Well, there are a lot of ways we can check on him. State Department ought to know about him. He's been with them for over 10 years. You say he's stopping at a hotel?
Yes.
You know, of course, Helen, that if he can prove his identity, he has a legal right to live here in this house.
I tell you, he's a flagrant imposter. He's not coming here. If I have to hire someone to throw him out. Who is it?
It's Rhoda, miss.
What time is it?
After 8.
Oh, go away. I'm sleepy.
I must see you, miss.
All right, Rhoda. Come in. What is it?
It's Mr. Van Norton.
What? Where is he?
He's in the bathroom, miss, shaving.
Sweet mystery.
Wholly unmitigated. Just wait. The nerve of him.
I know. Well, good morning, good morning.
What do you think you're doing?
Shaving. Morning ablutions. I can't say I'm used to having ladies barge into the bathroom when I...
Get out of here!
Temper.
How did you get in?
Well, I couldn't get a room at a hotel, so I took a taxi up last night. Walked in the back door. Was open, you see.
Well, you can leave the same way you came in.
No. I'm here to stay, sister dear. I've got the proof in my pocket. And if you want to get me out, you can trot right down to the Hall of Justice and get yourself a court order. More coffee, Helen?
No, thanks.
Hotcakes, huh?
Mr. Whoever you are.
The name is Van Norton. Theodore Van Norton.
I must say, I've never seen such colossal nerve in my life.
You flatter me.
You're not at all concerned about the servants.
Why, should I be?
Aren't you afraid they'll recognize you?
Oh, don't be silly. None of them were here when I left home. 15 years ago, Edward the butler was the last to go, I think. When was it? 38, that was it, wasn't it? Oh, by the way, Helen, whatever became of old Edward?
There are other people in town, you know. What about your teachers at Washington Heights School?
Why, Helen, You know, I believe you're trying to trick me. You know, Father sent me to Foxhall Academy when I was 14. I never went to Washington Heights. Where are you going?
You seem to know everything. Why don't you tell me that?
Helen, we have some talking to do, darling, about the will. Father's estate, you know. Seems to me the executor owes me close to $1 million.
You knew it was coming, didn't you, Helen? That's the purpose behind the whole crazy business. It's still inconceivable to you that the man can actually expect to get away with it. George was right. There are 1,000 ways you can check up on him, and the imposter himself just gave you an excellent one. You make a long-distance call to the Foxhall Academy and talk to Mr. Rigby, the headmaster.
Why, yes, of course, Miss Van Norton. I'd be delighted to come down tomorrow afternoon. Ted was always one of my favorites, you know. Any special time?
What about 2 o'clock?
Fine. It'll be quite a reunion, won't it?
Yes, indeed, Mr. Rigby. Quite a reunion. Mr. Rigby, this is George Chadwick, my lawyer.
How do you do?
Hi.
Would you like to wait in the living room, Mr. Rigby? I think Ted is out on the tennis court. We'll call him.
Thank you.
Come on, George. Excuse us, Mr. Rigby.
Of course.
Do you still think I don't know my own brother?
I never said that, Helen. I only said 6 years can make a lot of a difference.
Oh, I'm afraid Mr. What's-his-name is going to suffer a little embarrassment.
You think Rigby will recognize him?
Of course. He'll recognize him as an imposter. He knows Ted as well as I do. What's the matter?
I don't know. I checked those documents of his this morning, and...
Will you stop talking nonsense, George? I tell you they're stolen. Heaven knows what happened to Ted or how this crook got a hold of his papers.
All right, Helen, all right. You better go and call him.
Hello, sis. What's up?
I was sorry to interrupt your tennis game. Ted.
Oh, it's Ted now, huh?
Why, of course. It could have been mistaken, you know.
Well, I can't say I expected this.
I'd be a little foolish not to admit it when I'm wrong, wouldn't I? Come on, dear.
Where to?
Just to the living room. You can go back to your tennis in a moment. Oh, there you are, George.
Hello, Ted.
Hello, George. What's going on around here?
We're going into the living room, George. Perhaps you'd like to join us.
Oh, of course.
Well, open the door, George.
Huh? Oh, sorry.
Say, what is all this? I don't... Rigby!
Teddy, old boy, how have you been?
Why, you old son of a gun. Hey, what is this, Helen? A surprise? Why don't you tip a guy off when his old headmaster comes to see him?
Oh, you're looking fine, Teddy.
Yeah?
Good Lord, it's been 15 years.
Oh, sure.
Last time I saw you was after the Washburn game, remember?
Yeah, that was it, at Spokane. Stinky was there, too. Say, do you remember when the bus broke down that night outside of Wenatchee? And you and I had a hit.
You stand there stunned, speechless, just staring at them as they slap each other on the back, forgetting all about you. And George avoids looking at you. He's on their side now, you're sure of it. And worst of all, it's beginning to get you, too. He's not your brother, you know it, you're positive. It's ridiculous to go through all this rigmarole, but it seems to be your word against his proof, doesn't it? But there are still other ways, aren't there? Like another long-distance call. This time to the State Department in Washington, D.C. After being transferred to 4 or 5 different offices, you finally get through to the right man.
That you check this matter thoroughly. I'm positive that the man representing himself as my brother is an imposter.
You say you were with Mr. Van Norton when he filed his original application here in 1936?
Yes, I saw him attach his photograph and fix his fingerprints. I simply want to see that application.
I'll forward the file to our Seattle representative, and you can check it there. Will that be satisfactory?
Quite satisfactory. Thank you.
I see. You say the file was forwarded here from Washington.
That's right. I simply want to examine it, particularly the photograph.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me a moment, Miss Van Norton. I'll have to look it up.
Well, George,
Well, what?
I can't say I'm pleased with your lack of confidence in me.
Well, who said anything about that?
It's quite clear enough.
Helen, I'm a lawyer. I'll believe black is white if they throw enough evidence at me. Mr. Rigby was a very convincing witness.
He's a decrepit old fool, and it had been 15 years.
I thought he was an intelligent man.
I could have passed you off as my brother. He'd forgotten what Ted looks like.
And does that explain why Ted recognized him?
Oh.
I don't know, Helen. Seems to me you're arguing against yourself when you say Rigby might have forgotten what he looks like.
What do you mean?
You might have forgotten yourself. After all, it's been 6 years, you know. A man can change.
Don't be ridiculous. I know my own brother as well as I know the...
Here comes the clerk.
Here we are. Theodore H. Van Norton. Now, what did you wish to see?
Oh, let me see it. Medical examination, education record, application. Where's the picture?
On the other side.
Oh, here.
Satisfied, Helen?
It can't be. I saw Ted paste his picture on myself.
Something wrong?
Of course there's something wrong. This isn't my brother. It's that man.
Helen, get a hold of yourself.
What? Let me see. Yes, here they are. Fingerprints. Listen, clerk. I want this whole record sent to the office of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Helen, you need a rest. This thing's getting you.
That's one thing that can't be forged, don't you see? They can't forge his fingerprints.
I'm sorry, Miss Van Norton, but I have no authority.
You've got to. I tell you, there's a stranger in my house posing as my brother. There's $1 million involved.
Just a minute, Helen. Now, it's most important, Mr. Robbins, not only because of the money involved. You see, Miss Van Norton is extremely upset.
Of course, Mr. Chadwick. But you see, I can't simply turn over material like this.
I'll make the necessary arrangements with the FBI, Mr. Robbins, and get authority from Washington. Will that be satisfactory?
Quite, Mr. Chadwick. Quite.
Hello, Ted.
Oh, hello, Helen. I began to wonder where you were all afternoon.
Downtown shopping. Oh, the stores are frightful these days.
Yeah, indeed they are.
Reading?
Yeah.
How's Dick Tracy?
I don't know. I haven't checked him today.
Funny. You used to read Dick Tracy before you even looked at the headlines.
I guess a guy gets a little serious after 6 years overseas. In a prison camp most of the time.
Yes. I suppose so.
Hey, you're looking calmer today. Did you finally decide I'm kosher?
I want you to forgive me, Ted. It's so unbelievable that I don't quite trust my senses anymore.
Sure, you're a good kid, Helen. I don't blame you.
Will you drink on it?
Why not?
What'll it be?
Bourbon and soda?
Oh, you're a man after my own heart.
You know, I'm kind of surprised. I thought you'd be a tougher nut to crack.
Oh, you expected me to be suspicious.
Well, after that episode on the boat, I expected anything.
Oh. Here you are.
Thanks.
What'll we drink to?
To us, of course.
All right. To us.
Yes, ma'am?
You're in charge of the fingerprinting department here?
Yes?
I'm Helen Van Norton. I brought in a highball glass yesterday afternoon with some fingerprints on it.
Oh, yes. That's the one you wanted us to check against the prints in the State Department application file. Where did you get that glass?
A man is posing as my brother, staying at my house. They're his fingerprints.
You're sure of the prints on the application?
What do you mean?
Are you sure they're the bona fide prints of your brother?
Of course. I was with him in Washington when he completed the application. I saw him put the prints on it.
I see. Well, that ought to settle it for you once and for all.
What do you mean?
The man at your house is your brother, Miss Van Norton. The prints are identical.
Can't be. It can't.
We wouldn't commit ourselves if we weren't positive.
I see. Yes, of course. Thank you.
Well, Helen, that settles it, doesn't it? You're beaten and you know it. But you still have one more out, just one. It's a desperate chance, but you've decided you have to take it. To determine once and for all whether or not this man is your brother. Whether you can trust your own mind. It's very late that night when you get quietly out of bed and walk downstairs to the telephone. The house is as quiet as a tomb. Everyone's asleep.
I want to call Honolulu operator, Mr. Amato Tsubishi, 28 Kalua Drive, Honolulu.
Will you wait?
Yes, I'll wait.
Here is your party. Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Hello?
Is this Mr. Tsubishi?
Who is calling, please?
I last talked to you in April 1941. The name I gave you was Grayson. Do you remember that?
Why are you calling?
Do you remember me?
Of course I remember you.
I sent you $50,000 to...
To take care of Mr. Van Norton. He was in Manila.
You did take care of him. He's dead.
He was killed in an accident in May of 1941.
You're positive?
Positive?
Thank you, Mr. Tsubishi. Thank you very much.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Hear that? If you're a driver, that's a signal you should know. The trainman's warning signal that engineers start to blow a quarter mile before a crossing. And another signal it'll pay you to recognize is the big circle sign with yellow letters on a black background spelling out the word Signal Gasoline. The sign that identifies friendly dealer-owned signal service stations from Canada to Mexico. Wherever you see that sign, there you'll find not only top-quality signal products, but also more thorough, more conscientious service, because your signal dealer, being in business for himself, naturally has more incentive to do those little extra things that will keep your car and you happy. Well, add it up, that's just about today's best recipe for longer car life. No wonder Signal Oil Company has grown so, from a mere handful of stations in Southern California to an organization now serving 7 western states from Canada to Mexico. And no wonder more and more wise drivers are letting Signal's yellow and black circle sign be their signal for the surer protection cars need today to help them run better and last longer. And now back to the Whistler.
It was a relief to know, wasn't it, Helen? You can trust your own senses now. Ted is dead, and the stranger in the house is an imposter. Somehow, some way, you can prove it. And the $50,000 you paid Mr. Tsubishi back in the spring of 1941 is still a good investment. Because Ted's $1 million, half of the estate, will be yours. All of it. You don't want to think about it anymore. It's been too bewildering. All you want now is your bed and the first good night's sleep in a week. You put down the phone and start toward the stairs.
Sit down, Helen.
How long have you been here?
Long enough. I said sit down.
I'm going upstairs.
Sit down before you fall down. That's better. You just hung yourself, baby. There's a record of that phone conversation down at FBI headquarters.
What are you talking about?
You didn't have Honolulu, just in case you're wondering. You were talking to the boys down at the office. We had everything, you see, except the link you just gave us. We knew Tsubishi paid $40,000 to one of his boys in Manila, the guy who killed your brother. But we didn't know who hired Tsubishi.
What made you suspect me?
I didn't at first. I knew Ted had a sister. I knew there were a couple of $1 million in it somewhere. And I had 3.5 years in a prison camp to think it over. A guy can do a lot of deductive thinking in 3.5 years.
So, you looked up Tsubishi?
Yeah. He was dead. Knocked over by a truck the morning of Pearl Harbor. No, we had nothing but suspicion. Tough, isn't it, huh? You could have been a nice kid if you weren't a killer at heart. Yeah, it took us a long time to work it out. A lot of planning, a lot of names, a lot of people to run down. But when we got going, we knew you'd crack sooner or later.
Who are you?
Your brother's best friend.
And you did it because you were his friend?
Partly.
Partly?
Yeah. My name is McKay, FBI. And incidentally, this time I'm telling you the truth.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, The Whistler will bring you another strange tale. The Whistler is broadcast for your entertainment by the marketers of Signal, gasoline, and motor oil, and fine quality automotive accessories, and by your neighborhood Signal dealer. Featured in tonight's program were Virginia Gregg and Gerald Moore. This program, produced by George W. Allen with tonight's story by Harold Swanton and Mark Smith, music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking, reminding you to look for those familiar yellow and black circle signs that identify those popular Signal oil stations throughout the West from Canada to Mexico. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening, creeps. Your Mystery Playhouse invites you now to listen to the Whistler story of Murder in Haste. Now, here is the Whistler.
Albert Taylor was two people. To the cafe society crowd in Miami, he was the charming young husband of a silver fortune from Denver, aged 45, amply mature and a little crotchety. To his wife, Helen, the silver fortune, he was something else again, an unpleasant little boy whose unpleasantness had to be bought off with $100 bills instead of chewing gum. This made for friction, of course. After 3 years of marriage, Helen was heartily sick of both Alberts, and more careful with the $100 bills. And Albert, too, had reached the saturation point. As a matter of fact, the unpleasant little boy was on the verge of a tantrum.
Albert, is that you?
Yeah?
Albert, I'm awfully upset.
Oh, what now?
My bracelet, the diamond and emerald one. I put it in the drawer of my vanity last night, after the party.
Well, what about it?
It's gone. I've questioned the servants and they don't...
Did you, call the police?
No.
Good.
What do you mean?
I told you I'd get money somewhere, Helen.
You took it?
Of course I took it.
I see. And what did you do with it?
I sold it, of course.
Oh!
What did you expect? Think I'm going to sit up and beg you for every time I need $5? Oh! Sure, that's what you want, isn't it? Come on, come all. Watch Albert, the trained terrier. Eats, sleeps, walks, talks, thinks like a human being.
That's enough, Albert.
You bet it's enough. I'm sick of it. I'm through being your favorite charity.
You don't know how right you are.
Well, what does that mean?
It's very simple. I'm going to call the police and tell them you've stolen my bracelet.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't be ridiculous.
Get away from me.
Give me that phone.
Let go of my hand.
Why, you nagging, Mr. Disagreeable.
Albert! Albert! I'm sorry.
You want to watch me jump, don't you? You want to crack the whip and watch me jump.
Albert! You're hurting me.
Yes.
Let go, please.
I'll hurt you, all right.
Oh, Albert!
I'd like to shake you until... I'd like to shake until your teeth fall out. You... There!
Well, Albert, why don't you do something? Why don't you go over there to the hearth and help her up? Or perhaps you're not as dazed as you look standing there in the middle of the room. Maybe even now you realize Helen isn't going to get up because she struck her temple on the andiron when you hurled her across the room. Yes, Albert. She's lying there so very still because she's dead. There'll be no more ugly squabbles over money. No more jumping through hoops for Helen. Because the last argument was final, wasn't it? So final that Helen lies dead in front of the hearth. A minute later, you've decided on the only course of action possible. You leave her in her bedroom and lock the door. The servants in their separate quarters are used to your arguments and probably have paid no attention. 2 hours and 20 minutes later, you're standing on the observation platform of the Limited Express bound for Jacksonville and points north.
Nice night.
Oh, I didn't hear you come up.
Sorry. I said it was a nice night.
Yeah.
I saw you running for the train when we were pulling out. Just made it, didn't you?
Yeah, it's kind of close, all right.
Yeah. You been in Miami long?
No, been fishing off the Keys just a week or so.
I see. My name's Ricketts.
Glad to know you. I'm, Brown, Richard Brown.
Uh-huh. You going up to New York, Brown?
That's right. Well, I guess I'll be getting inside, Ricketts.
Good idea. I'll go with you.
You knew it the minute he opened his mouth, didn't you, Albert? Ricketts is a plainclothes cop. And there can be only one reason why he's so interested in you. He's right behind you as you walk back through the train to your seat. And you're wondering if he'll sit beside you when you stop there. Then when you're 10 feet from it hits you. You realize why he's following you. Your luggage with your initials E.T. on it is in the baggage rack over the seat. And Ricketts is just waiting for you to stop there. You hold your breath and keep on going.
Brown?
Yeah?
Isn't this your seat?
Why, no. I have a compartment up ahead.
Oh, I see. Well, good night, Brown.
Good night.
There's only one place to go, the club car and the bar, where you can sit for a minute and think.
Yes, sir.
Make it a Manhattan, dry.
Dry Manhattan. Right, sir.
Thank you. Oh, is this your magazine here, sir?
What? Oh, no.
May I look at it?
Sure.
Thank you.
Are you going to New York?
Yes.
Well, it'll be cold up there this time of year. A lot of snow and all that.
Yes, I suppose so.
You know, I'm as excited as a kid. I haven't seen snow for an age. Matter of fact, I haven't set foot in America for, 5 years. Oh, it's great to be back. I get a kick out of just talking to Americans again.
Yeah.
I was sitting in my compartment a few minutes ago and
You
thinking
have a compartment?
Oh, yeah, a couple of cars ahead.
My name's Brown, Mr.
Jameson. Leslie Jameson.
Jameson? Wait a minute, you're not the mystery writer.
I'm afraid I am, yes.
Here you are, sir. Dry Manhattan.
Oh, thank you. Well, here's to you, Mr.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Say, Jameson. Why don't we go to your compartment? Be quieter there. We could have the drinks sent in.
Why, of course, if you'd like.
Yes, Albert, the compartment would be quieter. And you'd feel a little more comfortable, particularly since you noticed your friend Mr. Ricketts stroll into the bar and sit down, still hunting for the occupant of your seat, no doubt. Mr. Jameson finds the compartment pleasanter, too.
Well, a man can't stay forever in Buenos Aires and continue to write for the American public. Has to keep in touch, you know. Don't you think so?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course. So you say you left Buenos Aires, huh?
Yes, planned to anyway, but made it a little earlier on account of that nasty business with my assistant.
Ah, yes, I see.
Oh, I'll probably go back in a year or so. Did you ever read anything of mine, Brown?
I can't say I've done much reading in the detective storyline. You have a serial running in one of the magazines right now, haven't you?
Yes. Murder in Haste. I don't suppose you're reading it.
No, I'm sorry. If I'd known I was going to meet the author, I'd have boned up on it.
Oh, don't apologize, Brown. Well, how about a nightcap before we turn in, eh?
Oh, it's early yet, Jameson. Surely you're not going to give up the ship so soon.
Well, I've got to confess I'm a little bushed. I've been rattling on like a magpie all evening. Yeah, there you are.
Oh, thanks. Ah, That's beautiful brandy.
None better. Well, Brown, what'll we drink to?
Oh.
I have it to crime, Brown. Mighty profitable business, for me at least. Yeah, here's to crime. You know, that's odd. Murder is my business, and yet I've never in my life seen a murdered man.
Fact?
No, never been in a police court. Hardly ever known a policeman.
What?
I'm really sort of a phony when you get right down to it. Well, Brown, it's been great talking to you, but
Tell me more about your agent. You were saying you've never met him personally?
Oh, Farrell. Well, he's a great agent. I've often wondered what he looks like. Sometimes I think he must be a magician with a long beard, the way he pulls royalties out of a hat. Sold my leading character to a radio series.
Wow. You've never even been to New York?
Never. Probably the only man in the business who can say that. Well, Brown, it's close to midnight,
Look,
and
Jameson, what about this serial you're running? Maybe you could bring me up to date on it. And
I'll tell you about it tomorrow, Brown. Right now, I'm awfully tired.
Oh, it's early yet.
Now, see here, I don't want to be rude, but I'll have to ask you to... Good Lord, what's that? They're trying to stop the train. Back up!
An open switch, a signal down, and the southbound local is suddenly there on the same track without warning. It's over in a split second, and then you open your eyes, Albert. You're all right, miraculously safe, in the tangled network of steel and splintered wood that used to be a Pullman car. And there's Leslie Jameson. He wasn't so lucky, Albert. There's nothing you can do for him now. The other end of the coach is in flames, and they're moving towards you. Finally, you manage to get out.
Gotta get out. Through this window. What's this glass?
Here, let me help you.
Oh.
Give me a hand. That's it.
Oh, thanks.
You all right?
I think so. I'm a little dizzy.
Oh, sure. Oh, it's you, Mr. Brown.
Oh, rickets.
Yeah, you're lucky. This coach got it worst of all. Look at that fire.
Yeah, got out just in time.
Hey, that fellow you were drinking with at the bar went to your compartment with you. He's still in there?
My compartment?
Pretty sure he's Albert E. Taylor, murdered his wife in Miami. Is he still there?
No, he left a few minutes before the crash.
Well, you better get on ahead, Mr. Brown. I gotta give him a hand here. Can you make it up to the crossing?
Yeah.
There's a highway restaurant up there.
Sure. I'm okay. Thanks.
Okay, Brown. Take it easy.
Oh, well.
Well, Albert, you stand there dazed for a minute, watching the fire move closer. Then you decide to take a chance. Crawl back to Leslie Jameson's body, take his wallet, his ring and watch, exchange them for your ring and watch. Engraved, to Albert with all my love, Helen. Then as the flames move close, you find his briefcase and bag and crawl out with him. 10 minutes later, you stagger into the highway restaurant at the grade crossing.
Say, wonder if you fellas can help me.
Hurt, mister? We got the doc in the back room. Come on.
No, I'm all right. I just want to get out of here. I thought I could hire a car or get a bus to New York.
You were in the wreck?
Yeah.
Say, I'm the AP correspondent here. Could you give me your name?
I'm Leslie Jameson.
Leslie J... Say, aren't you the fellow who writes those murder mysteries?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, if that ain't a coincidence, Frank. Only last night you and me made that bet.
Yeah, now we can settle it once and for all.
Yeah, we was betting which one would turn out to be the murder in that serial you're running in a post.
Oh, well, that's very flattering. Now, I wonder if you could help me about the bus,
Say, Mr. Jameson, could you give us an advance tip on the murderer?
Yeah, then we won't have to wait for the magazine to come out tomorrow.
Who was it, Mr. Jameson?
Who? Well, I don't think that would
fast cup of coffee, will you?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, rickets.
Oh, pretty rough out there. 3 cars gone. What are you guys standing around here for? You been out there and looked at it?
Well, I gotta stand by the
I'm
counter.
a reporter, pal, and I'm getting a story. Or I was until
Skip
you...
it. How do you feel, Brown?
Brown? That's Leslie Jameson, the writer.
Huh? I thought your name was Brown.
Well, of course Well, you know how it is.
Here's your coffee.
Thanks. No, Mr. Brown, I don't know how it is. How is it?
Leslie Jameson, famous mystery story writer.
Well?
Traveling incognito.
Well,
narrowly escaped death.
You see, Ricketts, I didn't want to... Oh, I get it.
We've been reading Mr. Jameson's serial in the Post, Murder in Haste. Had a little bet with Frank here on who the murderer was.
Oh, I can tell you that. I read the last installment last night. Hey, yeah? Sure. Got it at a newsstand in Miami.
Well, we ain't got it here yet. Well, Mr. Jameson, who done it?
Well, I don't want to spoil the story for you. You ought to finish.
Afraid we won't buy another copy of the magazine?
Yeah, come on, Jameson.
Well, It's a matter of ethics. A writer.
What do you mean, ethics? I know how it ends.
Sure, Jameson. I can tell the boys I got it straight from the author's mouth. Come on, now, what goes?
Well, I don't want...
I got your car, Lieutenant.
Oh, good. I'll be right with you. Hey, you guys know anyone who wants to go to New York? I got a car and I want someone to share the driving.
Well, Jameson here
Sure,
wants
you
to
said
go.
you were going to New York, didn't you, Jameson?
Well, as a matter of fact...
Well, you can come with me, huh? Give me a hand with the driving. Come on.
All right.
Oh, but first, give him a break. Tell him who the murderer was.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's against my principles.
Well, it's your business. Come on. Hey, it was the old lady did it. You got hotel space in New York, Jameson?
No, not yet. I thought I'd arrange that when I arrived.
You haven't been around much lately, I see. Probably isn't a room to be had.
That bad?
Worse. But I think I might be able to fix you up at the Midtown. I know the manager there.
No, I couldn't possibly.
Oh, forget it, Jameson. Glad to help you out. Can you fix him up, Walter?
Well, I think so. Just sign the register, Mr.
Jameson. Leslie Jameson, the writer.
Well, why didn't you say so?
Look, I don't want to put you out.
Oh, nonsense. We're honored, Mr. Jameson. I'm a mystery fan myself. I want to tell you that Murder in Haste has me fooled right up to the last page. Oh, Peters.
Yes, sir?
This is Mr. Leslie Jameson. Now, get the boys over. I want to take a few pictures.
Pictures? No, wait a minute. I don't want any pictures.
Oh, nothing to it, Mr. Jameson. Just a couple of the boys from the Star Express. I know you're tired, but it won't take long. And, Peters,
Yes?
have some flowers sent up to Mr. Jameson's room. We'll have the pictures taken there. Peters is our press agent, Mr. Jameson. He'll take care of you.
Oh, certainly will, Mr. Jameson. Right this way.
Say, look here, Peters. You look like a reasonable man. I never have my picture taken, and I don't intend to stand for it now.
You just don't know New York newspaper photographers, Mr. Jameson. It's much easier if you give in.
What'll happen if I refuse?
You'll find out. And you did find out, didn't you, Albert? You were helpless. There was nothing you could do. They came, they saw, they took pictures, and all you could do was rage and try to keep your face covered. And that only made a better story for them. They were delighted, Albert. The next day, there are pictures of you in the tabloids, hiding your face under the caption, Leslie Jameson, mystery author, stages publicity scene in room at Midtown Hotel. And to complete the success of your change of identity, the second page of the same paper carries the news that you, Albert Taylor, wanted for the murder of his wife in Miami, perished in the train wreck. You're all mixed up now, aren't you, Albert? But you almost wish Helen was with you again, to make the decisions for you like she used to. And then suddenly there's nothing for you to do. The decision is all made.
Yes?
Mr. Jameson?
Yes?
Mrs. Jameson is on her way up.
What?
Your wife. I assumed it would be all right to tell her that,
Never mind.
Hello, Leslie.
Oh, what are you...
Maybe I'd better come in. Well?
Well, what? All right, what you going to do about it?
You're an awfully simple sort, aren't you, Mr., whatever your name is?
All right, I suppose I am.
How did you expect to get away with it after all the publicity? All right, where is he? What have you done to him?
Now, wait a minute, Mrs. Jameson. I can explain.
Maybe you'd better.
Your husband was killed in that train wreck in Florida. I had reasons for wanting to disappear, so I took his identity. I never meant to keep it up. Now, if you'll just...
Just what?
Now, look, there's nothing we can do for your husband. Now he was killed. You believe that, don't you?
I don't know.
Well, I'm going to leave town. Now, all I ask is that you forget you ever saw me.
I see.
What are you going to do?
I could go to the police,
No,
of course.
Wait a minute. Wait. I can make it worth your while to...
Oh, stop simpering. Does anyone know you here in New York?
No.
Well, that's very fortunate. You see, well, Leslie and I, we didn't get along. As a matter of fact, we'd been separated for some time. He said he was cutting me out of his will. So, with Leslie dead, I don't get anything at all. But with Leslie alive...
Wait a minute. You wouldn't...
Why not? He could retire right now and live off his royalties without doing another lick.
You want me to keep this up?
Of course.
Don't be ridiculous. There are a dozen reasons why I can't. They'll discover it in a week.
You have his baggage.
Yes.
And I know his signature. I can imitate it perfectly. I know his background like a book. You may as well get used to it, Mr. Jameson.
I tell you, I won't do it. It's the most fantastic thing I ever heard
There's
of.
a Lieutenant Ricketts down in the lobby. You know, he seemed quite interested in our relationship. Of course, if you like, I'll bring him up to date.
All right, Mrs. Jameson.
Oh, darling. Just call me Ruth. Mm-hmm. Ah, there's a dear.
Ruth.
Yes, what is it?
I tell you, this can't go on. You're spending money like a child. $28,000 in 3 months besides the deposits I made to your account. Why, we're behind in the rent. The maid hasn't been paid. Just look at these bills. Look at them. I haven't got a penny.
Are you all through? You know, there's your quarterly royalty check due tomorrow.
That'll only pay part of the bills.
It's not paying any of them, darling. It's going into my account.
Oh, I see. Maybe you've got a fast way of getting out from under these bills?
That's your worry, dear, not mine.
32.
Having trouble.
Oh, nothing at all, sweetheart. It's just that my account's overdrawn by $500.
Of course, you could finish your book, dear.
Sure. Finish the book. Write a Leslie Jameson mystery novel.
Well, then I suppose you'll just have to think of something else.
Ruth, be honest with me. Actually, how long do you intend to carry on with this?
Indefinitely, dear. You know, I know when I have a good thing.
You mean then there's no end?
Oh, there is if you want one. There are always the police, of course.
Will you quit throwing that up to me? You could be decent about it, you know. There could have been plenty without you bleeding me to death.
I think I've been pretty fair
6
with
months
you.
now. No sleep. Hounded day and night. I can't eat.
This isn't getting us anywhere.
Trying to dodge my shadow. I'm getting nowhere. Afraid all the time. This dagger hanging over my head.
Albert, what's happened to you? Albert, get a hold of yourself.
No way out, is there? I'm trapped. Yeah, run into a corner. There's no way to turn.
Albert, stay
There's no
away
way
from
to
me.
turn, is there?
What are you doing?
No way to turn.
Yes, sir.
You're the desk sergeant?
That's right. What can I do for you?
Well, you can take this down.
What's the matter, pal?
I've just killed my wife.
Well, Albert, for the first time since that awful night in Miami, you feel relaxed. It's over now, isn't it? The hounding, the fear, the dagger hanging over your head. They're gone now. You sit down in a chair by the sergeant's desk and start to tell him the whole thing.
And then I wandered around the streets all night. I thought about running away again. And then it all seemed so useless.